Chapter 421. Her complexion became more rosy, and her breath became more stable. Finally, on a sunny day, Guli slowly opened her eyes. Those bright eyes, like the twinkling stars in the night sky, dispelled the haze in everyone's hearts for many days. Seeing this, the friends rushed up like arrows from a bow, surrounded Guli, and eagerly checked her condition. Seeing that her eyes were clear and seemed to be fine, they were relieved a little. Suyun hugged Guli and said in a crying voice, "Ollie, you scared us to death. What will we do if something happens to you?" Mu Yunchi gently patted Guli's shoulder and said angrily and amusedly, "I really don't know what to say to you. How can you be so reckless and not consider the consequences?" Shi Zihan looked at Guli seriously and said, "Why didn't you discuss it with us and go alone? Do you know how worried we were about you at that time?" Feng Wuhan also echoed, "Do you know that you almost died? Don't do this again in the future." Impulsive. Lin Yuchen looked distressed and said, "Can you stop being so impulsive? If something happens to you, how can we travel all over the continents together?" Xia Tingzi also came over and said in a crying voice, "Master, you scared me to death. I thought I would never see you again." And then also asked with concern, "Master, how are you? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Before Guli could speak, several other little animals also crowded forward and chattered in front of her, some expressing their worries, and some expressing their thoughts. The scene was both lively and warm. Guli looked at everyone, a bright smile appeared on his face, and he said softly, "I'm fine." At this time, Jiuying snorted and said proudly, "Humph, if it weren't for me, would you be fine? I don't know how long you've been dead." Guli looked at Jiuying and said sincerely, "I owe you a favor." Jiuying curled his lips, and said disdainfully, "Who cares about your favor?" Guli looked at his friends who were worried and said again, "I'm really fine. Look, I'm fine." Jiuying looked at Guli with complicated eyes, and said half helplessly and half proudly, "Since you saved me, I will reluctantly follow you for a while." After that, he shook his sleeves pretending to be cool. Guli, however, looked calm and waved his hand gently. "Don't force it, I didn't intend to take you in any way." When Jiuying heard this, his eyes widened immediately, his face full of disbelief. "I am a super divine beast, you don't want me?" Guli raised his head slightly, his eyes showing confidence. "Give me time, I will also reach your level of cultivation." Jiuying snorted disdainfully, "Humph, you can't reach it even if I give you 100 years. If it weren't for her saving him regardless of the danger, how could he, a super divine beast, be willing to condescend to protect a human?" At this time, Xiaobai jumped out anxiously and said to Guli, "Master, take him with you, he has a contract with you, a blood contract of 3 years." Guli looked puzzled and frowned slightly. "Huh? What do you mean?" Mu Yunchi hurriedly stepped forward to explain. "Before, your condition was very bad and your life was in danger, so he contracted with you." Guli raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and looked at Jiuying with a smile, with a bit of teasing in his eyes. "Oh, so you care about me so much." Jiuying's face flushed instantly, as if someone had exposed a little secret in his heart, and hurriedly explained, "That's because you saved me, Jiuying never likes to owe favors." Guli still looked indifferent. "Then you don't have to follow me, I don't care." Jiuying stamped his feet anxiously, and shouted loudly, "You said you don't care, then I don't care, but I've contracted you." Seeing him so anxious, Guli's expression was still indifferent, just spitting out 2 words lightly, "Okay." But in fact, she was already full of joy in her heart. Super Beast. That's a Super Beast bodyguard. With this Super Beast protecting herself for 3 years, these 3 years are enough for her to accomplish many things that were difficult to do before. Seeing her reaction like this, Jiuying was a little dissatisfied. "What do you mean by okay? Are you still reluctant?" Guli quickly put on a bright smile and said exaggeratedly, "How could it be? I am really too happy. I can't wait to be protected by a super beast like you." Jiuying nodded with satisfaction. "Huh, that's more like it." Guli then straightened his face and asked seriously, "Can you take us away from Lingxi continent to other continents?" Before, because of various things, she forgot to ask Cie to send them back to Lanfeng continent. Now that they have disappeared for so long, Grandpa and others must be worried. As soon as these words came out, the other 5 friends also gathered around, looking at Jiuying with expectation in their eyes. They also wanted to go back and report their safety to their families. After all, they hadn't been back for so long, and their families must be very anxious. Maybe they had already sent people to Lanfeng North Continent to find them. Once they knew that they were missing, I don't know how worried they would be. Jiuying raised his eyebrows slightly, a little surprised. "You can't do such a simple thing?" Guli spread his hands helplessly. If I can do it, do I need to ask you? Jiuying asked curiously. What are you going to do in other continents? Guli's eyes were full of longing. We want to go home and have a look. Jiuying was even more surprised, and couldn't help looking them up and down. Aren't you from Lingxi continent? Guli shook his head gently. We ascended from the continent of the lower world. Jiuying couldn't help raising his voice when he heard it. Lower world. You came from the lower world. Guli looked at his surprised look and asked, What's wrong? Are you surprised? Jiuying nodded, a little. He was really shocked in his heart. These people looked only about 19 or 20 years old. They practiced in the lower world, where the cultivation resources were relatively scarce. They could actually ascend so young, which really scared him. But thinking that Guli was Baizay's contractor, he was not surprised. After all, with Baizay's vision, he would not choose to contract a waste. Jiuying quickly came to his senses and asked, Shall we leave now? Guli thought for a while and said, Not yet, we have to go and see the formation. Mu Yunqi hurriedly said, No need to go, we have been there 2 days ago, without the guardian, we easily broke the formation. Guli was surprised. So fast, let's go back to Lafeng continent first. Chapter 422. Thinking that she would soon see her grandfather whom she had not seen for a long time, her eyes were full of expectation and longing. Guli turned to look at Jiuying again and said, Take us back to the star region first, I have someone else to take with me. The shadow guards have always been loyal to them. This time, if they go back and take them with them, Grandpa will be even happier to see them. Jiuying looked confused. What star region? I have been in this Lingxi continent for so long, but I have never heard of this place. Guli explained, in the South Territory. With Jiuying, the super beast, their journey back should be very smooth, and they will not encounter any dangers. Jiuying frowned slightly. A hint of complexity flashed in his eyes, and finally waved his hand and said, Forget it, since you saved me, I will send you back. Guli asked Xiaokazi to come out of the space, and take them to find Gui and others first. At this moment, Jiuying seemed to have suddenly realized something, and was stunned for a moment, with endless shock in his eyes. You are actually the contractor of Zhu Ke. Guli just glanced at Jiuying calmly, with a slight smile on his lips, and said casually, What's so strange? Xiaokazi's voice came crisply, revealing a sense of pride. I am the first beast contracted by the master. Xiao Tingzi was not happy, and hurriedly retorted, I am the first one, I followed the master before the master came here. Xiaokazi snorted and said plausibly, You don't count, you are a weapon spirit. Xiao Tingzi said loudly, Why doesn't it count? The weapon spirit is also the master's contracted spirit. Guli hurriedly smiled and comforted, Okay, they are all good beasts. Jiuying looked at this scene, and couldn't help but sighed. You are lucky to have contracted so many ancient beasts. There was envy, and a trace of worry in its eyes. Although the strength of Zhu Ke and Bai Zai could not catch up with it for the time being, the noble blood was incomparable to it. It knew that it would only take time to surpass itself. Guli nodded gently, his eyes full of warmth and relief, and said, I am really lucky to meet them. Jiuying seemed to suddenly remember something and asked, Where is Tao Tai? The eyes swept over everyone, as if trying to find traces of Tao Tai from them. Guli smiled slightly, then released all of his contracted beasts one by one, and introduced them enthusiastically. This is Xiao Jinzi, and then Tao Tao, Xiao Tingting, and Xiao Langcub. Since he was going to follow her for 3 years, it would be better to get to know them. He had seen Xiaobai and Xia Tingzi, so there was no need to introduce them. Jiuying looked at the group of contracted beasts of different shapes, and a flash of understanding flashed in his eyes, saying, No wonder you accepted my blood contract so quickly, so you are a beast master. In his opinion, only a beast master can establish connections with so many divine beasts so skillfully and naturally. Guli smiled lightly, and said with pride in his eyes, My Achin is also a beast master, and his contracted beasts are several times more than mine. Lin Yuchen scratched his head when he heard this, and said with a grin, He, not as good as Ali. Although he has a large number of contracted beasts, in terms of the nobility of blood, he is indeed not as good as Guli. He knew that Guli had a natural advantage in this regard. Lin Yuchen frowned slightly, thinking secretly in his heart that when he returned to Lafeng continent, he planned to leave all the contracted beasts excepting one to his family and Gu's family. After all, the monsters he contracted in Lafeng continent were not very useful in Lingxi continent. Most of them were semi-divine beasts, and it was not so easy to break through to a higher realm. In Lafeng continent, they can have more opportunities to practice. At this time, Su Yun said on the side, The pot of elixir given to you was made by Ah Hin, but Ollie is also a god-level alchemist. When Jiuying heard this, his eyes widened, his face full of disbelief, and he cried out, God-level alchemist. It never thought that there would be 2 god-level alchemists in a small team. Are there so many alchemists now? They can be seen everywhere. Lin Yuchen's eyes lit up immediately, and he quickly came to Jiuying. Hey, now we are all family. Can you help me catch some beasts for me to contract? He has always had a strong interest in beast control. Since he met Ari and practiced spiritual power with Ari, he found that the number of beasts he could contract was much more than at the beginning, which made him more eager to contract more beasts. When Jiuying heard Lin Yuchen's words, he refused without thinking. Don't even think about it. Lin Yuchen did not give up. He rolled his eyes and hurriedly said, I trade you the elixir. Jiuying was slightly startled, looked up and down at Lin Yuchen, and asked with a little doubt, Are you also an alchemist? He was really curious about how many hidden surprises there were in this group of people. Lin Yuchen smiled. Ollie and a hen are enough. Jiuying didn't think so, and snorted coldly, That's not yours either. Lin Yuchen took out a basin of elixirs and asked expectantly, Is this enough? As soon as the basin of elixirs appeared, the rich fragrance of medicine spread instantly, which made people feel refreshed. Jiuying looked at the elixirs in the basin, and couldn't help twitching his mouth. He said helplessly, You are really special to put it in the basin. It has lived for so long, and this is the first time it has seen elixirs traded in basins. Lin Yuchen hurriedly struck while the iron was hot and asked, How about it? Do you want to exchange? Jiuying pondered for a moment, secretly weighing the pros and cons of the deal in his heart, and then asked, How many do you want? Lin Yuchen's eyes lit up, and he quickly said, Not too many, 5 5th-level beasts will do. Divine beasts of too high a level cannot be tamed with his current ability. And he has to arrange for his friends as well. Ollie already has a beast to accompany him, so he can't tame too many at once. Jiuying thought for a moment and felt that it was not difficult for him to capture 5 5th-level beasts, so he nodded and said, Deal. Escorted by Jiuying, everyone successfully left the misty forest. As soon as he walked out of the forest, Guli hurriedly took out the communication tool and quickly contacted Gui. Gui was relieved when he saw that Guli and the others were all safe and sound, and a relieved smile appeared on his face. I am relieved to see that you are all fine. Guli looked at Shinchinchin and Shinchichu and said, You two wait here for us, I will help you rescue people in half a month. Chapter 423. When Shinchinchin heard this, he was stunned at first, then asked with surprise, Master, are you saying that you can help us save people? Guli nodded and said, Okay, you should first confirm whether your mother is in the He family. Shinchichu hurriedly said respectfully, Thank you, Master. His gratitude to Guli was beyond words. After Guli briefly explained a few precautions, he turned to Xiaokazi and said, Let's go back to the star domain. The reason why Jiuying was not allowed to tear through the space to go back was because this guy said before that he was injured and could not cross the space frequently. There was no way. Everyone could only let Xiaokazi take them and fly towards the star domain. Guli did not mention to Gui that they were going back to Lafeng continent along the way. She was thinking in her heart that she would tell this matter after returning to the star domain. Gui was full of doubts during this journey. They finally passed through the dangerous foggy forest and arrived at the northern border. Why did they suddenly have to go back? What puzzled him even more was who was the strange man following his young master? Gui held back for a long time, and finally couldn't help but ask cautiously, Young master, is there something wrong in the star region? Guli looked at him, her mouth slightly raised, revealing a mysterious smile, and deliberately kept it a secret. Good news. Then, as if she remembered something, she turned around and introduced to Gui, His name is Jiuying, and he is my temporary contracted beast. Jiuying just glanced at Gui lightly, and didn't say hello. There was an innate coldness and alienation in his eyes. Although Gui was full of questions, and didn't know why his young master suddenly had a contracted beast, he always trusted Guli unconditionally. So even though he was confused, he didn't ask any more questions. He just followed them back to the star region silently with full of doubts. On this return trip, they took the little bird and flew directly through the misty forest. The little bird spread its wings and soared in the air, and it was very fast. Compared with the hardship of walking when they came here, this trip was much easier. In just one day, they successfully returned to the sky above the star region. As soon as they entered the range of the star region, they noticed that there was a strange breath breaking in. The people responsible for guarding the star region immediately became alert, and came out from all corners to check the situation. When they saw Guli and others, they all showed puzzled expressions on their faces. I thought to myself, didn't they go to the north not long ago? How come they are back so soon, At this time, Gu saw Gu Li and others with sharp eyes, ran up quickly, and asked worriedly, "Young master, miss, several young masters, why are you back? Didn't you encounter something over there?" Gu Li said concisely and forcefully, "Call all the shadow guards back, I have something to tell you." When Gu heard this, he subconsciously thought that they were bullied in the north, and hurriedly asked, "Young master, who are you going to attack?" Mu Yunqi on the side couldn't help but burst out laughing, and teased, "Don't hit anyone, Ali has something to do with you." Gu Li also said, "Go." "Yes." Gu didn't dare to ask any more questions. After receiving the order, he immediately turned around and summoned all the shadow guards, who were out on missions, as quickly as possible. Here, Zhou looked at the surrounding buildings curiously and asked with interest, "Your forces?" Gu Li nodded gently and replied, "Yes." Zhou took out a scale from his body, handed it to Gu Li, and said, "I'm going out to play for a while. If you have anything, contact me through this." After all, he had been in the misty forest for hundreds of years. It was rare for him to come out, so he naturally wanted to go around and see the outside world. Gu Li waved his hand and said, "No, I have a contract with you and can contact you directly." "That's fine." Zhou didn't say anything more, retracted his hand, and his figure flashed. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared in front of several people. The speed was so fast that it was amazing. Gu Li looked at the remaining few people and asked, "Do you want to go out for a walk? Anyway, it will take some time for the shadow guards to come back. She plans to return to Lafeng continent in 3 days, so she can arrange this time freely." Suyin stretched lazily and said, "I won't go. I'm too lazy to go out." Mu Yunqi's eyes lit up, and she said excitedly, "I'm going to buy some rare things to bring back to my father and mother." Suyin changed his mind immediately after hearing this. "Then I go too." Lin Yuchen also said, "I go too. I don't have anything to do." Feng Wuhan shook his head and said, "I won't go. I want to make pills. Ali has too many things to do. He should share more of her elixir-making work." Shi Zihan agreed with him, and said he would not go out, and would stay to make pills. Su Yun hurriedly said, "I help you carry it." Gu Li reminded, "Don't bring too much, or there will be restrictions from the laws of heaven and earth. Bringing a large amount of things from other continents to the lower world is likely to be restricted by the laws of heaven and earth, but if it is a small amount, it should be no problem." Su Yun waved his hand and said, "I know." The next morning, the courtyard of Gu Li's residence was already filled with neatly arranged shadow guards. Gu stood in front of Gu Li, clasped his fists respectfully and saluted, his tone steady and powerful. "Young master, all the shadow guards have gathered and reported back." Gu San squeezed forward with a concerned face, his eyes full of anxiety and indignation, and shouted, "Young master, boss, were you bullied in the north?" Gu was about to explain, but he only said half of his words. "Yes, I encountered something, but—" Before he finished speaking, the impatient Gu Qi jumped out like a hare exploded. "I was really bullied. This is too much. Who is so bold?" Then, Gu Lu also waved his fists and shouted indignantly, "Young master, don't be afraid, we are here." Gu Li looked at this group of loyal but anxious subordinates, smiled helplessly, raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet, and raised his voice, and said, "Listen to me first." In an instant, everyone quieted down and cast their eyes on Gu Li, their eyes full of expectation and curiosity. Even Gu tilted his head slightly, looking at her intently, waiting for her next words. Gu Li took a deep breath, his eyes firm and a little excited, and slowly said, "We have to go back to Lafeng." After the words fell, the courtyard fell into silence. Everyone was stunned, as if they couldn't digest the news for a while. Chapter 424. After a long while, Gu came back to his senses and asked again in disbelief, "Are we going back to Lafeng continent?" Gu Li looked at him, a warm smile bloomed on his face, nodded and said, "Yes, go home." Gu Yi's eyes widened, his eyes were full of surprise and expectation, and he asked Gu Li eagerly, "Young master, can we really go back? It has been nearly a year since he left home. During this long time, he missed home like a shadow." They hurriedly set foot on Lingxi continent, and they didn't even have time to inform the head of the family. At this moment, he was so eager to go home that his voice was trembling uncontrollably. Gu Li's eyes were firm, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he said affirmatively, "Yes, we can go back. Young master, I love you so much." Gu Wu was so excited that his face flushed. Like a child, he opened his arms and rushed towards Gu Li. Gu Qi was quick-witted and kicked Gu Wu sideways. Men and women should not touch each other. Gu Wu staggered a few steps after being kicked, but he was not angry at all. Instead, he smiled and scratched the back of his head, explaining happily, "I'm just too excited. I miss home so much. When I heard that I could go back, my mind was out of control." Gu Qi shook his head helplessly and said, "Only the young master has a good temper and doesn't care about you. If it were someone else, how could he allow you to be so unruly and presumptuous?" Gu Li looked at these subordinates, who usually get along like family, and his heart was full of warmth. He said, "Go back, get ready, and gather here early tomorrow morning." "Yes." Everyone responded in unison. Their voices were neat and loud, full of excitement and joy about going home. In fact, it was not only the shadow guards who were excited, but also Gu Li herself. The familiar and kind face of the old man at home appeared in her mind involuntarily, and she was full of worry. She didn't know whether the old man was in good health during this period, and whether he had trouble sleeping day and night because of worrying about her. On the other hand, in the star domain, Jiuying was strolling around leisurely. Looking here and there, he was full of curiosity about everything around him. The next day, the dawn was slightly revealed, and the sky was just a little white. Sui Yun and his men and 50 shadow guards had already gathered in Gu Li's yard early. They were all energetic, and their faces were filled with the expectation of going home. Gu Li looked around, nodded with satisfaction, and said, "It's okay, everyone is here." Jiuying raised his eyebrows slightly. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he couldn't help asking, "So many people actually ascended from the lower realm?" Gu Li looked proud, his chest slightly raised, and said proudly, "Of course. My people are naturally extremely talented, and their strength is also outstanding among the same level." Jiuying nodded, his expression became serious, and reminded, "Okay, you will follow me closely in a while, and don't be too far away from me. If you are thrown out, no one can save you." Everyone nodded solemnly, indicating that they understood the interests involved. At this time, the atmosphere in the Gu family and La Feng continent seemed particularly depressing. Gu Qintian, with his hands behind his back, paced back and forth in the hall, frowning tightly, his face full of anxiety and worry. He looked at Uncle Fu and asked again, "Still no news?" Uncle Fu shook his head helplessly, with a hint of bitterness on his face, and said in a heavy tone, "No trace of the young master and his friends has been found. Master, we have tried our best to find them during this period, but we still have no clue." Gu Qintian sighed heavily, and the vicissitudes of life on his face became more and more obvious, as if he had aged several years overnight. His eyes revealed deep worry, and he murmured to himself, "It's been so long, where are Lear and his friends?" Seeing this, Uncle Fu hurried forward to comfort him. "Master, don't worry too much. After learning that the young master is missing, other royal families and Lingtian Academy have sent people to help find him. Maybe there will be good news soon." Gu Qintian frowned even more tightly, and said worriedly, "I'm afraid they will encounter those powerful people who suddenly appeared. A month ago, those powerful people suddenly appeared like ghosts, and in just 1 month, they had occupied half of the southern continent. Wherever they went, countless people died, and many people had to hide for fear of being discovered." Uncle Fu pulled himself together, forced a smile, and said, "Young master is a lucky man, and good people will be blessed by heaven, and nothing will happen to him." But in fact, he was not sure, and just tried to comfort Gu Qintian in this depressing atmosphere. The young master did not return for a long time, and they sent people to the North Continent to investigate the situation half a year ago, but the news they got was that Gu Li and others had entered the space crack together with the demon. The people who could open the space crack must be extraordinary, and they are likely to be in danger. This worry was like a huge rock, weighing heavily on everyone's heart. In this silent and depressing atmosphere, suddenly, a powerful energy wave exploded above the Gu family like a surging wave. The energy wave was so strong that the whole Gu family was shaken. Uncle Fu's face turned pale in an instant, and he said nervously, "What's going on? Did those people break in?" Gu Qintian's face was as gloomy as the sky before a storm. He gritted his teeth and said coldly, "Go out and have a look." At the same time, others also noticed the abnormality on the Gu family's side. Lingtian Academy responded quickly, and took the lead in sending a group of elite disciples to rush to the Gu family to investigate the situation. Everyone in the Gu family was on guard, holding weapons, and staring at the air vigilantly. The air seemed to be torn apart by an invisible giant hand, and strange lights flashed in it, accompanied by crackling sounds, as if the space was distorted and deformed under this force. Just as Gu Qintian gave the order and prepared to take action, a familiar figure emerged from the torn space first. It was Gu Li. She was dressed in white, and under the light, She looked like a fairy descending to the earth. Then, Su Yun, Mu Yunqi, Lin Yuchen, Feng Wuhan, Shi Zihan and all the shadow guards came out one after another, and finally Jiao Ying walked out slowly. Gu Li saw the anxious Gu Chitian below at a glance, and a flash of surprise flashed in her eyes. She rushed towards Gu Chitian without hesitation, and said like a child, "Grandpa, I'm back. Did you miss me?" Gu Chitian's eyes suddenly turned red, tears flashed at his eyes, his voice trembled, and he said in disbelief, "Is it Lear? Is it really you?" Chapter 425. This long wait, countless times of worry, now seeing Gu Li return safely, the excitement in my heart is like a flood that can't be suppressed. Gu Li looked at him with a smile and said, "What? It's been so long since we last met, and Grandpa doesn't recognize me anymore." Gu Chitian was angry and amused. He raised his hand and slapped her head lightly, saying, "You girl, do you know how worried Grandpa is? Where have you been this year? Grandpa is so anxious." Gu Li covered her head and pretended to be wronged and said, "Grandpa, why are you so heavy?" Gu Chitian looked at her and said, "It's good to know that it hurts. If it hurts, it's not a dream." Gu Li pouted and said dissatisfiedly, "Then hit yourself, why hit me?" Gu Chitian glared at her, "You dare to have an opinion?" Gu Li hurriedly waved her hand and said with a smile, "I dare you, Grandpa, calm down." At this moment, Su Yan rushed over like a naughty child, pushed Gu Li away, and said with a smile, "Grandpa, did you miss me?" Gu Li rolled his eyes at him, and said unhappily, "That's my grandpa." Su Yan waved his hand nonchalantly and said, "What's the difference between you and me?" Gu Chitian looked at the energetic boy in front of him, couldn't help but reached out and touched his head, and said with a smile, "You have grown taller again. You have been in trouble this year, right?" Su Yan smiled, scratched his head and said, "How could it be? I am obedient." Mu Yunqi took a light step, walked up obediently, and said softly, "Hello, Grandpa." Gu Chitian looked at Mu Yunqi, his eyes full of love, and said, "She girl has become more beautiful again. Did you suffer along the way?" Mu Yunqi shook her head and said, "No, Grandpa, everyone takes good care of me, I'm fine." Lin Yuchen also stepped forward with a bright smile on his face and said, "Grandpa, I miss you after not seeing you for a long time." Gu Chitian looked at him with his eyes full of relief, and said, "Grandpa misses you too." Shi Zihan stepped forward, "Hello, Grandpa." Gu Chitian looked at him carefully and said, "Hey, Han has lost a lot of weight." Feng Wuhan also stepped forward and said with a bow, "Hello, Grandpa." Gu Chitian said with concern, "Come here, Grandpa, check if you are injured." At this time, the shadow guard stepped forward in unison, half knelt in salute, and said in unison, "Meet the master of the family." Gu Chitian hurriedly said, "Get up, why are you kneeling? You have been following Lear all the way, and it has been hard. Protecting the young master is our unshirkable responsibility." Gu Yi's expression was firm, and his tone was sonorous and powerful. Gu Chitian had a gentle smile on his face, raised his hand, and gently patted Gu Yi's shoulder, his eyes full of recognition and trust. At this moment, a burst of hurried footsteps came from afar. A group of people from Lingtian College came to the courtyard of the Gu family in a mighty manner. Mo Sangqiong walked over with a brisk pace, taking the lead, with a bit of urgency and concern on his face. His eyes immediately fell on Gu Li and the others, and he was the first to speak. "Gu Li girl, you are finally back safely, but we were so worried." Elder Shi followed and frowned, saying unhappily, "You little guys disappeared for so long without a trace, and no news was spread. We thought you all met with an accident and died outside." Su Yun was anxious when he heard this, and couldn't help but retort, "Elder, what are you talking about? How can you curse us to death?" Elder Shi glared at Su Yun and responded unhappily, "That's your own problem. After such a long time, there was not even a message. How can we not be worried?" Gu Li frowned slightly. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes, and looked at everyone and asked, "Why did you all suddenly run to the Gu family?" Mo Sanqiong's expression became serious, with a trace of worry in his eyes, and said, "We heard that many strong people suddenly appeared near the Gu family, and we thought those people were going to invade the Gu family. Since you are not here, I will naturally protect the Gu family for you, and not let the Gu family encounter any accidents." Gu Li's heart tightened, asked, "What do those people mean? What's going on?" Elder Shi sighed heavily, and said slowly, "A few days ago, the situation on the entire continent suddenly changed. Many strong people appeared from nowhere. Their cultivation is above the venerable level. Moreover, they came with great momentum. In a short period of time, they have occupied half of the southern continent. When Lin Yuchen heard this, his face instantly became nervous, and he hurriedly asked, "How are my parents? Are they injured?" Mo Sangqiong hurriedly comforted, "Don't worry, your parents are fine. They are all holding on to their respective territories. There is no danger for the time being." Hearing this, Gu Li, Lin Yuchen and others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As long as their families are safe, it's fine. Gu Li narrowed his eyes slightly, with a hint of coldness in his eyes, and asked again, "Who are those people who suddenly appeared?" Mo Sangqiong looked solemn, and slowly uttered 4 words. "People of the alien race." Alien race? Shi Zihan was full of doubts, and thought to himself, "I have lived in this Lafeng continent for so long. Why have I never heard of such a race?" Gu Qintian nodded slightly, and explained seriously, "Well, there have always been humans, monsters, and alien races in Lafeng continent. It's just that the alien race has been hiding for a long time, and has not appeared on the continent for a long time. I didn't expect that they suddenly appeared some time ago, and set off such a big storm." Feng Wuhan said with a firm look in his eyes, and a confident tone, "Leave these alien races to us. We will not let them do whatever they want on the continent." Mo Sangqiong frowned slightly, looked at Feng Wuhan and others, and asked with some concern, "What level of cultivation have you reached now? Are you sure to face those alien races?" Gu Li raised the corner of his mouth slightly, raised his eyebrows, and a cunning flashed in his eyes, and asked back, "What do you think will happen to our cultivation if we all ascend?" "You really ascended?" Except for Gu Li and the shadow guards, everyone who heard this was instantly surprised. They never thought that these people in front of them had successfully ascended, and were able to return safely. Mu Yunqi smiled and nodded, saying affirmatively, "Yes, we did ascend." Mo Sangqiong shook his head slightly. The worry on his face did not diminish, and said, "Even if you ascend, your cultivation will still be suppressed to the peak of the venerable rank in Lafeng continent. And as far as we know, the number of the other side's peak venerable rank powerhouses is several times more than ours, which is not a small number." Chapter 426. Gu Li looked calm, but his eyes showed an unquestionable confidence. He said, "We know our limits. Since they will be suppressed in Lafeng continent, they will fight them in another place. In short, they will not let them do whatever they want on the continent." Gu Li looked solemn, staring at Mo Sangqiong, and said seriously, "Where are they currently occupying? Give us detailed and specific information." Mo Sangqiong pondered for a moment, and then quickly responded, "Outside the border of Qinci country. Now they are gathering in that area, forming a powerful force, posing a great threat to the surrounding areas." Qinci country. Shi Zihan's heart tightened suddenly, and he said anxiously, "I want to go back and take a look. That is his country, his relatives are there, and he doesn't know how they are doing now." Lin Yuchen also looked worried, and said without hesitation, "I want to go back too. Qinci country is our hometown. How can I stay out of it when my people are in danger? They have deep feelings for every tree and grass in Qinci country, not to mention those blood-related people." Mo Sangqiong saw this and hurriedly comforted them. "You don't have to worry too much. The 4 major colleges have already noticed the crisis in Qinci country, and have sent people to support it." Gu Li nodded slightly, turned to look at Gu Qintian, and said softly, "Grandpa, you just wait for me at home, I will be back soon." Gu Qintian looked worried, his eyes full of concern, and said, "Lear, Grandpa is worried about you, I will go with you." Suyin smiled and stepped forward and said, "Why don't you let Grandpa go with us? It's just right for Grandpa and my parents to see our current strength." Gu Li smiled helplessly and explained, "We will not confront them head-on in Lafeng continent." Suyin looked puzzled, scratched his head and asked, "Where should we go?" Gu Li looked determined and said slowly, "It should be Lingxi continent. There, perhaps they can get rid of the restrictions of the laws of heaven and earth on them, which is more conducive to exerting their strength." Mu Yunqi frowned slightly, and said with some concern, "But with so many people, can Jiuying be teleported?" Just as everyone was lost in thought, Jiuying, who had been quietly standing aside, and had almost no sense of existence, slowly said, "Just go to the subspace, no need to go to Lingxi continent." This sudden voice made everyone look at him subconsciously. Gu Qintian was shocked and secretly surprised. The man in front of him was standing here, and he didn't even notice his existence before. If he hadn't spoken, it would be like blending into the surrounding environment. Gu Li smiled and introduced, "Grandpa, this is my contracted beast." "Your contracted beast?" Mo Sangqiong couldn't help but exclaimed. He felt the powerful breath of Jiuying, which was so strong that it made people feel palpitating. It was countless times stronger than the breath of everyone present, as if it was an unfathomable mountain, which made people afraid. Gu Li nodded and looked at Jiuying again, his eyes full of curiosity and inquiry. What is subspace? I have never heard of it before. Jiuying explained slowly. The so-called subspace is a special space opened up in the space crack. People who are pulled in will not be bound by the laws of heaven and earth. Their strength can be more freely exerted. Gu Li frowned slightly, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Can you do it? Opening up a subspace is not an easy task, and requires extremely strong spatial control capabilities. Jiuying shook his head gently. I can't, but Bai Zhe or your pavilion can. They all have powerful spatial capabilities, and the Rebirth Pavilion has its own small world. As long as he infuses power into one of them, it is not difficult to open up a subspace. Gu Li looked cautious and asked, is it dangerous to move in the subspace? After all, this is related to everyone's safety. Jiuying's calm eyes swept over everyone, and slowly said, there is no danger for you. This subspace opened by us has special rules and restrictions. Except for those we bring in on purpose and those who have a higher cultivation than us, no one else can enter. Gu Li heard it, thought for a while, and said, in that case, let's go and take a look together, Grandpa. Mo Sanqiong's eyes were firm, and then he said, I will go with you too. With more strength, we can be more confident in dealing with those alien races. Elder Shi was not to be outdone. He stroked his beard and said loudly, I will also help. How can I, an old man, be left behind to deal with the alien races? Gu Li looked at them with some concern and asked, you don't have to stay in Lingtian College? There are many things to do in the college. Will your departure have any impact? Mo Sanqiong waved his hand and explained, I came back to the college because of something. After dealing with the things at hand, I was planning to go to Qinxi country again in the next 2 days. Now it's just right to go with you. Gu Li nodded and said decisively, okay, there is no time to lose. The situation is urgent. Let's go now. After that, Gu Li summoned the little bird again. There was a flash of light, and the little bird appeared. Then it looked up to the sky and let out a long cry. Its body grew several times larger at a speed visible to the naked eye. Its originally small figure instantly became extremely huge. Its spread wings covered the sky and the sun, like a huge dark cloud. Gu Li and his 6 men, 50 well-trained shadow guards, plus Gu Chitian, Elder Shi, Mo Sanqiong and his subordinates, all climbed onto the broad back of the little bird in an orderly manner. After everyone sat firmly, the little bird flapped its wings vigorously, bringing a gust of wind and flew quickly towards the direction of Qinxi country. Fortunately, the laws of heaven and earth only restricted everyone's cultivation, and did not affect the speed of the little bird. It flew in the sky like an arrow from a string, and it was as fast as lightning along the way. Only the whistling wind could be heard in the ears. In just 1 day, they had traveled a long distance and arrived at the border of Qinxi country. A guard ran to Shi Miyuan in a panic, knelt on one knee, and reported anxiously, Your Majesty, something bad has happened. A group of strong men are approaching us quickly. Shi Miyuan heard this, and his already solemn brows knitted tightly, like 2 locked mountains, thinking in his heart, how could they attack again so soon? Now their formation has been shaky in the previous impact, and they can't hold on for too long. Although the enemies who attacked this time were not superior in number, each of them was a powerful master, exuding a chilling aura. Chapter 427. The strength of those strong men is far beyond the ability of ordinary soldiers to contend with. They only need to gently wave their weapons, or cast some spells, to cause great damage to their own defenses. Shi Miyuan knew that if the defense line here was breached, the consequences would be disastrous. Qinxi country has a special terrain. Once this place is breached, the enemy will march straight in like a flood and beast, and 1/3 of the cities in Qinxi country will fall under the enemy's iron hoof. Those prosperous towns will suffer the baptism of war, and countless people will be displaced and fall into dire straits. Thinking of this, a trace of determination flashed in Shi Miyuan's eyes. Shi Miyuan was about to get up and go to find out the strange movement outside the camp. At this moment, a sharp bird cry came from a distance, breaking the silent night sky. Shi Miyuan looked up and saw a huge flying beast flying rapidly towards the camp. When Shi Miyuan saw the little bird, his heart jumped. He clearly remembered this monster. It was Gu Li's contracted beast. Could it be that they are back? Thinking of this, a trace of expectation instantly ignited in his eyes, and his originally furrowed brows also slightly relaxed. The little bird slowly fell in the camp, stirring up a cloud of dust. Shi Zihan was the first to jump off the little bird lightly, like an agile little deer. After landing, he quickly ran toward Shi Miyuan, shouting, "Father!" His voice was filled with the excitement of a long-lost reunion. Shi Muyuan looked at the familiar figure in front of him, his eyes slightly red, and quickly responded, "Honor, you are back." His tone was full of surprise and relief. Shi Zihan nodded vigorously, and said him, with a firm light in his eyes. Shi Muyuan walked forward, tightly held Shi Zihan's hands, and kept saying, "It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back." Then, Gu Li, Mu Yunqi, Lin Yuchen, Feng Wuhan and Sui Yun also got off Xiao Kazi. They walked to Shi Muyuan one by one and greeted him politely. Gu Li bowed slightly and said, "Uncle Shi." Mu Yunqi smiled gently and said softly, "Hello, uncle." Lin Yuchen shouted, "Uncle Emperor." Feng Wuhan looked stern, but he was meticulous in his greetings, "Hello, uncle." Sui Yun stepped forward and said seriously, "Uncle, we are here to help you." Shi Muyuan looked at the energetic children in front of him, feeling a lot of emotion in his heart, and said repeatedly, "Okay, I'm back." Lin Yuchen remembered something at this time and hurriedly asked, "Uncle Emperor, where are my parents?" His eyes revealed anxiety and worry. Shi Muyuan's expression was stern, and he sighed slightly and said, "They fought with Xiao Yin and the aliens, and they haven't come back yet." Lin Yuchen heard this, and his heart tightened, and asked, "Where are they?" His tone was full of anxiety. Shi Muyuan quickly replied, "At the junction of Yuqian mountain range." Gu Li thought for a moment, looked at Gu Chitian and said, "Grandpa, you stay here to help them reinforce the formation. We will go over and take a look." Gu Chitian nodded slightly, his eyes full of trust and care. "Okay, be careful." Looking at their resolute backs, Shi Muyuan couldn't help but feel a little worried, muttering to himself, "Can they really do it?" Gu Chitian patted Shi Muyuan on the shoulder and comforted him. "You have to believe in the strength of these children." When Gu Li and the others arrived at the junction of Yuqian mountain range, a tragic battle scene slowly unfolded before their eyes. The howling wind made the trees around rustle, as if they were also wailing for this cruel fight. Ahead, the battle was in full swing. The surrounding land was stained red with blood, full of gullies of varying depths and huge pits, which were obviously traces of the collision of powerful spiritual power. The corpses were lying in a mess, some wearing human costumes, and some dressed in foreign costumes, a dead silence and desolation. Lin Xiaoyan stood in the center of the battlefield, like a red plum blossom blooming in the bloody rain and wind. She was covered in blood, and it was hard to tell whether it was her own or that of the foreigners. The bloodstains flowed down her cheeks and arms, staining her clothes mottled. Her eyes were still firm, and the sword in her hand flashed with cold light, and every swing was full of resolute momentum. Feng Shuangshuang and Lin Yu stood on both sides, and their bodies were also covered with shocking scars. Feng Shuangshuang's hair was flying in disorder, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, but her eyes were as sharp as a falcon, staring at the enemy in front of her. Lin Yu's armor was badly damaged, and several wounds were still bleeding, but he always held the long sword in his hand tightly, exuding a fierce fighting spirit. There were only a few hundred human warriors left, and they stood back to back in a circle, with fatigue and unyielding eyes. The aliens who fought with them were all dressed in silver uniforms, reflecting cold light in the sun. The number of aliens is more than double that of humans. They surrounded the humans in a fan shape, pressing step by step. The humans were obviously at a disadvantage. Shi Zihan and Lin Yuchen saw their mother and parents at a glance, and their eyes instantly ignited with rage. At that moment, the two of them did not hesitate to circulate their spiritual power, and the light around them was bright. Lin Xiaoyan, Feng Shuangshuang and Lin Yu, who were in the battle, noticed that these two powerful forces were approaching them, and they thought it was not good in their hearts, thinking that it was the support of the aliens again. However, the two forces passed them directly like lightning and fell heavily on their opponents. Shi Zihan quickly formed seals with his hands and chanted, "Fire ice ridges split the sky." In an instant, countless sharp red ice ridges suddenly pierced out from the ground, like a sharp blade, flying towards the three strong men of the alien race who suppressed them. The ice ridges were as fast as a meteor with the sound of whistling wind, and instantly penetrated their defense. At the same time, Lin Yuchen shouted, "Flame Dragon Break." A giant dragon condensed by flames flew out from his palm and pounced on the enemy with its fangs and claws. Wherever the flame dragon passed, the air was ignited and made a sizzling sound. With just this move, the three foreign warriors who were originally arrogant and suppressing Lin Xiaoyan and others were killed instantly. The double attack of the ice ridge and the flame dragon directly tore their bodies apart and turned them into blood mist. Lin Xiaoyan looked at the two of them in surprise, with relief and excitement in his eyes. "Sheer Chener." The voice trembled slightly because of excitement. Lin Yu and Feng Shuangshuang could not hide their joy. "You are finally back." Mother, uncle, aunt. Shi Zihan quickly stepped forward, his eyes full of concern, and hurriedly took out a lot of elixirs emitting spiritual light from the storage ring for them to take. Chapter 428. Lin Yuchen also asked anxiously, Dad, Mom, Aunt, are you okay? Feng Shuang endured the pain and squeezed out a smile. It's okay. Gu Li and his men also quickly stepped forward and shouted with concern, Uncle and Aunt. Feng Shuang saw Gu Li, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Li girl, Mu girl, you are here too. Gu Li looked solemn, looking at the situation in front of him, and said calmly, Now is not the time to reminisce about the past. Let's deal with these people first. Feng Shuang agreed and nodded. Okay. Now is indeed not the time to reminisce about the past. The surrounding alien races are still eyeing them, and a fierce battle is still waiting for them. Shi Zihan's eyes revealed endless murderous intent, and he said coldly, Anyone who dares to hurt my mother should die. After that, he used his spiritual power again, and started a new round of battle. One of the leading men narrowed his eyes. A trace of suspicion and vigilance flashed in his eyes, staring at Gu Li and others, and slowly uttered a few words. Top of the honored class. More than 50 top of the honored class. When did the human race gather such a powerful force? The other man was full of disdain and sneered. Another one is here to die. In his opinion, it's just the top of the honored class. There are many of them in the alien race, so there is nothing to be afraid of. Gu Li looked calm and reached out to hold Shi Zihan, who was eager to take action. Looking at the aliens with a sharp gaze, he asked in a deep voice, Why do you aliens want to invade Lafeng continent? Xian Yuanqian sneered, his eyes full of contempt. Oh, invasion? We are originally from Lafeng continent. The tone seemed to state an indisputable fact. Xian Yuanxia also followed suit, arrogantly saying, If you know what's good for you, surrender. Otherwise, we won't show mercy. He crossed his arms, looking like he was sure of victory. Gu Li frowned slightly and continued to ask, You are staying well in your territory. Why do you want to provoke a war between humans and aliens? Xian Yuanxiaoji looked impatient and said coldly, You are not qualified to know. Su Yun could no longer suppress his anger and shouted, Ali, don't talk nonsense with them. Beat them until they speak. He rubbed his hands, ready to rush forward at any time. Xian Yuanxiao sneered again, Oh, just you? His eyes were full of contempt for Gu Li and others. Gu Li's mouth corner slightly raised, revealing a confident smile. It doesn't matter if you don't say it, you will be honest if we change places. After that, she looked up at the sky with a firm gaze and shouted loudly, Jiuing the small pavilion. In an instant, it seemed as if time and space were trembling. Xian Yuanqian and Xian Yuanxia saw that a man and a little baby appeared out of thin air in the originally empty space. The man was tall, with a calm breath, and exuded a mysterious and powerful aura. It was Jiuing. And the little baby was delicate and innocent, but gave people a feeling of unfathomable depth. It was the small pavilion. Jiuing looked cold, his hands quickly formed seals, and he muttered something. With his movements, the surrounding space began to distort and deform, making bursts of buzzing sounds. Immediately afterwards, he shouted loudly and tore his hands hard, and a huge black hole appeared out of thin air, as if it was a door to an endless abyss. A strong suction force emanated from the hole, like a glutton, sucking all the aliens in. When the people present saw this scene, their pupils shrank instantly, and their faces were full of shock and fear. Space crack? This man can actually tear the space apart. Such a method is simply unheard of. However, they did not have much time to be shocked. At the same time that Jiuing sucked the aliens into the space crack, the small pavilion also moved quickly. Its small figure stood in place, and its hands danced quickly in the air, forming a series of complex and mysterious marks. As the mark was completed, his crisp voice rang out, The power of space start. As soon as the voice fell, a powerful and mysterious force instantly enveloped everyone present. With a flash of light, everyone disappeared in place, leaving only a dilapidated battlefield, devastated, as if telling the fierce battle that had just taken place. When it appeared again, everyone was in a completely different scene. This is an endless plain, the sky is as blue as a gem, the sun shines on the earth, but there is no warmth. Everyone stood firmly on this strange land. Lin Xiaoyan looked around, his eyes full of doubts, and couldn't help asking, Where is this? Feng Wuhan looked solemn, and slowly said, Subspace. Lin Yi looked confused, he had never heard of this term, and couldn't help asking, What? In his cognition, there has never been any record of subspace. Is this another space? Lin Yuchen looked at everyone, his eyes were firm, and he said, You wait for us here. Shi Zihan stepped forward first, His expression was grim. He raised his hand and waved. A powerful spiritual power surged towards the aliens, like a surging wave. In an instant, all the aliens fell to the ground. In just a moment, countless powerful pressures fell on the aliens like substance, almost suffocating them. The pressure seemed to be a judgment from heaven and earth, making them unable to move. Xian Yuanxia, who was lying on the ground, looked at them in horror, his eyes full of fear and disbelief, and asked in a trembling voice, "Are you not from Lafeng continent?" Gu Li walked up, looked at him coldly, and said, "Are you honest? Honored? Very strong?" There was a hint of sarcasm in her words. Xian Yuanxian gritted his teeth, his heart full of reluctance and doubt, and asked, "Why are you not bound by the laws of heaven and earth?" Mu Yunqi was already impatient, and shouted angrily, "I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Answer our questions. We will not show mercy." There was a fierce look in his eyes. Xian Yuanxian was still stubborn and snorted, "Humph, even if you are not from Lafeng continent, so what? Do you know who is behind me? How dare you interfere in our affairs?" Lin Yuchen's spiritual power surged like a violent wave, and he took a step forward. "I don't care who is behind you. If you dare to hurt my family, I will kill you." Xian Yuanxian was frightened by Lin Yuchen's sudden momentum and trembled slightly, but soon pretended to be calm, stiffened his neck, and shouted fiercely, "You dare? We have the support of the entire demon clan behind us." After saying that, a trace of pride flashed in his eyes, as if as long as he mentioned the demon clan, he could make Gu Li and others afraid. Gu Li heard it. His eyebrows were tightly knitted together, his teeth were clenched, and the anger in his heart was burning like oil. She couldn't help but curse in a low voice. "It's the demons again. These demons have been like lingering ghosts lately, appearing in various events, and they are really becoming more and more annoying." Chapter 429. Gu Li stared at the enemy with a sharp gaze, and said coldly, "What is your purpose?" Xian Yuanxian curled his lips, showing a disdainful smile, and replied, "You are not qualified to know." Mu Yunqi was immediately furious, and with a slap, she slapped Xian Yuanxian's face hard, and the crisp sound echoed in the air. Sternly said, "Don't tell? We will search your soul, and we don't need to say more about your fate." Xian Yuanxia's face suddenly changed, and he roared fiercely, "You dare! We have the support of the demons behind us. If you dare to ruin our good deeds, you will not live." Gu Li heard the words, not angry but laughed. She slowly squatted down. The action seemed gentle, but she made a move in an instant and grabbed Xian Yuanxia's neck. Killing intent surged in her eyes, and she said word by word, "I am not afraid of the 4 demon kings. Do you think you can threaten us? You are lying." Xian Yuanxia widened his eyes in horror, his throat was pinched, and his voice was weak and trembling. He couldn't believe that these people in front of him were so bold that they dared to challenge the demons. In his cognition, these mortals could never come into contact with the demons. Gu Li let go of her hand in disgust, as if she had touched something dirty. She stood up, glanced at the aliens around her, and ordered coldly, "Don't beat them to death. Stop when you explain." As soon as the voice fell, the shadow guards, who had been nearby, appeared like ghosts, and instantly launched a fierce attack on all the aliens. They were as fast as lightning, and their attacks were fierce, leaving a trail of afterimages. Although the enemy had a large number of people, their cultivation was only at the peak of the venerable rank. The shadow guards were all masters in the late condensation realm, and the gap in strength was like a natural chasm. Under the attack of the shadow guards, the aliens had no power to fight back, and could only run away with their heads in their hands, screaming. In order to ensure that they would not be easily killed, the shadow guards also made careful preparations. They took out the god-level elixir refined by Gu Li, and quickly gave it to the injured aliens. After the elixir entered the throat, the wound began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, the shadow guards did not stop there. As soon as they repaired their injuries, they attacked the aliens' fatal points again. A nimble shadow guard stared at an alien. He held a long sword and approached like a ghost. The long sword first lightly scratched the man's arm, and the flesh rolled up instantly, and blood spurted out. The man screamed and instinctively tried to cover the wound with his other hand, but the shadow guard would not give him a chance to breathe. The long sword turned and stabbed him hard in the thigh again, and the sharp tip of the sword went straight to the bone. Another shadow guard used a set of fierce palm techniques, and each strike was accompanied by powerful spiritual power. He slapped a burly alien man several times in a row, and each palm landed on the chest of the man, causing the man to retreat repeatedly and spit blood. The man was about to stand firm, but the shadow guard suddenly jumped high, turned over in the air, and clamped the man's neck with his legs like scissors, and used his own gravity to smash the man to the ground. There was a muffled bang, and a shallow pit was smashed on the ground. The man lay in the pit, groaning in pain. Some shadow guards used special hidden weapons. He raised his hands, and dozens of silver needles with barbs shot at a group of foreigners like a rainstorm. The foreigners screamed when the silver needles entered their bodies. They struggled desperately to pull out the silver needles, but found that the silver needles penetrated deeper, and the barbs tightly hooked their skin and flesh. Gu Li and others stood aside and watched all this coldly. Mu Yunqi crossed her arms with a cold face. Gu Yi flashed, and the sharp blade in his hand passed by. Xian Yuanqian's neck was cut instantly, and blood flowed out. He widened his eyes in horror and was dying. But before he could take his last breath, a pill was stuffed into his mouth. In the blink of an eye, the wound on his neck healed quickly, and his skin became intact. But the torture was not over. Gu Yi mercilessly swung his knife again, and the sharp blade accurately cut Xian Yuanqian's throat again. The hot blood gushed out again, and Xian Yuanqian twitched in pain and screamed miserably. This happened dozens of times over and over again. Every time the wound was torn and healed, it was like a sharp blade, stabbing Xian Yuanqian's nerves, making him live a life worse than death. Under this inhuman torture, Xian Yuanqian's spirit finally collapsed completely. He shouted hoarsely, "Wait, I tell you everything." Gu Li looked calm and said calmly, "Stop." Xian Yuanqian panted heavily, and said in a trembling voice, "We are here to set up a formation." Formation? Gu Li narrowed his eyes slightly, and the mysterious formation of Lingxi continent instantly appeared in his mind. He couldn't help but wonder if these two were the same. Thinking of this, she asked again, "What kind of formation?" Xian Yuanqian trembled and took out a blueprint from the space ring and handed it to Gu Li with both hands. Gu Li reached out to take it and looked at it carefully. Sure enough, the pattern and text on the blueprint were exactly the same as the formation in Lingxi continent. Shi Zihan frowned and whispered, "This again." Mu Yunqi's face also became very ugly, and she gritted her teeth and said, "How many continents have they arranged these things on?" Sui Yin clenched his fists, his eyes full of anger, and said hatefully, "Damn it, I won't let them go one day." They had been deep into the demon world, and they remembered what Neilanyan said clearly, so they naturally guessed the evil purpose of this formation. Why deprive others of their right to survive? Can the gods do whatever they want? Hearing their conversation, Xian Yuanqian and Xian Yuanxiao were filled with panic. These people have not only seen this formation, but have even been to the demon realm. So what kind of terrifying level had their cultivation reached? Gu Li looked at Xian Yuanxiao again with a sharp gaze and asked, "Where did you set up this formation?" Xian Yuanxiao was so scared that he trembled all over and quickly replied, "It hasn't started yet." He explained that the formation should be set up in the center of the entire continent, and they have not yet completely taken over the southern continent. Gu Li followed closely. "Who is the demon who asked you to do this?" Xian Yuanxiao looked embarrassed and said bitterly, "I don't know." He waved his hands in panic, explaining that he had never seen it or been to the demon realm, but just followed the arrangements from above. Gu Li stared at him for a long time, and saw that he looked flustered but didn't seem to be lying. After all, they were just insignificant little people, and their knowledge was indeed limited. Chapter 430. Gu Li's eyes flashed with determination, and he coldly spat out 2 words. "Kill them." Xian Yuanxiao was shocked and shouted frantically, "You can't kill us, we have told you everything we know." Gu Li's expression was cold and unmoved, and he said, "So many people died in Lafeng continent, all of which were your masterpieces, so it's better for you to confess to them." After that, Gu Li no longer paid attention to their cries for mercy, and quietly watched the shadow guards take action. The shadow guards once again rushed toward Xian Yuanqian and Xian Yuanxiao like hungry wolves, with the sharp blades in their hands flashing with cold light, and ruthlessly harvested their lives under the afterglow of the setting sun. Feng Shuangshuang was full of doubts. His eyes swept over everyone's faces one by one, and finally fixed on Gu Li, and asked anxiously, "Do you know the use of this formation?" Gu Li looked solemn, nodded slightly, looked around vigilantly, and said in a low voice, "Let's talk about it when we get back. This is not the place to talk." Feng Shuangshuang understood, and simply replied okay without asking any more questions. After Gu Yi and his men slaughtered all the aliens, the huge body of Jiuying slowly emerged in the air, exuding a mysterious aura. It spread its wings, enveloped everyone, and instantly opened the subspace channel. With a flash of light, everyone was already standing steadily in the courtyard of the Gu family. The moment he landed, Gu Li did not stop at all, and immediately ordered the shadow guards to rush to the entire Lafeng continent. She looked stern and determined as she ordered, "Send a message to the leaders of each top power, saying that there is an urgent matter, and that they must come to Lingtian City. Remember, no one can be left behind, even if it is the power of the northern continent." After receiving the order, the shadow guards disappeared into the sky like an arrow from a bow. In the Lingtian continent, the shadow guards, with their top strength, were enough to make all forces dare not underestimate them, and they were not afraid that they would not come. Lin Yu, Feng Shuangshuang and Lin Xiaoyan, because they suffered different degrees of injuries in the battle, their faces were slightly pale, and they were arranged to go back to heal their wounds first. At this time, only Gu Li, Su Yun, Mu Yunqi, Shi Zihan, Feng Wen, Lin Yuchen and others were left in the courtyard. Su Yun frowned and looked at Gu Li with confusion, and couldn't help asking, "Ali, what are you going to do?" He really couldn't understand the intention of Gu Li to send people to inform the leaders of those forces. After all, the formation of the Lingtian continent had not yet been arranged. In his opinion, it didn't seem to take so many people to break the formation. Mu Yunqi glanced at Su Yun and explained, "Of course, I told them about this. Just because we haven't arranged it now doesn't mean we won't do it in the future. What if we are not in Lingtian continent and someone takes advantage of us? Don't forget, our families are all here." Gu Li nodded slightly, agreeing with Mu Yunqi's words. She slowly glanced at the few people and said solemnly, "I want to take the Gu family to Xingqian domain. What about you?" When Shi Zihan heard this, a trace of helplessness flashed across his face. He shook his head slightly and said, "My father and mother will not be willing to go." He knew the responsibilities and missions of the royal family, as well as his parents' attachment to this land. Feng Wuhan immediately echoed, "Me too." His tone was full of helplessness. Mu Yunqi sighed lightly, with a trace of melancholy in her eyes. "My father and mother will not agree to leave Lingtian continent either." Su Yun also nodded and said with a wry smile, "My father can't go either." Lin Yuchen also looked embarrassed and said helplessly, "Me too." They also wanted to take their families to a safer place, but they couldn't convince them. Gu Li looked at everyone, a hint of understanding flashed in her eyes, and said softly, "Ask their opinions when the time comes." But from her expression, it can be seen that she knew in her heart that most people would not go to Lingxi continent with them. She knew in her heart that they were different from the Gu family. The Gu family only needed to protect the safety of the people in the family, and other things were relatively less involved. And their parents, as emperors of various countries and heads of aristocratic families, shouldered too many responsibilities and concerns. The rise and fall of the country and the safety of the people made it difficult for them to leave easily. However, Gu Li had already thought deeply about the arrangements for the Gu family. She would not take all the Gu family members to Lingxi continent. She secretly planned in her heart to select some of the clan members above the honorable level to take with her. If you are too weak, it will be difficult to gain a foothold there, and you will not be able to keep up with the pace of cultivation there. At the same time, she also decided to leave some strong men in Lingtian continent to protect the Gu family. With the Gu family formation and some strong men in charge, the other disciples of the Gu family will not be in danger, and others will not dare to provoke them easily. At this time, Jiuying looked at Gu Li with a look like a fool and asked, "Are you serious?" Gu Li met Jiuying's gaze without fear and nodded firmly, "Yes." Jiuying circled around Gu Li, with a hint of warning in his voice. "Do you know what price you will pay for doing this? It knows that this kind of action of crossing the continent will definitely violate the laws of heaven and earth and bring unpredictable consequences." Gu Li looked calm, but his eyes were extremely firm. "I know. When the cultivation level has not broken through the peak of the Mist Wind continent, forcibly taking people to other higher level continents will indeed violate the laws of heaven and earth. But she must take them there. The spiritual energy of the Mist Wind continent is too thin. Here, the cultivation speed of the disciples and the clan will be greatly reduced. If you want to obtain good cultivation resources, you can't let them stay in the Mist Wind continent all the time." Although Gu Li is worried about whether the clan members can adapt to the competition on the new continent, he trusts them more. The star domain they built is absolutely safe. As long as they don't encounter a strong man at the peak of the Mahayana realm, the defense of the star domain will not be broken. They have plenty of time to adapt and practice. As for those whose cultivation level is too low, they will not be taken there for the time being. When they practice to the venerable level or above in the future, she will come back to take them there. Jiuying was speechless after hearing what Gu Li said. "You dare to do this even though you know it?" Gu Li raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a confident smile, and teased, "I can withstand being hit." Jiuying was furious when he heard Gu Li's seemingly light but resolute words. "You dead woman, you have a contractual relationship with me now. If you are hit to death, I will die too. Gu Li raised his right foot suddenly, with a whirring sound, and kicked Jiuying directly like a heavy artillery. This kick was so fast that Jiuying had no time to dodge, and was kicked solidly. Humph! Jiuying groaned, and his huge body retreated several feet in the air. Gu Li landed steadily, crossed his arms, stared at Jiuying coldly, and said word by word, "If you call me a dead woman again, I will chop off your head." Jiuying listened to Gu Li's threat, but instead of restraining himself, he made a disdainful tsk sound and mocked, "You can't beat me." Chapter 431. Gu Li was too lazy to talk to him so much. After she told those people about the formation, she would discuss this matter with her grandfather. As for the heavenly punishment, she could just grit her teeth and get through it. 5 days passed in a flash, and most of the powerful people in power on the continent gathered in the spacious and quaint reception room of the Gu family. At first, when the shadow guards were ordered to invite them, almost no one of these people who had been pampered and in high positions for a long time believed that this was true. In their opinion, the Gu family's move might just be an insignificant farce. After all, they were usually praised and respected by everyone, so how could they easily believe that there would be such a sudden invitation? However, when the shadow guards showed their powerful strength in front of them without reservation, those eyes that were originally disdainful changed instantly. They witnessed the amazing strength that the shadow guards displayed casually, and felt the majestic and oppressive aura. Only then did they realize that this matter was no joke, and finally agreed to come reluctantly. In fact, the shadow guards were only responsible for the invitation this time, and the invitees had no idea what happened. There were more than 100 people who came to the meeting, all of whom were well-known figures on the continent. As for those who failed to attend, they were either out of the territory or tired of the worldly disputes and chose to travel around the world and live freely. Gu Li didn't have the leisure and patience to look for them all over the world. It was enough to inform these people present about the crucial matter at the moment. These people have great influence in their respective forces and circles, and they will naturally spread this matter widely in the future. In the reception room, the atmosphere was a bit dull at first. One of the white-haired, wrinkled old men was the first to suppress his dissatisfaction and raised his voice to ask, "Where are the people? We were called all the way here, but we didn't even see the person in charge, and didn't tell us what the matter was. What's going on?" At this time, Gu Li and the other 6 walked in from the door in a steady pace. After walking straight to the main seat, the 6 people sat down calmly one by one. A burly middle-aged man looked them up and down, and said with disdain, "You guys are the ones who made us go to so much trouble to come here? It's ridiculous." Gu Li looked calm, nodded slightly and responded, "Yes, that's right, I asked you to come here, and I do have something to discuss with you." "Humph, let your parents come out. Sending a few kids to deal with us, isn't it obvious that you look down on us?" Another irritable ruler shouted loudly, "If you don't give me a reasonable explanation today, I will never let you go." For a while, everyone in the living room expressed their anger and dissatisfaction. Gu Li couldn't help but feel a little confused, secretly wondering why these people were so angry. She turned her head and looked at Gu Yi beside her, and asked softly, "How did you notify them at that time?" After hearing this, Gu Yi's face flashed a guilty look, subconsciously touched his nose, and whispered, "Those who were reluctant to come were beaten by us." After hearing this, Gu Li couldn't help but twitch his mouth slightly. When did the shadow guards that he had carefully trained on weekdays become bad? At this time, Shu Han in the crowd stood up and frowned and said, "Even if there are many powerful people behind you, you can't be so perfunctory to us and send a few children to talk to us. This is too much of a disregard for us." Then, Xiao Qian also echoed, "That's right. Hurry up and let the adults in your family, who can make the decision, come out. I want to see what happened that had to toss so many of us here." The noise of the crowd was endless, and the living room was noisy. Gu Li couldn't listen anymore, and her brows were tightly knitted into a Chuan character. In an instant, she burst out with a powerful and frightening breath, and the invisible pressure rushed towards the 100 people present like a tidal wave. "I came to you. Do you have any objections?" Her voice was cold, as if it was filled with endless chill. At the same time, Suiyun and the other 5 people did not show weakness, following Gu Li and releasing their terrifying pressure. Although the cultivation they showed in Lafeng continent was only at the venerable level, in fact, they had already broken through the highest cultivation limit of this continent. This pressure was definitely not something that the venerable peak rulers present could easily bear. In just a moment, in the originally noisy reception room, everyone's face instantly turned as pale as white paper. They stared at Gu Li and the other 6 with wide eyes, their eyes full of shock and disbelief. How could these young people have such a strong pressure? As the peak masters of the venerable rank, they always put pressure on others and made others fear and submit. But this was the first time they were pressured by several juniors. They personally felt the taste of being pressured by others, and this feeling made them shocked and terrified. Seeing that everyone finally quieted down, Guli and others slowly withdrew the pressure. Guli coughed lightly and said seriously, "I don't want to say too much nonsense. This time, I asked you to come here because of a serious matter concerning the survival of the entire Lafeng continent." Although Shu Han was still afraid at this time, curiosity still drove him to ask carefully, "Sirs, is there anything you need our help with?" Mu Yunqi smiled slightly and said softly, "Not to help us, strictly speaking, to help yourselves." Hearing this, everyone present was puzzled and looked at each other, not understanding the deep meaning of it. Guli said slowly, "You people in the North Continent may not know much about the South Continent. Recently, the alien forces have launched a large-scale invasion war against the human race. The offensive is extremely fierce, and now they have occupied half of the land in the South Continent." Xiao Qian's heart tightened when he heard it, but he still asked with a fluke, "Do you want us to send troops to help you drive out the aliens?" He secretly calculated in his heart that he didn't want to get involved in such a thankless task. In his opinion, the affairs of the South Continent have nothing to do with him, as long as the war does not spread to the North Continent. Guli shook his head and said solemnly, "Their real purpose is far more terrible than you think. They intend to set up a powerful formation in the center of Lafeng Continent. Once the formation is completed, it can help the demons steal the luck of the entire continent." Chapter 432. What? The whole audience was shocked when these words came out. Everyone stood up subconsciously, their faces full of fear and anger. They knew very well that once the luck of the continent was stolen and exhausted, the entire Lafeng continent would fall into a place of no return, becoming a barren wasteland without any spiritual energy. Guli looked at the reactions of the crowd and continued, "I asked you to come here not to ask you to send troops to help the southern continent expel the aliens. I just want to tell you this matter truthfully, so that you can be vigilant and guard against the conspiracy of the demons." In fact, Guli had originally considered informing these people in power of this matter by sending letters one by one. But she was worried that if they did not come to witness it with their own eyes, and hear it with their own ears, they might be skeptical about this matter, and would not be able to do their best to prevent it. Wang Zhiqin frowned, with doubt in his eyes, and looked at Guli and asked, "Why do the demons want to steal the luck of Lafeng continent?" Guli shook her head slightly and answered softly, "I don't know." In fact, she knew in her heart that there might be people from the gods behind the demons, but Lafeng continent is just one of many low-level continents. People here may not even have heard of the gods of the highest-level continent. Even if she told them, they couldn't do anything with their current strength, so she chose to remain silent. Wang Zhiqin clenched his fists and said firmly, "We will clean up the rest of the aliens. Since this matter has involved Lafeng continent, they can't sit idly by." Guli said softly, "The aliens don't need you. You just need to know this news and take precautions in the future. With the strength of these people, if they were to deal with the alien race, I wonder how many powerful people at the peak of the honorable rank would fall. It would be better to do it yourself and solve it early, which would also reduce unnecessary casualties." Guli waved her hand, and her tone was unquestionable. "Okay, there is nothing for you to do next, you can go back." Everyone was stunned when they heard it. Obviously they didn't expect her to send them away so quickly. In their opinion, shouldn't they be used to help the southern continent clear out the alien races under normal circumstances? If Guli heard their inner voices, she would definitely say mercilessly, "You are too weak and wasting time." After they all left, Suiyun walked to Guli and said with a smile, "Ollie, I'm going back to see my father. Do you want to come with me?" Guli shook his head and said, "I still have something to tell you. You go and say hello to my godfather for me." Suiyun nodded and said, "Okay, then you go first." Mu Yunqi also came over. "Then I go back too. I want to tell them about the idea of moving to the star domain, but I don't know if they are willing." Guli responded softly, "Yeah." After a while, several friends went home. After all, it's rare to go back to Lafeng continent. If they leave again, they don't know when they will have time to come back. Guli sat on a chair, looking at the direction where the friends left, and pondered for a while. At this time, Gui came over and said with a worried look, "Young master, do you want to go back to your room and rest?" His young master had not rested for a long time. He encountered the aliens when he rushed back from the star domain. He was really tired. Guli shook her head and said, "No need. Go and notify the others. Come with me to deal with the remaining aliens in a quarter of an hour." "Yes." Gui responded and turned to notify the others. Gu did not let her friends follow her to deal with it. After all, they did not have much time to stay in Lawfeng continent, so it was better not to disturb them. She could still handle this little thing herself. After a while, Gu brought all the shadow guards and all the Gu family disciples to the square outside the courtyard. More than 200 people stood there neatly, and everyone's eyes were firm. There was a group of flying beasts parked on the square. They were huge, and their wings were several feet long when spread out. Gu gave an order, and everyone jumped on the flying beasts and set off towards the place occupied by the aliens. The flying beasts flew quickly in the air, bringing a whistling sound of wind. At this time, Gu Tong came over excitedly, came to Gu and said respectfully, "Young master." Gu recognized her, and a gratified smile appeared on his face, and he nodded with a smile. Good progress. At that time, Gu Tong was only at the imperial level, and now she has reached the early stage of the noble level. On the road of cultivation, her speed is much faster than her peers. Gu Tong hurriedly said modestly, "Not as good as the young master." Gu shook his head slightly and encouraged, "You are already very good, keep working hard." Gu Tong's eyes were full of excitement. "Thank you, young master." Gu eyes were like torches, and he scanned the flying beasts behind him. "You take the disciples of the clan to deal with the aliens below the noble level, and leave the rest to us." Although the current situation is urgent, it is also an excellent opportunity to hone the younger generation of the Gu family. Most of the disciples in the clan have lived in a stable environment for a long time and lack practical experience, and the invasion of the alien race just provides a trial field. Gu Tong heard this and felt a warm current in her heart. She was honored by the trust of the young master and knew that she had a heavy responsibility on her shoulders. She immediately straightened her back and responded loudly and firmly, "Yes." This answer was full of her determination and loyalty. Gu Tong turned quickly and faced the disciples in the clan behind her. Some of these young faces were nervous, some were excited, but without exception, they were all looking forward to the battle. The flying beast flapped its wings and soared, cutting through the sky, and its sharp cry echoed in the sky. As time passed, the outline of the land shrouded in haze in the distance became clearer, and a murderous atmosphere began to permeate the air. Everyone knew that the area occupied by the alien race was close at hand. After flying for a while, everyone finally arrived at the edge of the area occupied by the alien race. This land, originally full of vitality, is now shrouded by a strange atmosphere, and the surrounding vegetation all presents a sickly gray color. Gu jumped down steadily from the back of the flying beast. She landed silently with a light figure, and her eyes quickly scanned the surrounding environment like a falcon. Then she turned slightly to Gu Tong beside her, and uttered a word briefly and forcefully, "Go." Gu Tong's expression was stern, and she turned quickly and gathered the disciples of the clan in front of her neatly. Her movements were smooth and well-trained. Then, Gu Tong led everyone to rush towards the place where the aliens were entrenched like an arrow from a bow. In an instant, shouts of killing and the sound of spells colliding were intertwined. At the same time, Gu stood quietly in place, and the shadow guards beside her stood in neat and solemn rows, like silent statues. Gu was not in a hurry to take action. She stared deep into the depths of the battlefield, as if waiting for something. Chapter 433. It was dusk, and the sky was dyed a brilliant orange-red by the setting sun, which gave this ever-changing battlefield a different color. Gu looked up at the battlefield in the distance, where the battle was in full swing, and then looked at Gu who was calm beside him. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes, and he asked softly, "Young master, are we not going?" Gu narrowed his eyes slightly, penetrated the smoke on the battlefield, and fell on the group of Gu family disciples who were fighting with foreigners. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Just watch, let these little Luo practice." Although Gu was full of confusion and didn't understand why the young master ignored the battle in front of him, he knew his duty very well and responded respectfully, "Yes." Then he stood quietly aside, his eyes closely following the situation on the battlefield. At this time, Gu Tong was heroic and led the Gu family disciples to rush towards the foreigners like a tiger descending from the mountain. The battlefield was filled with flashing swords and deafening shouts of killing. Suddenly, several aliens in the crowd flashed, and they turned out to be strong men at the peak of the honorable level. They looked fierce and wanted to kill Gu Tong and others. At this critical moment, the shadow guards hidden in the dark appeared like ghosts. Instantly, several sharp lights flashed, and those strong men were killed by the shadow guards before they could react, and the situation on the battlefield was slightly stabilized. "Lear." A familiar and kind voice came from behind him. Gu heard this voice, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he turned his head quickly. Gu Qintian, Mo Sanqiong, Wang Bosi, Qing Shaoxian, and other deans of the 4 major Xingyuan colleges were standing behind him. Gu Li smiled brightly and said, "Grandpa, Dean, why are you here?" Gu Qintian stepped forward with a steady pace, his eyes full of concern and relief, and said, "It's about the South Territory. How can we let you handle it by yourself?" Gu Li waved his hand gently and said in a relaxed tone, "It's okay, they are all small problems. I am sure I can handle it." At this time, Wang Per snorted coldly, showing a trace of dissatisfaction on his face, and said sarcastically, "Humph, you don't know how to greet your elders when you see them. It's impolite." Before Gu Li opened his mouth to respond, Gu Qintian couldn't help but glare at Wang Pers and shouted loudly, "Who do you think you are? Don't you think about yourself? You dare to point fingers at my granddaughter here." Wang Pers was frightened by Gu Qintian's momentum, took a step back, and stammered, How can you talk like that?" Gu Li looked at Wang Pers's appearance, with a mocking smile on his lips, and said slowly, "You should know better than me that strength is respected. I'm glad I didn't ask you to salute me." Wang Pers's face instantly turned as dark as ink, and his disgust for Gu Li increased a little more. He gritted his teeth secretly. This damn girl is still as annoying as ever. Xing Yuan saw this scene from the side, curled his lips, and said disdainfully, "You always make trouble for yourself. Do you really think that the current Gu Li is still the original Gu Li? He can kill him with a wave of his hand, and he is still acting like an elder here." Gu Li was too lazy to bother with Wang Pers anymore. In her eyes, Wang Pers was just a stubborn clown. At this time, Qing Shaoxian looked around at the fierce battlefield and asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" Gu Li looked at the battlefield with a firm gaze, and said, "Let my disciples experience it. Actual combat is the best teacher. Only in such an environment can they grow quickly." After a pause, he continued, "You can also arrange for students from your academy to come here. There will be no danger to their lives." Mo Sanqiong frowned and said with a worried face, "They can't beat them. After all, the other side has so many powerful people at the peak of the honor level. Even if the 4 deans take action, they may not be able to deal with them." Gu Li smiled nonchalantly and said, "It's okay, let them play. If they can't play, there is me." When several people heard this, their mouths twitched and they secretly complained in their hearts, "What do you mean by playing? This is related to the safety of the southern border. Can it be treated as a joke?" Seeing this, Gu Qintian smiled and explained, "What's the fuss? Gu family disciples are often thrown to some dangerous places for experience. Now this is still good for them." Gu Li looked at the battlefield in front of him, his expression became serious, and he said, "After this matter is over, I hope you will strengthen management and stop people from taking advantage of the situation. The Gu family will no longer care about these things." Mo Sanqiong was shocked when he heard this and asked hurriedly, "What do you mean?" Gu Li said slowly, "I will take the Gu family away from Lawfeng continent." "What?" As soon as this news came out, it was like a heavy bomb, instantly shocking everyone present. Even Gu Qintian widened his eyes, and looked at Gu Li in disbelief. Gu Li looked at the reactions of the crowd and said calmly, "I will take away 2/3 of the Gu family, and I will also take away the remaining 1/3 after they reach the venerable level. By then, there will be no Gu family in Lawfeng continent." Gu Qintian was anxious, stepped forward and held Gu Li's hand, and asked, "What happened? Why do you want to leave suddenly?" Gu Li patted Gu Qintian's hand gently and comforted him. "Grandpa, it's okay, we have established a force in the upper realm, and the Gu family can get better development there. There is rich spiritual energy and abundant resources, and there is a wider world waiting for us to explore." Mo Sanqiong was shocked and asked, "You established a force? In Lingxi continent? How is this possible? How did you do it in such a short time?" Gu Li nodded slightly and said affirmatively, "Yes." Wang Pers on the side was full of disdain, and said loudly, "You are lying, how is it possible? How long have you disappeared?" "More than a year. It takes decades to establish a force in Lawfeng continent to gain a foothold. How could they have established a power when they had only been there for a year and only had 50 shadow guards, and they were going to move the entire Gu family there, which meant that their so-called power had already established a foothold in Lingxi continent, which was simply a fantasy." Gu Yi heard Wang Pers's doubts, and couldn't help but step forward and said, "1 year is a bit slow. But with the young master's ability, what can't he do? You haven't seen it, but it doesn't mean it doesn't exist." Wang Pers was so angry at Gu Yi's words that he blew his beard and glared, his face flushed red, and he shouted at the top of his voice, "The master is talking. Why are you interrupting? A small guard dares to speak nonsense here." Chapter 434. Gui looked stern, his eyes like cold stars, staring at Wang Purse without fear, and said coldly, "Strength is respected. In this world where the strong are supreme, with my strength, I am lucky that I didn't ask you to salute." He stood straight, exuding a murderous aura. The confidence in his words shocked everyone present. Guli looked at Gui and couldn't help laughing. Thinking, this kid, I didn't expect him to learn so quickly, and he started to fake the power of the tiger in a proper way. He really learned bad things. Wang Purse subconsciously wanted to refute, but Gui gave him a cold look. His eyes were full of murderous intent, and he immediately shut up. Gu Qintian looked at Guli, his eyes full of love and concern, but with a hint of solemnity, and confirmed again, "Lear, is it true that you said you would take the Gu family to Lingxi continent?" Guli looked determined, nodded heavily, and responded firmly, "Yes, Grandpa." Mo Sanqiong frowned slightly, his eyes full of worry, and took a step forward to persuade, "Master Gu, you should think carefully about this matter." He paused, looked into the distance, and seemed to be lost in thought. In the past few years, Lanfeng, the continent is in a turbulent time, having experienced invasions by demons and alien races, and the situation is turbulent. No one knows if there will be other crises in the future. He turned his head and looked at Gu Qintian and Gu Li earnestly. The Gu family has a deep foundation in Lanfeng continent. As long as the Gu family is still there, Lanfeng continent will be safer. Gu Qintian stroked his beard and nodded slightly, but his eyes were always on Gu Li, and he said slowly, "What Dean Mo said is not unreasonable, but now the Gu family is already ruled by Lear." His eyes were full of trust and pride in his granddaughter. Since Lear has decided to go to Lingxi continent, she must have full confidence and consideration. And going to Lingxi continent is not bad. I heard that there is abundant spiritual energy and rich cultivation resources there, which will be of great benefit to the growth of Gu's children. Gu Qintian knew that his granddaughter had always been independent-minded. Since she made such a decision, she must have thought it through carefully, and all he could do was to support her without reservation. Gu Li looked at the worried people, raised a confident smile at the corner of her mouth, and said firmly, "Don't worry, if there is anything in Lanfeng continent, I will not ignore it." Her eyes flashed with a sincere light, and her friends and relatives in Lanfeng continent appeared in her mind. Her friends' relatives are here, and her godfather is also here. This is where she grew up. How could she choose to escape in times of crisis? She took the Gu family away this time, not because she was afraid of danger, but to seek better development. Hearing this, the big stone in everyone's heart finally fell to the ground, and the originally hanging hearts were slightly settled. At this time, Gui looked solemn, walked quickly to Gu Li, and whispered, "Young master, a large number of people are coming in our direction." Upon hearing this, Wang Purse's face turned pale in an instant, his eyes widened, and he shouted in panic, "It's the aliens who are surrounding us, let's go!" Gu Li narrowed his eyes slightly, and a trace of imperceptible teasing flashed in his eyes. He looked at Wang Purse and asked, "Are you afraid?" Wang Purse blushed and stammered in defense, This is not a question of whether to be afraid or not. There are too many strong people at the peak of the other side. Your Gu family is only a few dozen people. You are not their opponent at all." Gu Yi frowned, unhappy, and retorted, "You are at the peak of the honorable level." He secretly complained in his heart that they had gone through countless hardships and obstacles in Lingxi continent, and had long broken through the shackles of the peak of the honorable level. Now they are all considered strong in Lingxi continent. But Wang Purse knew nothing about their strength, and made a rash conclusion here. Wang Purse disagreed and said stubbornly, "Even if you ascended, you are only at the peak of the honorable level in Lanfeng continent. In front of so many strong people, there is no chance of winning." Gu Li raised a mysterious smile at the corner of his mouth and comforted, "Just stay, I won't let you die." Wang Purse saw that no one wanted to leave, and he was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot, but at this time, the other party had surrounded him, and he couldn't leave even if he wanted to leave alone. On the other hand, Gu Qintian and the other three deans did not have the slightest worry on their faces, because they saw that Gu Li not only had no panic on her face, but also had a faint smile, as if she was waiting for these people to gather together. A moment later, the aliens came like a tide, surrounded them, densely packed, and there were thousands of them. More than 1,000 of them were powerful peak masters with strong auras. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but take a breath and look shocked. Although they knew that there were many peak masters of the aliens, they couldn't help but feel uneasy when they saw such a huge lineup. In this tense atmosphere, the disciples of the Gu family, under the protection of the shadow guards, quickly and orderly returned to Gu Li. A tall, stern-looking alien man stood in front of the crowd. His eyes were as cold as ice, as if he could freeze people. This man was Enemo Ran. He looked at the people surrounded by him, and said coldly, "Are you the ones who killed our people a few days ago?" Ghoulie was not afraid at all. He raised a provocative arc at the corner of his mouth and admitted frankly, "Yes." Enemo Ran's eyes flashed with a trace of murderous intent, and he said disdainfully, "A few dozen of the honorable ranks dare to be so presumptuous. Today, you all don't want to leave alive." Ghoulie's eyes flashed with curiosity, and he asked, "Are you the leader of the alien race?" Enemo Ran snorted coldly and replied arrogantly, "You are not qualified to know." Then, he waved his hand and ordered sternly, "Go kill them all." In an instant, the surrounding alien warriors rushed towards them like hungry wolves, and a thrilling battle was about to break out. Seeing those alien warriors rushing over like a surging tide with rolling murderous intent, the fierce momentum seemed to tear the world apart. The faces of the four deans turned pale as paper in an instant, and their eyes were full of panic. The strong sense of oppression that came over them made them deeply aware of the severity of the situation in front of them. Every alien warrior who rushed over was like a deadly blade hanging over their heads, which could fall at any time. On the other hand, Gu Qintian's face was as calm as the surface of a deep lake, without a trace of ripples. He walked silently to Gu Li's side, his posture was as straight as a pine tree, and his whole body exuded a calm aura. The faces of the shadow guards were not afraid at all, but their eyes flashed with eagerness to try. Only they knew best how terrifying the strength of their young master Gu Li had reached. And the disciples of the Gu family all had firm eyes, and their eyes were burning with a fiery fighting spirit. They had an almost blind confidence in Gu Li. In their hearts, Gu Li was an omnipotent being. They felt that their young master was the symbol of the strongest, and that a few thousand foreigners were just a bunch of ignorant clowns who were not worthy of their attention. Chapter 435. The alien warriors were approaching Gu Li and others step by step. Their eyes revealed greed and ambition, as if they had already regarded Gu Li and others as their own. However, just when they were about to touch Gu Li and others, the originally calm space suddenly seemed to be stirred by an invisible big hand, twisting violently, and ripples appeared in the space, as if to swallow everything. In an instant, everyone present seemed to be drawn into the vortex of time and space, and disappeared without a trace. When they appeared in an unfamiliar space again, Wang Purse widened his eyes in horror, his eyes fixed on Juing. This mysterious man, like a ghost, appeared here quietly at some point, and he did not even notice his arrival, which made Wang Purse feel a deep chill in his heart. Enemo Ran frowned, his eyes revealing a trace of vigilance and doubt. He stared at Gu Li, with a hint of questioning in his tone. "What did you do?" Gu Li just smiled slightly, and said softly, "Fun place." Enemo Ran was about to ask again, but suddenly found that his body seemed to be bound by an invisible force, and could not move. Then, a huge gravity pressed down on him like a mountain. Under this strong gravity, thousands of strong men of the alien race fell to the ground one after another, their faces turned pale as paper in an instant, and beads of sweat kept rolling down their foreheads. Those with weaker cultivation could not bear this force, and their bodies were like inflated balloons. They burst and died with a bang, and blood fell like raindrops, dyeing the ground under their feet into a shocking red. At this moment, Imoran no longer had the condescending look he had before. He looked at the rows of well-trained people in horror, his eyes full of fear and unwillingness. Gu Li looked at him and said calmly, "I don't want to kill you, but I have a request." Imoran snorted coldly, a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. "Are you so kind?" Gu Li blinked and said innocently, "Of course, I am the softest." Wang Purse, who was standing aside, couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he heard this, and secretly complained in his heart, "She is soft-hearted? I don't know who directly abolished his students and elders at that time, who would believe this." Enemo Ran curled his lips in disdain. "Humph, you can kill or chop us up as you like." Gu Li tilted his head slightly, a cold light flashed in his eyes. "Is that so? But once I have the intention to kill, I will not let anyone go." Enemo Ran sneered. "Hee, even if we die, you will not rest easy." Gu Yi said coldly, "You may have misunderstood what my young master meant. We will enter your alien territory and carry out a massacre, leaving no one alive, including children. You dare." Enemo Ran widened his eyes, raised his head, and glared at Gu Li fiercely, as if fire was about to burst out of his eyes. Mo Song Cheong couldn't help but glance at Gu Qintian, and whispered, "Are you sure your granddaughter is soft-hearted?" Which soft-hearted person would say that he would kill everyone, and not even spare the children? Gu Qintian smiled slightly, and said, "She has always been soft-hearted towards her family." Gu Li looked at Imoran, with a hint of provocation in his eyes. Guess if I dare. Seeing the undisguised killing intent in Gu Li's eyes, Inemo Ren suddenly felt that she would really do this, and a chill surged in his heart. Inemo Ren snorted coldly, and said nothing. Gu Li continued, I can bring so many of you into the subspace. Do you think I can't enter your alien place? Inemo Ren was stunned. Subspace? He suddenly realized that it was no wonder that these people's cultivation was not suppressed. It turned out that a space was opened up. But what level of cultivation has the person who can open up space reached? Gu Li raised a cruel smile. Do you want to bet? I will keep your life first, and let you watch your people die in front of you little by little. Inemo Ren was so angry that she trembled all over and cursed. You vicious woman. Gu Li's eyes turned cold. Why didn't you scold yourself when you slaughtered the human race? Ridiculous. Inemo Ren said arrogantly. It is their honor to die in our hands. Gu Li's eyes flashed with anger, and she shouted loudly. Go, take some people into the alien race, and kill without mercy. Wait. Inemo Ren panicked immediately, and his voice was trembling. Gu Li sneered, kicked him to the ground, then stepped on his face, and said contemptuously, compared to the human race, you are not much nobler. If you want to die, I can help you. Inemo Ren's face was full of humiliation, but his eyes were full of helplessness. He hurriedly said, Wait, what do you want me to do? I promise you. Gu Li kicked him again and looked at him with disgust. Why don't you just give in earlier? You're wasting my time. Inemo Ren's face was full of humiliation, but in the face of absolute strength, he did not dare to be presumptuous. Gu Li waved his hand casually. Seal their spiritual power, and take them back first. His subordinates behind him immediately responded in unison, yes. At this moment, Inemo Ren, who had been silent all the time, suddenly shouted loudly, Wait, I have something to say. Gu Li didn't even turn his head when he heard this. A scornful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he turned around and was about to leave. Seeing Gu Li's appearance, Inemo Ren knew that he had no way out. In his eagerness, he almost shouted, I promise, I will agree to whatever you ask. His eyes were locked on Gu Li's back, his eyes full of struggle and helplessness. Before this, he had seen the means displayed by Gu Li. There were many talented people around her, including a mysterious strong man who could open up space, and her own strength was unfathomable, like an endless abyss, which made people tremble. He had no doubt that this woman was really capable of slaughtering all the foreigners. In order to prevent his people from suffering a catastrophe, he could only choose to compromise. Hearing this, Gu Li stopped, turned his head slowly, and smiled again. That smile seemed like a devil's smile to Inemo Ren. Gu Li said softly, You did it voluntarily. I didn't force you. Inemo Ren gritted his teeth, as if he had used up all his strength, and squeezed out a few words from his teeth. I did it voluntarily. Xing Yuan, who had been observing silently, couldn't help but sigh at this time. What a voluntary one. Wang Purse also followed up. I said, she is not a good person. And Gu Qintian just nodded slightly, and said calmly, Well, she is not a good person. Let her flatten your Leiqing Academy in 2 days. Chapter 436. Wang Purse shut up instantly like a duck being strangled by the neck, with a look of astonishment and unwillingness on his face. Xing Yuan's eyes were like cold stars, and he glanced at Wang Purse lightly, his voice cold and without a trace of warmth. I'm talking about my own things. Why are you joining in the fun? That look was as if he was looking at a clown who didn't know how to live or die. Gu Li's aura was fierce, and his eyes were like torches, scanning the aliens in front of him. His voice was firm and unquestionable. I want you to swear a hard demon oath to protect the human race of Lafeng continent for 100 years. Inemo Ren's face suddenly changed when he heard it, and his eyes widened suddenly, and he angrily retorted, 100 years. You are going too far. The veins on the back of his hand bulged, and he was obviously extremely angry at Gu Li's request. Gu Li raised a cold smile, full of sarcasm. I don't need to tell you how many people you killed. Either you protect the human race for 100 years, to give the human race time to recover, or all of you aliens die. Choose one. Inemo Ren's face turned pale and blue, and he struggled madly in his heart. He raised his eyes, and looked at Gu Li with flickering eyes. After weighing for a long time, he finally gritted his teeth and said, I agree. Humph, he secretly calculated in his heart that he didn't believe that these people could stay in Lafeng continent all the time. He would stabilize this girl first. Gu Li knew his thoughts and said lightly, Swear a hard demon oath. Inemo Ren questioned, You don't believe me? Gu Li seemed to have heard a big joke, and his eyes were full of disdain. Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have for me to believe you? Inemo Ren was speechless by this retort. His face was burning, and he could only remain silent, but hatred was surging in his heart. Seeing him like this, Guli frowned impatiently. I don't have patience. Inomoren had no choice but to bite the bullet and said, I agree. Guli said straightforwardly, go out and swear again. She knew in her heart that in this space, the laws of heaven and earth seemed undetectable, and she had to go out. Jiaoying. Guli called softly. Jiaoying understood instantly, and his huge body moved slightly. An invisible but powerful force instantly enveloped everyone, and threw everyone out of the subspace. Everyone only felt a flash of light and shadow in front of them, and then returned to their original place. As soon as those aliens landed, before they had time to react, they were quickly surrounded by the shadow guards. Several spiritual power ropes were accurately wrapped around them, locking their spiritual power, and then they were taken back to the Gu family. Wang Purse looked at the scene and couldn't help but speak again, with a bit of doubt and dissatisfaction on his face. So many people? You took them all to Gu's house? Guli turned his head, looked at him calmly, and asked, Is there any problem? Wang Purse raised his voice. Aren't they supposed to protect the safety of the human race? You took them all away. Guli looked indifferent, but his tone was unquestionable. First, protect the Gu family, then the Lafone continent. She still had many things to ask these aliens in her heart, so how could she hand people over to others? Wang Purse frowned and disapproved. Your Gu family is going to move away. Why do you need so many people? Guli explained slowly. It's not moving away all at once. The disciples she left in Lafone continent were all disciples below the venerable level, and their strength was relatively weak, so of course they needed someone to protect them. Wang Purse became even more excited when he heard this. He pointed at Guli with a red face and said, You are so hypocritical. This is what the people of Lafone continent died in exchange for, and you actually took it all into your Gu family. Guli's eyes turned cold, and he hit back unceremoniously, Isn't that because you don't have the ability? You can go and rob it. My Gu family won't interfere. You just need to take those people away if you have the ability. Wang Purse was so angry that he trembled all over. He pointed his finger and couldn't speak for a long time. You. Guli was merciless and continued to mock. You don't have the ability, but you still have the ability. You like to think about what others get, how shameless. Wang Purse turned to look at Mo Sanqiong and asked loudly, Mo Sanqiong, are the students of your academy like this? Mo Sanqiong snorted coldly, his eyes full of contempt. You are shameless and blame my students for what they do. Guli was too lazy to bother with Wang Purse anymore, and directly ordered, Xiao Yizi, let him stay out of bed for half a month. Yes. Gui responded respectfully, and his figure flashed like a ghost, and he came to Wang Purse in an instant. Wang Purse widened his eyes in horror. You? Before he finished speaking, Gui picked him up and disappeared in front of everyone in the blink of an eye. As for what will happen next, everyone present knew it like a mirror. The figures of the grandfather and grandson of the Gu family gradually walked away. Qin Shaoxian looked at the direction they left and sighed slightly. We came here this time, hoping to lend them a hand, but now it seems that we didn't help much. Xing Yuan folded his hands in front of his chest. Not making trouble is the best help. Except for that idiot Wang Purse. When mentioning Wang Purse, Xing Yuan's eyes were full of disdain, and his tone was full of disgust. He always felt that this person was not good. If those kids were not ordinary people, he would have killed them many times with his stinginess. Qin Shaoxian raised his mouth slightly, revealing a slightly teasing smile, and looked at Mo Sanqiong and said, Your college can actually cultivate such excellent students. Mo Sanqiong heard this, and a helpless look appeared on his face. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. I really didn't cultivate them. This matter is a headache. On the first day of their enrollment, they were almost kicked out because of various situations. Fortunately, they were kept in the end. Just pretend. Qin Shaoxian was full of disbelief, and he rolled his eyes at Mo Sanqiong speechlessly, turned around and left. Mo Sanqiong looked at Qin Shaoxian's back and shrugged. If you don't believe it, forget it. After that, he turned and walked in another direction, his figure stretched out in the afterglow of the sunset. As soon as he stepped into the gate of the Gu family, Guli was taken back to the yard by Gu Qintian with a solemn expression. Gu Qintian turned around and locked his eyes with Guli. Lear, why did you suddenly propose to let Gu's disciples go to Lingxi continent? Guli raised his eyes and said softly but forcefully, Grandpa, in the future, we are very likely to encounter powerful enemies beyond imagination. I must not let it fall into crisis because of me and be innocently implicated. The ambition of the God clan is like a sharp blade hanging high. Their crazy idea of destroying 30,000 continents to fulfill the God realm is a huge threat to all living beings. Only when the Gu family has absolute security and strong self-protection capabilities can she fight against the God clan without any worries. Gu Qintian frowned slightly, and a trace of worry flashed in his eyes. Have you encountered any difficult things? Chapter 437. Gu Li shook his head slightly, with a faint smile on his face, trying to comfort his grandfather. Grandpa, it's really okay at the moment. I'm just preparing for a rainy day. I hope that the Gu family can become stronger day by day. You also know that in the Lothong continent, the cultivation resources are limited, and everyone's cultivation speed will be much slower. In this case, there is really no reason to stay here. I sincerely hope that the Gu family and I can grow together and become stronger side by side. Gu Qintian stared at Gu Li, knowing that she was stubborn. Since she didn't want to say it, it would be futile to force her. So, he gently patted Gu Li's shoulder, his eyes full of trust and determination. Lear, don't worry, the Gu family will never be your weak point. On the contrary, we will definitely be your strongest backing and the most powerful helper. Hearing this, Gu Li hugged Gu Qintian intimately and said with a smile, I know that Grandpa is the best. Gu Qintian looked at Gu Li lovingly, with a smile on his face. You girl, you are so old, but you still act like a child and act like a spoiled child to me. Although he said so, his eyes were full of love. After a while, Gu Qintian's expression became serious and he said, Okay, time is running out. I will go to arrange the family migration. You must have a lot of things to ask those foreigners. Gu Li nodded obediently. Well, Grandpa, you go and do your work. I still have some things to deal with here. Watching Gu Qintian's back as he left, Gu Li also went to the place where the foreigners were temporarily detained. In that dark, damp, and decaying dungeon, Moran stared angrily at the fence in front of him and shouted to the outside, We have all sworn an oath. Why are you still holding us here? The voice kept echoing in the empty dungeon, revealing an irrepressible resentment. Gu Li walked over slowly, raised his hand, and gently stroked the hair beside his ear, and said softly, Don't worry, I ask you a few questions. Moran turned his head suddenly, his eyes full of vigilance and unwillingness. What? Gu Li narrowed his eyes slightly, and asked word by word, Who is the demon who asked you to invade the Lothong continent? Moran knew in his heart that since he had fallen into the hands of this woman, it would be meaningless to hide it any further. He gritted his teeth and said helplessly, The Yuan Demon King, one of the 4 demon kings. Gu Li heard it, and couldn't help but murmured, Yuan Demon King. She originally thought it was the Red Demon King. After all, in her previous cognition, only the Red Demon King and the God clan had colluded, but she didn't expect that there were other demon kings involved. She thought to herself that the other 2 demon kings were also very likely to have a close connection with the gods. Gu Li paused for a moment, and then asked the next question, Why did you agree to the demon's attack on the Lothong continent? Moran lowered his head slightly. A complex look flashed in his eyes, and after hesitating for a moment, he said, To become a god. Gu Li frowned, his face full of doubts. What do you mean? Moran raised his head. A trace of longing flashed in his eyes, and slowly said, They said that as long as we do what they say, we can go to a wider place and become gods. Gu Li heard it, and couldn't help laughing. You believe this? Even the gods dare not easily say that they can become gods. It is ridiculous that a mere demon dares to make wild claims that others can become gods. Seeing this, Moran hurriedly explained, We didn't believe it at first, but he gave us a pill that can help us break through several levels without any side effects. Gu Li's eyes lit up, and he said, Do you have any more pills? Show me. This is it. Moran carefully took out a pill from the space ring, and handed it to Gu Li. The pill flashed a faint golden light in the dim dungeon, looking mysterious and attractive. Gu Li took the pill, put it in her palm, and looked at it carefully, and fell into deep thought while looking at the golden pill in her hand. After a while, she secretly exclaimed in her heart, Isn't this just an ordinary god-level promotion pill? In terms of the effect of the god-level promotion pill on the cultivation of people in the lower world, it is normal to break through several levels in a row. As for the lack of side effects, as long as you strengthen your practical experience after the promotion, you will naturally be able to stabilize your realm. Seeing that she was still not speaking, Moran couldn't help but ask, Is there something wrong with this pill? Gu Li raised his head, looked at Moran with a sharp gaze, and asked, Did that person tell you that you need to practice and temper your body after promotion? Moran's eyes widened, his face full of shock. How did you know? Gu Li's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a mysterious smile. She thought about it, took out a basin of god-level pills from the space, and put it in front of Enemo Ran with a bang. It doesn't look familiar. Enemo Ran looked at the basin full of pills in front of him, and his pupil shrank in shock. How do you have such pills? The demons only gave them 300 pills, and there were at least thousands of pills in the basin in front of him. The difference in quantity is really unbelievable. Ghoulie looked calm and said slowly, "This is a god-level promotion pill. Your cultivation is low, so it is normal to break through several levels, but it is impossible to become a god by taking pills." Enemo Ran shook his head desperately and retorted loudly, "Impossible." He spent a lot of money, and was looking forward to becoming a god. He couldn't believe that he was deceived. Ghoulie said seriously with a serious face, "I have more pills than you. Do you think I need to lie to you?" Enemo Ran frowned, his heart full of doubts and confusion. "You also made a deal with the demons?" Ghoulie smiled contemptuously and said, "You can refine it with just a little effort. Do you still need to trade with others?" Enemo Ran's eyes widened instantly, his face full of shock and awe. "You are a god-level alchemist." Ghoulie waved his hand and said, "This is not the point. How did you contact them?" Enemo Ran hesitated for a moment, slowly took out a red token. The token was engraved with strange runes, exuding a strange breath. "This." Ghoulie looked at the token, but did not take it, but said solemnly, "If they contact you later, don't let them find out that you aliens have rebelled. Tell them that the plan is alright. Now they are far from being the opponent of the Demon King of the Demon Realm, but who can say for sure about the future?" As for Insai, she had never thought of asking him for help. After all, he had helped her too much in her previous life. She just wanted to repay the favor as soon as possible, and didn't want to owe any more favors. Enemo Ran was full of suspicion, and couldn't help asking, "What do you want to do?" Chapter 438. Ghoulie raised a mysterious arc at the corner of her mouth, and said, "Keep it secret." She had already set a goal in her heart to take down the 4 demon kings, and become a demon god. Since the people in the god realm were afraid that she would become a demon god in her previous life, she would go against the will of heaven in this life, and become the feared demon god. After asking Enemo Ran a few key questions in detail, Ghoulie had a clearer plan in her mind. She shook her sleeves, and turned to leave the dungeon. Before leaving, she gave instructions to the shadow guards, ordering them to release those who were imprisoned and allow them to move freely. After all, with the strong constraints of the Heart Demon Oath, Ghoulie had full confidence that these people would not escape. Time passed quickly, and a few days passed in a flash. The little friends also returned one after another. Ghoulie stood in the center of the courtyard, looking at each of his friends one by one, and asked softly, "Don't you want to?" There was a hint of loneliness in his voice due to the disappointment of expectations. Mu Yunchi shook her head slightly, her expression full of helplessness and regret. She said softly, "My father and mother shoulder the responsibility of the entire country, and they are entangled in many affairs. They really can't leave." Feng Wuhan immediately added, "My father and mother are the same." The other people also nodded one after another, with similar expressions on their faces, either helpless or reluctant. Seeing this, Ghoulie understood in her heart. She had already guessed this result in her heart. She didn't say anything more, but asked her companions to go back and have a good rest to relieve the fatigue of the journey. She herself turned and walked towards the old man's residence, wanting to see how her old man arranged the next plan. When the Gu family disciples heard that they were about to move again, the whole family was instantly excited. The reason was that the place they were moving to this time was the upper realm that countless practitioners dreamed of and yearned for. This news was like a heavy bomb, which set off a storm in the family. The disciples who had reached the venerable level were full of longing and expectation for the future. And the disciples who had not reached the venerable level were full of regrets, and they kept regretting that they did not practice hard enough in their daily lives. Just when everyone was in high spirits and a little disappointed, the voice of the head of the family sounded at the right time. "When you reach the venerable level, the young master will send someone to pick you up." These words, like a ray of dawn, instantly ignited the fire of hope of those low-level disciples. In an instant, the whole Gu family was filled with a strong passion for cultivation. The disciples were like chicken blood, practicing frantically day and night, hoping to reach the venerable rank as soon as possible and embark on the journey to the upper world. 3 days passed quickly in the intense preparation and expectation. On this day, the sun was shining brightly, and all the disciples, who met the requirements of the venerable rank and above, gathered in the spacious martial arts training ground of the Gu family early. They were dressed in neat clothes, full of energy, and their eyes flashed with excitement and curiosity about the unknown journey. Now that the peak venerable rank strongmen of the alien race had joined the team, Ghoulie thought again, and decided not to arrange the original venerable rank strongmen of the Gu family to stay and guard. After all, the current situation has changed, and the journey to the upper world requires the protection of powerful forces. As for the mountains of spiritual stones and extremely precious cultivation resources, they did not choose to take them away, but left them all for the Gu family disciples, who could not go with them temporarily. At the same time, Gu Li generously contributed most of her cultivation resources. These things can be easily obtained in the star domain, and she knows that these resources will be an important boost to the rapid growth of the disciples who stay in the Gu family. Uncle Fu volunteered to stay and arrange the affairs of the remaining disciples. Wait until the next time, and then take these disciples to Lingxi continent. Gu Li has been keeping the Gu family's large forces moving away strictly secret, and has not released any news to the outside world. Although the outside world vaguely knows that the Gu family is about to leave, the specific time is like a layer of fog, and no one knows. On this day, when Gu Li entered the martial arts training ground with a steady step, in an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on her, and those pairs of eyes were full of excitement and admiration. Gu Li looked around, and finally her eyes fell on her grandfather Gu Chintian, and asked softly, "Grandpa, are you ready?" Gu Chintian looked at the neatly arranged family members in front of him, and said loudly, "A total of 365, all here." Gu Li nodded slightly, and said calmly, "Okay, wait for me." After that, she raised her hand, and drew a line in the air in front of her, and a delicate and small arrayed ball instantly appeared in her palm. This arrayed ball exuded a faint light, and the runes engraved on it flashed with a mysterious atmosphere. Gu Li gently injected spiritual power, and activated the formation ball. In an instant, an extremely powerful god-level defense formation expanded rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, like an invisible giant net, surrounding everyone present steadily. Then, Gu Li took out hundreds of defense formations without stopping, activated them one by one, and those defense formations turned into streams of light, like a smart shield, and were put on her body one by one. At this time, Sui Yun also stepped forward quickly, took out hundreds of god-level defense spiritual tools from the space, and handed them to Gu Li. Gu Li took the spiritual tools, and activated them one by one with spiritual power light beating on her fingertips. Every time a spiritual tool was activated, a layer of faint light enveloped her body, further enhancing the protective power. Shi Zihan was not to be outdone. He took out a thick stack of defense runes from his arms. In an instant, the runes shone brightly and merged into Gu Li's defense system. Seeing this scene, Gu Chintian frowned slightly. His eyes were full of worry. He couldn't help but ask, "Lear, is it dangerous?" Gu Li raised her head, a warm smile appeared on her face, and she said softly, "Not dangerous. She is just more dangerous." But in order not to worry her grandfather, she hid the latter sentence deep in her heart, and didn't say it out loud. Everything was ready. Gu Li turned to look at Jiuying, and said seriously, "Jiuying, when you arrive at Lingxi continent, you hide in the space and don't come out." After all, it was Jiuying who tore through the space and brought people up, and he would definitely be punished by the laws of heaven and earth at that time. As Jiuying's temporary contractor, as long as Jiuying enters her space, she will bear all these. Jiuying's eyes flashed with worry, and asked softly, "Can you?" Gu Li raised her chin slightly, with confidence and determination in her eyes, and said firmly, "Yes." Chapter 439. When she had made all the necessary preparations in an orderly manner, Jiuying slowly raised her hand, and her slender fingers seemed to contain the power to destroy the world. With a slight tear, the void was torn apart like a worn-out piece of paper. In an instant, a strong and terrifying suction surged out from the crack, and those who were carefully covered by the defensive formation had no time to react at all, and were involuntarily sucked into it. At the same time, in the distant star region, a large amount of dark clouds gathered above it without any warning. These dark clouds were stacked layer by layer, like a group of ferocious beasts, covering the entire sky in black, almost swallowing up all the light. The suffocating pressure, like a tidal wave, instantly covered every inch of land in the star region. The people in the region only felt as if a towering mountain was pressing on their chests, and every breath became extremely difficult, as if the air was squeezed out by this terrifying pressure. What on earth happened? This horrible scene has never been seen before. Someone in the crowd shouted in fear, his voice trembling. It looks like a punishment from heaven. Legend has it that only those who violate the rules of heaven and earth can trigger this terrifying existence. Another person responded with some trembling and uncertainty. What can we do? The masters left some time ago, who should we rely on now? Anxiety and fear quickly spread among the crowd, and everyone's eyes were full of helplessness and hesitation. For a moment, The extremely repressive atmosphere was like an invisible net, tightly binding everyone in the star domain. Everyone's heart was filled with fear, and the mood of panic spread wildly throughout the domain. The huge movement in the star domain naturally attracted the close attention of other forces. In the strongholds of various forces, many strong men used their magical powers, and watched the situation here from afar. However, although they were full of curiosity and doubts, no one dared to take a step forward to find out. Because the terrifying pressure, even if they were far away, could make them feel the deadly danger contained in it. The dark clouds kept rolling and gathering in the sky, becoming more and more numerous and thicker. They were like a volcano about to erupt, accumulating endless power. However, strangely, the terrifying thunder did not strike down for a long time, as if these dark clouds were waiting for some important opportunity. Just when everyone was full of doubts and uneasy, a huge hole was suddenly torn open in the sky above the star domain. The figures of the Gu family, and others flashed out from the hole one after another like meteors. However, before they had time to take a good look at the strange and bizarre environment around them, the overwhelming terrifying pressure swept towards them like a surging tide. Everyone felt an irresistible force pressing down on them, and their bodies instantly lost control. They all fell to the ground, their faces as pale as paper. If it weren't for the divine formation that Gu Li had carefully arranged before, which played a role at the critical moment and protected them like an invisible shield, I'm afraid they would have been unable to withstand the terrifying pressure at this moment, and ended up exploding and dying miserably. Look, the master and his friends are back. Someone in the crowd was sharp-eyed, and first spotted the Gu family members appearing from above, and immediately shouted excitedly. Great, the masters are finally back. Now we are saved. This news instantly acted like a shot in the arm, rekindling hope for everyone in the star domain, and everyone's face showed excitement and excitement. In the eyes of everyone, their masters could actually tear through the void, and this kind of strength beyond imagination was like a god. At this moment, their admiration for Gu Li and others reached an unprecedented height, and their eyes were full of fanaticism and admiration. At this time, the air pressure outside became heavier, as if the whole world was about to be crushed by this force. Sui Yin looked at Gu Li beside him with a worried look on his face, and whispered, Ali, you must be careful. Gu Li looked calm, shook her head slightly, and said, I'm fine, you must not get too close to me, you can find a safe place 100 miles away to absorb the thunder. Because she has the dual veins of gods and demons in her body, she can withstand and skillfully transform the power of the thunder into her own energy. But her friends didn't have such ability. Once they got close, they would be injured by the powerful force of the thunder. After Gu Li's other companions were safe, she and Jiuying jumped down from the crack in the void. Gu Li's mind turned, and her mind penetrated into the chaos ring like a thread, and Jiuying was instantly taken in by her. Almost at the same moment, a thunder as thick as an adult's arm, with the momentum of destroying the world, like an angry thunder dragon, struck Gu Li fiercely. Gu Li reacted very quickly, and instantly activated the spiritual power in his body. His body was like lightning, and he cleverly turned around and ran quickly towards the outside of the star region. The star domain is the hard work of everyone. If it is destroyed because of this thunder, she will definitely feel distressed. Lear. Gu Qintian witnessed this thrilling scene, his heart suddenly rose to his throat, and he was anxious and wanted to chase Gu Li without thinking. Mu Yunqi was quick-witted and quickly reached out to stop him, saying anxiously, Grandpa, don't be impulsive, Ali knows her own limits. Gu Qintian then remembered that Gu Li had arranged layers of defensive formations on him before, and he immediately understood a little. Muttered to himself, Lear knew that this would happen, right? Feng Wuhan on the side nodded slightly, and said solemnly, She forced you to break through the restrictions and bring you here, breaking the balance of the rules between heaven and earth, and she will definitely suffer such punishment. Hearing this, everyone in the Gu family felt a sharp pain in their hearts. Tears suddenly appeared in the corners of their eyes, and they all looked in the direction where Gu Li disappeared. Only then did they know that their young master had to pay such a huge price to bring them to the upper realm. Lightning and thunder, howling winds, the whole world seemed to be involved in a world-destroying disaster. Gu Tong's face was full of anxiety, his eyes were full of determination, and he knelt on one knee with a thump. Master, I want to help the young master. The other disciples of the Gu family were also excited, with worries and eagerness on their faces. They clenched their fists and echoed loudly, I want to go too. Count me in. Mu Yunqi looked solemn, and took out a book of exercises that exuded an ancient atmosphere from the space. Practice according to the instructions above, and absorb the remaining power of the thunder. Chapter 440. Gu Qintian's eyebrows were twisted into a character. His face was full of worry, and his eyes were full of worry for Gu Li. His lips trembled slightly. He was about to say something but stopped, and sighed heavily. I don't know how Lear is doing. How can I calm down to practice? Lin Yuchen said sincerely, Grandpa, this is what Ollie told me. She will be fine. While the thunder is still there, take this opportunity to temper your body. Gu Chintian's face was solemn. He gritted his teeth and ordered loudly. Gu family disciples, listen to the order. Within the scope of ensuring your own safety, do your best to absorb the thunder. In this dangerous Lingxi continent, he understood Lear's deep meaning too well. Now they are in a foreign land, and anyone around them may have the strength to easily wipe them out. So, even if there is only a slight opportunity to improve their strength, they must not let it go. Yes. Hundreds of Gu family disciples responded in unison. Although they were full of worries about their young master, they had no intention of disobeying the young master's orders. At this moment, the book in Mu Yunqi's hand instantly turned into countless twinkling stars, like a lively firefly, and sank into the sea of consciousness of Gu family disciples. Shi Zihan immediately said, you should digest the contents first, and then come to meet us. We are going to help Ollie now. Although they knew that they might not be able to help much in the face of powerful thunder, even if they could only bear a few thunders for Ollie, they would still do their part. Gu Chitian looked at the few people who were about to set off, his eyes full of concern and exhortation. You guys, be sure to act carefully. Don't worry, Grandpa. The 5 people responded in unison. As soon as the voice fell, they quickly circulated their spiritual power, turned into 5 streams of light, and flew towards the direction where Gu Li disappeared. On the other side, Gu Li was having a thrilling chase with the sky thunder. Looking at the sky thunders that were rushing towards her like evil dragons, she was extremely anxious, and her speed was also raised to the extreme, running outside desperately. However, the sky thunder seemed to have spirituality, and its speed suddenly increased. A sky thunder was like an arrow from a string, hitting Gu Li's back directly. The huge impact instantly enveloped her, and Gu Li fell heavily to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Damn, this thing can turn. Gu Li couldn't help but burst out a swear word, but fortunately, she was well prepared, with a bunch of defensive formations arranged on her body, carrying a lot of spiritual weapons, and various runes. There was only a sound of clattering, like porcelain breaking, and when a sky thunder disappeared, it seemed that something was broken with it. Before she could recover, a purple sky thunder as thick as an arm fell from the sky again. Gu Li had no time to think. She got up from the ground with gritted teeth, and continued to run for her life. The thunder behind her was like a maggot attached to her bones, chasing her relentlessly. Soon, another thunder fell heavily on her. There was another sound of clattering, and the god-level defense array on her body was broken again. After all, this was the power of heavenly punishment, which was extremely powerful. Although the array was powerful, it could only resist most of the thunder, and could not completely stop it. At this time, Gu Li felt numb all over, and the residual electric current ran wildly in her body, as if countless tiny needles were piercing her. But she endured the discomfort and immediately activated the god and demon dual meridians in her body, trying to quickly absorb and transform the power of these thunders. Boom! Thunder roared in the sky, like the roar of an angry god, and then 2 thicker thunders, with the momentum of destroying the world, smashed down on Gu Li. In Gu Li's space, Jiuying frowned, with a bit of anxiety in his voice. Human, can you still bear it? Otherwise, I will go out and bear it for you for a while. After all, those thunders were originally aimed at it. As long as it goes out, the target of the heavenly punishment will most likely be transferred, and this human can escape. Gu Li ran desperately and responded, you stay inside. She asked Jiuying to help bring the Gu family to Lingxi continent. No matter what, she would never let Jiuying bear this heavenly punishment. Besides, she is also a pre-selected person of the gods, and the way of heaven will not kill her. But when she looked back and saw the 2 fierce thunders that seemed to turn everything into ashes, she couldn't help but murmur in her heart. For a moment, she was not sure whether the heaven would really show mercy. At the same time, in the Yuanhe sect not far away, an elder pointed to the sky with horror and exclaimed, Master, it's bad. She is running towards our territory. I know. The master of the Yuanhe sect had a gloomy face and clenched his teeth, wishing he could break his teeth. With his cultivation level, he could see the situation hundreds of miles away. At this moment, he clearly saw Gu Li running towards their direction, and behind her, 2 thunders, like pillars of heaven, were chasing her closely. A disciple asked with a worried face, Master, is she going to take this opportunity to lead the thunder to wipe out our sect? Sect Master Yuan snorted coldly, and gave a decisive order, start the sect protection formation immediately. At the same time, notify everyone not to step out of the sect. However, before their people started the formation, Gu Li's voice came from afar with a majestic spiritual power. The target of the thunder is me. If you don't want to die, stay here and don't go out. I'm just passing by. Gu Li knew in her heart that she must not let this terrifying thunder wreak havoc on the land. On the land, human races live together, villages and towns are scattered all over the place. Any thunder that falls may cause the misery of all living things, and the misery of the people. She looked into the distance, and made a decision in her heart. The uninhabited sea area in the south is the best place to resolve this crisis. That sea area is vast and boundless, but there is no living creature living there. Even the water monsters are nowhere to be seen. It is simply the perfect place to receive the thunder. When Gu Li's voice spread over Yuanha sect, everyone was stunned at first, and then they all took action. Inside the sect, the disciples hurriedly ran around, closing the doors and windows tightly, and defensive magic arrays were activated, flickering with faint light. The elders led the core disciples to set up additional protections in various parts of the sect, looking nervous. Everyone held their breath, and only dared to look through the gaps in the magic array to secretly observe the thrilling scene in the sky. Gu Li was flying in the sky. Wherever she passed, it seemed that an invisible big hand was fiddling with her. The heavy dark clouds in the sky were like a huge black curtain, following closely. The dark clouds rolled, and lightning flashed in them from time to time, making a dull roar, as if it was the prelude to doomsday. Chapter 441. Soon, she left the sphere of influence of the star domain, and the familiar airspace was gradually left behind. As Gu Li continued to move forward, the creatures of all races below felt an unprecedented oppression. That breath was like a towering mountain, pressing on everyone's heart, making it hard to breathe. The air was filled with heavy pressure, as if even time had slowed down. The birds stopped flying and shivered in their nests. The beasts lay on the ground, not daring to make a sound. Although everyone knew that Tianlei's target was Gu Li, the powerful pressure still made them miserable. Some people with lower cultivation even vomited blood and collapsed to the ground. But even so, they were secretly glad that Tianlei did not pour his anger on them. In the sky, lightning flashed, and rolling dark clouds were like ferocious beasts, surging and roaring. With a deafening thunder, a bucket-thick thunderbolt with the power to destroy the world came crashing down. There was a crisp sound of crashing, like porcelain breaking, and more than a dozen defensive spiritual weapons were instantly turned into powder and dissipated into nothingness. My spiritual weapon! Gu Li couldn't help but exclaimed, with regret in her eyes. These spiritual weapons were made with countless precious materials and hardships. Now that so many of them are gone at once, how could she not feel distressed? However, at this moment, she had no time to immerse herself in this distress, because above her head, there were 2 more thunderbolts ready to go, and the terrifying pressure they emitted made her skin ache slightly. She endured the severe pain in her body, gritted her teeth, got up from the ground, and staggered to continue running. Not far behind her, her friends were anxiously chasing after her. Su Yun was anxious and shouted, "Ali, we are here to help you." Gu Li turned around and shouted with all her might, "Don't get too close to me. You can't bear this." Mu Yunqi frowned, her eyes flashed with determination, and she quickly formed seals with her hands. As her spiritual power surged, she lifted up a formation with mysterious runes. With her cry, the formation was activated, emitting a soft but tough light, and was firmly placed on Gu Li. "Ali, choose a destination," Mu Yunqi said loudly. Gu Li did not hesitate at all. She gritted her teeth and danced her fingers rapidly, changing the structure of the teleportation formation at a very fast speed. In an instant, the light was bright, and just when the thunder was about to fall on her again, Gu Li's figure disappeared in the light. Seeing that Gu Li was successfully teleported, Mu Yunqi immediately relied on the connection with the formation to quickly put the teleportation formation on Su Yun, Shi Zihan, Lin Yuchen, Feng Wuhan and others. With a flash of light, everyone disappeared from the spot, and the next moment, they appeared beside Gu Li. At this time, the dark clouds in the sky seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, and quickly floated towards the direction where Gu Li was. Fortunately, with the opportunity of teleportation, they temporarily got rid of the direct threat of the sky thunder, and were able to take a breath. Shi Zihan was quick to step forward and support the pale Gu Li, and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Gu Li looked up and looked behind him, only to see that the dark clouds were gathering rapidly, and the rolling clouds seemed to be brewing a more terrifying power. Suddenly, a sly look flashed in her eyes, and she said, "I have an idea. Do you dare to play a big one?" Lin Yuchen couldn't help but be amazed when he heard it, playing with life again. Gu Li raised the corner of her mouth, revealing a mysterious smile. It's not us who are playing with life, but other people's lives. Feng Wuhan looked deep and asked calmly, what do you want to do? Gu Li blinked and pretended to be mysterious. You will know later. After that, she took out a sound transmission node from the storage ring, injected spiritual power into it, and activated the sound transmission node. Soon, a message with her voice flew away. Grandpa, bring all the people of the Gu family to practice the Void Sea. Xiao Yizi knows where it is. In the distant Gu family, Gu Qintian's eyes were full of worry when he received the news. But he knew that his granddaughter Gu Li always acted with measure. After a little thought, he immediately summoned all the children of the Gu family and led a mighty team to the Void Sea. Mu Yunqi looked at Gu Li, feeling a little uneasy, and asked softly, is it okay for them to come over now? Gu Li waved his hand confidently. It's okay. This thunder will only strike me for half an hour at most. As long as they don't get close, it's okay, just in time for them to temper their bodies. Shi Zihan looked up at the dark clouds that were even thicker than before, and couldn't help twitching his mouth. Are you sure it's only half an hour? Gu Li affirmed, don't worry, I will let Jiuying take us to the demon realm later. When Lin Yuchen heard the word demon realm, his eyes suddenly lit up. You want to use the thunder to strike someone in the demon realm? Gu Li nodded. To be precise, it's the Yuan Demon King, one of the 4 great demon kings. He actually dared to attack Lanfeng continent. This time, he must be killed. Even if he doesn't die, he won't have an easy life. Although Gu Li knew that her strength was lower than that of the 4 demon kings, the power of the heavenly punishment was unbearable for them. In the future, the demon realm will become her territory. She will definitely not kill innocent people indiscriminately, but it is no problem to kill some termites like Yuan Demon King. Sui Yun couldn't help but tease. Ali, you are so insidious. Mu Yunqi showed a worried look on her face. But we don't know the demon realm. The demon realm is larger than thousands of continents combined. How can we find Yuan Demon King? Gu Li smiled mysteriously. It's okay, I have a way. As he spoke, the dark cloud was approaching aggressively. Gu Li's face was stern, and she shouted, here it comes, stay away from me first. After that, she circulated her spiritual power, and a layer of faint light appeared around her body, and she continued to run towards the direction of the Void Sea. Although her friends were full of doubts, they still chose to believe Gu Li and followed her from a distance, ready to deal with any possible dangers at any time. After bearing more than a dozen thunderbolts in succession, Gu Li's body had reached the limit of what it could bear. Although the various defensive magic weapons on her body blocked most of the power of the thunderbolts for her, the speed of the thunderbolts falling was getting faster and faster, and the number suddenly increased to 10. Each thunderbolt was full of the momentum of destroying the world, and it hit her barely supported defense heavily, making a deafening roar. The divine and demonic dual veins in her body could originally absorb the power of thunderbolts, but at this moment, they were already filled up. If she couldn't find a way to consume this tremendous power, her body might explode because she couldn't bear this overload of energy. Chapter 442. Gu Li bit her lower lip tightly, her fair face twisted slightly due to pain and tension, beads of sweat rolled down her forehead, but her eyes were full of determination and perseverance. When another thunderbolt with endless lightning and roar struck her fiercely, Gu Li endured the severe pain in her body and concentrated on capturing the fleeting opportunity. Finally, she aimed at the moment when the thunderbolt fell, and used her last bit of strength to activate the teleportation array that had been prepared long ago. In an instant, the light flashed, the space twisted, and Gu Li's figure disappeared in a burst of light. With this teleportation, she appeared directly above the Void Sea. The robbery cloud that had been chasing her, as if it had its own consciousness, also followed her and floated over. In the rolling dark clouds, electric snakes danced wildly, and the dull thunder sounded continuously. At this time, Mu Yunqi and the other 5 were dozens of miles away from Gu Li, each occupying a position and waiting for the opportunity. Mu Yunqi frowned, her eyes full of worry and concern, and she summoned her spiritual power and shouted loudly, Ali, Elemental Defense Array. The voice penetrated the whistling wind and thunder, and was clearly heard by Gu Li. Gu Li took a deep breath, calmed down his disordered breath, and responded loudly, okay. Before the thunder came again, the 6 people burst out with elemental power of different colors at the same time, like 6 gorgeous rainbows, blooming with a different brilliance in the sky that was about to be ravaged by thunder. Sui Yun danced his hands quickly, his 10 fingers changed like phantoms, and he muttered, the power of fire element. In an instant, a raging fire ignited all over his body, and the hot flame surged, as if to ignite the surrounding air. Feng Wuhan was not to be outdone, and then shouted loudly, "The power of wood element!" The power of wood element turned into a green light column, like a branch of the world tree that rose from the ground and pierced the sky. Mu Yunqi said in a deep voice, "The power of earth element." The heavy earth yellow light surged from her palm, and the yellow light column rose from the depths of the sea. Shi Zihan quickly formed seals with his hands in front of him, and whispered, "The power of water element." The endless water flow, like a vast ocean, flashed a faint blue light under the reflection of lightning. Lin Yucheng clenched his fists, raised them above his head, and shouted loudly, "The power of gold element." Countless golden lights rushed out of his body. When the elemental power of the 5 people turned into gorgeous light and rose from the ground like a surging wave, Gu Li did not dare to slack off at all. Her hands danced rapidly in front of her body, and her 10 fingers were as agile as swimming fish. The power of thunder. In an instant, a rich purple light burst out from her body, as if a sleeping ancient thunder beast was awakened. In this purple light, the electric snake swam wantonly, and the thunder exploded. With the innate violence and majesty, it swept towards the elemental power of the other 5 people with overwhelming force. In midair, the purple light collided and blended violently with the other 5 colors of elemental power. For a moment, the world seemed to be injected with a mysterious and powerful force, and the light was so dazzling that it was almost impossible to look directly at it. The different elemental powers intertwined and entangled with each other, and produced a wonderful resonance between each other, forming a beautiful but endless murderous scene. At the same time, the calamity cloud with endless destructive aura was getting closer and closer like a ferocious beast. In the calamity cloud, the dark clouds rolled and surged, and thick purple thunders appeared and disappeared in it, constantly making deafening thunder sounds. Gu Li looked up at the approaching calamity cloud, frowning tightly, and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, but he was unaware of it. Finally, in the heart-pounding roar, 10 thick purple thunders were like the judgment swords of the gods, with the power to destroy the world, and fell fiercely in the direction of everyone. At this critical moment, Gu Li shouted loudly, and the seal in her hand was completed. In an instant, a powerful energy wave spread out from her as the center. Under the traction of this force, the 6 colors of elemental forces quickly gathered and merged, turning into an extremely huge protective shield. This protective shield is like an inverted glass bowl, tightly covering the area of 10 miles. On the protective shield, 6 colors of light intertwined and flowed, forming a complex and mysterious rune matrix, emitting powerful and stable energy fluctuations. 10 thunders fell heavily on the protective shield at the same time, and a dazzling light burst out instantly, illuminating the whole world. Then, a huge shockwave spread wildly around with the collision point as the center. A sharp whistling sound came from the air, as if the space was torn apart by this force. The sea surface, which was originally as calm as a mirror, instantly raised turbulent waves under the influence of this shock wave. The waves were stacked up like towering mountains, rushing towards the distance. Those practitioners, who were attracted by the movement here to check the situation, did not expect to encounter such a terrifying impact. Under the impact of the shock wave, they were like fallen leaves swept by the wind, and their bodies flew backwards uncontrollably. Many people vomited blood in the air and fell heavily on the sea, seriously injured. Although they were still conscious, the severe pain in their bodies made them almost unable to move. In extreme fear and despair, they used up their last bit of strength and struggled to evacuate to a safe area 100 miles away. At this time, Gu Qintian, the shadow guards, and the disciples of the Gu family also hurried to the sea area. The earth-shaking movement and the terrifying pressure on the sea made each of them feel unprecedented tension and uneasiness. Everyone looked at the area covered by light, their eyes full of anxiety and worry. For a moment, everyone was anxious and wanted to rush over to help Gu Li immediately. Gu De waved his hand, and an invisible force instantly stopped the disciples of the Gu family. "Master, you practice here? We go to help the young master." But Gu Qintian understood that if they rushed over at this time, it would undoubtedly be like a moth flying into a flame, which would only increase casualties, and this was definitely not Gu Li's original intention. "Okay, you be careful," Gu Qintian said in a low voice, his eyes full of helplessness and unwillingness. He wanted to rush over to protect his granddaughter immediately, but he also knew that his strength was limited, and rash actions would only bring more trouble to the heir. In the formation, Gu Li and the other 6 were also under tremendous pressure. The impact of each thunderbolt that fell was like a heavy hammer, hitting them hard. Chapter 443. Under the impact of this force, their bodies felt a sharp pain, as if their internal organs were displaced. Their faces turned pale as paper, and blood kept flowing out of the corners of their mouths. 10 more thunders fell with a deafening roar. The huge impact force made several people slip and almost fall into the turbulent sea. Gu Li endured the severe pain in her body, and her eyes inadvertently swept to the disciples of the Gu family 100 miles away. Looking at their anxious and worried faces, Gu Li's heart moved. She took a deep breath, raised her spirits, released her mental power like a thread, and carefully guided a part of the power of thunder, slowly moving towards the direction of the Gu family disciples. This is not a solution. Lin Yuchen wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth and said with a heavy breath. Several people knew in their hearts that in their current state, they could only withstand 100 or 80 thunders at most. However, looking up at the seemingly endless calamity clouds, they knew that this disaster might last for several days. Just then, a shout came from a distance, "Young Master!" Gu Li turned his head and saw Gu Yi and the shadow guards rushing to the sea. At this time, the next wave of thunder was about to fall, and the danger was approaching again. The moment Gu Li saw them, her pupils shrank suddenly, and a strong anger and anxiety surged in her heart. She shouted loudly, "Who asked you to come here? Get out of here!" However, Gu Yi said firmly, "Young Master, I will disobey your orders." He couldn't watch his young master in danger. Although their formation was strong, they couldn't hold on for too long. Gu Li was so angry that her face turned even paler and her body trembled slightly, but she had no way to deal with them at this time. She couldn't leave the formation at all now. Once she left, this formation that condensed the power of several people would collapse instantly. "Form a formation," Gu Yi ordered decisively. All the shadow guards quickly formed a strange formation on the sea surface, ready to meet the upcoming thunderbolt impact. At this critical moment, dozens of elemental forces, like dragons breaking free from their restraints, surged out of the shadow guards' bodies, turning into dazzling light pillars, rushing into the sky with the force of thunder. These light pillars intertwined and entangled with each other, quickly outlining a larger and more complex elemental defense formation in the sky. Su Yun looked up at this spectacular scene, his eyes widened, and he couldn't help but blurt out, "Oh my god, when did they learn it?" Gu Li was also shocked by the scene in front of him, but he was more moved and proud. She shook her head and replied, "I don't know." However, the slightly raised corners of her mouth and the twinkling light in her eyes clearly showed her deep pride. The shadow guards surrounded Gu Li and the other 6 like a rock, using their bodies and elemental power to build an indestructible defense line for them, and tried their best to resist the thunder that seemed like the doomsday judgment. More than a dozen thunders crashed down, just like huge meteors hitting the formation, making a deafening roar. Gu Yi took the lead, quickly forming seals with his hands, and the fire elements around him instantly became violent, and the raging fire condensed into a huge fire shield in front of him. On the surface of the fire shield, the jumping flames were like smart elves, but they contained a fiery destructive power. The thunder struck the fire shield heavily. In an instant, flames splashed everywhere. The powerful impact caused Gu Yi's mouth to crack, and blood slowly flowed down his arm. But he gritted his teeth, and his feet were firmly rooted on the sea surface, blocking the power of the first thunder. At the same time, Gu Er mobilized the water elements around him, and condensed a huge water curtain above Gu Li's head. The thunder fell down with rolling electric currents and hit the water curtain directly. Gu Er's face was pale, and his forehead was covered with sweat, but his eyes were firm. He tried his best to maintain the stability of the water curtain, and support a temporary safe space for Gu Li and others. Other shadow guards also showed their own special skills. Some used wood elements to weave tough vine shields, tightly surrounding everyone. The vines flashed with emerald light, exuding vitality and power like jade. However, the attacks of the sky thunder became more and more fierce, wave after wave, seemingly endless. Every time a sky thunder fell, it was accompanied by a huge shock wave, stirring up the surrounding air. Under the continuous bombardment of the sky thunder, cracks gradually appeared in the defense formation of the shadow guards. But they did not retreat at all, but united more closely, and their strength echoed and blended with each other, forming a more powerful combined force. As time went by, their faces became as pale as paper, their bodies were covered with scars, and blood stained their clothes red, dripping on the turbulent sea. But even so, they still stayed at their posts, and their eyes revealed their determination to die. They had only one belief in their hearts, that is, no matter how much it cost, they must protect Gu Li and the other 6, and never let them suffer any harm. "Damn, are they all from the star domain?" Someone in the crowd exclaimed. Everyone's eyes were focused on this airspace, and they saw that the elemental light beams were emitting dazzling brilliance, and the people who exerted these powers were the members of the star domain. Where did these monsters come from? They are all elementalists. Someone else exclaimed, and his tone was full of awe for this mysterious and powerful force. The strength of the star domain is so strong. Such exclamations came one after another, and everyone was completely shocked by the scene in the airspace of the void sea. On the periphery, 50 shadow guards were firmly guarding around Gu Li, and the other 6 in the middle with a resolute attitude. The radiant protective array they supported was like an indestructible fortress, resisting the endless threats from the sky. Outside the protective array, there were thunderbolts falling like silver dragons. Each of them carried the power to destroy the world and hit the protective array heavily, emitting dazzling light and strong shock waves. The leaders of the major forces stood in the distance, witnessing this thrilling scene, with mixed feelings in their hearts. In their eyes, there was both amazement at the strength of the star domain and reflection on their own forces. If it was them who encountered all this at this moment, would their subordinates do this? Would their subordinates be willing to risk their lives to support a safe area for their master? Chapter 444. At this moment, they seemed to have found the key to the star domain's ability to quickly gain a foothold in the southern border. In addition to the astonishingly powerful strength, the loyalty of the people in the star domain to the leader also made them deeply envious, and even jealous. Time passed by minute, and half an hour passed in a flash. In this short period of time, hundreds of thunders fell. The rolling calamity cloud seemed like an endless dark ocean, with no intention of dispersing. The formation supported by Gu Li and the other 6 people had already been riddled with holes under the continuous bombardment of thunder, and finally shattered and dissipated. Now, only the formation of the Shadow Guards is still struggling to support it. In the protective formation, Gu Yi's face was full of determination. He turned his head to look at Gu Li and said loudly, "Young master, you go first, we are here." His eyes revealed his determination to face death, and he had already put life and death aside. Gu Li felt warm in his heart, but still shook his head and said helplessly, "It's useless. Wherever I go, there will be thunder." At this time, Gu'er also stepped forward and shouted anxiously, "Young master, come to our side, I will bear it for you." Even if he dies, he must die before his young master. At this time, he was full of regret. If he had known that his young master would encounter such a powerful heavenly punishment, he would never let the young master bring the Gu family here. Suyin looked at this scene, angry and anxious, and shouted loudly, "Are you idiots? How long can you bear it?" However, Gu Yi responded without hesitation, "I have to bear it too." There was no hesitation in his tone, only firm belief. Gu Li looked at these loyal subordinates in front of her, and was deeply moved. The corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a gentle smile, and said, "Do you think I am the kind of person who would abandon my companions and leave alone?" Then, Gu Li looked around, her eyes became serious, and she said loudly, "Shadow Guards, listen to my order, withdraw from here, and leave the rest to us." She knew that it was almost time at this moment, and many disciples of the Gu family had successfully broken through. If they continued to absorb too much power of the thunder, it would cause irreparable damage to their bodies. However, the Shadow Guard shouted in unison, "We will never leave." Their voices resounded through the sky, and their firm attitude made Gu Li both moved and helpless. Gu Li twitched his lips, and then said in a serious tone that could not be questioned, "Those who disobey the order are no longer members of my Gu family." Hearing this, the Shadow Guards were shocked, their eyes slightly red, and shouted, "Young master." But Gu Li had made up his mind, and ordered again, "Retreat." Gu Yi pursed his lips tightly, his face full of determination. Facing Gu Li's order, he remained silent, his feet seemed to be nailed to the sea, and he had no intention of retreating. The other Shadow Guards were the same, staring at the robbery cloud and the thunder with a firm gaze, ready to fight, as if they had not heard Gu Li's words at all. Seeing this scene, Gu Li's face suddenly darkened, and an invisible majesty emanated from her. She shouted sternly, "Gu Yi!" The voice penetrated the rolling thunder, and reached the depths of Gu Yi's heart. When Gu Yi heard it, his tiger body shook violently. He was very familiar with this tone. His young master called him by his full name, which showed that she was really angry. Gu Yi was extremely conflicted. On the one hand, he was worried about Gu Li's safety. He really couldn't bear to let the young master face this terrifying thunder alone. On the other hand, he knew the seriousness of disobeying orders. After hesitating for a long time, he gritted his teeth and squeezed out a word from his teeth, "Retreat." His voice was full of reluctance and helplessness. Gu'er heard it, his face was full of astonishment, and blurted out, "Boss." Gu Yi looked solemn and said to Gu'er, "Retreat, the young master is really angry." He knew in his heart that if they continued to disobey, they would really be kicked out of the Gu family. Although they were reluctant, the shadow guards did not dare to disobey Gu Li's orders again. At the moment when all the shadow guards evacuated, the formation that relied on their strength to support it, and was already shaky, also completely lost its support and shattered. In an instant, the world seemed to be shrouded by a more terrifying force. The calamity cloud was like an enraged beast, rolling wildly, and the thunders were like dense arrows, striking Gu Li. Dozens of thunders intertwined together to form a violent thunder net. Wherever they went, the air was instantly ionized, emitting a pungent smell of burning. At this critical moment, Gu Li was not panicked at all. She took a deep breath and shouted loudly, "Jiuying." As soon as the voice fell, a dazzling light rushed out of Gu Li's body. In the light, Jiuying's huge and majestic body slowly appeared. Its 9 heads were raised high, and each head exuded a unique breath. The snake body was like a winding dragon, dancing wantonly in the air. Jiuying let out a deafening roar, and the 9 heads rushed towards the falling thunder at the same time. For a moment, the light was shining and the explosions continued. Arcs of electricity jumped on Jiuying's body. It was like a towering mountain, steadily blocking the terrifying thunder attack for Gu Li. On the sea, everyone looked up at the girl in the air and the majestic 9-headed snake monster behind her. The girl's clothes fluttered in the wind, and her eyes stared at the robbery cloud firmly, exuding an awe-inspiring temperament. Jiuying's huge body surrounded her, and became her most solid backing. The picture of this man and beast, under the reflection of the lightning, seemed so shocking and dazzling, like an eternal painting, imprinted in the hearts of every witness. Without waiting for the next wave of thunder to strike again, with the momentum of destroying the world, Jiuying's body was full of light, and the huge monster body quickly changed, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a handsome and extraordinary human body. When he raised his hand, a powerful and mysterious space force surged out. His palm was like a sharp blade, cutting into the void accurately. With a violent spatial fluctuation, a deep spatial crack was slowly torn open. Gu Li looked at her companions behind her with a firm gaze, and said a word, "Let's go." The voice was still echoing in the air, and she and Jiuying flashed, and took the lead in stepping into the spatial crack that exuded a mysterious atmosphere. Their figures disappeared in the light in an instant, leaving only a residual image, as if they had never stayed under this dangerous thunder. Mu Yunqi, Su Yun, Lin Yuchen, Shi Zihan, Feng Wen, the 5 people, followed Gu Li and Jiuying without any hesitation. It was not until they saw their figures completely disappear into the spatial crack that the shadow guards woke up from their dreams and remembered Jiuying's powerful and mysterious existence. Chapter 445. The heavy worries in their hearts were blown away by a breeze. They all saw the strength of Jiuying. Since Jiuying was by the young master's side, perhaps the young master could really survive this disaster. Gu Qintian looked at the space crack that was gradually closing, anxious, and couldn't help shouting loudly, "Lier." The disciples of the Gu family also shouted, "Young master." Gu Yizha used his body skills to quickly return to Gu Qintian. He knelt on one knee and looked up at Gu Qintian, his eyes full of determination. "Master, the young master will be fine." As Gu Li and Jiuying left, it was as if an invisible force was withdrawn, and the seemingly endless disaster clouds in the sky began to slowly dissipate. The heavy clouds were as if gently pushed aside by an invisible big hand, and the sunlight gradually penetrated the gaps in the clouds and fell on the turbulent sea, sparkling. In the distant demon realm, on that mysterious and dangerous land, a strange ripple appeared in the space, and Gu Li and his party slowly appeared. As soon as she stepped on the land of the demon realm, Gu Li quickly took out the exclusive sound transmission note that Cie gave her from her arms. This sound transmission note was exquisitely shaped and exuded a faint demonic aura, which was the bond between them. At this time, in the quiet practice room deep in the demon palace, Cie was immersed in deep practice. He was surrounded by a strong demonic aura, like a demon god, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. Suddenly, Cie opened his eyes abruptly, and a light of surprise instantly burst out in his deep eyes. He felt the familiar fluctuations from the sound transmission note in the space, which was a signal that belonged only to him, Ali. Ali! He couldn't help but murmur to himself, his voice full of excitement and joy. When he was concentrating on practicing, the only person who could contact him was Ali, whom he was thinking about. Gu Li's lively face instantly appeared in his mind, and the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously, thinking that Ali must be missing him. Thinking of this, Cie couldn't wait to take out the sound transmission note from the space ring. Gu Li's familiar and pleasant voice came from inside, "Cie, where is the territory of the Yuan Demon King?" Cie's deep eyes flashed with surprise. "You came to the demon realm?" Gu Li didn't bother to greet, He was anxious, looked up at the dark clouds above his head that were gathering again like a giant beast, and said in a hurry, without too much nonsense, "Tell me where his territory is first, it's very urgent." And Cie frowned when he heard it. Although he was full of doubts in his heart, he heard Gu Li's anxious tone, and knew that the situation was urgent, so he didn't ask more questions. Raising his hand and pointing at the void, a black light and shadow instantly outlined a simple map in the air, clearly marking the location of the Yuan Demon King's territory. Then he disappeared in front of his eyes, and teleported to Gu Li's side. Immediately afterwards, he moved, and the demonic energy around him surged. A space crack with a faint light suddenly appeared in front of him, and the sound of whistling wind came from the crack. Gu Li glanced at the map and Cie gave her, turned around and shouted to the person behind her, "Jiuying, go over there." Jiuying, as a powerful ancient beast, had a temporary contractual connection with Gu Li, and knew their destination without asking. Its huge body moved slightly, and powerful energy fluctuations emanated from its body. Instantly, a space crack was torn open in front of him. Seeing the crack open, several people did not dare to delay for a moment, and rushed into the crack as fast as lightning. Jiuying followed at the end with heavy steps, and did not forget to add, "If the space is torn too many times, the punishment from heaven will be aggravated." Under the rules of this vast world, if there is no such restriction, then the strong men from other continents will enter and exit other low-level continents. It will like floods and beasts, and the order of the whole world will fall into endless chaos. Gu Li's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing an unruly smile. "It's okay, it's not me who was chopped." Mu Yunqi and others followed behind, and after hearing Gu Li's words, they looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. In their hearts, they silently lit a candle for the demons who were about to face the impact of the punishment from heaven. They knew that this trip into the territory of the Yuan Demon King would definitely set off a storm, and where Gu Li was, there would never be peace. In the Yuanzi area, above the center of the towering city of the Yuan Demon King, the atmosphere was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. The thick black clouds, as if pulled by an invisible hand, piled up and gathered together layer by layer, covering the entire sky tightly. These dark clouds seemed to have life, rolling and surging strangely, and every roll was accompanied by a deafening roar, shaking every brick and stone in the city below. Yuan Shihe was resting his mind with his eyes closed in the hall, practicing to the critical moment, when suddenly, a powerful and heart-pounding pressure came without warning. This pressure was like an invisible mountain, pressing his chest so hard that he could hardly breathe. He suddenly opened his eyes. A trace of panic flashed in his eyes, and a strong ominous premonition surged in his heart. "Go check and see what's going on." Yueji's voice was low and cold, with unquestionable majesty. A demon guard was as fast as lightning, and with a whoosh, he rushed out like an arrow from a string, and disappeared at the door of the hall in the blink of an eye, and went to explore the cause of this strange celestial phenomenon. Time seemed to freeze in this tense atmosphere, and every second passed extremely long. Not long after, the guard hurried back. His steps were slightly messy, and there was still panic on his face. With a thump, he knelt on one knee, his voice trembling slightly due to nervousness. "Master, a large number of thunderclouds gathered in the sky, and it seems that a thunder disaster is coming." Hearing this, Yuan-Shi's heart shook violently, and his face turned pale instantly. A terrible thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Could it be that this thunder tribulation was coming to strike him? But he thought about it, and was full of doubts. He has always been cautious and has not personally gone to the lower continent to slaughter those humans, who are as lowly as ants in his eyes. He also follows the rules of the demon world in his daily actions. How could there be such a large-scale gathering of calamity clouds over his city? With a heart full of confusion and uneasiness, Yuan Shihe slowly stood up and walked out of the door. As soon as he stepped out of the door, a stronger oppressive breath hit him. He looked up and saw that the thunderclouds in the sky seemed to be close at hand. From time to time, thick lightning flashed in the clouds, like a ferocious dragon raging and rolling in the clouds, as if it would pour down with the power of destroying the world in the next second. Chapter 446. Yuan Shihe stared at the thundercloud, his brows twisted into a Chuan shape, and he thought to himself, who on earth came to cause such a terrifying heavenly punishment thunder tribulation? Or, did he miss some fatal hidden danger, which led to this disaster? Suddenly, without any warning, he was torn apart by two powerful forces at the same time. First, a dazzling dim light flashed, accompanied by a violent fluctuation in space. Gu Li and others came out of the crack one after another, standing lightly in the air, exuding an aura completely different from this demon world. Gu Li, wearing a blue robe that rustled, turned to the majestic Jiuying beside him, and said, "Jiuying, go back to the space first. Jiuying's blood-red eyes flashed with a trace of worry. Okay, be careful. We still have a contract. Don't let me get involved if you die. Gu Li's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a confident smile, and said firmly, don't worry, you won't die. Almost at the same time, Cie appeared like a ghost in another space crack. He was wearing a black robe, and the dark red magic pattern embroidered on it was faintly flashing with a strange light in this depressing environment. He flashed like a black lightning, and came to Gu Li in an instant. He frowned and asked anxiously, Ali, what's going on? Gu Li saw that it was Cie, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. He asked back, why are you here too? Cie stared at the surging calamity cloud and said in a deep voice, this calamity cloud is coming for you. There was no doubt in his tone, only incomparable certainty. The moment he approached Gu Li, he was very sensitive, and immediately noticed that the pressure around him suddenly increased a bit. This feeling made him feel alarmed. Gu Li nodded slightly. A trace of determination flashed in his eyes, and said coldly, I came to give a gift to the demon king of your demon world. Cie's heart trembled, and he subconsciously asked, did Yuan Shihe bully you? I offended me. Gu Li said concisely, and his voice was full of unquestionable murderous intent. Cie did not hesitate. The demonic energy around him instantly boiled, and he gritted his teeth and said, I will kill him for you. Gu Li shook his head. No, stay away from me, so as not to affect you. Cie shook his head firmly, his eyes full of worry. No, you can't bear it. The power of this calamity cloud is beyond imagination, and you can't resist it alone. Gu Li smiled mysteriously, and a cunning flashed in her eyes. I won't bear it myself. Cie's mind turned, and he instantly understood her intention, and said in shock, you want Yuangzi to do it for you? Gu Li's mouth corners raised a meaningful arc. That's about it, you leave first, I be fine. Cie knew that Gu Li had made up her mind, and although he was full of worries, he could only compromise. Then you be careful. On the surface, he pretended to leave, but in fact he was hiding in the void not far away, always paying attention to the situation here. Once Gu Li couldn't bear it, he would rush out to save her as soon as possible. At this time, Yuanqi Core below could no longer hold back and soared into the sky with a group of demons. He looked at Gu Li and Cie with a hypocritical smile on his face, and said sarcastically, why did the great demon king come to my little place? The moment he saw Cie, he subconsciously thought that the terrifying thunder tribulation was aimed at the high and mighty demon king. Thinking of Ncai's suppression of him on weekdays, he felt secretly happy in his heart, and his face unconsciously showed a gloating expression. However, Ncai didn't even bother to look at Yuan Shihe's ridicule. His eyes were full of disdain. He raised his foot and flew away, leaving Yuan Shihe in the place with an embarrassed look. Gu Li stood in the void, his cold eyes slowly swept towards Yuan Shihe below, his eyes narrowed slightly. One of the 4 demon kings? Before Yuan Shihe could respond, a burly demon subordinate beside him could no longer suppress his anger. He stared at Gu Li with his eyes wide open, his demonic energy surging like a surging tide, and he shouted loudly, how dare you? You didn't even salute my master when you saw him. Sui Yun stood beside Gu Li, and when he heard this, he showed a sneer of extreme disdain on his face. He folded his hands across his chest and sneered, oh, who is he? He deserves our salute. Yuan Shihe's face was as gloomy as water, and he didn't speak immediately, but just stared at the group of uninvited guests in front of him quietly. His eyes were as deep as the abyss, hiding vigilance and doubt. After Ncai left, the terrifying robbery cloud showed no sign of following him. Since this robbery cloud was not coming for Ncai, who on earth had such great ability to attract such a terrible punishment from heaven? Hearing Sui Yun's ruthless insults, the demons were like an ignited gunpowder barrel, and they exploded instantly. Each of them had a ferocious look on their face, with demonic energy surging wildly around them, and they wished they could tear these ignorant humans in front of them into pieces immediately. A few weak humans dared to humiliate their noble master in this way, which was simply unforgivable. Yuan Shihe took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and finally spoke. Who are you? Although the cultivation of the humans opposite him was extremely low in his perception, he was cautious in his heart, and did not dare to despise them at all. After all, the other party might have used some mysterious treasure to hide their true cultivation to trigger the thunder tribulation that even he was deeply afraid of. Gu Li seemed to have not heard Yuan Shihe's question, but just raised her head quietly, staring at the increasingly dense and crazy black clouds above her head. The corners of her mouth slowly rose, outlining a mysterious smile, and whispered to herself, "It started." When Yuan Shihe heard this, A strong sense of uneasiness suddenly surged in his heart. Before he had time to think about the deep meaning behind this sentence, he was surprised to see that the 5 people beside Gu Li moved instantly. Their speed was as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, they fled in a direction far away from the sky above the city at a very fast speed. At the same time, the robbery cloud that was dormant in the cloud seemed to have received some kind of call, and suddenly burst into a deafening roar. Then, dozens of arm-thick thunders, like ferocious dragons, with the momentum of destroying the world, wrapped in endless thunder and roar, struck directly at Gu Li's position. Gu Li was not afraid at all. At the moment when the thunder was about to hit her, she flashed like a ghost and rushed towards the dense group of demon soldiers below. No, this human wants them to help her share the power of the thunder. This thought flashed through Yuan Shi's core. The expression on his face changed from shock to anger. He never thought that this seemingly weak human woman in front of him would be so bold and cruel. Chapter 447. Before they could dodge, Gu Li's agile figure rushed through them like a black lightning. Almost at the same moment, dark clouds rolled in the sky, as if countless ferocious beasts were roaring, and then dozens of thick thunders, with the momentum of destroying the world, struck the crowd fiercely. There was only a scream, and the sound was particularly shrill in this chaotic world. In an instant, a large number of figures fell down like harvested straw. Seeing his men die one by one on the spot, Yuan Shi's eyes were instantly filled with anger, and his eyes seemed to be burning with 2 balls of black flames. He gritted his teeth and roared, "You deserve to die." Before he finished speaking, the demonic energy around him surged like a surging black wave, and with a heart-pounding pressure, he grabbed Gu Li fiercely. Gu Li would not be stupid enough to confront such a powerful enemy head-on. Her smart eyes quickly scanned the surroundings, and then she fled towards the intricate buildings in the city without hesitation. Her footsteps were light and fast, and every step seemed to be on the edge of life and death. Whenever the sky thundered with blazing light and destructive breath was about to fall on her, Gu Li could always rely on her keen intuition and agile posture to get into the high and low buildings in the city in time. Those sky thunders seemed to have life, following her footsteps closely. Wherever she went, countless large and small buildings were instantly turned into dust under the bombardment of the sky thunder. Bricks and rubble flew all over the sky, and smoke and dust filled the entire sky. Seeing this, the powerful demons opened their eyes wide and wanted to kill this human woman. However, as soon as they approached, they were suppressed by the terrifying thunder and could not move. The pressure was like an invisible giant hand, pressing them in place, so that they could only watch Gu Li shuttle between buildings and destroy them wantonly. Yuan Shi looked at everything in front of him, and his teeth were almost broken with anger. He whispered viciously, "Damn it, why can she move freely under the pressure of thunder?" At this time, Gu Li, looking at everything destroyed by her, raised the corners of her mouth slightly, revealing a satisfied smile, which seemed particularly cold in this chaotic scene. The feeling of slaughter is not bad, especially the people who kill you. Yuan Shi could no longer bear it, and he shouted hoarsely, "Stop it!" However, Gu Li ignored his roar, and just ran towards the crowd of demons. With every step she took, the demons seemed to be restrained by invisible shackles, and their movements became extremely slow. Under the powerful pressure, their bodies seemed to be pressed by heavy boulders, and even breathing became difficult. As Gu Li continued to approach, countless demons gradually dissipated under the terrifying pressure and turned into ashes, leaving only pieces of black smoke and dust in the air. The thunder in the sky seemed to have sensed the fierce battle, and its power became stronger and stronger. Originally, only a dozen thunders were struck at once, but now dozens of thunders have fallen at the same time. The scene was like the collapse of the sky and the earth, and the whole city was shaking. Under this increasingly powerful pressure, Gu Li gradually slowed down. Although the thunder did not strike her directly, her body also bore some of the residual power of the thunder. Her steps began to stagger, her originally light figure became a little slow, her forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat, and her face became paler. Mu Yunqi watched all this from a distance and said worriedly, "Ali should have reached her limit." Feng Wuhan nodded slightly, revealing a hint of nervousness in his eyes, and said, "Then let's do it." Suyin said without hesitation, "I go first." Mu Yunqi responded softly, "Okay." In order not to consume a lot of his own spiritual power, Suyin only used his spiritual power to increase his speed to the extreme without any protection. His figure was like a ghost, and he jumped up in an instant and rushed towards the direction where Gu Li fled. At this time, Yuan Shi's face became more and more ugly. Looking at everything that was destroyed, the anger in his heart was like a volcanic eruption. He wanted to torture Gu Li to death, but he couldn't catch her. Gu Li's face became paler and paler, and her speed became slower and slower. Her body was on the verge of collapse under the pressure of the powerful thunder. Finally, dozens of thunders struck her at the same time. The powerful residual power was like a surging wave, shattering the surrounding buildings. Ghoulie felt as if her internal organs were torn apart. A mouthful of blood could not help but spurt out of her mouth. The spiritual veins in her body were completely saturated and could no longer absorb the thunder. Those thunders that belonged to the majority of the body were rampant in her body, like crazy beasts, constantly destroying her meridians. Yuan Shihe finally showed a trace of pleasure on his face when he saw her being hit. He said coldly, "Finally dead?" However, just when he thought everything was over, Ghoulie, who he thought was dead, crawled out of the ruins with difficulty. Her whole body was burned black by the thunder, and her originally black and shiny hair had turned to gray. It was not a white bald head, but a dark boiled egg. She looked extremely miserable. Yuan Shihe was shocked when he saw this scene. He said in disbelief, "She is not dead yet. You know, the power of dozens of thunders would seriously injure even him. What happened to this human woman? Is she a member of the God clan?" The punishment from heaven continued, and the dark clouds in the sky rolled again, and dozens of thunders struck Ghoulie again. At this critical moment, Su Yun rushed in front of her and shouted loudly, "Ollie, let Jiuying follow me." Hearing this, Ghoulie did not insist too much. She weakly called, "Jiuying." The mini version of Jiuying rushed out of Ghoulie, paused in the air, and said, "You can't bear it, let me do it." Ghoulie endured the severe pain in his body, and said seriously, "Don't talk nonsense, you can't bear it either. After all, in general, the space crack is Jiuying's masterpiece, and she is also the one who brought people. If Jiuying carries it, the power of the sky thunder will be more than doubled. At least the power will not be particularly strong if they carry it. What's more, Jiuying is an ancient fierce beast, and the consequences will be unimaginable." Jiuying knew this truth, but seeing Ghoulie fighting so hard, its mood was a bit complicated. After a moment of silence, it still got into Su Yun's sleeve steadily. Chapter 448. As Jiuying's small figure left Ghoulie, the thunder that was originally raging around Ghoulie, like a ferocious beast that had lost its target, suddenly locked its target on Su Yun after a brief pause. The thunder that flashed with blue light, like a ferocious giant python, hissed in the air and rushed towards Su Yun swiftly. Su Yun knew that time was life at this moment, and could not afford any delay. He clenched his teeth tightly, with a trace of determination in his eyes, looking at the thunder that turned and attacked him, and ran without hesitation. His figure seemed particularly agile in this chaotic scene, like an agile cheetah. Like Ghoulie's previous practice, he specifically rushed to places with many people or dense buildings. Every step was accompanied by the sound of wind, and the footsteps stepped on the ground, splashing pieces of dust. A guardian of the demon clan was extremely anxious as he watched the scene being destroyed. He approached Yuan Shihe cautiously and said, "Master, if we don't stop them, this place will become a ruin." Yuan Shihe was already blinded by anger at this time. He glared and shouted viciously, "Get out." He also wanted to stop them, but the terrifying pressure of the thunder made it impossible for him to get close. He could only watch it happen. He cursed in his heart. Damn and sigh, if he hadn't brought these humans here, he wouldn't have fallen into such a passive situation. He could only watch the thunder destroy his territory. Yuan Shihe's eyes suddenly fell on Ghoulie, who was lying on the ground not far away and trying to recover. At this time, Ghoulie was like a black coal ball in a miserable state. A trace of viciousness flashed in his eyes, and he thought to himself, "I can't do anything to the thunder, so how can I do nothing to an ant?" Thinking of this, he suddenly swung out a magic energy, which was like a black sharp blade, with a sharp breath, and hit Ghoulie fiercely. Just when the magic energy was about to hit Ghoulie, and Cie appeared in front of Ghoulie like a ghost, his eyes were full of anger, and he slapped the magic energy without hesitation. There was a loud bang, and the magic energy dissipated instantly, and the Yuanqi core was also blown away by this powerful force. "Master!" Seeing the Yuanqi core being slapped away, the faces of several guardians turned pale instantly, and they rushed over and helped him up. And Cie quickly helped Ghoulie up. He looked at Yuan Shihe with a bad look and said coldly, "You dare to touch my people." Yuan Shihe coughed out several mouthfuls of blood while being helped up. He barely recovered some strength. He gritted his teeth and said, "And Cie, don't think you dare to be arrogant just because you are above me." And Cie raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a mocking smile, and said, "A dog of the God clan." Yuan Shihe was angered by this sentence. His face flushed, and he shouted angrily, "You!" Just then, "I'm coming!" Su Yun's loud voice suddenly sounded behind Yuan Shihe. Yuan Shihe and others subconsciously looked back and saw Su Yun rushing towards them with a basket of thunder. The scene seemed as if Su Yun had turned into a thunder messenger, and the thunder behind him was like a huge thunder dragon, roaring and rolling. Yuan Shihe's pupil shrank, and a strong fear surged in his heart. He wanted to dodge, but he was injured at this time, so his speed was much slower, and he had no time to dodge. Su Yun was very fast, and rushed to Yuan Shihe in an instant. He hugged Yuan Shihe's waist, showed a sly smile on his face, and said, "Hey, let's get hit together." Then, there was a loud boom 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 sound, and dozens of thunders fell on them like a rainstorm. The strong current instantly spread throughout Su Yun's body. He felt a sharp pain in his body, and his hands holding Yuan Shihe couldn't help but loosen. Yuan Shihe and several guardians were also hit directly, and the intense pain was like countless needles, piercing their bodies fiercely. For a time, the ground was struck by this powerful thunder, leaving a huge deep pit, and smoke and dust filled the sky and covered the sun. Seeing this, Guli rubbed his forehead helplessly and said softly, "You are really not afraid of death." Mu Yunqi also looked helpless. She said, "I go first." Before she finished speaking, her figure disappeared in front of several people like a phantom, and came to Su Yun at a very fast speed. At this time, the next wave of thunder was about to fall, and Mu Yunqi's eyes revealed a trace of anxiety. She quickly pulled Su Yun out of the pit and said, "Jiuying, follow me." "Okay." Jiuying's crisp voice sounded, and it quickly got out of Su Yun's sleeve and entered Mu Yunqi's sleeve. Mu Yunqi grabbed Su Yun's collar, swung it hard, and threw him in the direction of Shi Zihan and others. The force was so great that Su Yun flew toward Shi Zihan and the others like an arrow. Shi Zihan and Feng Wen had been waiting on the side for a long time. They caught the seriously injured Su Yun steadily. They quickly took out a lot of pills and poured them into Su Yun's mouth, so that he could recover from his injuries as soon as possible. Looking at the thunders that were like giant light pillars, Mu Yunqi didn't hesitate at all. She kicked the ground with both feet and ran away like an arrow. Accompanied by a deafening roar, tall buildings were constantly shaking under the bombardment of thunders, and then fell down with a loud bang. The collapsed buildings raised a cloud of smoke and dust, as if covering the entire city with a thick gray veil. Many demons were frightened by this horrible scene and fled from this cursed area in a panic. Their faces were full of fear, and screams and shouts rose and fell into chaos. However, for these demons, escaping seemed to be useless. Because Mu Yunqi was carrying Jiuying, the thunder followed closely behind her. Wherever she ran, the thunder bombarded her. The demons who had already escaped to the edge of the city were instantly enveloped by the terrifying thunder. Screams broke through the sky again, and the voices were full of despair and fear. Yuan Shihe and several guardians were enduring the severe pain in their bodies, like burning fire, and flew up from the huge deep pit struck by the thunder with difficulty. Their bodies were trembling, and there was still blood at the corners of their mouths. Their eyes were full of anger and unwillingness. When they saw that Mu Yunqi took over the baton of attracting thunder and changed people to torment them, Yuan Shihe felt a surge of anger rushing to his head, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth again. Seeing this, Mu Yunqi raised the corners of her mouth slightly, revealing a provocative smile. Hit it again. Chapter 449. Yuan Shihe felt a surge of blood in his chest when he heard her words, and he was so angry that he could hardly speak. But he did not dare to delay for a moment. After all, Mu Yunqi was carrying dozens of dragon-like thunders behind him, and the terrifying pressure made his body tremble. Just when he wanted to turn around and escape, Ensai appeared behind him like a ghost, with a mocking smile on his face. Before Yuan Shihe could react, Ensai slapped him hard. There was a crisp sound of snap, and Yuan Shihe's body was blown back like a kite with a broken string. Mu Yunqi rushed forward in one step, gracefully gave him a princess hug, and steadily caught Yuan Shihe, who was flying back. She looked at Yuan Shihe's embarrassed appearance and chuckled. "You are quite impatient." Then, there was another loud boom 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 sound, and dozens of thunders poured down like a waterfall, hitting them hard around them. The strong light instantly illuminated the entire area, and the huge shock waves swept like a hurricane, raising everything around to the ground. Then Lin Yuchen also quickly stepped forward and called out to Jiuying, and Jiuying came to him obediently. The muscles in his arms were tense, and with a force, he steadily threw Mu Yunqi, who was lying in the pit, to Shi Zihan. Mu Yunqi drew an arc in the air and landed steadily in Shi Zihan's arms. And Lin Yuchen replaced her and faced the thunder that followed like a shadow. In an instant, the dark clouds in the sky rolled like ink, and thunders as thick as bowls came down fiercely with the momentum of destroying the world. With continuous loud noises, it seemed as if the whole world was shaking. Yuan Shihe was the first to be hit. The violent electric current instantly wrapped around his body. He only felt a buzzing sound in his head, as if countless steel needles were stirring wildly in his brain. His head was buzzing, and golden stars appeared in front of his eyes. He was a little unconscious. Then, the attack of the sky thunder did not stop. Shi Zihan's eyes were firm, and he took over without hesitation. He circulated his spiritual power in his body to try to resist the invasion of the sky thunder. But the power of the sky thunder was far beyond imagination. Every time a lightning bolt fell, his body trembled violently. His clothes were torn by the electric current, and his skin was covered with burnt marks. Then, Feng Wuhan stepped forward. His spiritual power circulated around him, forming a thin shield, trying to compete with the sky thunder. However, the power of the sky thunder was like a surging tide, wave after wave, constantly attacking his defense line. Feng Wuhan gritted his teeth, beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, and his hands trembled slightly because of the force. Sai frowned, a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes, and asked, "What are you doing?" Gu Li stood aside, staring at the people who were enduring the thunder, and explained, "They are tempering their bodies. After all, none of them could withstand the full power of the thunder, but it would be different if someone shared the power." Finally, Feng Wuhan could no longer hold on, his legs softened, and he almost fell to the ground. Seeing this, Gu Li hurried forward and picked up Feng Wuhan steadily. At the same time, she said to Jiuying, "You go to him for a while." Jiuying replied crisply, "No problem." Before he finished speaking, Jiuying's tiny body rushed to Yuan Shihe like an arrow from a bow. Yuan Shihe was already suffering from the pain of the thunder. Seeing Jiuying suddenly rushing up, he shouted angrily, "Get out of here!" However, Jiuying pretended not to hear it, and flexibly ran around on him, as if looking for a comfortable position. Its small tail would whip Yuan Shihe from time to time, making Yuan Shihe's already painful body even more uncomfortable. Half an hour passed slowly in this thrilling atmosphere, and the terrifying thunder finally gradually dissipated. The sky, which was originally covered with dark clouds, slowly returned to its original appearance, and the sun fell on the earth again. Gu Li raised his hand and waved gently, and Jiuying returned to the pavilion of rebirth obediently, as if he had received an order. Gu Li carefully put Feng Wuhan into the lake water in the pavilion to soak him to help him heal. At this time, the entire center of Yuanzi area had already changed beyond recognition. The magnificent buildings were now leaning to one side or the other, and some had even collapsed completely, with bricks and rubble scattered all over the ground. Countless demons were lying on the ground. Their breath was weak, and if it weren't for the faint breath, outsiders would think they were all dead. As for those demons who had died, they had already turned into ashes, and disappeared without a trace under the power of the thunder. Yuan Shihe was no longer the glorious and high-handed look he had before. At this time, black smoke kept coming out of his body, as if it was a burnt wood. From time to time, there was a flame coming out from under his clothes, and his hair was split like dry grass, and it was a mess. Yuan Shihe trembled as he stretched out his hand, wanting to touch his hair, but the hair turned into ashes, and flew away with the wind as soon as his fingertips touched it. Another black bald head appeared in front of everyone. Yuan Shihe looked at the 6 people with black boiled eggs not far away, and the anger in his heart was like a volcanic eruption, almost swallowing him up. His teeth were clattering, and his eyes were full of resentment. Without the pressure of the thunder, Yuan Shihe could no longer suppress his anger, and rushed towards everyone without thinking. However, before he could get close, Sai flashed and appeared in front of him, raised his hand, and slapped him heavily. Yuan Shihe only felt a huge force coming, and the whole person was slapped away like a kite with a broken string, and fell heavily to the ground. Sai said coldly, "You are so ugly." When Gu Li heard this, he couldn't help but burst out laughing, and his white teeth were particularly eye-catching in the sun. Yuan Shihe struggled to get up from the ground, and the anger in his heart was like a blazing fire, but he also knew that he was seriously injured by the thunder, and could not compete with Sai for a while, so he could only suppress this anger temporarily. "I will remember you. I don't believe he can protect you forever," Yuan Shihe said viciously. Gu Li stared at him fearlessly with cold eyes, and said sternly, "Old man, I will charge you for sending people to the Lafeng continent to massacre. One day, I will come and kill you myself." Yuan Shihe was slightly startled when he heard this, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. "Are you from the lower continent?" He originally thought that these people were sent by Cie, but he never thought that it was the ants from the lower plane that he had always looked down on who came to him. Chapter 450. Gu Li stood quietly in place, ignoring him. She just slowly cast her eyes to Ncie. You protect us from leaving the demon world, and in exchange, I will repair your demon veins for you. Jiao has been running back and forth between several continents, experiencing countless hardships, and now he is seriously injured. She really doesn't want Jiao to tear the void again. Ncie was slightly startled, and a complex emotion flashed in his deep eyes, with reluctance, attachment, and a trace of indescribable loss. He stared at Gu Li, his eyes full of affection, and whispered, "Are you leaving so soon?" Gu Li nodded gently, revealing a hint of helplessness in her eyes. "I still have a lot of things to do." Her words were simple and direct, but they made Ncie's heart tighten. He knew that Gu Li had her own mission and responsibility, and could not stay for him. Ncie's eyes showed a trace of eagerness. He took a step forward, got closer to Gu Li, and asked, "When can we meet again?" Gu Li thought for a moment, and said slowly, "Didn't I say I would help you repair your magic veins? Come to see me once a month when you have time." Although her tone was calm, it sounded like the sound of nature to Ncie, and a glimmer of hope surged in his heart. Ncie's eyes lit up instantly, like the twinkling stars in the night sky, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile. "Really?" There was a hint of surprise and expectation in that smile. Gu Li raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and said with a smile, "You should be able to find me." Ncie smiled confidently, with a firm look in his eyes. "I can find you wherever you are." Gu Li nodded slightly, with a hint of gratitude in his tone. "Then please send us back. When I recover from my injuries, I will repair your magic veins for you." Her eyes revealed a trace of fatigue. After all, she had experienced so much, and she urgently needed time to recover. Although Ncie was reluctant, he still nodded gently. He stretched out his hand, and a soft light instantly enveloped Gu Li and others. The next moment, they disappeared from the spot, and appeared in the star domain. And Yuan Shihe in the demon realm, watching Gu Li and others leave so easily, the anger in his heart was unstoppable like a volcanic eruption. He stared fiercely at the direction where they disappeared, his eyes full of resentment. Suddenly, he turned around, and slapped the nearest demon clan heavily. Before the demon clan had time to react, he was beaten to a bloody mess by this sudden attack and died on the spot. Yuan Shihe gritted his teeth and said, "How dare you ignore me like this? Damn it." His voice was full of anger and unwillingness, echoing in this silent demon world, and it seemed particularly eerie and terrifying. After learning that they had returned safely, Gu Qintian's originally tense nerves relaxed a little, but the worry in his heart did not completely dissipate. He was so anxious that he didn't even care about the affairs in his hands, and hurried to where they were. Along the way, he hurried his steps, constantly guessing their situation in his heart, and various possible scenes emerged in his mind, each of which made him tighten his heart. When he finally arrived and saw the 6 bright black bald heads, his steps suddenly stopped, and he was stunned. His eyes were full of surprise and astonishment. He opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say for a moment. Silence spread in the air, and the atmosphere became a little awkward. After a long while, he came back to his senses, squeezed out an unnatural smile on his face, and comforted, "It's okay, in fact, you look good without hair." The voice was a little stiff, with a hint of deliberate ease. Gu Li saw her grandfather's appearance, and couldn't help but twitched her mouth, feeling a little helpless. She spoke softly, with a hint of fatigue in her voice. "Grandpa, let's go back and wash up first." Gu Qintian nodded quickly, his face full of concern. Okay, go quickly." Several people walked towards the room, with a little slowness in their steps. Obviously they had experienced a lot of torture. As soon as Gu Li entered the pool, her body just touched the cool water, and the residual current in her body crackled uncontrollably. The current traveled on the surface of her skin, making a subtle sound, which made her frown slightly. The situation of the other people was roughly the same. They were in the pool, feeling the stimulation of the electric current. Although they suffered a lot of injuries, after being tempered by the thunder, their bodies were tougher than before, and their physical fitness was significantly improved. They knew that these injuries would heal after a period of recuperation. Gu Li finished washing, and walked out of the room. When she came to the hall, she saw Gu Qintian staring at Ncie, with a trace of scrutiny and vigilance in his eyes. Gu Qintian stared at Ncie closely, looking him up and down, as if he wanted to see through him. He asked, "Who are you, Talir?" There was a hint of majesty in his voice, and there was no doubt about it. Ncie was slightly startled, feeling a little nervous. He knew that the old man in front of him was the closest person to Ari in this life, so he naturally cared about his attitude. He quickly tidied up his clothes, and said seriously, "I am Ari's best friend." When he spoke, his eyes revealed a hint of sincerity. A trace of suspicion flashed in Gu Qintian's eyes, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a half-smile. You don't have any ideas about my Lear, do you? And Cie hesitated for a moment, then nodded, with a hint of determination in his eyes. Yes, Grandpa. Gu Qintian's face changed slightly, and a trace of displeasure flashed in his eyes. Who is your grandpa? Don't call me that. And Cie was a little embarrassed, and quickly changed his words. Oh, Grandpa Ali. Just then, Guli came over. She looked at Cie, then at Grandpa, and said, I can't cultivate the magic veins for you now. Why don't you go back first? And Cie had a gentle smile on his face. It's okay, I'm not busy, I stay here for a few days. After that, he took out a bunch of heaven and earth spiritual treasures emitting strange light from his arms, and handed them to Guli. You take good care of your injuries, these are all for you. Those spiritual treasures flashed brilliantly in the sun, and you could tell at a glance that they were worth a lot of money. Gu Qintian's attention was originally on their previous conversation. When he heard the word demon vein, his eyes suddenly became sharp. He looked at Ensai and asked, Demon vein? Are you from the demon clan? Ensai nodded slightly and said calmly, Yes. His eyes were frank, without any concealment. Chapter 451. Grandpa, he is a good man. He helped us come back so quickly. Gu Li was afraid that his grandfather would misunderstand, so he quickly explained. After all, the reputation of the demons among humans is not very good. When people mention the demons, they often think of the image of cruelty and unscrupulous means. As a demon, Cie will inevitably be looked at differently. Cie stood quietly aside. When he heard Gu Li's words, a warm current surged in his heart. Ali said I am a good person. He thought to himself, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly unconsciously, but his face remained indifferent as usual, without showing too much expression, but a trace of imperceptible tenderness flashed in his deep eyes. Gu Qintian frowned slightly, and looked at Cie, with the majesty and scrutiny of an elder in his eyes. After a moment, he nodded slowly and said nothing more. Since his most beloved granddaughter thinks it's okay, he is willing to let go of his prejudice, and no longer have any prejudice against Cie. Seeing that her grandfather no longer pursued the matter, Gu Li breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. She turned to Cie and said softly, I find someone to arrange a place for you to live. I help you repair your magic veins in 5 days. Since she agreed, then do it as soon as possible. The two brothers Shinchinchin are still waiting for them in the North Continent. Cie nodded slightly and replied concisely, Okay. Then, Gu Li chatted with Gu Qintian for a while, and the topic mostly revolved around what happened in the demon clan. Gu Qintian asked a few questions from time to time, his eyes full of concern. And Gu Li patiently answered one by one, with a warm smile on his face. The sky gradually darkened, and the light in the hall became dim. Gu Li stood up and said goodbye, ready to go back to concentrate on healing, and turned to walk out of the hall. The night wind gently brushed her cheeks, bringing a hint of coolness, but making her mind clearer. 3 days passed in a flash. During these 3 days, Gu Li healed her wounds while preparing to repair Ncie's magic veins. Finally, the agreed day arrived. Early in the morning, Gu Li came to the room arranged for Ncie. Gu Li gestured to Ncie to lie on the bed, then looked at Ncie and said softly, Don't worry. Ncie lay quietly on the bed, the tension in his heart surged like a tide, his eyes locked tightly on Gu Li, his eyes full of tenderness. Gu Li said lightly, Don't resist my power, you will get better after a good night's sleep. Ncie responded without hesitation, Okay. In his heart, Gu Li deserves his unreserved trust, and he can't have a single defense against her. Gu Li took out the glowing pill, with mysterious patterns flowing on the surface, as if it contained endless power. She gently put the pill into Ncie's mouth, and Ncie swallowed it obediently. After a moment, the drug took effect, his eyes slowly closed, and he fell into a coma, and his breathing gradually became steady and deep. When Ncie fell asleep, Gu Li's expression changed suddenly, and the aura around her changed suddenly. She began to mobilize the divine and demonic meridians in her body. As she mobilized, the 2 meridians were like 2 dormant dragons, slowly awakening from her body, and began to pull out little by little. Every twitch of the meridian seemed to carry 1,000 pounds of force, tearing her body fiercely. The piercing pain was like a sharp blade, cutting her body wantonly, spreading rapidly from her limbs to her whole body, almost drowning her. But she had long been accustomed to such pain. She just frowned slightly, bit her lower lip tightly, and swallowed all the pain stubbornly without making a sound, like a resolute statue. Time passed slowly in this painful pull. Gu Li's forehead was covered with beads of sweat, her face became as pale as paper, and her lips lost their color. Finally, with her unremitting efforts, all the double veins in her body were pulled out. Two dazzling, agile and elegant veins, one blue and one red, floated above Ncia's body, like two gorgeous ribbons, dancing gently in the air. The green spiritual power was full of vitality and vigor, with a fresh scent of grass and trees, like a bud breaking through the ground in spring, containing endless hope. The red demonic energy carries a mysterious and powerful sense of oppression, like a blazing flame, hot and dangerous. The two forces blended in the air, slowly interweaving into a strange light band, following Ncia's meridians, like a nimble snake, winding towards the direction of the demon vein. Wherever this force passed, the impurities in the meridians were quickly removed, and Ncia's body trembled slightly, as if adapting to this powerful force. The whole process was smooth and unobstructed, as if these two forces had some mysterious connection with Ncia's body, and now they were just returning to their original positions. When the power reached the location of Ncia's demon vein, Gu Li's expression became more focused. She raised her hand, and an invisible mental force slowly floated out from her palm, like a fine and tough net, gently but firmly integrating into Ncia's body, tightly sealing his body. This spiritual power was like a protective barrier, preventing Ncia from having any accidents during the repair process, and also provided a stable environment for the subsequent repair work. Then, the spiritual power and the magic energy began to carefully repair the damaged magic vein like two tacit craftsmen. The spiritual power turned into a warm current, gently wrapping the damaged part, injecting vitality and vigor into it. The magic energy was like a sharp carving knife, accurately removing the necrotic tissue and reshaping the structure of the magic vein. As the repair progressed, Ncia's complexion gradually improved, and his originally pale complexion also changed slightly. Gu Li's condition was getting worse and worse. Her body began to tremble slightly uncontrollably, her face was as pale as frost, and her lips turned purple. The severe pain that penetrated into her bones kept hitting her nerves, and her head seemed to be torn apart. The pain was unbearable. But she gritted her teeth, her eyes revealed determination and persistence, and she endured the discomfort. Her hands moved without hesitation, and she devoted herself to the repair work. Outside the door, Lin Yuchen paced anxiously, his face full of worry. Ollie and him have been alone in there for so long, nothing will go wrong, right? There was a tremor in his voice, and his steps became more and more hurried. Shi Zihan leaned against the wall and spoke slowly. No. If that man really wanted to harm Ollie, he would have done it long ago, not until now. Lin Yuchen listened and nodded, but his eyes were still full of anxiety. He looked into the room from time to time, and his ears tried to catch the slightest movement in the room. Chapter 452. In the room, time seemed to freeze, and every second passed by very slowly. Gu Li's body was shaky, and her clothes were soaked with sweat, but she still gritted her teeth and persisted. Finally, with her unremitting efforts, Ncia's magic vein was completely repaired. The damaged part was perfectly healed, and the magic vein regained its strong vitality and vigor, continuously delivering power. With the successful repair of the magic vein, Gu Li's tense nerves finally relaxed. She breathed a sigh of relief, and a tired smile appeared on her face. She slowly withdrew her strength, mental power, spiritual power and magic energy from Ncia's body. However, at the moment when the divine and demonic dual veins returned to her body, a more violent pain came like a surging tide, several times more than the previous pain. Her body trembled violently, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of the corner of her mouth uncontrollably. The bright red bloodstains on her pale face were particularly shocking. Gu Li raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, and cursed in a low voice. I was seriously injured again when I forced out my double meridians, and the damn Nalinyan wanted to rob me at the beginning. Looking at Nsai, who was still sleeping, Gu Li supported her shaky body and slowly walked out of the room. Seeing her coming out, Mu Yunqi immediately came up to her, her eyes full of concern and heartache. Ollie, are you okay? Gu Li shook his head gently, his voice weak but still firm. It's okay, he will wake up in a while. Su Yin frowned slightly, revealing a hint of urgency in his eyes, and asked first, then when will we go to the north? Gu Li's eyes were firm, and he answered without hesitation, now. Mu Yunqi, who was standing by, widened her eyes slightly when she heard this answer, and couldn't help but ask, so hurried. After all, everyone's injuries have not fully recovered. Gu Li sighed softly and explained, we have wasted too much time, I'm afraid something will happen to Shin Qichen and the others. Feng Wuhan pondered for a moment, and slowly said, Let's talk to Grandpa first. Gu Li nodded, and several people got up and walked towards Gu Qintian's room. Upon learning that they were leaving now, Gu Qintian sat on a chair, frowning, with a worried look on his face. He looked at Gu Li and said earnestly, "Your injuries are not fully healed yet. Why are you so anxious to leave?" Gu Li said seriously, "Grandpa, we are going to save people." Gu Qintian was still a little worried, and continued, "But your injuries." He was interrupted by Mu Yunqi before he finished speaking. Mu Yunqi smiled and said, "Grandpa, don't worry. Ali has a super beast now." Super beast? Gu Qintian was slightly stunned, with a surprised expression on his face. He has lived for so many years, and he has only heard of the existence of super beasts, but has never seen them with his own eyes. Lin Yuchen hurriedly explained, "It is equivalent to the top powerhouses of this continent. As long as you don't meet two of the same level, it will be fine." Gu Qintian listened, sighed slightly, and said helplessly, "Be careful." He knew that he couldn't stop them, so he could only pray for them silently in his heart. At the same time, he also secretly made up his mind that he would practice well. He was reluctant to use the various training resources that Li Er left for him before, and only wanted to leave them to the disciples in the clan, but now he has come to this continent, so he has to keep up with their pace. After saying goodbye to Gu Qintian, Gu Li and his men came to the yard with several shadow guards. The little bird spread its huge wings and stood in the middle of the yard, looking majestic. Several people climbed onto the little bird's back. As the little bird cried, it flapped its wings vigorously and flew quickly towards the north. The wind whistled past their ears, and their figures quickly disappeared into the sky. When Ncie woke up, he also heard the news of their departure. He was slightly startled, and a trace of complex emotions flashed in his eyes. He would not interfere with Ari's cultivation in this life, but he would not sit and wait for her to fight against the gods alone. He sat quietly for a while, sorted out his thoughts, got up and walked towards Gu Qintian's room. Seeing Gu Qintian, Ncie saluted slightly and said, "Ari and the others have left, and I have to go back in advance." Gu Qintian looked at him, nodded slightly, and said, "Be careful on the road." Ncie nodded, turned around and walked out of the room. At the edge of the vast and mysterious forest, dense branches and leaves were stacked up like a natural barrier, isolating the outside world from the north. However, because of the powerful breath of Jiuying, it didn't take long for them to successfully pass through the isolated forest and step into the unknown land of the north. As soon as they entered the north, Gu Li immediately took out the sound transmission note from his arms and whispered, "Where are you two now?" Not long after, Xinqingchu's voice came from the sound transmission note, "Master, you are back." There was a hint of surprise and relief in the words. Gu Li frowned and said, "Location." A day passed in a hurry. Gu Li and his party finally arrived at Imo City, which is a prosperous place in the northern border. People came and went on the streets, and all kinds of hawking and shouting were heard one after another. In an inn in the center of the city, they met with the two brothers Shinqingchu and Shinqingchen. When Shinqingchu and Shinqingchen saw Gu Li and others, they immediately knelt on one knee and said in unison, "Subordinates greet the masters." Suiyun raised his hand slightly and said excitedly, "Get up, let's go to the He family." Shinqingchu was slightly stunned, with a hint of surprise on his face, and couldn't help asking, "Go directly?" The He family has a huge influence in the northern border, and there may be many dangers if you go there rashly. Lin Yuchen raised his eyebrows and asked, "What else?" Shinqingchen also said, "There are many strong people in the He family. Isn't it a bad idea for us to go directly?" He also had a worried look on his face. Although he wanted to rescue his mother, he obviously felt that it was not wise to go directly to the He family. Mu Yunqi looked at Shinqingchu and Shinqingchen, and said in an unquestionable tone, "Just lead the way." This. Shinqingchen and Shinqingchu looked at each other, and saw hesitation in each other's eyes. They knew the power of the He family, and were worried about the safety of Gu Li and others. Gu Li looked at Shinqingchu and Shinqingchen with a firm gaze, and said slowly, "I don't do things that I am not sure of." Shinqingchu and Shinqingchen listened to Gu Li's words, and their worries were immediately relieved. They nodded, turned around, and led the way for Gu Li and his group, and walked towards the direction of the He family. Chapter 453. In front of the gate of the He family mansion, the atmosphere was tense for a while. The two guards were dressed in black, with swords on their waists. They looked alert and fierce, staring at the people in front of them like vicious dogs. One of the guards took a step forward, crossed his arms in front of his chest, and shouted with disdain, "Who are you? This is the He family's territory. Get out of here." Shinqingchen said, "I'm here to take my mother away." The guard sneered, his face full of impatience. "You come to the wrong place. There is no one you are looking for in this mansion. Don't bother here, get out." His tone was full of the meaning of driving away. Shinchinchu frowned slightly, took a half step forward, and said, "We are the children of Missy San, and we came here only to find our mother." The guard's face suddenly became very ugly, his eyes full of suspicion and disdain. "Miss San? Humph, don't lie to me with such lies. Miss San doesn't have any children at all, you liars. Get out, or I won't be polite." As he said, his hand unconsciously pressed on the hilt of the knife at his waist. Shinchinchu was angered by the guard's attitude, his face flushed, and he was about to refute, but was pulled by Shizihan beside him. Shizihan frowned, and a trace of displeasure flashed in his eyes. "Do you need to be so impolite?" "Huh?" Shinchinchen and Shinchinchu were both stunned, and before they could understand what Shizihan meant. Shizihan slowly took out a god-level bursting talisman emitting mysterious light from his arms. He raised his hand lightly, and the talisman was instantly activated, turning into a stream of light and flying towards an open space not far away. Boom! A deafening roar made the entire ground tremble. A huge deep pit was blown out in the open space not far away, with dust flying around and gravel splashing everywhere. The guards were frightened by the sudden explosion, and their faces changed drastically. One of them opened his eyes wide and shouted loudly, "How dare you act so recklessly in the He family's territory? You simply don't know how to live or die." At this moment, Feng Wuhan slowly stepped forward, and his aura suddenly burst out, and a powerful pressure spread around like a substance. The two guards felt an invisible force pressing on them. Their legs became weak, their faces instantly turned pale as paper, and they couldn't move at all. Big beads of sweat rolled down their foreheads. Guli seemed very leisurely. She leaned on Mu Yunqi's shoulder and looked at everything in front of her quietly, with a hint of playfulness in her eyes, as if she was watching an interesting play. Without saying a word, she just waited quietly for the people from the He family to come out. Shinchinchen was a little nervous and asked in a low voice, "Master, should we be so arrogant? Will it cause more trouble? After all, this is the He family, and they have a place in the north. They can't beat them." Shinchinchu also echoed, "Yes, should we leave first? If the people from the He family come out later, we may not be able to leave." They originally just wanted to communicate well with the people from the He family, but they didn't expect things to develop like this, and they were inevitably a little flustered. Lin Yuchen crossed his arms and said nonchalantly, "What else? Anyway, we have had unpleasantness with the He family for a long time, so why should we be afraid of them?" Shinchinchen looked puzzled and asked, "What's wrong?" "How come I don't know?" Suiyun rolled his eyes at him and said unhappily, "Yin Yang Pavilion." Shinchinchen suddenly realized and showed a trace of embarrassment on his face. "Who dares to be so presumptuous in the He family?" An angry voice came from the depths of the He family mansion like rolling thunder. Then, the heavy door was pushed open, and a middle-aged man in a gorgeous brocade robe, with dozens of masters in uniform and fierce aura, came out in a fierce manner. He Zheng saw that there were only a few young people in front of him, and his brows were twisted into a knot. He looked at them with a sharp eye like a hawk and asked coldly, "Who are you?" Guli raised his chin slightly and asked, "Are you the head of the He family?" He Zheng snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "What do you want to do with our head?" Guli smiled lightly, with a bit of amusement in that smile, and said, "You can talk to him yourself." Shinchinchen took a step forward, his eyes firm, and said loudly, "We are the children of Missy San, and we want to take my mother away." He Zheng's face instantly turned livid, his eyes widened, and he shouted loudly, "How dare you slander the reputation of Miss He? Come, kill them." Shinchinchu was anxious, and hurriedly explained, "We didn't, you said someone to take my mother away." He Zheng didn't listen to his explanation at all, and shouted, "Shut up." Guli frowned slightly, a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes, and asked, "Are you sure it was Miss He San?" Shinchinchen nodded heavily, and said in a firm tone, "Yes, it was the He family who asked Yin Yang Pavilion to wipe out the entire Shen family, and my mother was also taken away." He Zheng was so angry that veins popped up on his face. He shouted loudly, "Shut up, come and kill these two bastards." At this moment, Shizihan's eyes flashed with cold light, and his figure flashed like a ghost, and he appeared in front of He Zheng in an instant. His movements were as fast as lightning. Before He Zheng could react, a sharp straight punch had hit He Zheng's chest heavily. With a muffled bang, He Zheng was knocked out like a kite with a broken string, and fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. "Young master!" Seeing this, the guards of the He family exclaimed and rushed over to help He Zheng up. He Zheng covered his chest, his face was as pale as paper. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were full of resentment, and he shouted hoarsely, "Kill them! Don't let any of them go!" Su Yun snorted coldly, and said with disdain, "Humph, you overestimate your ability." Before he finished speaking, he flashed and rushed towards the guards of the He family like a black lightning. His hands were as sharp as eagle claws, and every time he attacked, there was a whistling sound of wind, and he instantly fought with several guards. His moves were unpredictable and dazzling. Under his attack, several guards could only parry, and had no power to fight back. Lin Yuchen and Feng Wuhan followed closely behind, waving their long swords, and the sword flowers flashed, like a blooming flower of death. Wherever they went, cold light overflowed, forcing the guards to retreat again and again. Feng Wuhan was like an agile black panther, his body erratic, and every punch he threw was powerful, and the wind from his fists was whistling, making the guards scream in pain. Chapter 454. Seeing this, Shen Qinchin and Shen Qichu wanted to help. Seeing this, Gu Li frowned slightly and said softly, "Just stand there, don't go and die." Shen Qinchin was a little anxious and said, "Master, they can't beat them. There are too many people on the other side." Mu Yunqi nodded gently and said, "Well, you just watch here." He Zheng looked at the battle in front of him. Although his chest was in unbearable pain, he still gritted his teeth and said, "He, a few people in the broken void realm dared to come to the He family to cause trouble. Do you really think our He family is easy to bully?" Su Yun fought with the guards and took the time to taunt. "Tsk, you, a broken condensation realm, how can you look down on the broken void realm?" He Zheng was so angry that his face turned red, and he shouted loudly, "Kill them! Beat them to death!" With his orders, more and more people rushed out of the mansion and surrounded them like a tide. Feng Wuhan, Shi Zihan, Lin Yuchen and Su Yun exchanged glances at this, and tacitly returned to Gu Li and Mu Yunqi, standing beside them in a protective manner. Gu Li raised his lips slightly and sent a message to Jiuying. "Come on, show off." Jiuying twitched his lips when he heard the message. "Are you sick?" Gu Li urged. "Hurry up." Although Jiuying was reluctant, he still did it. A suffocating pressure burst out from Gu Li like a surging sea wave. Wherever the pressure passed, the surrounding air was distorted. Under this pressure, the nearby buildings made a crackling sound, and then they were shattered like tofu, and bricks and rubble flew everywhere. Except for Gu Li and the two brothers of the Shen family who were standing, the rest of the people had collapsed to the ground under the powerful pressure of Jiuying, unable to move. The guards of the He family were terrified, and some even curled up on the ground, trembling. He Zheng's face was as pale as paper, with beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He looked at Gu Li in horror and asked in a trembling voice, "Who are you?" Gu Li raised his chin slightly, with a hint of contempt in his eyes, and asked coldly, "Will you give me the person?" He Zheng's body trembled slightly, and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. He stammered and said weakly, "I can't make the decision." Gu Li impatiently clicked his tongue, a trace of disgust flashed in his eyes, and said contemptuously, "Tsk, it's useless." As soon as the voice fell, another 9 infants' power burst out like a turbulent undercurrent. The power was like a pair of invisible giant hands, which directly rolled up He Zheng's whole body and then threw him back into the He family mansion. He Zheng screamed in the air and fell heavily to the ground of the mansion, raising a cloud of dust. This pressure was too strong, like a strong storm, spreading rapidly from the He family mansion as the center, and the whole area noticed the abnormal situation here. The nearby birds were frightened and fled everywhere. Some fragile buildings made a creaking sound and were about to fall under the impact of this pressure. He Shiqian, the head of the He family, felt this powerful breath and was shocked. He hurriedly led a group of masters out of the mansion. He Shiqian was agile and sharp-eyed. When he saw Gu Li and others, he immediately bowed respectfully and said humbly, "I don't know why you came to the He family. If you have any instructions, as long as the He family can do it, we will do our best." His eyes were full of awe, and he didn't dare to show any disrespect, because he clearly felt that this power was exactly the same as the breath that occurred in the forest at the beginning. Super spiritual realm peak. This level of strongman can destroy the entire He family with just a flick of his finger. They really can't afford to offend him. Shen Qinchin took a step forward, his eyes were firm, and he said loudly, "We want to see Miss He San." He Shiqian frowned slightly, a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes, and asked, "Who are you?" Shen Qinchin took a step forward and said, "A year ago, the people who escaped from the Shen family were us." He Shiqian was slightly startled. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he thought to himself, Doesn't this mean that their He family can get in touch with the strong man at the peak of the super spiritual realm? If they can take this opportunity to make friends, the He family will definitely be able to move up a level in this northern border in the future. Thinking of this, his face was immediately full of smiles, and he said in a friendly tone, I am your grandpa. Why didn't you tell me you were here? We are family, so come in and sit down. Shinchichu snorted coldly, his eyes full of anger and disdain, and said, You are not worthy of being our grandpa. You are the one behind the demise of the Shin family. We will never forget this blood debt. He Shurchin's face changed slightly, but soon he returned to a kind look, with a hypocritical smile on his face, saying, Are you mistaken? This matter has nothing to do with us. The He family has always been kind to others. How could they do such a thing that hurts the world and is immoral? Gu Li's eyes were cold, staring straight at He Shurchin, and there was no room for negotiation in his tone. Don't talk nonsense, bring the person out. Don't beat around the bush here, we don't have that much patience. He Shurchin's face was full of fake smiles, but his eyes were flickering. He bowed slightly and said, My daughter has been feeling unwell recently, and needs to rest and recuperate. You guys should stay at my house for a few days. When she gets better, it won't be too late for you to meet her. His words seemed euphemistic, but in fact they were stalling for time. Shinchichu's heart tightened, his face was full of worry, and he hurriedly asked, What happened to my mother? He Shurchin felt guilty when he was stared at by Shinchichu. He dodged his eyes, and said hesitantly, It's okay, she's just not feeling well, it's nothing serious. You don't have to worry too much. When she recovers, she will naturally meet you. Mu Yunchi exuded a fierce aura. She said coldly, I give you two choices. 1. Bring the person out now. 2. We kill him and you go in to find him yourself. He Shurchin's face instantly became very ugly. He didn't expect these people to be so tough and unreasonable. But he knew that if they saw He Yu, he would have a hard time explaining it. Gu Li felt impatient and whispered to Jiuying, Jiuying, help me beat that old man away. Trouble. Jiuying was reluctant and complained in his heart, but he still helped her out of his feelings for Gu Li. A powerful force swept towards He Shurchin at a very fast speed, like an invisible giant hand. The force instantly fell on He Shurchin, and he felt as if his chest was hit by a heavy hammer, and a huge impact made him unstable. With a puff, he spit out a large mouthful of blood. He flew back several feet, fell heavily to the ground, and fainted directly. Chapter 455. Master. Seeing this, the people of the He family panicked and rushed to He Shurchin to check on him. Some people called anxiously beside him, and some people hurriedly checked his injuries. The scene was in chaos. Gu Li looked at He Shurchin who had fainted, frowned slightly, and said with some dissatisfaction, Be gentle, he will be beaten to death later. Jiuying replied unhappily, It's good enough that I help you, but you still ask for more. He Jing's face was full of anger, veins on his forehead bulged, his eyes stared at the group of uninvited guests in front of him, and he shouted, What do you want to do? Even if you are the strong men of the northern continent, our He family will never surrender easily. Gu Li looked calm, his eyes were like a deep abyss, and he didn't. He spoke slowly, just looking for someone. He Jing's eyebrows twisted into a character, took a step forward, and questioned, Since you are looking for someone, why did you attack the head of my He family? Mu Yunchi's mouth curled up a sneer, like frost in the cold night. Does your He family also practice the kind of skills of Yin Yang Pavilion? He Jing's face suddenly changed when he heard it, and a trace of panic flashed in his eyes. Yin Yang Pavilion? Are you from the Star Domain? He subconsciously stepped back half a step, and an ominous premonition surged in his heart. Su Ian crossed his arms, his expression was indifferent, and his tone was a little sarcastic. Isn't it obvious? He Jing's face flushed, and he pointed at Su Ian, shaking with anger. You dare to come to our door? Lin Yuchen took a step forward, his eyes flashing with provocation, and the corners of his mouth raised, revealing an unruly smile. Since you are here, what can you do to us? He Zheng was speechless because of this sentence, and could only glare at him. You. Gu Li raised her eyes slightly. Her eyes fell on He Zheng. Her voice was low but unquestionable. Do you want to save your He family? He Zheng's heart trembled, and he subconsciously asked, What do you mean? There was a trace of vigilance in his eyes, and he didn't know what Gu Li was planning. Gu Li slightly curled her lips, smiling. Give me 100 North Territory identity quotas, or I will kill you. The tone was flat, but it seemed to be talking about something that was very ordinary. He Zheng widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. 100, don't be too greedy. With the status of the He family in the North Territory, there are only 5 quotas a year. She asked for 100 at the beginning, which was simply a lion's mouth. Gu Li's eyes turned cold, and a strong aura emanated from her body. Then don't blame us for being rude. As her voice fell, the air around her seemed to solidify, which made people shudder. Hezheng took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Wait, I need to discuss this with the head of the family and the elders of the clan. He knew that he could not make the decision on this matter. Gu Li glanced at the unconscious He Shiqian and pondered for a moment. Okay, I give you half a day. Feng Wuhan stepped forward and looked at Shen Qingchen and Shen Qichu. You two go in and find the person you are looking for. Shen Qingchen and Shen Qichu answered in unison. Yes. When Hezheng heard this, he hurriedly stopped him. Wait, isn't it half a day? Gu Li looked at Hezheng with a lightning-like gaze. I said I would give you half a day to discuss, and of course the person must be taken away now. His tone was firm, leaving no room for negotiation. Hezheng had no choice but to take a deep breath. I take you there. Shen Qingchen and Shen Qichu subconsciously looked at Gu Li, only to see her nod slightly, and then they entered the He family with Hezheng. In the He family mansion, there were carved beams and painted buildings, but there was a sense of oppression. Hezheng led the way in front, and Shen Qingchen and Shen Qichu followed behind, observing the surroundings with vigilant eyes. Along the way, although the guards of the He family were full of anger, they did not dare to step forward to stop them when they saw Gu Li and 6 others sitting outside, and Hezheng, the young master, leading the way. After a while, they came to a quiet courtyard. At this time, He Xiaoyan was sitting on a stone bench in the courtyard, with a calm expression, and there was nothing unusual. But Shen Qichu and Shen Qingchen carefully examined her body, and found that her breath and spiritual power were a little chaotic. He Xiaoyan followed them out of the He mansion with a puzzled look on her face, wanting to ask something, but she shut up when she saw Hezheng. Shen Qingchu's eyes turned red, and she stepped forward quickly. Mother. Her voice was a little choked. He Xiaoyan looked up and saw her 2 sons, her eyes full of surprise. Why did you come to the north? Her voice was gentle, but with a hint of doubt. Shen Qingchen stepped forward and said softly, We are here to take you away. He Xiaoyan looked around, saw the mess around her, and saw her father lying on the ground unconscious, and was shocked. Did you do all this? She couldn't believe it. Did her son grow up so fast? Shen Qingchen hurriedly explained. No, the master brought us here. He Xiaoyan's face suddenly changed. Master? Are you slaves? Shen Qingchen waved his hands hurriedly. It's not what you think. The masters are very good. He Xiaoyan's eyes flashed with guilt. I've implicated you. If it weren't for the He family, they should have been young masters with luxurious clothes and food, and they wouldn't have fallen to this point. Gu Li looked at the scene and said, You find a way to go back by yourself. I don't have time to send you back to the Star region. He Xiaoyan said hurriedly, I am very grateful that you can help Chin'er and Chu'er. We won't bother you anymore. Gu Li nodded slightly. Go back to the inn first. Yes. Shen Qingchen and Shen Qichu supported their mother, and followed Gu Li, and the other 6 people to the inn. Looking at the departing back, Hezheng breathed a sigh of relief, and secretly felt lucky that they didn't have much killing intention, otherwise the He family would really be over. After returning to the inn where they stayed, Gu Li looked at Shen Qingchen and Shen Qichu with a calm expression. You can take revenge on your own, we won't interfere. Shen Qingchu's expression darkened, and he whispered, Master, we can't do it. Mu Yunqi stepped forward and explained softly. Ali means that you are from the Star Domain. Shen Qingchen and Shen Qingchu's eyes lit up, and they immediately understood what Gu Li meant, and said in unison, Thank you, masters. We will do our best to develop the Star Domain. The 2 of them couldn't do it, but they were behind the Star Domain. With the current development speed of the Star Domain, it wouldn't take long for them to personally avenge the Shen family. Shen Qingchu recalled Gu Li's action of asking for a quota just now and wondered, Master, are you going to develop the Star Domain to the north? Gu Li nodded. About the same. Shen Qingchen immediately asked, Master, I want to stay here. Since the people from the Star region will come, they should first familiarize themselves with the terrain here, which will be beneficial to economic development. Gu Li looked calm, raised his eyes slightly, and said casually, It's up to you. With their current cultivation, it would be difficult to pass through the dangerous misty forest and return to the southern border. In comparison, it would be more appropriate to stay where they are. After the He family gave out 100 identity quotas, she planned to let Jiuying send the quotas to the Star region and let them come on their own. Although this misty forest is full of dangers and crisis, and every corner is lurking with deadly dangers, it is also an excellent training ground. Gu Li had already thought about it in her mind. She didn't plan to let Jiuying bring the shadow guards directly here. Only in this challenging environment can they truly hone their strength. Time passed quietly, and half a day later, the He family finally discussed the result. After weighing the pros and cons, they finally agreed to use 100 identities in exchange for the safety of the entire He family. Gu heard this. His expression did not change. He just told Gu beside him, "Little E, you go and hand over." Gu was slightly stunned, and then a trace of reluctance flashed in his eyes, and he couldn't help asking, "Young master, are you leaving?" Gu shook his head gently and explained, "No, we are going to participate in the assessment of the Nebula Hall." Gu heard this, and felt a little relieved, and immediately responded, "Young master, don't worry, I will wait for them here, and I will also urge them to practice." Gu nodded gently, and said in a calm tone, "Go." Gu straightened up and replied respectfully, "Yes." After Gu left, Suyun came over with a puzzled look on his face, and asked, "Ollie, don't we already have the star domain? Why do we need to join the Nebula Palace?" Shizihan patiently explained, "We can only enter the northern continent through the quotas of several top forces here." Suyun scratched his head, still a little puzzled. "Don't we have Joing? Can't we just tear through the space and go through?" Mu Yunqi couldn't help but laugh and teased, "Stupid, what if you can go through but don't have an identity?" Suyun blinked and said, "We can go directly to Master Shinling sect." Gu shook his head gently. His expression became solemn. "We don't know what the Shinling sect is like. If we don't have an identity token, it will be inconvenient to act. Their master has fallen for thousands of years. During this long time, they have no idea whether there has been any changes in the Shinling sect." Suyun thought about it carefully, and felt that it was true. He could only nod helplessly. It seemed so. "Dear guests, I'm sorry, our rooms are full." The innkeeper's voice sounded apologetically in his ears. Lin Yuchen, Mu Yunqi, Gu and others walked out of the inn helplessly. Lin Yuchen looked worried, and couldn't help complaining, "What's going on? So many places are full." Mu Yunqi sighed lightly, and explained patiently, "The half-yearly enrollment of Xingyun Hall will start in 2 days. People who come to register will definitely come in like a tide. It is normal that there are no rooms." When Lin Yuchen heard this, the frustration on his face became even stronger. "Then where do we live? Are we really going to live on the streets?" Gu frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and said, "Let's go and have a look. If it doesn't work, we can camp outside the city. Everyone knows that the Nebula City, where the Nebula Palace is located, is forbidden to go out at night. If you really can't find a place to stay, camping outside the city becomes the only option." Suyun nodded helplessly. It can only be like this. But reality did not give them a glimmer of hope. They went to several inns in succession, and the answer they got was that the rooms were full. Gu looked up at the sky. The sunset was already setting. If she didn't make a decision, she was afraid that she would miss the time to leave the city, so she said decisively, "Let's go out first." Just as they were about to leave the city, a voice suddenly sounded behind them. "Are you looking for a place to stay?" Several people turned their heads, and saw a man looking at them with a smile. Gu eyes flashed with a trace of vigilance, and asked, "Do you have a place to live?" "The man's name is Qin Wan." He raised his chin slightly, and said with a little pride, "Of course I do, but the price?" "You know?" Feng Wuhan asked directly, "Just tell me how much it costs." Qin Wan stretched out a finger, and said word by word, 1 million yuan crystal per person. 1 million yuan crystal, why don't you go and rob it? Suyun's eyes widened, his face full of shock and anger. Qin Wan didn't think so, crossed his arms and said coldly, "That's the price, take it or not." Gu just glanced at him lightly, didn't say much, and left. She knew in her heart that people who asked for a sky-high price were not worth wasting time at all. Seeing that they were really leaving, Qin Wan panicked. These people were real suckers. If they were let go, they would be gone. He quickly said, "Don't leave so soon, we can discuss it." Gu stopped and turned back to ask, "How much is it?" Qin Wan's eyes rolled, and he said tentatively, 10,000 crystals, this price is definitely worth it. Lin Yuchen couldn't help but complain, "Good guy, you directly lost 2 zeros, you are quite good at bidding." Qin Wan said confidently, "At this time, other inns are full, and 10,000 crystals per person is definitely not a loss." Gu waited and felt that the price was acceptable, so he said, "Okay, we want 6 rooms." Qin Wan quickly refused when he heard it. "No, I can only give you 3 rooms." He was calculating in his mind, and he wanted to keep a few rooms to continue. It's a way to make money by ripping off customers. Gu thought for a moment, and felt that 3 rooms were barely acceptable. They were only staying for 2 days anyway, so he nodded and agreed, "That's fine." Qin Wan showed a triumphant smile on his face, and couldn't wait to say, "Pay first." Shi Zihan didn't say anything and directly transferred 120,000 yuan of crystals to him, saying calmly, 2 days. Qin Wan looked at the extra crystals that suddenly appeared in the space ring, and almost jumped up with excitement, with a smile on his face. Okay. He was secretly proud of himself. He originally thought that these young people would bargain, but he didn't expect them to pay so quickly. Isn't this a sucker who came to the door? Guli and others followed Qin Wan, and after a long time of wandering in the winding alleys, they finally came to a remote corner. When the scene in front of them came into view, everyone was stunned, and saw a dilapidated courtyard appeared in front of them. The courtyard wall was crooked, and some places had even collapsed, revealing uneven fractures. The wooden planks on the gate were rotten and mottled, and the nails were rusty, as if they would fall apart with a slight touch. The yard was overgrown with weeds, almost ankle deep, and the barely recognizable path in the middle was also full of potholes. Chapter 456. Guli frowned, his eyes full of doubt, looked at Qin Wan, and slowly said, "Are you serious? Such a place actually charges a high price of 10,000 yuan a night." A trace of embarrassment flashed across Qin Wan's face, but he still pretended to be calm and tried to explain. "Don't look at the outside as a bit shabby, actually." Before he finished speaking, Sui Yun couldn't help but answer, his tone full of disgust. "It's even more shabby inside." As he spoke, he pushed open the shaky courtyard door, and the door hinge made a harsh creaking sound, as if protesting against this sudden movement. Walking into the courtyard, the scene inside the house was even more shocking. There were several holes in the roof, and the sun shone through the gaps, forming a series of light beams, and dust was flying in the light beams. The mud and plaster on the wall peeled off in large pieces, revealing the black adobe inside. The furniture in the house was also incomplete. A table was missing a leg, and was barely supported by a few stones. It was covered with thick dust. "Is this the place you said you lived?" Lin Yuchen couldn't help but speak. Qin Wan wanted to make a few more excuses, but found that he had nothing to say. He could only laugh dryly to try to ease the awkward atmosphere. Feng Wuhan was playing with a long sword in his hand carelessly. The cold light on the sword flashed, reflecting his sharp eyes. He wrinkled his nose slightly, and a trace of doubt appeared in his expression. "Why do I feel a strange smell here?" Qin Wan's face changed slightly when he heard this, but he tried his best to hide his inner panic and pretended to be calm and said, "There is no smell. It may be a little musty because it has not been cleaned for a long time." His eyes flickered unconsciously, and a layer of fine beads of sweat also oozed out on his forehead. Feng Wuhan raised his eyebrows, with a hint of suspicion in his tone. "Oh? Really?" Qin Wan swallowed his saliva and nodded calmly. "Of course." At this moment, he looked normal on the surface, but he was panicking inside. He secretly complained, "This colorless and odorless soul-enchanting fog, why can this person still smell something unusual?" He kept praying in his heart, hoping that Feng Wuhan was just being suspicious and would never find out the trick. Seeing this, Guli stepped forward and said, "Forget it, let's just clean it up, you can leave." They didn't really want to sleep in the first place. In this broken house, the time for sitting casually passed. How could Qin Wan dare to stay any longer, and hurriedly said, "Then I leave first." After saying that, he turned around and left in a hurry, as if there was something terrible chasing behind him. "Yeah," Guli responded softly, his eyes always fixed on Qin Wan's departing back. After Qin Wan's figure completely disappeared from sight, Guli immediately released a powerful mental force and carefully explored the surrounding environment. Her mental force was like an invisible net, covering the entire house and the surrounding area. After confirming that no one else was hiding in the dark, she led her friends into the chaotic space with confidence. Although they usually didn't care about the quality of the environment, they had experienced all kinds of difficult environments. But with good conditions, they would certainly not wrong themselves. As for why they didn't enter the chaotic space at the beginning, it was because they were worried that powerful masters in the city would notice the anomaly. If they rashly enter the chaotic space outside the city, they will definitely encounter many troubles when they enter the city later. Sui Yun walked to Feng Wuhan and asked softly, "Ahen, what did you find?" Feng Wuhan put away his sword and said calmly, "There are drugs in the air." "Damn, why didn't you say it earlier? I kill him." Lin Yuchen was furious when he heard this, and his hands were clenched tightly, as if he was going to rush out to settle accounts with Qin Wan. Feng Wuhan waved his hand and said slowly, "I just want to see what they want to do." Guli also nodded in agreement. "Wait, you will know when it gets dark." And then skillfully took out a few lounge chairs from another space and jumped to the beach of the chaotic space. The sun is shining here, and the waves gently hit the beach, making a pleasant sound, which is in sharp contrast to the dangerous world outside. The 6 people just lay on the recliners and dozed off leisurely, enjoying this moment of tranquility. They seemed relaxed, but in fact everyone was secretly alert, and their mental strength was always highly concentrated. Time passed quietly, and the sky outside had completely darkened. The chaotic space was still bright, but everyone's attention was on the outside world. And then suddenly woke up a few people and said nervously, "Master, someone came in from outside." "Huh?" Hearing this, Guli and the others immediately opened their eyes and looked outside. In the dim night, Qin was following a few tall men, sneaking towards the house. Qin spoke respectfully, his voice very low. "I have seen that the 6 people are only in the late stage of condensation realm. Judging from their clothes, they should be quite rich." As he spoke, he smiled smugly, as if he had seen the wealth that was about to come. Hearing this, Guli in the chaotic space couldn't help laughing. Late condensation realm, yes, she was in the late condensation realm. The leader, Qin frowned and asked cautiously, "Are you sure they are all poisoned?" Qin puffed out his chest, his face full of pride, and said confidently, "Of course, that's the god-level ecstasy powder I spent a lot of money to get. The effect of the medicine is very overbearing. As long as you smell it, the golden immortal will be dizzy. Just relying on these guys in the late condensation realm, they can't stand it at all." As he said, he rubbed his hands, as if he had seen the rich wealth that was about to come, and his eyes flashed with greed. Qin Linghui nodded slightly, with a hint of cold smile on his face. "That's good, we can do it directly." During this period, many people came to apply for the Spirit Academy, and people came and went, and it was very lively. This was also a good time for them to take the opportunity to make money. However, most of the applicants were above the void-breaking realm, and they were so strong that they could not succeed at all. They could only watch those fat sheep slip away from under their noses. But when Qin saw that Guli and the others were only at the late condensation realm, his heart instantly became active, just like a hungry wolf seeing a fat prey, and his mind immediately moved. Qin frowned impatiently and said viciously, "Stop talking nonsense, hurry up." He waved his hand, and several tall men behind him tiptoed towards the room, like wolves. Chapter 457. Each of them held a weapon tightly in their hands, and their eyes revealed ferocity and greed. The group entered the room carefully, and the dim light made their figures look even more gloomy. They stared wide-eyed and searched around the room, but the room was empty, and they found nothing. At this moment, Guli's crisp voice suddenly sounded behind them. "What are you looking for?" This sudden voice was like a thunderclap, which sounded in the silent room and scared several people. They turned around suddenly, and saw Guli and the other 6 standing at the door, looking relaxed, as if they were watching a funny farce. The faces of several people were instantly filled with panic, their eyes were wide open, their mouths were slightly open, and they looked unbelievable. Qin was so angry that his face turned red. He grabbed Qin's collar and shouted angrily, "Idiot, didn't you say they were all unconscious?" Qin was so scared that his face turned pale, his body trembled slightly, and he stammered, I don't know why it suddenly didn't work. I used to do this often. As long as someone inhaled the mist powder, no one could stay awake. This time there must be something wrong. I really don't know." As he spoke, he waved his hands in panic, trying to defend himself, but his voice became smaller and smaller, and his confidence was obviously insufficient. Suyin suddenly realized, with a faint smile on his lips, and said slowly, "Oh, so you want to rob?" Qin face sank, snorted coldly, and said viciously, "Humph, even if you find out, what's the matter, come on." In his opinion, they were just a few young men in the condensation realm. How powerful could they be? He was full of veterans, who had experienced many battles. Was he afraid that he could not deal with them? Thinking of this, he waved his hand, and the men behind him pounced on him like wolves. However, before they could make a move, a weak but powerful golden light, with Mu Yunqi as the center, slowly expanded outward like ripples. The light was soft, but contained a powerful spiritual power fluctuation. The next moment, it tightly enveloped the entire yard. This sudden change shocked Qin and others. They did not expect that these seemingly ordinary young people had such means. "Dare to rob us, you are tired of living." Before he finished speaking, Lin Yuchen rushed towards Qin like a cannonball. This punch was wrapped in powerful spiritual power, like a heavy hammer, and directly blasted Qin away. Qin's body was like a kite with a broken string, smashing out of the yard. But just as he flew to the edge of the yard, he was bounced back by the golden isolation array. With a loud bang, Qin Wan fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Qin Mayun widened his eyes in shock and looked at Lin Yuchen, his voice trembling a little. You are not in the condensation realm? How is this possible? Lin Yuchen looked disdainful, with a mocking arc at the corner of his mouth, and said, Idiot, when did I say I was in the condensation realm? Can I hide my strength? As he spoke, he patted the non-existent dust on his body, as if the previous battle was just a small test for him. Qin Linghuai saw this, his face darkened, and he snorted coldly. Humph, he's just an early stage of the void-breaking realm. Come on together. He waved his hand, and several men looked at each other, understood, and immediately surrounded Lin Yuchen, intending to use their numbers to bully the few and take him down. Lin Yuchen looked at the people who surrounded him, and a cunning flashed in his eyes. He ran back behind Gu Li and Mu Yunqi like an agile monkey, and stuck his head out and shouted loudly, You are bullying the few with your numbers, it's unfair. For people in the early stage of the void-breaking realm beat me alone, how shameless. While shouting, he also made a face at the opposite side, which made Qin Moyun and others look livid. Seeing that he was hiding behind two women, Qin Moyun couldn't help but scold, Waste. In his opinion, a grown man hiding behind a woman is simply a coward. But they did not show mercy just because the other party was a woman. In their eyes, only Yuan Jing was the most important. With Yuan Jing, what kind of woman could not be found? Thinking of this, they attacked Gu Li and Mu Yunqi without hesitation. Mu Yunqi looked at the people who attacked them, without moving, just standing there quietly, with a faint smile on the corner of her mouth, which showed confidence and calmness, as if watching an insignificant performance. The next moment, a more powerful spiritual power burst out. This spiritual power was like a surging wave, and it instantly knocked several people out. After a few screams, several people fell heavily to the ground, with several broken bones, lying on the ground groaning in pain. Gu Li looked at the scene in front of him, rubbed his wrist slowly, and said softly, I have been struck by lightning many times, and I haven't done it for a long time. I almost forgot what it feels like to hit someone. Qin Mayun's eyes widened, his face full of shock and unwillingness, his fingers trembling as he pointed at Gu Li. His throat seemed to be choked by something, and he squeezed out a word after a long while. You. He stared at Gu Li, and he couldn't believe that this seemingly weak woman had reached the middle stage of the void-breaking realm. That was a higher realm than all of them. She could beat several of them by herself. How could they fight for it? Originally thought they were a few lambs to be slaughtered, but unexpectedly they were a few ferocious hungry wolves. Gu Li had a confident smile on his face, and looked at Qin Mayun and others with ease. Come on, hand over all the valuables. When Qin Linghuai heard this, he was so angry that his face turned red, and he jumped up and cursed, You are rebelling against Tian Gang. How can the robbed turn around and rob the robbers? Sui Yun stepped forward, clasped his hands in front of his chest, with a half-smile on his face, and said coldly, What? Only you are allowed to rob, but we are not allowed to rob back. Qin Mayun gritted his teeth and regretted it in his heart. It was the first time he met such a person. He wanted to make a fortune, but he didn't expect to kick the iron plate. At this time, he couldn't fight or run away. He could only glare at Qin Wan, who was lying on the ground fiercely, and cursed in his heart. If it weren't for his mistake and misjudgment of the strength of these people, they wouldn't have encountered such a difficult stubble. He cursed Qin Wan in his heart, but it was too late to say anything. Shi Zihan took out a rune from the space. The rune was emitting powerful spiritual power fluctuations, as if it would explode at any time. He held up the rune and said sternly, Hand over everything, or I will blow you to death. Chapter 458. Looking at the dangerous rune on Shi Zihan's hand, Qin Moyun's legs couldn't help but tremble slightly. He weighed the pros and cons in his heart, and finally didn't dare to take the risk. In desperation, he could only grit his teeth, take off all the space rings of himself and his companions, and threw them to Gu Li, and the others with a painful look on his face. Watching those rings carrying his savings for many years fly away, Qin Moyun's heart seemed to bleed, but he had no choice but to watch his wealth fall into the hands of others. Feng Wuhan, Ali Yunxi, go to the room over there and rest for a while. Gu Li and Mu Yunxi looked at each other, probably guessed what he was going to do, and left directly. Qin Mayun frowned and shouted angrily, I've given you the things. What else do you want? Sui Yun had a sly smile on his face, and said with a smile, Haven't you given me the clothes yet? Qin Linghuai was furious when he heard this, his eyes widened, and he shouted loudly, Don't go too far. However, there was only a burst of laughter in response to him. A moment later, several naked bodies stood in the cold wind at night, shivering with cold. They could only cover their key parts with their hands in panic, but their spiritual power was sealed again, and they couldn't use spiritual power to wrap their bodies to resist the biting cold. Every gust of cold wind blew. It was like countless needles piercing their skin, making them shiver uncontrollably. Qin Mayun keenly noticed that the patrol was coming towards them, and he was anxious, lowering his voice but saying with a bit of ruthlessness, "Stupid, someone is coming, hurry up." As he spoke, his eyes looked around vigilantly, looking for an escape route. Qin Linghuai looked at Qin Luan, who was unconscious on the ground, and asked anxiously, "He hasn't woken up yet. What should we do?" Qin Mayun was so anxious that he had no patience to answer, and said unhappily, "Nonsense, of course I take him away." Qin Linghuai had no choice but to grit his teeth and took a lot of effort to carry Qin Luan, who was also stripped naked, and followed Qin Mayun, leaving carefully and quietly. As he walked, he cursed in a low voice, "Damn it, don't let me meet them in the assessment." Qin Mayun heard this, and immediately turned back and glared at him, lowering his voice and scolding, "Shut up." If they really met in the assessment, they would have no way to deal with each other. The woman's cultivation was above theirs, and this was the reality they had to face. At the same time, standing on the high roof, Shi Zihan was dressed in white, with fluttering sleeves, like a banished immortal in the moonlight. He quietly watched Qin Mayun and others hiding from the patrol below, with a slight smile on his lips. His fingers moved slightly, and a few small stars with a faint glow fell in their direction. Feng Wuhan was standing next to him, witnessing all this, with a puzzled look on his face, and couldn't help asking, "What did you do?" Shi Zihan crossed his arms and said proudly, "Nothing. It's just that they can burn their clothes once after they put them on." Feng Wuhan heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he said speechlessly, "Childish." Shi Zihan was not happy when he heard this, and immediately retorted, "If you are not childish, you let Ali and Yunqi go back, and then let us take off our clothes?" Feng Wuhan was embarrassed by what he said, and he touched his nose with his hand and explained, "I and Aiken asked me to do this." On the other side, Su Yian suddenly sneezed loudly, "Akyu." He rubbed his nose and muttered, "Which bastard scolded me?" Several figures slowly walked out of the darkness, breaking the silence of the courtyard. Mu Yunqi stood in the corridor, the soft light outlined her figure, looking at the few people who came back, with a faint smile on the corner of her mouth, and whispered, "Have you had enough fun?" Su Yun's face was full of excitement, and there was still a sense of joy after the prank was successful on his face. He smiled and danced with joy. "We took off all their clothes, underwear." Before he finished speaking, there was a crisp sound of slap, and Lin Yuchen's slap hit Su Yun's mouth like a storm, so fast that people had no time to react. Lin Yuchen glared at Su Yun fiercely, with a warning tone in his voice. "They are girls, girls. Be careful with what you say and do." Su Yun touched his slapped mouth and muttered "oh" softly, with a bit of grievance in his voice. Gu Li stood aside, covering her mouth and laughing softly, bright and moving. "It's okay, it's not like I haven't seen it before." As soon as the voice fell, Shi Zihan, Mu Yunqi, and Lin Yuchen seemed to be frozen, all turned their heads to look at her, their eyes full of surprise and confusion, and asked in unison, "Have you seen it?" Gu Li blinked, pointed her finger at Su Yun and Feng Wuhan casually, and said calmly, "They showed me everything." After speaking, her eyes were still scanning back and forth on them, and finally stayed on a certain part with a smile, which made Su Yun and Feng Wuhan uncomfortable. Feng Wuhan's face flushed instantly, and he hurriedly explained, "Don't talk nonsense, I didn't." Su Yun was also anxious and jumped, "It was obviously you." But before he finished speaking, he was interrupted again. Mu Yunqi gritted her teeth, and the smile on her face disappeared instantly, replaced by a serious face. But her tone was still gentle. "Ali, we have something to do in the chaotic space. Let us go in for a while." Gu Li nodded obediently, with an innocent smile on her face. "Okay, I will never disturb you." After that, she raised her hand and waved it gently, and a strange light flashed, and several people disappeared from the spot and were taken to the chaotic space. Gu Li came to the beach space on the other side, lying lazily on the soft beach chair, leisurely watching what happened on the other side of the chaotic space, with a playful smile on the corner of her mouth. As soon as he entered the chaotic space, Su Yun felt that the atmosphere was not right. He looked around vigilantly and asked loudly, "Hey, what do you want to do?" Mu Yunqi took a step forward, folded his hands in front of his chest, and said coldly, "Ali is bad enough, and you two dare to take her to see that kind of thing." Feng Wuhan took a step back, pointed at Su Yun, and said anxiously, "It wasn't me who took her there, it was Ai who took her there." Su Yun was furious when he heard it. "Damn, What nonsense are you talking about? It was Ollie who took her clothes off herself. Shi Zihan stepped forward, folded his hands in front of his chest, and sneered. Okay, you dared to let her take off other people's clothes, you are really good. Lin Yuchen frowned and asked, when did it happen? Chapter 459. Sui Yun sighed helplessly and said, it was when she went to my house after we separated last time, but she really saw it herself. Mu Yunqi's eyes turned cold, and she spat out 2 words. Do it. Hearing these 2 words, Feng Wuhan turned around and ran without hesitation, as fast as a gust of wind. 3 against 2, Ahan is still on their side, and it is better to run first if they can't win. Sui Yun also shouted, damn it, wait for me. While shouting, he ran after him, and almost fell down in panic. After a while, screams came from the chaotic space. Feng Wuhan ran and cursed, damn, pretending to fight is enough, you come for real. Sui Yun also shouted loudly, don't hit me in the face. Feng Wuhan didn't care about that when he heard it, he drew the sword from his waist and shouted, then I don't have to be polite, take my sword. As he said that, he swung a sword at the person behind him, and the sword wind whistled with a hint of chill. Sui Yun was not to be outdone. You rebelled? I'm angry, watch. Ah, it hurts. The whole chaotic space was echoing with their shouts, and the sound of weapons colliding, and a fierce battle was taking place. After a while, the fighting in the space gradually stopped, and the originally tense scene was eased by the appearance of a beautiful figure. Gu Li walked in with a brisk pace, like a smart little deer, and resolved this farce of intertwined swords with a raise of his hand. Sui Yun was still angry, his face was red, veins popped out on his forehead, like an angry bull, and he kept shouting, Ollie, don't stop me. If you dare to hit me in the face, I will beat them to death. As he spoke, he struggled hard, trying to break free from Gu Li's hand, as if he was going to rush up and fight to the death with the other party in the next second. Gu Li had a faint smile on his face, stretched out his hand, and steadily pulled Sui Yun, who was about to rush up, and asked softly, are you satisfied? Mu Yunqi looked at the scene, shook her head helplessly, but her eyes were full of pampering, and she said softly, Ollie is really naughty. What do you mean? Sui Yun suddenly stopped his movements as if he was acupunctured, and looked at them with a puzzled face. Feng Wuhan walked forward, patted the dust off his body, and said slowly, don't you think the barrier of your promotion is a little loose? Sui Yun was stunned at first, and then suddenly realized something, his eyes widened instantly, and he shouted in surprise, wow, it's true. Shi Zihan also walked forward, frowned slightly, and said with a serious look, since we were struck by thunder last time, no matter how hard we practice, there is no effect. Lin Yuchen looked at Feng Wuhan in disbelief. His eyes were as big as copper bells. Generally, he asked loudly, so you beat me to death just now? Feng Wuhan calmly tidied up his messy clothes and said calmly, yes. Lin Yuchen was so angry that he jumped up and cursed loudly, damn, I thought you really wanted to kill me. Feng Wuhan just smiled slightly and said in a relaxed tone, how could it be? Sui Yun's excitement had not yet passed, but he soon fell into new troubles. He frowned and said with a distressed face, but I still can't break through. Gu Li patiently explained, how can you break through if your spiritual power is not perfect? Sui Yun curled his lips and said nonchalantly, TSK, it would be great if you can break through one level by fighting. Mu Yunqi rolled her eyes at him and said unhappily, go to bed early, you can dream about anything. In the following days, they seemed to be isolated from the outside world and devoted themselves to the cultivation in the chaotic space. 10 days passed in the chaotic space, and only 1 day passed in the outside world. The day of the enrollment examination of the Nebula Hall came quietly. The 6 people came out of the chaotic space one after another, and set out on the road to the enrollment examination site. This time, except for Gu Li's cultivation level of the late condensation realm, the cultivation levels of the others were all shown to be in the early and middle stages of the Poxa realm. Lin Yuchen looked at the faint spiritual power fluctuations on Gu Li's body, with a look of surprise and envy on his face, and couldn't help complaining, you are so disgusting for pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Gu Li just blinked mischievously, raised the corners of his mouth, and showed a sly smile. Disgusting? I think it's quite fun. Sui Yun also sighed and said with regret, it's a pity that our cultivation can't be hidden. Gu Li just smiled and didn't say anything. She knew in her heart that they couldn't hide their cultivation now. Because the first assessment project of the Nebula Hall is to test talent, ordinary magic weapons that cover up cultivation are useless there, and there is no way to hide it. And she has the dual blessing of the Rebirth Pavilion and the Chaos Ring. Even if it is to test talent, her complete cultivation cannot be detected. What can be tested is only the cultivation she wants to test. Mu Yunqi looked at Gu Li with curiosity in her eyes, and asked softly, then oddly, how many elemental talents do you want to expose? Gu Li tilted his head and thought for a while, then stretched out 4 fingers, and said with a smile, 4, the same as you. They want to join the Nebula Palace to obtain the qualification to go to the northern continent. Ordinary talents will not be valued. 6 4-element geniuses should be quite rare. Nebula Palace, a famous existence in the north, is located in the south of Nebula City. Its huge area occupies almost 2/3 of Nebula City. From a distance, the towering palace flashed a cold and solemn light in the sunlight, and the flying eaves and brackets seemed like a giant beast spreading its wings to fly, showing its supreme majesty and mystery. The 6 people rushed all the way and arrived at the entrance of Nebula Palace in a short while. There were already crowds of people outside the door, and the crowds were queuing up in long queues, all waiting to test their talents. Next to each glowing talent stone, there was a tall and eye-catching plaque, on which were engraved the strict requirements for enrollment. Age 16 to 40, cultivation must reach the late stage of condensation realm or above, and if there are elemental mages, the cultivation requirement is reduced to the early stage of condensation realm. Su Yian looked up and saw the content on the plaque, and couldn't help but be shocked, muttering in a low voice, the enrollment conditions are quite harsh. Those who can break through to the late stage of condensation realm before the age of 40 are also considered to be outstanding, not to mention that this is just the threshold for entry, and there are still layers of elimination and screening behind it. I wonder how many aspiring practitioners will be eliminated. Chapter 460. Just as they were looking at the surrounding environment, a sarcastic voice suddenly interrupted. Ha, it's really a piece of trash who dares to apply for the Nebula Hall, and doesn't even look at his own weight. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, and saw a young man in gorgeous clothes, with his chin slightly raised, his eyes full of arrogance and disdain, and then he swaggered and blatantly cut in front of him. As soon as he said this, several of his companions beside him also laughed, and they echoed one after another, that's right, you dare to sign up in the late stage of condensation realm, you are simply courting death. Su Yian's temper was instantly ignited, his face flushed, his eyes widened, and he shouted loudly, it's none of your business, aren't you just in the early stage of breaking void realm? What qualifications do you have to speak nonsense here? The young man named Yuan Fanxian, after hearing Su Yian's rebuttal, not only did not restrain himself, but instead looked directly at Gu Li, with a mocking arc at the corner of his mouth, sneering, oh, that's better than her. Shi Zihan's spiritual energy surged around him, like surging waves, making his figure even more eye-catching. With a stern look, he said in a cold voice, you go back and line up. Middle stage of breaking void realm. The crowd around him exploded instantly, and exclamations continued one after another. Everyone's faces were filled with disbelief, not simply because they were shocked by his cultivation. After all, in this examination place full of powerful people, the middle stage of the void-breaking realm was not bad, but it was not rare. What really shocked them was that this person looked only in his early 20s, and it was amazing that he had achieved such a level of cultivation at such a young age. Su Yian poked his head out from behind Shi Zihan and shouted, are you going to get out of here or not? If not, I beat you up. Yuan Fanxian, however, was full of disdain, with a slight smile on his face, it's just a mid-stage void-breaking realm, what's the big deal, you're really ignorant. As he spoke, he took a few steps forward, his eyes swept back and forth between Shi Zihan and Mu Yunqi next to him, then looked at Lin Yuchen with a smile on his face. You're with this woman because you like her, right? How about this, you team up with me, let me pass the assessment smoothly, and you can ask for as many yuanjing as you want, and I will never treat you unfairly. When Lin Yuchen heard this, he instantly became furious, his eyes widened, and he shouted angrily, what are you talking about? He was about to rush up to teach Yuan Fanxian a lesson. Gu Li was quick to pull Lin Yuchen back, still with a faint smile on his face, and slowly said, you want to rob people for money? The voice was very calm, but there was a hint of oppression. Yuan Fanxian raised his head, his nostrils almost pointed to the sky, and replied arrogantly, no? Gu Li was still smiling, but that smile made people feel a little chilling. Okay, 500 million crystals, let alone him, even he can protect you. As he said, he raised his hand, and casually pointed at Feng Wuhan on the side. Feng Wuhan was slightly stunned, then shook his head helplessly, but still cooperated to release his spiritual power. In an instant, a strong breath spread. There is such a young middle stage of the void-breaking realm. The crowd exclaimed again, looking at Feng Wuhan with amazement and envy. Yuan Fanxian's face darkened, His face turned pale and red, and he shouted angrily, 500 million. Do you deserve it? Mu Yunqi had been standing quietly by the side. At this time, she glanced at Yuan Fanxian indifferently, opened her red lips lightly, and uttered 2 words. Poor bastard, don't pretend to be rich if you don't have money. The voice was not loud, but it was like a sharp blade, piercing Yuan Fanxian's vitals directly. Yuan Fanxian was angry and embarrassed, and the veins on his forehead bulged. He shouted loudly, Don't think I dare not do anything to you just because you are a woman. Try to move, one of you. Feng Wuan, Shi Zihan, Lin Yuchen, and Su Yun took a step forward at the same time. For powerful pressures gathered together in an instant, like 4 towering mountains, pressing towards Yuan Fanxian and his little followers. Yuan Fanxian and others felt as if their chests were hit hard by a huge rock, and it became difficult to breathe. Their legs softened, and they could not stand up immediately. They knelt on the ground with a thump. At this moment, a more powerful pressure surged like a surging tide, instantly breaking the pressure of the 4 of them. Everyone felt a flash before their eyes, and a middle-aged man stood in front of Yuan Fanxian and others without knowing when, blocking the pressure for them. Yuan Fanxian and others were pardoned, and got up from the ground in a mess, with resentment on their faces. Who could glance coldly at Shi Zihan and others, and said in a low voice, I will protect you in the assessment, and you pay me 1 million yuan crystals. Can you accept it? Yuan Fanxian nodded when he heard it. Yes, yes. I will give you another 1 million, and you help me deal with these ignorant brats. Huka nodded slightly. Okay. However, he just stood there quietly, showing no sign of taking action. Yuan Fanxian hurriedly urged, Why are you still standing there? Take action. Huka said slowly, Pay first. Yuan Fanxian's face instantly became extremely ugly. He gritted his teeth and finally transferred 2 million yuan of crystals to Huka reluctantly. After receiving the money, Huka slowly looked at Shi Zihan and others, with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Sometimes, if you don't have absolute strength, don't be so arrogant. Looking at Huka's strength in the late stage of the void-breaking realm, Guli and others did not change their expressions at all. They looked at each other, revealing firmness and confidence in their eyes. They are all people who can fight across levels, and a late stage of the void-breaking realm is not enough to scare them. Just as the 2 sides were on the verge of a fight, a stern voice came from afar. What are you doing? Disrupting the assessment, you will be executed. Guli and others looked in the direction of the voice, and saw 5 people in uniform walking over. The man in the lead had a stern face, and a majestic look in his eyes. The voice just now came from his mouth. Guli reacted very quickly and spoke first. Her face instantly showed an extremely aggrieved look, as if she was severely bullied. Her voice was a bit aggrieved and complaining. They cut in line first. We lined up here in an orderly manner, waiting to take the assessment. As soon as they came, they wanted to cut in front directly. We just said a few words, and they wanted to bully us. As she spoke, she pointed at Yuan Fanxian and others. Anyone who saw her looked like an innocent person, who had suffered a great injustice. Chapter 461. The guard leader's originally stern eyes slowly fell on Guli, looking him up and down. His eyes were so sharp that they seemed to see through everything. Then, his eyes shot towards Yuan Fanxian like a sharp arrow, and his voice was low but with unquestionable majesty. Are you disturbing the order? Yuan Fanxian was a little flustered by this sudden questioning. His face turned pale and red, his eyes flickered, and he stammered. I'm not, it's really not me. It's them, they are not qualified to take the assessment. I just want them to leave. It's not disturbing the order, really. He couldn't afford to offend the people of the Nebula Palace. He was just a little better than the average person, but compared with the Nebula Palace, he was like an ant. When Guli heard this, she immediately retorted loudly, confidently, I am in the late stage of condensation realm, how can I not be qualified to participate? After saying this, she looked at Yuan Fanxian with an unconvinced look, as if saying you can try to make up another excuse. The head of the guard once again cast his eyes on Guli. This time, he looked more carefully, not only looking at Guli's cultivation, but also looking at her appearance. After a moment, he slowly said, She is much younger than you, and it is only a matter of time before she surpasses you. Hearing this, the crowd around who were still nervously paying attention to the development of the situation suddenly burst into a low chuckle. Everyone looked at each other and whispered, That's right, this man should be in his 30s, and that girl is at most in her early 20s. She has such a cultivation at such a young age, so her talent is better than his. That's right, this man is still yelling here, and he doesn't even look at his own level. Although the discussion was not loud, every word was clearly heard by Yuan Fanxian, making his face flush red, and he wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. The head of the guards glanced at everyone with a cold look, and his voice was low but very deterrent. Okay, if you want to take the test, just line up honestly. If there is a next time, I will never show mercy. As soon as these words came out, it was like an invisible pressure, making everyone present dare not speak easily. Although Yuan Fanxian was full of resentment, under the majestic gaze of the head of the guards, he could only hold back his anger, and his face turned pale. He clenched his teeth, clenched his hands into fists, and his nails almost embedded in his palms. He looked like he wanted to tear Gu Li and others into pieces. When the guards who were maintaining order gradually went away and disappeared from everyone's sight, Yuan Fanxian suddenly turned his head, glared at Gu Li fiercely, and squeezed out a few words from his teeth. Just wait for me. Gu Li seemed to have completely ignored his threat, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a playful smile. Then he deliberately leaned softly on Mu Yunqi and said in an extremely delicate and artificial voice, "I'm so scared." Mu Yunqi also cooperated with Gu Li, with the same delicate look, blinked her eyes, and said slowly, "What should I do? If I meet them, wouldn't it be a bit cruel to kill them directly?" The tone was gentle, but with a hint of unquestionable ruthlessness. Sui Yun, Feng Wen, Lin Yuchen, and Shi Zihan on the side couldn't help complaining in their hearts when they heard what they said. Other women are deadly for being coquettish, but these two are deadly for being coquettish. When Yuan Fanxian heard what they said, he was so angry that he trembled all over, but he knew that he could do nothing to them at the moment, so he could only snort coldly, "Humph, wait and see." After saying that, he walked behind them very reluctantly and lined up. Every step he took seemed to be filled with endless resentment. At this time, Yuan Fanxian saw that Huku was about to leave, and immediately frowned, and hurriedly shouted, "Come here, where are you going?" Huku stopped, turned his head, and said calmly, "There are guards here, I can't touch them." Yuan Fanxian listened and hurriedly said, "I know, I will teach them a lesson after the assessment." However, Huku's next words made Yuan Fanxian feel like being struck by lightning. "But I am not qualified to participate in the assessment." Yuan Fanxian's heart stopped, and an ominous premonition came to his mind. He widened his eyes and asked, "What do you mean?" Huku sighed slightly and said slowly, "Today is my 41st birthday. According to the age limit of the assessment, he is already over the age limit." Yuan Fanxian was furious when he heard it, and shouted loudly, "How dare you lie to me?" Being tricked by Huku, he was full of anger and had nowhere to vent. Huku replied calmly, "Just lie half of it." He really didn't like the arrogance of Gu Li and his friends, and he really wanted to teach them a lesson on behalf of Yuan Fanxian, but who knew that the guards suddenly appeared and disrupted all the plans. Yuan Fanxian looked at Huku's gradually receding back, and was so angry that he almost vomited blood, but he didn't dare to step forward to stop him. He could only blame all his resentment on Gu Li and his friends, and secretly swore that if he had the chance, he would make them pay the price. The stern warning from the guards was like a gust of cold wind, sweeping the entire queue. Those who were originally thinking about cutting in line and being clever gave up the idea after hearing the unquestionable words of the guard leader. They returned to the team honestly and stood in line, not daring to move. At this moment, the whole team became orderly, so quiet that only the slight breathing and occasional footsteps could be heard. There were too many people who signed up for the test, and the dense crowd was like a long winding dragon. Gu Li and his friends started queuing in the early morning. The sun gradually rose, and the warm sunshine sprinkled on the earth, but even after queuing for a whole morning, it was still not their turn. Fortunately, after a long wait, they finally got to the front of the line. During this boring wait, several people were a little tired. Just when several people were bored, suddenly, a deafening exclamation broke out in front. This sudden sound instantly broke the original dullness and boredom. Gu Li and the others subconsciously raised their heads and looked forward. They saw a young girl standing in the place where the spiritual master's elements were tested. After testing, she turned out to be a dual-element spiritual master with fire and wood elements. This news was like a heavy bomb, causing an uproar among the crowd. You know, fire and wood element spiritual masters are excellent alchemy seedlings. In Lingxi continent, alchemists have always been extremely rare. They master the mysterious skills of refining precious elixirs, which can enhance the strength of practitioners and treat injuries and diseases, and are highly respected. Chapter 462. So, when this little girl was found to be a dual-element spiritualist, everyone around her cast envious and amazed eyes. Not long after, a dedicated staff member came over quickly, and took her to test her mental power. After all, for alchemists, strong mental power is also crucial. Seeing this scene, Su Yun hurriedly whispered to a few people through the sound transmission technique. The dual-element spiritualist has caused such a sensation. So are we 4 elements a little too high profile? Gu Li was a little helpless and replied in the same voice transmission. I can't help you hide, so I can only be like you and appear to be more sociable. After that talented woman, although there were no more amazing people at the enrollment site of the Nebula Hall, several elemental spiritualists emerged one after another. This situation comforted the elders in charge of enrollment, and they secretly sighed that the talents and qualifications of this year's candidates were much stronger than the last time. The team moved forward in an orderly manner, and soon it was Lin Yuchen's turn. The person in charge of testing talent was a middle-aged man with a stern face. He looked calm and quietly looked at everything in front of him, as if he had long been accustomed to this admissions examination. The admissions elder sat at the desk, without raising his head, and the pen in his hand kept moving on the record book, and asked mechanically, Name? Lin Yuchen. The boy's voice was crisp and steady, with a bit of youthful vigor. The admissions elder raised his eyelids slightly, pointed to the groove in front of him, and said, Put your hand on it. Lin Yuchen slowly stretched out his hand, and put it steadily into the groove. In an instant, a black light suddenly lit up like a meteor in the dark night, which seemed particularly mysterious in this slightly bright examination venue. Seeing this scene, the admissions elder's eyes, which were originally a little tired, suddenly lit up, and his tone was full of surprise. Dark elemental spiritualists are rare. As he spoke, he quickly wrote something in the record book. Okay, this. Before the admissions elder finished speaking, another golden light bloomed from the groove like the dawn of dawn, interweaving with the black light, which was very beautiful. The joy on the face of the admissions elder instantly magnified, and his voice was raised a few points in excitement. Dark gold dual elemental spiritualist. You don't have to participate. Just about to announce something. However, fate seemed to want to bring more shocks to everyone. At this moment, a dazzling red light lit up without warning, instantly dyeing the surrounding space with a layer of warm colors. 3 series of elemental spiritualists. This time, the admissions elder could no longer sit still. He stood up suddenly, as if he was bounced by a spring, his eyes wide open, staring at Lin Yuchen, as if he had seen the most precious treasure in the world. Boom! With a dull sound, a purple light shot up into the sky like a thunderbolt amid the exclamations of the crowd. The admissions elder was so excited by the surprises that he was speechless. His lips trembled slightly, and he shouted in his heart, Thunder Series. There is actually another Thunder Series. Doesn't that mean he is a 4 series elemental spiritualist? The talent test stone also showed Lin Yuchen's talent. Age, 21, Dark, Gold, Fire, Thunder 4 element Spirit Master, Mental Power SSS+. The hands of the admissions elder trembled slightly. You are only 21 years old. The movement here was too loud, and it instantly attracted the attention of other teams. The originally lively test site suddenly became quiet, and everyone stopped the talent test in their hands, turned their heads, and looked here in shock. Lin Yuchen moved his body uncomfortably and whispered, That? Is it okay? The admissions elder came back to his senses and said hurriedly, Yes, it must be okay, you don't need to take the test, just enter the inner door directly. As he spoke, he shook his head and sighed, Oh my god, for elements. The candidates around him also exploded. What kind of monsters and ghosts are these? 4 element spiritual masters. I can't even think about them. Ha ha, the guy who just cut in line has turned green. Ha ha, how dare he? He even hired someone to teach them a lesson. The laughter of the crowd was mixed with admiration for Lin Yuchen and ridicule for Yuan Fanxian. Just as everyone was talking, an old man who looked a little sloppy suddenly rushed out of the crowd and shouted, Bullshit! What inner gate? He wants to be my direct disciple. When the admissions elder saw the person coming, a trace of helplessness appeared on his face, and he said respectfully, Elder Shuhuai, why are you out? Shouldn't he be leading his disciples to teach at the Monster Pavilion at this time? Elder Shuhuai waved his hand casually and said, Just passing by. The admissions elders complained in their hearts. That's quite a coincidence. Elder Shuhuai didn't care about these things. He walked a few steps to Lin Yuchen and asked with a burning gaze, Are you willing to be my direct disciple? Lin Yuchen was slightly stunned, subconsciously looked at Gu Li and others around him, and said, I don't know, where my friends go, I go. Elder Shuhuai followed his gaze and looked at Gu Li and others, frowned, and whispered, You are a little young, I will think about it. After all, it is not difficult to get so many people into the Nebula Hall. The difficulty is to accept so many direct disciples at once, and the Hall Master may have opinions. Seeing this, Guli said politely, "This elder, it's late, can you let us test your talents first?" Elder Shu Huai nodded and said, "Okay, I take a look at your talents." Thinking in his heart, if the talent is okay, then he can accept it reluctantly. After all, there is already a 4-element spirit master, and he is already very satisfied. Suddenly, Elder Shu Huai seemed to have thought of something, turned his head sharply, stared at the admissions elder, and said seriously, "Don't tell the people in the inner gate about what happened here. If you want to tell them, wait until I take the people away." The admissions elder raised the token in his hand awkwardly, smiled bitterly and said, "Well, I have already reported it. Then you follow me first." Elder Shu Huai grabbed Lin Yuchen's arm and dragged him to the Nebula Hall. Lin Yuchen stood firmly on the spot, and no matter how Elder Shu Huai pulled him, he didn't move. "I won't leave. I want to wait for my friend." When Elder Shu Huai heard this, he couldn't help but raise his voice. "What are you waiting for? It's not like you won't see him again if you leave." Force system. Those old guys will come to snatch people from him later if they know about it. Chapter 463. However, Lin Yuchen remained unmoved and stubbornly repeated, "That won't work either. I'd be wherever they are." At this time, Guli also stepped forward and said to Elder Shu Huai, "Elder, there's no need to rush for a while." When Elder Shu Huai heard this, his brows furrowed even more. He glared at Guli and said angrily, "What do you know? If it's too late, we have to rob him." Guli had a gentle smile on his face and said in a leisurely tone, "It won't take long, right?" When Elder Shu Huai heard this, his brows furrowed tightly. Okay, you should test their talents quickly." The admissions elder was a little flustered by this sudden urging. He nodded and bowed, and kept responding, Yes, Elder Shu Huai, please be patient, I speed up now." As he said this, he hurriedly opened the record book again, picked up the pen, and prepared to register the next person's name. Mu Yunqi looked calm, walked forward steadily, and gently placed her hand on the groove that determined her fate. In an instant, a rich brown light, like the power of the earth veins breaking through the ground, lit up at a very fast speed, instantly attracting everyone's attention. The admissions elder's originally calm expression was instantly replaced by surprise, and he couldn't help but blurt out, "Another elemental spiritual master." Before everyone could recover from this exclamation, there was a sound of whoosh, and a green light full of vitality, like a new bud breaking through the ground in spring, lit up immediately. At this moment, everyone present could no longer remain calm, and a commotion broke out in the crowd. Just when there was a 4-elemental spirit, here comes a 2-elemental spiritual master. What kind of fairy examination room is this? Everyone was talking to each other, with incredible expressions on their faces. However, this feast of talent display was far from over. Then, a dazzling golden light suddenly bloomed like the sun at dawn, illuminating the entire venue. Seeing the scene, the eyes of the admissions elders and Shu Huai elders were wide open, and the expressions on their faces changed from surprise to shock, and a nearly terrifying guess surged in their hearts. And soon, Mu Yunqi used facts to verify the crazy idea in their hearts. "I saw a purple light like the 9-day thunder, which lit up with a bang, and the powerful energy fluctuations made the surrounding air tremble." Age, 21, Earth, Gold, Wood Thunder 4-element spiritual master, mental power SSS+. The admissions elder read out Mu Yunqi's talent information in a trembling voice, full of disbelief. Elder Shu Huai even cursed directly, "Fuck." Mu Yunqi calmly took her hand back as if nothing had happened, as if this amazing talent was nothing but a common thing in her eyes. Elder Shu Huai came to his senses, rushed to Mu Yunqi in a few steps, and said anxiously, You also come with me. These two people are rare treasures, and must be collected as soon as possible." Mu Yunqi was not in a hurry, and the corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a faint smile. "Why are you in a hurry? My friends haven't been tested yet." The admissions elder also came to his senses at this time, with a trace of doubt on his face, and couldn't help asking, "Will the 4 of them also?" Lin Yuchen stood aside and said proudly, "Of course, they are also 4-element spiritualists, and their talents are stronger than mine." Elder Shu Huai shook his head like a rattle when he heard this. How is this possible? 4-element spiritualists are not cabbages, they are wholesale. He has lived for so many years, and has never seen such a concentrated burst of talent. However, reality once again gave him a heavy blow. Su Yun stepped forward and put his hand on the groove. In an instant, the 4-element lights of fire, wood, ice, and thunder intertwined and lit up. With the announcement of age, 20, 4-element spiritualist of fire, wood, ice, and thunder, mental power SSS+, everyone was shocked again. Next was Shizihan, age, 22, water, fire, earth, Thunder Elementalist, SSS plus Spiritual Power. Feng Wuhan was no exception, age 22, Wood, Gold, Fire, Thunder Elementalist, SSS plus Spiritual Power, and finally Guli, age 19, Dark, Fire, Wood, Thunder Elementalist, SSS plus Spiritual Power. Damn! 6 Elementalists. Someone in the crowd exclaimed again. Are they still human? Are all geniuses around geniuses? Too scary. There were exclamations and sighs from the crowd who were taking the talent test, and everyone was deeply shocked by this scene. Yuan Fanxian stood in the crowd, his face as pale as paper. At this moment, he was full of regret and wished he could go back to the morning and slap himself hard. He actually scolded a 4-element spiritualist for not being worthy of taking the test. She shouldn't bear a grudge, right? If she told that elder about this, then his qualification for the test. Thinking of this, Yuan Fanxian's legs couldn't help but tremble slightly. Elder Shu Huai completely recovered from his shock, and then, a burst of ecstasy surged on his face. He opened his arms and shouted, "All 6 of you follow me." At this moment, the villain in his heart had already laughed wildly with his hands on his waist. Ha ha ha. 6. 6. All of them are his. Why are you walking? This is not just yours. As soon as the voice fell, a graceful figure was wrapped in a sharp wind, and it fell rapidly from the air like a fairy from the sky, and landed steadily between Elder Shu Huai and Gu Li. The figure was light, but exuded a momentum that should not be underestimated. The breeze brought by the landing gently lifted the dust around. When Elder Shu Huai saw the person coming, his heart clicked and thought to himself, "It's not good, it's really here to rob people." His eyes instantly became alert, staring at the woman in front of him. "Ha ha ha, I heard that there was a kid with 4 series, but I didn't expect there were 6. A hearty laugh sounded above the crowd, and a tall man strode out of the crowd. He was burly, and every step he took seemed to shake the ground slightly. His aura was so strong that people dared not look directly at him. As he smiled, he looked at Gu Li and the others with a fiery gaze. "Sorry, I'm very interested in these 6 people. You can move back." As soon as he finished speaking, a man with a somewhat feminine appearance flew in from the crowd like a ghost. His voice was a little soft, but it carried an unquestionable domineering tone. On his pale face, a pair of eyes flashed with light, tightly locked on the 6 people. Elder Shu Huai was furious when he saw this. He took a step forward, put his hands on his hips, and shouted with his eyes wide open, "Get out of here, I picked this first." Elder Yuanqing raised his lips slightly, revealing a meaningful smile, and said softly, "Can you keep what you like?" When Elder Shu Huai heard this, he popped out his chest and said confidently, "Of course." How could the seedling he liked be easily snatched away by others? However, Elder Fang Qingshui sneered and continued Elder Yuanqing's words. "Yuanqing means that the 3 of us will beat you one." Chapter 464. The Elder Shu Huai was furious, his beard trembling slightly with his excitement, and he shouted, "Don't go too far. Do you understand the first come first served rule?" The voice echoed at the entrance of the Nebula Hall like a huge bell, attracting people around to look out and watch the show. And Yuanqing raised her chin nonchalantly, saying in a cold tone, "I don't understand." The crowd around was instantly attracted by the quarrel, and their eyes were cast on them like spotlights. Gu Li and her companions also became the focus of everyone's discussion, and whispers rose and fell in the crowd. Gu Li looked at the tense scene, feeling a little helpless, and said softly, "Why don't you quarrel slowly? We will go back first." Under the gazes of so many people, it was a bit embarrassing for them to quarrel here. Elder Shu Huai snorted coldly, feeling very annoyed. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and the spiritual power around him surged, turning into an invisible force, sweeping up Gu Li and the others, and galloping away into the distance. Elder Qian saw this, and a trace of anger flashed across his face, shouting loudly, "No martial ethics." Before he finished speaking, the spiritual power under his feet burst out, and he chased after them like a flaming meteor. And Yuanqing and Fang Qingshui looked at each other, their eyes full of tacit understanding. They simultaneously activated their spiritual power, and in a flash, they also joined the chasing team. The remaining elders, who assisted in the enrollment, and the many candidates, who applied for the exam looked at each other, their faces full of shock and confusion. They never thought that an ordinary enrollment meeting would turn into a competition for recruits. In addition to shock, there was more envy. Su Yun looked at Elder Shu Huai who was tying them up, and couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing? Kidnapping?" Elder Shu Huai roared without looking back while speeding, "Shut up first, wait until I get rid of the 3 behind you." At this moment, he only wanted to get rid of the pursuers behind him and take these gifted disciples into his pocket. Gu Li was wrapped in spiritual power, his body swaying in the air, his mouth twitching slightly, and he said helplessly, "We will see each other in the future. It's useless for you to run with us." Besides, she and her companions already had a master, and they didn't want to worship others as their master. They originally just wanted to enter the inner gate and improve their practice, but they didn't expect to be regarded as the best candidates for personal disciples. Elder Shu Huai disagreed and said firmly, "It's okay, after you become my disciples, it's useless for them to rob you." In his opinion, as long as these children entered his sect, there would be no variables. Gu Li heard this and said, "Thank you for your kindness, but I won't become your disciple." His voice was clear and firm, and it was clearly heard by Elder Shu Huai in the wind. Elder Shu Huai stopped abruptly, and the spiritual power in his hand was instantly withdrawn. Gu Li and his companions, who were unprepared, fell straight to the ground like a kite with a broken string, and they grimaced in pain. And Yuan Xin and the other three, who were chasing them behind, also caught up at this time, and quickly surrounded them. Fang Qingshui was dissatisfied and asked, "Is it fun to run away with people every time?" Elder Shu Huai did not respond to Fang Qingshui's words, but stared at Gu Li as if he wanted to see through her, and asked word by word, "What did you say?" Gu Li rubbed his sore buttocks and repeated firmly, "We have a master, and we will not seek another master." And Yuan Xin heard this. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. "You have a master?" Gu Li nodded affirmatively, "Yes." Elder Shu Huai looked at Mu Yunqi and others and asked, "You have one too?" Mu Yunqi also nodded seriously. "We have the same master." Elder Qi Yin did not give up and persuaded, "You can have many masters." Gu Li answered without hesitation, "We will only have one master." Even though their master has passed away for many years, they will always remember the master's kindness in their hearts. If it were not for the master's inheritance, their cultivation path would not be so smooth. What's more, they are also responsible for most of the inherited skills of the Shiling sect, and the Xingyan Hall has nothing unique to teach them. Elder Shu Huai was full of resentment and asked, "Who is your master?" He didn't believe that there was anyone more powerful than himself in the southern continent besides the palace master, who could make 6 four-element spiritual masters willing to become his disciples. Feng Wuhan's heart moved, and he suddenly said, "Master is waiting for us in the northern continent." Hearing this, everyone looked at him. Although Gu Li and others were puzzled as to why Feng Wuhan said this, they were very tactful and did not speak. Elder Qian asked anxiously, "Northern continent? Which force?" Feng Wuhan looked calm and said calmly, "We can't tell you this." And Yuan Xin was full of doubts, and her eyes were locked on Feng Wuhan, asking, "Then why did you come to participate in the assessment of the Nebula Palace? Since you have a master and are from the northern continent, you shouldn't get involved in the cultivation forces of our southern continent." Feng Wuhan looked calm and explained calmly, "Our master sent us to the south continent to train us and let us go back by our own efforts." Hearing this, they did not doubt it. After all, there are still many people from the north continent in the south continent. It's just that these few people. It's a pity. Fang Qingshui frowned and thought about it. He looked at the people around him, then looked at Yuan Xin and whispered, "Regarding the things in the north continent, should we take them to see the palace master?" Elder Shu Huai still did not give up. He stared at Feng Wuhan, his eyes seemed to be spitting fire, and reluctantly confirmed again, "Are you really from the north continent?" Feng Wuhan was not afraid of Elder Shu Huai's gaze, nodded firmly, and said in a decisive tone, "Yes." This short word, like a heavy hammer, completely shattered Elder Shu Huai's fantasy of taking them as disciples. "Damn it, all the good seedlings have been taken away." Elder Shu Huai cursed in a low voice, his face full of disappointment and unwillingness. A complicated look flashed in Yuan Xin's eyes, and his eyes swept across the faces of Gu Li and others one by one, and slowly asked, "How long have you not been back to the northern continent?" Gu Li's heart suddenly became alert, frowned slightly, and asked back, "Why are you asking this?" And Yuan Xin sighed softly, with a worried look on his face, and said, "Something happened in the northern continent. I hope your master is from the Divine Spirit sect?" Hearing the word "something happened in the northern continent" and Divine Spirit sect, Gu Li and others were shocked in their hearts, as if they were hit by a heavy hammer. They looked at each other, and a trace of panic flashed in their eyes, but years of experience made them calm down quickly, and there was no abnormality on their faces. Gu Li tried to make his voice sound calm. What happened? Chapter 465. The major sects are planning to encircle and suppress the Shiling sect. Fang Qingshui looked solemn, with a hint of worry in his tone. Encircle and suppress? Gu Li frowned slightly. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and repeated it, his voice unconsciously raised a little. The Shilling sect is also a super sect in Lingxi continent, but it has always been low-key and has not interfered with the major sections. How could it suddenly be listed as a target of encirclement and suppression? Fang Qinshui seemed to see their doubts, and then said, "If you are from the Shilling sect, I can take you to see the Hall Master." Hearing this, Gu Li subconsciously glanced at the little friends beside him, his eyes full of questioning. The companions understood, looked at each other, and nodded gently, with determination and trust in their eyes. Afterwards, several people acted in unison, each taking out the token of the Shilling sect from the space. The familiar touch of the token gave them a sense of belonging and a bit more confidence to face the unknown. Fang Qinshui looked at the token in their hands. A complex emotion flashed in his eyes, and he murmured, "You are indeed from the Divine Spirit sect." Gu Li instantly became alert, his eyes locked on Fang Qinshui, and asked, "What do you mean?" And Yuanqing hurriedly stepped forward, with a gentle smile on his face, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. "Don't get me wrong, I have no ill intentions. I will take you to see the Palace Master." Under the leadership of Yuanqing, everyone entered the interior of the Nebula Palace. Along the way, Gu Li and others remained highly vigilant, scanning the surrounding environment from time to time, not letting go of any possible danger. After a while, they came to the main hall of the Nebula Hall. Sheng Huixiao, the master of the Nebula Hall, was sitting in the main seat, playing with the token they handed over, with a look of scrutiny in his eyes. "Which elder's disciples are you?" Gu Li pondered for a moment, weighing the pros and cons in his mind, and finally said, "I can't tell you this for the time being." They had just arrived and didn't know the true attitude of the Nebula Hall. At this critical juncture, what should be said, and what shouldn't be said must be just right. Sheng Huixiu didn't dwell on this issue. He carefully examined the token, although he had never seen this style of token. But the token did contain information proving their identity, as well as the unique spiritual power fluctuations of the Divine Spirit sect, which dispelled his doubts. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Sheng Huixiao, and I am one of the direct disciples of the current Divine Spirit sect's great elder." "Are you also from the Divine Spirit sect?" Shi Zihan couldn't help asking. As a powerful force in the southern continent, the Nebula Hall should have nothing to do with the Divine Spirit sect. "I didn't expect that the Hall Master was actually the direct disciple of the Divine Spirit sect's great elder." Sheng Huixiu smiled and nodded, and replied affirmatively, "Yes." Gu Li then asked, "What about this place?" "Yes, the Nebula Hall is a force supported by the Divine Spirit sect in the southern continent." Sheng Huixiao gave a clear answer. Gu Li's brows twisted into a Chuan character, staring at Sheng Huixiu, and asked, "What does it mean that the Divine Spirit sect was surrounded and suppressed?" Sheng Huixiu's eyes flashed with a trace of complex emotions, with worry and helplessness. After a moment of silence, he slowly said, "This is not something you should know. From now on, you are no longer disciples of the Divine Spirit sect." Mu Yinchi heard this and retorted without showing any weakness, "You are not qualified to expel us." According to the seniority in the sect, they, as disciples of the Kanglin sect master, should be above Sheng Huixiu. Sheng Huixiu shook his head gently. A bitter smile appeared on his face, and explained, "I don't want to expel you, but you can't be disciples of the Shilling sect now." Gu Li's heart moved, and an idea suddenly flashed in his mind. He asked tentatively, "You want us to hide and rebuild the Shilling sect one day in the future?" Sheng Huixiu nodded slightly, and a trace of appreciation flashed in his eyes. "Well, I heard about your talents. 6 4-element spiritual masters. Such talents are extremely rare in the entire continent. As long as they don't die, they will stand at the top of this continent one day, with their own efforts and talents. But the premise is that they can survive this cruel encirclement and suppression." Lin Yuchen's mouth corner slightly raised, revealing a confident smile, and said firmly, "Sorry, we go to the Shilling sect." Sheng Huixiu sighed helplessly, turned to Fang Qinshui and said, "Qinshui, send them away. The life and death of these people may not matter, but these geniuses in the sect must not die. This time, many forces jointly encircled and suppressed, and the Shilling sect may not be able to escape this time." Fang Qinshui stepped forward and said with concern, "Let's go, don't claim to be a disciple of the Shilling sect in the future." Gu Li did not mean to leave, and said firmly, "Give us the identity information, we will go and see what's going on now." Sheng Huixiu was slightly stunned and asked, "You don't have identity information?" Before Gu Li could answer, Sheng Huixiu waved his hand again and said, "Forget it, now is not the time to talk about this, but you can't go over." Gu Li sighed, "Why is this person so stubborn?" Seeing this, Mu Yinchi frowned. What if this is an order? Xing Huixiu was slightly stunned. Order? Gu Li nodded, then slowly took out her master's identity token from the space, held it high in front of her, and said loudly, Gu Li, the disciple of the master of the Kanglin sect of the Divine Spirit sect. Ancestor. Feeling the familiar and powerful aura on this token, Xing Huixiu and others suddenly dilated their pupils, and their eyes were full of disbelief. Mu Yunqi, the disciple of the master of Kanglin of the Divine Spirit sect. Shi Zihan, the disciple of the master of Kanglin of the Divine Spirit sect. Su Yun, the disciple of the master of Kanglin of the Divine Spirit sect. Feng Wuhan, the disciple of the master of Kanglin of the Divine Spirit sect. Lin Yuchen, the disciple of the master of Kanglin of the Divine Spirit sect. The expressions on the faces of Xing Huixiu and in Yuanqin and others beside him froze instantly, and then the excitement surged in their eyes like a surging tide. Xing Huixiu's lips trembled slightly, and his voice was filled with uncontrollable excitement and expectation, and he blurted out, Are you the disciples of the ancestor? This not only means that these young people in front of him have extraordinary identities, but also ignites a glimmer of hope in him. Does this mean that their ancestors are still alive? When Xing Huixiu thought of this, he felt his heart beating violently in his chest, and he could hardly control his inner excitement, and his body trembled slightly. Gu Li looked at their excited expressions, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a faint smile, shaking the token in his hand, raised an eyebrow and said, Isn't it obvious? Chapter 466. After confirming this fact, Xing Huixiu and in Yuanqin were full of awe on their faces. As if driven by some invisible force, they knelt on their knees with a thump, straightened their backs, kowtowed respectfully, and said in unison, Juniors greet you, little ancestors. Seeing this scene, Gu Li and others were a little stunned, and looked at each other for a while, as if they had not expected such a scene. Sui Yud opened his eyes wide, opened his mouth slightly, and couldn't help but exclaimed, Ah, is the master so awesome? We have become little ancestors. Xing Huixiu knelt on the ground, not daring to raise his head, and said in fear, I'm so offended just now, please punish me, little ancestors. Gu Li said helplessly, Don't kneel, give us your identity information. Xing Huixiu slowly raised his head, with a bit of fatigue and vicissitudes on his face, but his eyes showed a trace of persistence. Before that, can you tell me where the ancestor is? Gu Li sighed slightly. A trace of reluctance flashed in his eyes, and whispered, Master has passed away. Xing Huixiu's expression froze instantly when he heard it, and then he smiled bitterly, his smile full of bitterness and helplessness. At the moment when he saw them take out the ancestor's token, he still had a trace of extravagant hope in his heart, thinking that the ancestor might still be in the world. But he also knew that the life card had been broken thousands of years ago. If the ancestor was still alive, how could he not come back? Thinking of this, Xing Huixiu stood up suddenly, his face firm. No, then you can't go back to the Shinling sect now. Now all major forces are secretly plotting against the Shinling sect. If the ancestor was still alive, perhaps those forces would still be afraid, but now, the 6 people in front of him are extremely talented, and he must not let them fall by stepping into this dangerous vortex. Sui Yun stepped forward. I've already said this is an order. Is it because my master is not here that you, the Shinling sect, don't recognize us? Xing Huixiu waved his hands and explained anxiously. Disciple doesn't mean that. Gu Li, who was standing aside, saw Xing Huixiu, such a big man, calling himself a disciple in front of him, and couldn't help but suppress the arc of his mouth. He felt funny in his heart. This scene was really a bit inconsistent. Sui Yun rolled his eyes at him, then stopped nagging, and give us your identity information. Why are you hesitating? Xing Huixiu hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded. Then I will give you the tokens with identity information engraved on them tomorrow. Gu Li immediately said, 300 first. 300? Xing Huixiu widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. Why do you need so many tokens? Gu Li looked calm, and said slowly, We have other people. When they reach a certain level of cultivation, they will go to the North Continent with us. Xing Huixiu's expression tightened, and he quickly advised, People from the North Continent cannot go to the North Continent without a certain level of strength. The situation in the North Continent is not very good now. It is better for your people not to go directly. Gu Li sneered. It is not so easy to encircle and suppress a super sect. She narrowed her eyes slightly, and fell into memories. If she remembered correctly, her master said that her mother was besieged before she was born. Later, all the forces that besieged her mother were severely damaged, and only the Shinling sect and some medium-sized forces did not have a large number of geniuses killed. Even if those forces recovered in 1,000 years, they would not be able to catch up with the development of the divine sect. Xing Huixiu sighed, helpless. That's what I said, but all the major forces have cut off their contacts with the Shinling sect. Now we can only find the materials for alchemy and other materials by ourselves, and we can't buy them at all. But if our people go out to find them, they will be killed if they meet other people. Shi Zihan, who had been silent all the time, spoke at this time. That is to say, the large-scale encirclement and suppression of the Shinling sect has not started yet, but the Shinling sect has been sanctioned in other places. Xing Huixiu nodded, yes. Gu Li's eyes flashed a trace of fierceness. It's okay, your people are being watched by them, and my people are not. Xing Huixiu was stunned. Do you want your people to collect materials? Gu Li's mouth curled up a sneer. No, it's to rob. Since those forces want to play business wars, then she will play with them. She doesn't believe that the top masters of those forces will be so idle that they will take action before the encirclement and suppression. She still has Jiuying. If she can't beat them, she will just rob them. Xing Huixiu looked confused. What do you mean? Gu Li waved his hand. It's okay, give me the identity information I want tomorrow, and we will go directly to the northern continent. Xing Huixiu had no choice but to answer, yes. Afterwards, Xing Huixiu arranged a place for them to stay. Gu Li summoned Jiuying in the room. As soon as Jiuying appeared, he shouted in dissatisfaction, Do you think of me as an errand boy? Gu Li hurriedly smiled. Just this time, I won't do it next time. Jiuying snorted. Humph, I will reluctantly help you bring the person here. After that, he turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the night, leaving only Gu Li in the room. The next day, the sky was just getting light, and the morning mist had not yet completely dissipated. Xing Huixiu stood in the hall, looking at the more than 50 figures outside the yard, frowning slightly, and fell into deep thought. So many people sneaked into the Nebula Hall quietly, and he didn't even notice it. Mu Yunqi came to his side at some point and asked softly, Have you got your identity information ready? Okay, you drop blood in, and this is your identity token. Xing Huixiu raised his hand, and saw a wave of spiritual power, and a pile of black tokens appeared out of thin air on the table in the hall. Gu Li walked forward, quickly scanned these tokens, and secretly estimated in his heart that there were more than 300. Xing Huixiu continued, Nebula Hall has a unique teleportation array that can be directly teleported to the Divine Spirit sect. Gu Li heard this, and picked up an identity token without hesitation, and flipped his other hand lightly, and a small dagger appeared in his palm. Cutting his finger, the bright red blood slowly dripped onto the token. In an instant, the token glowed brightly, as if it had established a wonderful connection with him. At this time, Feng Wuhan said solemnly, If we teleport directly to the Shinling sect, we will definitely be discovered by others when we leave. Now the spies of the major forces are like dense spider webs, staring closely at the Shinling sect. If they show up rashly, they will definitely be mistaken for disciples of the Shinling sect, and there will be a lot of trouble at that time. Gu Li nodded slightly. Yes, I know. Then, he turned to look at Xing Huixiu, his eyes firm. Give us the general information of the strongest forces against the Shinling sect. Chapter 467. Xing Huixiu did not ask any more questions, and took out a yellowed map of the northern continent from his space ring. He carefully spread the map on the stone table, and the mountains, rivers, cities, and passes on the map were clearly visible. Lingxiao Holy Sect occupies the southern two-thirds of the northern continent, with strong strength and many powerful people in the sect. Jiuyou Demon Palace occupies the northern two-thirds of the northern continent. Tianxian Sect occupies the eastern two-thirds of the northern continent. Wanxiang Pavilion occupies the western two-thirds of the northern continent. He pointed at the map and gave a detailed introduction. In addition, there are also medium-sized forces of all sizes distributed in it, and the situation is complicated. Lin Yuchen exclaimed, Good guy, it turns out that your Shinling sect is in the middle, surrounded by enemies. This situation is too difficult. Xing Huixiu looked gloomy and sighed softly. Well, so if a war really breaks out this time, Shinling sect will probably fight them to the death. He paused, and some words came to his lips, and swallowed them back. In fact, most of the young geniuses have been secretly sent away from the Shinling sect. As long as these sparks of hope are still there, the Shinling sect will always be rebuilt one day. Gu Li was silent for a moment, stretched out his hand, and slowly put away the map, and said in a deep voice, We know. Xing Huixiu looked at them and asked, Then do you want to go directly to the Shinling sect? Gu Li suddenly raised a mysterious smile at the corner of his mouth. No, go to Lingxiao Holy Sect, Jiuyou Demon Palace, Tianxian Sect, Wanxiang Pavilion. Xing Huixiu heard Gu Li's plan. His expression suddenly changed. His brows twisted into a Chuan character, and his tone was full of worry and determination. No, it's too dangerous. These 4 major forces, any one of them is full of masters and schemes. If you have any problems, how can I explain to the ancestors? Guli looked calm and said slowly, you can't control us. You will definitely talk about our existence when you return to the Shilling sect. But I hope that except you and the current Shilling sect leader, no one else knows about our existence for the time being. Xing Huixiu paced back and forth anxiously. What exactly are you going to do in these big forces? With my strength, I can't escape from those dragon pools and tiger lairs. Not to mention that you have just broken through the virtual realm, aren't you going to die? Gu Li's mouth corner slightly raised his eyebrows, and a trace of cunning flashed in his eyes. Who said, we are going to fight hard? Xing Huixiu stopped for a moment, full of confusion. Then what do you want? Gu Li smiled mysteriously and kept it a secret. I can't tell you for the time being. You just go back to the Shilling sect and wait, and my people will send you various refining materials later. You can choose a trustworthy person to receive it. Xing Huixiu opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he swallowed it back when he reached his lips. He began to wonder, how could a few dozen people collect the refining materials needed by a super large group? But seeing Gu Li and the others full of confidence, he really couldn't bear to pour cold water on them and dampen their enthusiasm. Since he had to go back to the spiritual sect for a while, he had to arrange things in the Nebula Hall first. After Xing Huixiu left, Shi Zihan walked to Gu Li and asked softly, what are your plans? Gu Li raised the corners of his mouth high, with a confident light in his eyes. What do you think of penetrating into the 4 major forces? When these words came out, everyone was shocked, and 5 pairs of eyes were wide open, staring straight at Gu Li, as if to confirm whether she was joking. Sui Yun exclaimed, damn, you really dare to think. Feng Wuhan touched his chin, thought for a moment, and said, it's not impossible. Shi Zihan frowned slightly and expressed his concerns. Even if we can get into them, it seems that we can't do anything? Gu Li smiled and explained patiently. After all, the Shilling sect is a super sect that has been passed down for many years, and has a deep foundation. Even if those forces want to encircle and suppress it, they will not act so quickly. Before this, with our abilities, it should not be difficult to become the direct disciples of the major forces? Sui Yun curled his lips. You think too highly of us. It's not that easy to be a direct disciple. Mu Yunqi asked, then should we separate? Gu Li nodded and said in an orderly manner, well, Yunqi and I will go to Wanxiang Pavilion together, and Aiken and I will go to Ling. Xiao Xingzong, Zihan and Xiao Yitzi went to Jiuyo Demon Palace. Ah Hin and Xiao Erzi went to Tiangshuanzong. Sui Yun was unhappy when he heard that they were going to separate, and said with a bitter face, I don't want to separate from you. Gu Li smiled and teased, are you afraid that you can't enter Ling Xiao Xingzong? Sui Yun immediately straightened his back and patted his chest. How is it possible? I can definitely enter. It's just Ling Xiao Xingzong, I'm not afraid of it. Gu Li smiled with relief. That's it. It's just a temporary separation. Then, her expression became serious and added, in addition to the prescribed enrollment examinations, the big forces over there will also have special recruitments. The content of the challenge will be known only when it arrives, so don't be stubborn. If you can't complete it, give up first. The purpose is to lurk in, not to fight hard, safety first. Shi Zihan nodded slightly and said seriously, well, you all be careful and keep in touch at any time. After some discussion, Gu Li found Gu San and Gu Si. We will set off for the northern continent tomorrow. You take people to rob the refining materials and alchemy materials of various medium-sized forces. Remember, as long as it is valuable, rob them all. After that, she raised her hand and took out a sound transmission talisman, handed it to Gu San, and solemnly explained, contact the other party every half a month to deliver the goods. Gu San took the sound transmission talisman with both hands, nodded vigorously, and answered loudly, yes. Gu Li then carefully reminded, you can't act alone, at least in a group of 3. If you encounter an opponent you can't beat, don't hesitate, run away. As she spoke, she took out dozens of sacks from the space ring, opened the sacks, and revealed the full runes and array balls inside. There are acceleration talismans, explosion talismans, and teleportation arrays in here. The goal is to rob them. If you can avoid fighting with them, try not to do it. If you can get away with these talismans and arrays, retreat quickly and don't fight. Gu San looked at the piles of sacks. A trace of astonishment flashed in his eyes, and his hands shook slightly uncontrollably. These sacks were stacked up, almost occupying half of the room. His Adam's apple rolled, and he swallowed hard, thinking to himself, With so many things for escape, how much of what is my young master going to rob? Chapter 468. In the bustling Huanyue city in the northern continent, the streets are crowded with people and hawking sounds. Two graceful figures walk slowly, like the brightest stars in the night sky, attracting the attention of pedestrians on the street, and from time to time someone casts a stunning look. Mu Yunqi and Gu Li walked through the busy streets and alleys, and finally found a large inn to stay. Mu Yunqi sat gently on the bed, with a bit of doubt in her eyes, and asked, "When are we going to Wanxiang Pavilion?" Gu Li leaned lazily on the chair, playing with an exquisite teacup in his hand, with a calm expression. "Tomorrow." Mu Yunqi nodded slightly. A trace of worry flashed in his eyes, and whispered softly, "I hope they are successful." Gu Li did not respond, but continued to play with the teacup with interest. "It will be smooth." The next day, before dawn, when the sky was just beginning to turn pale, Gu Li and Mu Yunqi were already standing outside the grand and solemn gate of Wanxiang Pavilion. The gate of Wanxiang Pavilion was towering into the sky, with mysterious runes carved on it, exuding an ancient and powerful atmosphere. "Stop, outsiders are not allowed to enter." As soon as they approached, a team of people in uniform and holding sharp blades appeared like ghosts and stopped them. The leader was a burly man with a cold look and a cold tone. Gu Li looked calm and said in a neither humble nor arrogant manner, "We want to join Wanxiang Pavilion." The leading man heard this and looked them up and down, with a flash of contempt in his eyes. "Wanxiang Pavilion recruits students every 3 years, and it ended last month. Come back in 3 years. Mu Yunqi frowned slightly and said firmly, "We mean special recruitment." Hearing her words, the people around burst into laughter, and the leading man looked at them with disdain in his eyes. "You? Special recruitment?" Gu Li's expression did not change, but he just replied lightly, "Yeah." The leading man sneered. "You two should stop making fun of each other. Two people who have broken the virtual realm want to challenge the special recruitment assessment?" Gu Li responded calmly, "I remember that the void realm seemed to have reached the standard." "Yes, it has reached it, but that is also the lowest standard." The man curled his lips, full of disapproval. Gu Li still insisted, "That is also reached." The leading man frowned, and a trace of impatience flashed in his eyes. "Are you sure you want to challenge?" Gu Li and Mu Yunqi looked at each other, and said in unison, "Sure. Let me remind you first, special recruitment is different from normal enrollment assessments. I will not show mercy, and will kill them directly," the man said coldly, trying to scare them away with words. Gu Li looked determined and fearless. "We know." The leader looked them up and down again, as if to confirm that they were not joking, and then snorted coldly, "Follow me in." After that, he turned around and led the way. Gu Li and Mu Yunqi followed them, and stepped into the gate of Wanxiang Pavilion together. As soon as they entered, they felt a strong spiritual power rushing towards them, as if they were in a sea of spiritual power. They followed the team, and sat in several teleportation arrays in succession. Every teleportation was accompanied by a strong spatial fluctuation, and the surrounding scene changed rapidly. Finally, they arrived at a courtyard surrounded by smoke. The smoke was not ordinary white, but strange black, so thick that it seemed impossible to dissolve, adding a bit of mysterious and dangerous atmosphere to the whole courtyard. "Elder Danhe, someone." The man who led the way was about to report, but he hadn't finished his words. Bang! A deafening explosion suddenly came, and the sound seemed to shatter the whole world. The powerful impact was like a surging wave, directly shattering the wall of the courtyard, and stones flew everywhere. Gu Li reacted very quickly, instantly mobilizing the spiritual power in his body, and put a spiritual power shield around himself and Mu Yunqi. The shield flashed with a faint purple light, blocking all the flying stones, and the impact of the explosion. The man who brought them in was not so lucky. He didn't have time to react at all, and was directly knocked out by the powerful impact, fell heavily to the ground, and uttered a painful groan. "Don't you know you're not allowed to disturb me when I'm refining the elixir?" Before he could get up from the ground, a black figure rushed out like lightning, so fast that it was almost invisible. The figure stepped on the man who fell to the ground, and with a crisp sound of bone breaking, the man instantly lost his breath. "Damn, he just killed him like that." Seeing this scene, Gu Li cursed in his heart. "This is too cruel, he won't kill them both directly." Thinking of this, Gu Li and Mu Yunqi immediately became alert, and the spiritual power in their bodies was secretly running, and they looked at the dark figure carefully. Elder Danhe just patted the dust off his body, and the action was so casual that it seemed as if he had just stepped on an insignificant ant instead of a person. He raised his head and looked at Gu Li and Mu Yunqi with cold eyes, and said in a low and cold voice, Give me a reason not to kill you. Guli said, we are here to participate in the special recruitment. Elder Danha looked them up and down, his eyes full of suspicion. You too? Guli looked calm and nodded firmly. Yes. Elder Danha snorted coldly. Are you an elementalist? If not, you can get out. Guli did not speak, but she slowly released the thunder elemental spiritual power on her body with a thought. In an instant, crackling purple arcs flashed around her. Seeing this, Mu Yunqi also released the thunder elemental spiritual power. The thunder elements of the two echoed each other, and for a time, the whole yard was filled with powerful thunder element fluctuations. Since the special recruitment does not require talent testing, there is no need for them to expose all their elemental spiritual powers. Elder Danha's eyes wandered around Guli and Mu Yunqi, and he said slowly, they are both thunder element spiritual masters, which is not bad. Guli asked, so are we qualified to participate? Elder Danha nodded slightly, with a hint of reluctance in his tone, reluctantly. However, he secretly complained in his heart, thunder element is good, but the cultivation of these two people is really not worth mentioning. Breaking the void realm is simply garbage, that is not worth mentioning in the Wanxiang Pavilion. With their level, I am afraid they can't even make it through the first level of the special recruitment assessment, and will die in it. Elder Danha said no more, waved his hand casually, and saw a mysterious light flashing, and the powerful force of space instantly enveloped them. Chapter 469. In an instant, the surrounding scene changed rapidly, making people dizzy. When the light dissipated, the three of them had disappeared from the spot. When Guli and Mu Yunqi regained their vision again, they found themselves in a strange place surrounded by clouds and mist. In front of them was no longer the bombed courtyard filled with pungent smell of medicine and gunpowder, but a ladder with no end in sight. This ladder was suspended in the air, and each step was flashing with mysterious runes and emitting a faint light, as if calling for the brave to climb. Guli and Mu Yunqi looked around and found that there were only two of them around, and Elder Danha had disappeared long ago, as if he had never appeared. The surroundings were a little weirdly quiet, with only a breeze blowing gently, blowing their hair. At the moment when Guli and Mu Yunqi stepped onto the mysterious ladder, a strong and heavy bell sound suddenly came from the depths of Wanxiang Pavilion. Dong, dong, dong. The sound of the bell penetrated the layers of clouds and mist, and echoed in every corner of the Wanxiang Pavilion. The sound was melodious and shocking. Hearing this sound, the disciples who were busy practicing in various places in the Wanxiang Pavilion stopped their actions one after another, and showed surprise on their faces. Special recruitment? A disciple who was practicing sword unconsciously stopped the sword in his hand in midair, muttering to himself with a puzzled face. Damn, someone will participate in the special recruitment this year. Another disciple widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. In the Wanxiang Pavilion, special recruitment assessments have always been extremely rare, and every time it is opened, it means that an extraordinary person has come to challenge. Let's go, I want to take a look. Someone reacted first, and couldn't wait to run towards the big square of the Wanxiang Pavilion. For a moment, the disciples who were free rushed to the large square of Wanxiang Pavilion from all directions like a tide. In the center of the square, there stood a huge crystal screen, and at this moment, the screen began to show the scene of Guli and Mu Yunqi stepping onto the ladder. Damn! Two women. When the figures of Guli and Mu Yunqi appeared on the screen, the crowd burst into exclamations. This is not looking for death. Two women participating in special recruitment, overestimating their own abilities. In the crowd, a burly male disciple sneered with disdain. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, with a sneer of contempt on his face. It's ridiculous. There are always stupid men who think women are not good enough. A female disciple stood up and refuted, her eyebrows raised, her eyes full of anger. In Wanxiang Pavilion, female disciples often suffer from some prejudice, and hearing such remarks at this moment, they naturally couldn't help but speak out. Am I wrong? I can handle the two of them with one move. The male disciple still refused to give in, his tone full of arrogance. Heh, do you dare to say this in front of the senior sister? Another disciple teased, and the crowd suddenly burst into laughter. The senior sister is the most powerful one in the Wanxiang Pavilion, and even those male disciples dare not be presumptuous in front of her. The whole square was crowded and lively. Not only ordinary disciples, but even some mentors and elders were secretly paying attention to the pictures on the crystal screen. They hid in the crowd, with deep eyes, quietly observing everything. At this time, Guli and Mu Yunqi, who were on the ladder, did not know that there were so many people watching them outside. Just as Mu Yunqi was about to use her spiritual power to move up, she keenly noticed something strange. She frowned slightly and whispered, You can't use spiritual power here. She tried to use her spiritual power, but found that it was like being bound by an invisible shackle, and could not be mobilized at all. Give it a try. Gu Li's eyes were fixed on the endless sky steps, with a firm light flashing in her eyes. She took a deep breath and took a step forward. In an instant, a weak but real gravity fell on her, as if an invisible big hand was pulling her down. Gu Li stepped onto another step. This time, the gravity increased again, and her steps became a little heavy. Then, she looked at Mu Yunqi, who had not come up yet, and shouted, "Gravity should increase a little bit." Mu Yunqi nodded, her expression solemn. "Well, try to speed up." Gu Li did not hesitate, and her legs exerted force suddenly, and rushed up to the sky steps above. Her hair fluttered in the wind, and every step she took was full of determination. Mu Yunqi followed closely behind, closely following Gu Li's steps, and rushing forward quickly. In the large square of Wanxiang Pavilion, everyone's eyes were fixed on the crystal screen, watching Gu Li and Mu Yunqi struggling to move forward on the ladder, and someone started a cruel bet. "How long do you bet they will die?" A shrill voice sounded in the crowd, breaking the brief silence. "Half an hour." A fat man touched his chin, with a cunning light in his eyes, as if he had seen the failure of the two. In his opinion, with the physique of Gu Li and Mu Yunqi, facing unknown dangers on this ladder, they could not last long. "Ha ha, I think a quarter of an hour." Another person laughed out loud, his laughter full of contempt for the two. At this time, Gu Li on the ladder was running with full concentration. Suddenly, she keenly noticed something strange. She subconsciously looked down and frowned. The steps below them were quietly disappearing one by one, replaced by countless densely packed silver scorpion ring snakes. These snakes were flashing with cold silver light, with their scorpion tails raised high, making creepy hissing sounds, and were crawling towards them at a very fast speed. Gu Li's heart sank suddenly. She didn't have time to think about it. She grabbed Mu Yunqi's hand and shouted hurriedly, "Speed up." Although they had a lot of detoxification pills, the number of snakes in front of them was too many, densely packed like a tide. Moreover, they could not use their spiritual power at the moment. Under the pressure of heavy gravity, they could not resist the attack of such a huge group of snakes. They might be bitten by these ferocious snakes before they were poisoned to death. Mu Yunqi followed Gu Li's gaze and saw this scene. The two tried their best to speed up their pace. Their breathing became more and more rapid, and every step was heavy and difficult, but no one dared to stop. An hour passed, and Gu Li and Mu Yunqi's pace gradually slowed down. The gravity on their bodies continued to increase with the passage of time and the height of the climb, as if an invisible mountain was pressing on them. Sweat soaked their clothes, and their hair was tightly attached to their faces because of sweat, making them look embarrassed. And the silver scorpion ringed snakes behind them were getting more and more densely packed, like a surging black wave. The snakes spit out their tongues, and the hissing sound was like the whisper of the devil, getting closer and closer. Chapter 470. In the Wanxiang Pavilion Square, the people watching outside held their breath nervously, and many people were worried for them. They can run for so long without spiritual power. A female disciple was surprised and full of admiration. But it's useless. The snakes behind are about to catch up. They are going to die. The fat man who laughed at the two before spoke again, with a gloating expression on his face. "It's a pity for two such beautiful beauties." Someone in the crowd sighed, with regret in his eyes. "The space can't be opened, and the things can't be taken out." Mu Yunmu's voice was full of helplessness. Gu Li on the side was free and easy, with a slight smile on his lips. "Then don't pretend, show your cards." Mu Yunmu paused, then nodded, "Okay." The two people who had been slowing down in the trial seemed to be suddenly injected with a mysterious power, and their steps suddenly accelerated, and they began to rush up at the fastest speed. The speed was so fast that it was shocking. In the blink of an eye, the silver scorpion snake that was about to catch up was thrown far away. "Fuck, what's going on? Why are they so fast all of a sudden?" At the same time, in the distant viewing room, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Elder Shao frowned tightly, his face full of suspicion. He stood up suddenly, pointed his finger at Elder Danhe, and asked loudly, "You are helping them cheat." Elder Danhe was furious when he heard this, his eyes glared, and he shouted, "Are you questioning me?" Elder Shao did not flinch, but took a step forward and said confidently, "Then how do you explain their current situation?" Elder Danhe was speechless for a moment, his face turned pale and blue, and after holding it in for a long time, he roared, "How do I know? You can't even explain it yourself." Elder Shao took advantage of the victory and pursued, with a smug look on his face. Just as the two were arguing, Elder Chun finally spoke, Okay, spiritual power is prohibited inside, but mental power is not prohibited. Hearing this, the originally noisy viewing hall instantly quieted down. It has been too long since anyone participated in the special recruitment, and the special recruitment mode has always been random. They actually forgot this key rule. Elder Fengshe looked at Elder Chun with a puzzled look. Are you saying that they used a lot of mental power to resist? Elder Chun shook his head slightly, and a trace of deep thought flashed in his eyes. They didn't use mental power at the beginning. How is it possible? Everyone exclaimed in unison, their faces full of shock and confusion. Elder Chun narrowed his eyes slightly, with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. I am curious, why didn't they directly participate in the assessment at the beginning, but challenge the special recruitment? With the spiritual power they showed, they could be directly admitted when testing their talents, and there was no need to go through the tedious assessments later. After all, cultivators with strong spiritual power can develop more professions, and have a broader prospect on the road of cultivation. Elder Fengshe thought for a moment and guessed, maybe they can't catch up. Elder Chun did not agree easily. He frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, send someone to check their background and past. At the same time, in the quiet and mysterious spiritual grass valley, there was a faint spiritual aura all around, and the spiritual grass emitted a soft light. Gu Yi, Gu Shiqi and Gu Shizhou hid behind a dense bush, their eyes fixed on 5 young men who were concentrating on picking spiritual herbs not far away. These 5 people exuded a powerful aura of the middle stage of the void-breaking realm, and their strength was a whole stage stronger than Gu Yi and the other 3. However, there was no fear in Gu Yi's eyes, but instead flashed with determination and resoluteness. He slightly turned sideways, and winked at Gu Shiqi and Gu Shizhou, with tacit understanding and courage in his eyes. The 3 of them did not make a sound, and quickly dispersed like ghosts, carefully surrounding the 5 young men from different directions, taking every step very lightly, for fear of disturbing the prey. Gu Shiqi's heartbeat slightly accelerated, and he held a god-level explosion talisman tightly in his palm. When the encirclement gradually narrowed, Gu Shiqi seized the opportunity, and suddenly activated the god-level explosion talisman in his hand. The talisman instantly burst into a dazzling light, and threw it in the direction of the 5 young men. Who? One of the young men was keenly aware of the abnormality. He just turned his head, and before he could see clearly what happened, he was instantly blown away by the powerful force of the explosion. The roar of the explosion was deafening, and the powerful airflow hit everything around. The surrounding trees were blown to the ground and dust flew. Gu Shizhou muttered something in his mouth, and tried his best to activate the power of the wood element in his body. In an instant, countless thick vines broke out from the ground, like green pythons, and spread wildly towards the 5 young men. In the blink of an eye, the vines tied up the 5 of them tightly, making them unable to move. Seeing this, Gu Yi kicked the ground with both feet and jumped to their side. His hands swept across the hands of the 5 people like lightning, and took off all the space rings on their hands, and put them in his arms. After doing all this, he seemed to feel that it was not enough. His eyes swept around the 5 people, and finally fixed on one of them. Without any hesitation, he drew out the sharp blade from his waist, raised his hand, and cut it down, and the man was dead in an instant. The blood slowly flowed on this land full of spiritual energy, forming a sharp and weird contrast with the surrounding spiritual grass. Gu Yi put away the sharp blade, a trace of vigilance flashed in his eyes, and shouted in a low voice, "Retreat!" The 3 of them turned around quickly, and ran towards the depths of the valley. They shuttled through the intricate valley paths, and the wind whistled in their ears. Behind them, the angry shouts of the remaining 4 young companions came faintly, each of which was like a death warrant, urging them to speed up. As the 3 of them were running away, despite the shouts of the pursuers behind them, Gu Yi, Gu Shiqi and Gu Shizhou were still keenly capturing everything on the roadside. When he saw the familiar spiritual herbs, Gu Yi rushed forward, skillfully and quickly, pulling the spiritual herbs out of the soil and putting them in the space. The sound of the pursuers behind was getting closer and closer, and the hurried footsteps and angry shouts were intertwined, making people terrified. After a while, the 4 people who were attacked chased up aggressively. The young man in the lead was full of anger, with veins on his face bulging, and he cursed fiercely, "Dare to attack us, you are tired of living." Gu Yi and the other 2 suddenly stopped, turned around slowly, and looked at the people chasing behind them with a firm look. Gu Shiqi took out a teleportation array ball and activated it. The corners of his mouth raised, revealing a sly smile, looking at the person who came, and said leisurely, "Bye." Chapter 471. As soon as the words fell, a dazzling light bloomed from the formation ball, and the light was like an invisible barrier, covering Gu Yi and the other two. Then, the space began to distort, and the surrounding scene became blurred. When the light dissipated, the three of them had already disappeared from the original place, leaving only the surprised pursuers, roaring angrily on the spot. At the same time, the middle forces in the entire northern continent have been furious and full of resentment recently. A group of mysterious people dressed in black, with their faces hidden under ghost masks, shuttled around like ghosts, frequently attacked them, and frantically snatched precious cultivation resources. These mysterious people are not top-notch, but they have amazing escape skills. Even if hundreds of people surrounded them and saw a desperate situation, they could instantly activate the teleportation array and disappear without a trace under everyone's noses. For 3 whole months, the middle-level forces were troubled by this group of mysterious people. Not only did they not even touch their clothes, but they also lost countless priceless treasures in vain. Every time they counted the losses, the leaders of these forces felt distressed. On the ladder, Gu Li and Mu Yunqi climbed to the end at the fastest speed. Looking back at the steps that kept disappearing behind them, the two of them stepped into the white light curtain in front of them without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, they appeared on an empty field. The surrounding scene changed instantly, and familiar figures emerged like phantoms. The relatives of the Gu family, the members of the Mu family royal family, Shi Zihan, Su Yun. These familiar faces appeared in front of them, which should have been a reassuring scene, but Gu Li's face suddenly became solemn. She was secretly alert in her heart. If the people from the Nebula Hall were also among them, they would be completely exposed. Mu Yunqi's eyes swept around, her face changed slightly, and she said in a deep voice, "It's a half-step super god formation." Gu Li's brows twisted into a Chuan character, and whispered, "It's a bit tricky." The two of them are now god-level formation masters. In the hierarchy of formation masters, the god level is already an extremely high-level existence. But the realm of half-step super god is obviously above the god level. There are super gods, spirit guides, and spirit voids above them. As for the god-transforming level, no one has ever been able to reach it from ancient times to the present. Mu Yunqi looked at Gu Li with a hint of urgency in her eyes. "Can the two of us break it together?" Gu Li shook his head and said firmly, "No. The half-step super god formation is indeed difficult to contend with their current god-level formation masters. In this illusion, their memories emerged one by one like a tide. If the current situation continues, within 5 days, their consciousness will be completely drawn to the Nebula Palace." Gu Li bit her lower lip tightly, and a trace of determination flashed in her eyes. "Give it a try and try to break through the semi-super god array master." Both of them are array masters. As long as one of them can break through to the realm of semi-super god array masters, it is possible to find a way to crack this illusion. Mu Yunqi nodded heavily. "Okay." The two of them acted quickly, dispersed their positions, and each occupied a corner of the venue. They were fully focused, their eyes were fixed on the ever-changing array patterns around them, and they began to concentrate on studying the structure of this array, trying to find a glimmer of hope for a breakthrough in this seemingly unsolvable dilemma. Elder Shao stared at the screen showing Gu Li and Mu Yunqi, his eyes full of disbelief, and exclaimed, "They actually ascended from the lower realm." As soon as these words came out, the people around him exploded instantly, and their surprised eyes were cast on the screen. In everyone's cognition, the lower realm has thin spiritual energy and scarce cultivation resources. It is extremely difficult to break through the realm there, let alone ascend. But the two young girls in front of them not only successfully ascended, but also achieved such a level of cultivation at such a young age, which is really amazing. Although the broken void mirror is not the top among the many cultivation realms of the Wanxiang Pavilion, considering that they have been practicing all the way from the lower realm, and they are so young, anyone can guess that their talents are far more than this. Elder Chun stood aside, with a satisfied look on his face, nodded gently, and thought to himself, "It seems that there is no need to send people to check their background. I didn't catch up with the enrollment test 3 days ago. I think it was because I was delayed on the way from other places far away. These two girls are my disciples." Elder Fengshe was so excited that his face flushed. His eyes were fixed on Gu Li and Mu Yunqi on the screen, and his eyes were full of eagerness. He looked at the behavior of the two little girls, and guessed that they should be formation masters. He happened to be a formation master, so he was naturally very concerned about taking them as disciples. Elder Danhe was not interested in this, but for the purpose of reminding, he said slowly, "If they really pass the special recruitment, they will surely be sent to the cabinet. After all, with the talents shown by these two girls, as long as they are carefully cultivated, there is still hope that they will grow into super god level formation masters." When Elder Fengshe heard this, a trace of pity flashed across his face. Such a talented disciple not only has extraordinary talent, but is also so beautiful. It seems that he is not someone he can compete for after all. However, the scene that happened next completely broke everyone's expectations, and everyone present was shocked. Elder Xiao was full of doubts, pointing at the screen and asked, "Why don't they wait until the plot is finished? What are they doing?" Elder Fengshi frowned, observed carefully for a while, and said in a deep voice, "They are studying the structure of the formation and trying to break the formation." "Break the formation?" Elder Xiao raised his voice, his face full of disbelief. "That is a semi-super fantasy formation. It's a bit too arrogant." Others also echoed, with pessimistic looks on their faces. After all, the resources in the lower world are scarce. Even if they are talented and successfully ascend, there must be very few resources for professional magicians to practice. At their age, it is already the limit to reach the saint-level formation master. It was simply a fantasy for 2 saint-level array masters to break the illusion array set up by a semi-super god array master. As time passed, Elder Fengshi gradually noticed something strange. He narrowed his eyes, stared at the screen intently, and observed carefully for a long time. Suddenly, he stood up abruptly, his eyes wide open, staring at Gu Li and Mu Yunqi on the screen, as if he had seen something incredible. Elder Danhe was startled by his sudden action, and said unhappily, "What are you crazy about?" Chapter 472. Elder Fengshi pointed at the screen with a shaking finger, his voice trembling slightly because of shock. "They are both god-level formation masters." "What?" This news was like a heavy bomb, exploding in the crowd in an instant, and everyone was stunned on the spot. Elder Chun was shocked and couldn't help but confirm again, "Are you sure?" Elder Fengshi nodded heavily, his tone was firm. "I am sure. He himself is a god-level formation master, and he is very familiar with the aura and techniques of the same level. Moreover, looking at the techniques of these 2 girls to dismantle the formation, they are even more skilled than himself. This is really too exaggerated. How old are they? And they are people who have ascended from the lower realm. This talent is simply beyond reach." Everyone's eyes are focused on the screen again, looking at Gu Li and Mu Yunqi with shock and awe. Elder Zhao's voice trembled slightly because of shock, and he stared at the screen without blinking, as if he wanted to see through the picture. "So they are really breaking the formation." The tone was full of disbelief, and a little bit of admiration for the 2 young girls. After all, the scene in front of him was too unreasonable, which made it difficult for this knowledgeable elder to accept. Elder Danhe frowned, his face full of doubts, shook his head gently, and murmured in a low voice, "But how can a god-level formation master break a semi-super god formation?" As an alchemist, he usually focuses on the art of alchemy. Although he is not proficient in formations, he still has a clear understanding of the huge gap between the levels of formations. Challenging the semi-super god formation with the ability of a god-level formation master is simply a mantis trying to stop a chariot. It is overestimating one's own ability. Elder Chun stood aside, looking back and forth at Gu Li and Mu Yunqi on the screen. After thinking for a moment, he slowly said, "Maybe they are practicing." The voice was not loud, but in this atmosphere full of doubts and shock, it was like a stone thrown into the lake, stirring up circles of ripples. Practice? Everyone cast their eyes on Elder Chun, with confusion written all over their faces. In their cognition, this semi-super god formation is not an ordinary formation for practice. If you are not careful, you may fall into a place of no return. Elder Fengshi seemed to be suddenly hit by a flash of inspiration. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he slapped his thigh excitedly, saying loudly, "I know, they are practicing, they are sprinting to become a semi-super god formation master." "What?" Elder Chun stared at the screen showing the images of Gu Li and Mu Yunqi, his eyes full of shock and astonishment. The muscles on his face twitched unconsciously, as if he had seen something that subverted his cognition. Elder Fengshi's expression was also solemn, his brows twisted into a Chuan character. He clenched his fists, and said firmly, "I will report the situation of these 2 people. You know, semi-super god formation masters are extremely rare in the entire Wanxiang Pavilion, and there is only one at present, and the 2 women in front of them have shown the potential to impact this realm, which is really amazing." Elder Chun raised his hand, signaling Elder Fengshi to be patient, his eyes still fixed on the screen, and slowly said, "Wait and see if they can break through." There was a complex light flashing in his eyes, with both amazement at the 2 people's talents and expectation and worry about what was about to happen. Elder Fengshi nodded slightly. Whether they can become semi-super god array masters or not, they must be accepted. Such gifted people, if they can be used by Wanxiang Pavilion, will surely become a powerful help. But if not, in order to avoid variables in the future. Perhaps there is only one way to eliminate this. Elder Chun understood what Elder Fong Sure meant. He sighed softly and said, I know that if they succeed in breaking through, the cabinet will definitely have better arrangements. Once they become semi-super God Array Masters, their status will surpass those of the Elders, which is inevitable. At this time, Gu Li and Mu Yunqi, who were in the illusion array, carefully checked the structure of the entire array, and then began to arrange the cracking array without stopping. Gu Li took a deep breath to calm her nervous mood, then waved her jade hand, and took out several formation stones emitting soft light from the space ring. She placed the formation stones around, then closed her eyes, and continuously injected her spiritual power into them. Gu Li's lips trembled slightly, and she muttered something. The spiritual formula in her hand kept changing like a butterfly, and her movements were smooth and complex. She used her powerful mental power to determine the direction, taking herself as the origin, and according to the 4 cardinal directions of southeast, northwest, she concentrated on accurately placing the formation stones on the ground into the predetermined position. Every time a formation stone was placed, the surrounding air would have a slight spiritual power fluctuation, and transparent energy lines would vaguely emerge on the ground. They intertwined and spread, like an invisible net, gradually covering the entire area. After the formation was initially formed, Gu Li breathed a sigh of relief, but she knew that the most critical step was still to come. She took another deep breath, and took out a more precious formation stone from the space ring. This formation stone is the core of the entire cracking formation, and its importance is self-evident. She slowly walked to the base of the formation, her hands trembling slightly, and slowly placed the formation stone on it. However, at the moment when the formation stone touched the base, something unexpected happened. The surrounding spiritual energy seemed to be disturbed by some powerful force, and instantly became chaotic. The originally docile spiritual power became violent and disordered, running around like a wild horse. Gu Li's face turned pale in an instant, and her forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. She gritted her teeth and tried her best to continue to output mental power, trying to stabilize the formation that was about to go out of control. As time went on, Gu Li's face became uglier and uglier, and her mental power was gradually exhausted in the confrontation with the disordered spiritual power. Finally, she couldn't hold on. With a puff, a mouthful of blood spurted out of her mouth and fell on the ground. At the same time, the formation that had just been built also collapsed in an instant under the impact of this chaotic spiritual power, turning into countless light spots and dissipating in the air. Mu Yunqi on the other side also encountered difficulties. Her cracking formation also had problems at the critical moment. Although she tried her best, she still couldn't resist the mysterious interference force. Her formation, like Gu Li's, collapsed in the chaos. But they didn't mean to give up at all. The two quickly took the pills to restore their mental and spiritual power. After a little adjustment, they once again devoted themselves to the difficult attempt to build the formation. Time and time again, they failed, and they didn't know how many times they failed. Their mental power was almost exhausted, but there was still no sign of success. Chapter 473. 2 days passed in a flash, and in the illusion array, the memory characters kept emerging like a tide, more and more. Gu Li secretly rejoiced in her heart. Fortunately, she had asked Tanan to seal up all the memories about the Rebirth Pavilion and the Chaos Ring in her sea of consciousness. Once these secrets are leaked, they will inevitably lead to countless troubles and dangers. Looking at the memory phantoms that kept emerging around them, Gu Li and Mu Yunqi's faces became more and more ugly. After a long time of high-intensity fighting against the illusion array and studying the method of breaking it, their bodies and spirits have reached their limits. If it weren't for the continuous support of the pills, they would probably have been unable to hold on and fell in this illusion array. Elder Danha has been staring at the screen, his face full of doubts, and couldn't help but say, why do they have so many pills? In the past 2 days, he clearly saw that Gu Li and Mu Yunqi took at least 100 spiritual pills, and they were all of God-level quality. In his understanding, God-level elixirs are extremely precious, and it is not easy for ordinary people to own 1 or 2. These 2 women took them in large quantities, as if they didn't need money, which shocked him. But he didn't think that they were alchemists. After all, in his opinion, they were already God-level formation masters. It was too unlikely that they were also alchemists. Elder Fong Sure couldn't help but smile when he heard Elder Danha's doubts, and explained, you underestimate the financial resources of God-level formation masters. God-level formation masters can help others solve various problems with their superb formation skills. Not to mention God-level elixirs, there are many people willing to exchange various rare treasures. Hearing this, Elder Danha nodded slightly, thinking that it made sense. Professional mages have accumulated a lot of wealth in the process of practicing and casting spells, and the most abundant thing is Yuan Jing. It is not difficult for a god-level array master to exchange Yuan Jing for precious elixirs. Just as everyone was talking, Elder Chun's eyes suddenly lit up, staring straight at Gu Li and Mu Yunqi in the illusion array, and said in a low voice, "Don't talk, they seem to have succeeded." Everyone heard the words and immediately quieted down, and all turned their eyes to the two people on the screen. The light of the array arranged by Gu Li became more and more dazzling, and the strong light almost made people unable to open their eyes. Gu Li was concentrating on feeling the changes in her body. As the array continued to improve, she felt that the barrier in her body was completely loosened. A powerful force surged in her body, and she successfully broke through to the late stage of the void-breaking realm. At the same time, the formation under her feet was completely formed. It's done, a half-step super god formation master. Elder Fengshi's voice was so excited that he changed his tone. In his excitement, he directly crushed the handle of the chair. Gu Li breathed a sigh of relief. Because of the breakthrough in cultivation, the spiritual power on her body instantly recovered to its peak state. She didn't rush to break the formation, but turned to Mu Yunqi, came behind her, gently put her hands on Mu Yunqi's shoulders, and began to guide her spiritual power. Half an hour later, with the help of Gu Li, Mu Yunqi also successfully broke through and became a half-step super god formation master. At the same time, her cultivation also broke through the first level and successfully entered the middle stage of the void-breaking realm. Gu Li smiled and pulled Mu Yunqi up. The two looked at each other, their eyes full of pride of success. Half an hour later, with the combined efforts of the two, the surrounding scene completely collapsed like a broken mirror. The disciples watching outside were stunned and confused. "No, they just passed it like this?" a disciple said in disbelief. "Can the illusion array be broken like this?" Another disciple couldn't help asking. "When I entered the illusion array before, I had to go through the plot halfway before I could control the things in the sea of consciousness. How come this array was broken directly?" Another disciple was full of confusion and scratched his head. Everyone talked about it, and was extremely shocked by the amazing performance of Gu Li and Mu Yunqi, and at the same time, they were full of curiosity about these two mysterious women. Amid the exclamations of the disciples, a disciple who was obsessed with the study of formations, and was familiar with all kinds of formations stood up and popularized it for everyone. They directly used the formation to break the formation, so the formation was broken. As soon as this was said, the originally noisy discussions around him instantly quieted down, and everyone gathered around with curiosity, eager to get more information from him. Breaking the formation with the formation? This sounds so powerful, but how is it done? A new disciple was full of doubts, with a gleam of knowledge in his eyes, and couldn't help asking. The disciple who popularized the knowledge explained, "This is to break the formation with the formation, which means using the formation you set up to fight against and break another formation. This requires a very deep understanding of the structure and principles of the formation, and it must be supported by strong spiritual power and mental power, which is not something that ordinary formation masters can do." At this time, another disciple asked loudly, "Then what level of formation masters are they? This is too powerful." The people around nodded one after another, and everyone was full of curiosity about this question. The disciple who was popularizing knowledge frowned, thought seriously for a moment, and slowly said, "I don't know, I can't tell. But one thing is certain, their level will definitely not be low. After all, it is an illusion array used in special recruitment, and the level must not be low. The ability to directly break the array with the array, the strength of these two women is unfathomable." After hearing this, everyone couldn't help but take a breath, looking at Gu Li and Mu Yunqi with awe and admiration. When Gu Li and Mu Yunqi successfully broke the illusion array, and thought they would be teleported to the next level to continue to accept the test, the scene in front of them suddenly changed, and they saw that they were surrounded by people. There was curiosity, amazement, and a hint of envy in the eyes of those people. Just before the two of them had fully reacted, Elder Chun led several other elders, and walked towards them with steady steps. Elder Chun smiled amiably and said, "You don't have to take the next test. Welcome to join Wanqiang Pavilion." His voice was filled with a sense of relief and recognition. Gu Li and Mu Yunqi saluted and said in unison, "Thank you, Elder." Elder Chun nodded slightly and continued, "Come with us." "Yes." Gu Li and Mu Yunqi responded and followed the elders. Elder Chun turned around and saw the disciples, who were surrounded by the crowds. His face darkened instantly, and he said sternly, "What are you doing here? Why don't you go back and practice well?" This rebuke was as loud as a bell, with the majesty of a superior. After hearing what Elder Chun said, the disciples who were curious about Gu Li and Mu Yunqi, although unwilling, could only disperse reluctantly. Gu Li and Mu Yunqi followed the elders, and walked all the way to a wide enclosure. The enclosure was empty, with only some simple facilities. Elder Chun waved his hand, and a black shadow flew quickly from the horizon, accompanied by a whistling wind, and a huge flying monster appeared in front of everyone. The monster's wings were more than 10 meters long, and its feathers shone with a metallic luster. It landed steadily beside everyone, and its huge body made the ground tremble slightly. Everyone got on the back of the monster one by one, and the flying monster flapped its wings vigorously, taking them to the direction of the cabinet. Gu Li sat on the back of the monster, looked down, and saw a bottomless cliff below, with clouds and mist at the bottom of the cliff, mysterious and dangerous. She quietly glanced at the elders sitting in front of her, and seeing that they were all concentrating on flying, she quietly released her mental power, like an invisible tentacle, carefully memorizing the surrounding routes and terrain in her mind. A quarter of an hour later, the flying monster slowly landed on another enclosure. Compared with the previous enclosure, this place seemed more regular, and there were some disciples walking around busily. Elder Chun led them around several magnificent buildings, each of which was magnificent, and showed the heritage of the Wanxiang Pavilion. Along the way, there were disciples passing by who looked at them curiously, their eyes full of inquiry. After walking for half an hour, they finally came to a majestic building. This building is made of huge stones, with exquisite runes and patterns carved on it, exuding an ancient and mysterious atmosphere. Elder Chun took out a token that was emitting a faint light, and showed it to the guard outside the door. After a careful inspection, the guard let them go. When everyone walked into the building, Gu Li and Mu Yunqi thought they would see a serious meeting room or a place for conversation, but the scene in front of them made them stunned. What came into view was a bedroom, surrounded by various gorgeous furniture, and a huge bed in the middle. There was a layer of gauze beside the bed that blocked part of the scene inside, but two figures could still be vaguely seen shaking inside. Gu Li and Mu Yunqi couldn't help but twitch their mouths, and secretly complained in their hearts, this is really not what they want to see. Who would have thought that they would encounter such a scene that is not suitable for children as soon as they came in, which is really eye-catching. They silently complained in their hearts that these elders were really something, and they didn't wait for people to finish before bringing them in. Elder Chun didn't seem to care about the awkward scene, and raised his voice and said, Master, these two are the disciples I just mentioned to you. Come closer, let me take a look. A somewhat old voice came from inside. Hearing this, Gu Li and Mu Yunqi were instantly alarmed, and a bad premonition surged in their hearts. Damn, is he going to let them join in something strange? The two looked at each other, and a trace of vigilance and uneasiness flashed in their eyes. Chapter 474. Elder Chun raised his hand slightly, and said in a low voice, Go. Gu Li and Mu Yunqi walked forward with expressionless faces and stern expressions, their steps steady but cautious. Under their seemingly calm appearance, their hearts were like a taut string, full of vigilance. Gu Li thought to herself that as long as this old man dared to do anything wrong, and let them join in, she would immediately release Jiuying and bite him to death. The two walked towards the bed step by step, taking every step carefully, and the ground seemed to feel their inner tension. When they were only a few meters away from the bed, they stopped and stood there quietly. At this moment, the thin gauze on the bed was suddenly lifted slowly by a dry hand. The movement was not fast or slow, but it seemed to carry an invisible sense of oppression. Then, a man who looked to be in his 60s or 70s appeared in their sight. He sat on the bed, his eyes deep as the abyss, looking up and down at Gu Li and Mu Yunqi. That look seemed to be able to see through everything. In an instant, an invisible pressure rushed towards them like a surging tide. This pressure was heavy and powerful. Gu Li and Mu Yunqi felt as if their chests were pressed down by a huge rock, their faces turned pale as paper, and their breathing became rapid. So strong. Gu Li secretly exclaimed in her heart, this power far exceeded their imagination. At this moment, Jiuying's voice sounded in Gu Li's mind. He is in the middle stage of the super spiritual realm. Gu Li was shocked and couldn't help but say, is the ruler of a big force only in the middle stage of the super spiritual realm? How dare he target the Shilling sect when he is so weak? His tone was full of doubt and confusion. Jiuying was silent for a moment, and then slowly explained, which big power doesn't have a few old monsters who never come out? What you see is just the surface combat power. Hearing Jiuying's words, Gu Li was shocked. After thinking carefully, he felt that it made sense. Big power has a deep foundation. How could it only have the strength shown by the person in front of it? But at this time, she had no time to think about it. because the pressure on her was getting heavier and heavier, like a tidal wave, to completely crush her. She gritted her teeth, fine beads of sweat oozing from her forehead. She could only mobilize the strength of her whole body and try her best to resist this powerful oppression. She secretly swore in her heart that she must not fall down at this time. When their legs were trembling, and they were almost unable to support their bodies, the heavy pressure like a mountain finally receded like a tide. The shoulders of the two men loosened instantly, and they panted heavily. There were beads of sweat on their foreheads, which slid down their cheeks and wet their clothes. Pavilion Master Ling stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the two of them calmly, and nodded slightly, saying, "Not bad." Although his voice was faint, it was faintly full of praise. Elder Chun hurriedly stepped forward and said respectfully, "Pavilion Master, the two of them are half-step god-level formation masters. What do you think of the arrangements?" Pavilion Master Ling pondered for a moment, and slowly said, "Let them enter the inner gate first, and add their names to the trial next month." Elder Chun heard this. His pupil shrank suddenly, and a trace of surprise flashed across his face. "Is it the trial for the Supreme Elders to accept disciples?" His voice unconsciously carried a bit of surprise, and it was obvious that this decision was far beyond his expectations. The Ling Pavilion Master's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he looked at Elder Chun. "Do you have any objections?" Elder Chun lowered his head quickly, and said in a somewhat panicked voice, "I dare not." Fine beads of sweat oozed from his forehead, and he secretly regretted his loss of composure in his heart. The Ling Pavilion Master's expression eased slightly, and he reached into his arms, and took out a black pill. The surface of the pill was flowing with a strange luster, exuding a mysterious aura. "Take it, and Wanxiang Pavilion will vigorously cultivate you in the future." After saying that, he handed the pill over. Gu Li took a look and instantly recognized what kind of pill it was, but without any hesitation, he took it and swallowed it. Seeing Gu Li's straightforwardness, Mu Yunqi still took the pill and swallowed it, although she had some doubts in her heart. The Ling Pavilion Master looked at their actions, and nodded with satisfaction. "Take them down." He waved his hand, and signaled Elder Chun to leave. Elder Chun replied respectfully, "Yes." Then he left with Gu Li and Mu Yunqi. When they got outside, Elder Chun took out 2 jade cards from his sleeve, and handed them to them. "It's not convenient for me to move around in the inner gate. You can find your residence by inputting spiritual power." After saying that, his eyes stayed on the two people for a moment, as if there was a deep meaning. Gu Li took the jade card with a faint smile on his face. "Thank you, Elder." The voice was crisp, and neither humble nor arrogant. After Elder Chun left, Gu Li input spiritual power into the jade card, and saw a three-dimensional map slowly emerging, with a flashing red dot clearly marking their residence. The two followed the instructions, and soon arrived at their residence. What came into view was a luxurious courtyard. The wall of the courtyard was higher than the surrounding walls, which looked particularly magnificent. The area of the small courtyard is obviously much larger than the surrounding courtyards. It is not a place where ordinary disciples can live. Outside is a spacious courtyard with some exotic flowers and plants, exuding a faint fragrance. There are no rooms downstairs, which is arranged as a spacious living room with elegant decorations and neatly arranged tables and chairs. There are 2 rooms on the second floor, with large windows and excellent lighting. Others saw the two of them enter the courtyard, and the news spread quickly like wings. Not long after, the news that someone had moved into the second Jinyuan spread throughout the inner gate. For a while, many people came to check out curiously, and people outside the courtyard would occasionally look around and talk about it. After returning to the room, Mu Yunqi carefully checked the room and confirmed that there was nothing wrong before she said, "Is the pill we took okay?" Gu Li looked calm and said calmly, "There is a problem. It's a semi-super god-grade blood-killing pill, but it's not a big problem. Just soak in the Rebirth Pavilion for a while to force out the medicinal effect." Mu Yunqi nodded, "Okay." For the next 3 days, they didn't go out and stayed in the Rebirth Pavilion. The Rebirth Pavilion was filled with light mist, and the temperature was suitable. The two of them practiced Qigong and adjusted their breathing in it, trying to force out the medicinal effect of the pill. Those outside who originally wanted to see who had moved into Jinyuan as soon as they arrived waited outside the yard for 3 days, but didn't see a single person. Gradually, everyone lost patience and left one after another. Early in the morning of the 4th day, the sun shone in the small yard, and Gu Li and Mu Yunqi both came out of the Rebirth Pavilion. Their faces were rosy, and they looked full of energy, which showed that the effect of the medicine had been successfully exerted. Chapter 475. Gu Li and Mu Yunqi stood in the residence, packing their luggage. After a while, they walked out side by side, with firm steps and clear goals, towards the mission hall. This trip was not because they lacked any cultivation resources, but because there were more than 20 days before the so-called trial, and they wanted to take this opportunity to go out and find more precious materials for alchemy and refining. Not only that, they were also planning a special big deal in their hearts: robbery. For medium-sized forces, they have arranged for the Shadow Guard to deal with them, and for those large forces, they plan to go out in person. The two walked along the winding mountain road, and the scenery around them was picturesque, but they had no time to appreciate it. Before they reached the mission hall, they were blocked by a group of people. The man in the lead was tall, with a stern face and a hint of arrogance in his eyes. He looked up and down at Gu Li and Mu Yunqi. After seeing that their cultivation was only in the middle and late stages of the void-breaking realm, his face was immediately full of disdain, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised with a hint of sarcasm. "Are you the ones who live in Jin Yuan?" Gu Li looked calm, looked at him coldly, and asked briefly, "What's the matter?" Sang He, who was standing aside, had a cynical smile on his face, his hands folded in front of his chest, and said lazily, "Nothing, I just heard that someone lived in Jin Yuan, and wanted to see who they were, but they turned out to be just two pieces of trash." After saying that, the followers behind him laughed loudly, and the laughter echoed in the air, which was particularly harsh. "Ha ha ha, they are worthy of living in Jin Yuan like the senior sister." An follower laughed sharply, with undisguised contempt on his face. Another follower followed suit. "That's right, if they can enter Jin Yuan, does that mean we can too?" Mu Yunqi frowned slightly. A hint of displeasure flashed in her eyes, and she responded bluntly, "If you have any questions, go and tell the pavilion master, don't shout here." Sang He heard this. Not only was he not angry, but he seemed to have heard some interesting jokes, and the smile on his face became even stronger. "I advise you to be sensible and get out of Jin Yuan by yourself." Gu Li's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a faint smile, and said slowly, "Why can we stay in Jin Yuan? You can go to the outer gate to ask, and you will know." Sang He was slightly startled. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. "So you are the people who came in from the outer gate?" He seemed a little surprised by this answer, but soon returned to his arrogant look. Gu Li's eyes flashed with impatience, and he asked again, "Anything else? If not, you can go away." Sang He seemed to be deliberately provoking. Not only did he not intend to leave, but he took a step forward with a playful smile on his face. "Ha, your temper suits my taste." Gu Li's expression turned cold, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Go away or not? Sang He didn't think so. He straightened his body, and a strong pressure was released from his body, like an invisible wave, rushing towards Gu Li and Mu Yunqi. "If I don't leave, can you still attack me?" He was full of confidence, thinking that with his cultivation in the early stage of the Mahayana realm, this pressure was enough to make the two of them embarrassed. However, to his surprise, Gu Li and Mu Yunqi stood in place, not affected by his pressure at all. They looked calm, with a hint of mockery in their eyes, as if this pressure was just a breeze to them. Seeing this, Sang He was shocked and showed a trace of doubt on his face. He thought to himself, he was in the early stage of the Mahayana realm. Why did the pressure have no effect on him? Gu Li seemed to have noticed his doubts. She looked them up and down. Although she couldn't directly see their cultivation, judging from the intensity of the pressure, they were at most one level higher than hers. At the same time, she keenly noticed that someone was secretly observing them, but she pretended not to know, just looking at Sang He indifferently, with a sly look in her eyes. "Do you want to know why we can live in Jin Yuan?" Sang He's heart moved, although he was wary of Gu Li's words, but he couldn't help asking, "What do you mean?" "No meaning, let you see it." Before Gu Li finished speaking, he and Mu Yunqi quickly dispersed, and the two of them stood on their sides like lightning. Then, they quickly threw several formation stones in their hands, which landed accurately on the ground. With the input of spiritual power, the formation stones flashed with strange light, and they seemed to be building a mysterious connection with each other. Seeing this, Sang He exclaimed, "Formation Master?" He never thought that these two women who seemed to have low cultivation were actually formation masters. But isn't it too late to set up the formation? Although Sang He was shocked in his heart, he still refused to show weakness. He was full of confidence and believed that he was fully capable of breaking their plan before they finished setting up the formation. However, before he finished speaking, countless thorny vines suddenly grew on the ground. These vines seemed to have life and entangled with them at a very fast speed. Before Sang He and the others could react, they were tightly bound by the vines. The thorns on the vines were extremely sharp and pierced directly into their bodies, causing intense pain. Sang He's face instantly turned as dark as ink. He gritted his teeth and used his spiritual power to try to break free from the vines. With a low roar, The vines on his body were blown apart by the powerful spiritual power. Then, he quickly broke the vines on the bodies of others. Sang He, who broke free from the shackles, had anger in his eyes, and stared fiercely at Gu Li and Mu Yunqi. He shouted viciously, "Good, you dare to attack us directly." Mu Yunqi looked calm, with a flash of disdain in her eyes. She raised her chin slightly and responded firmly, "So what?" Sang He was completely enraged by this fearless attitude. He stomped his feet so hard that the ground shook slightly, and roared, "Then don't blame me for being rude." As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed towards the nearest Gu Li like a black lightning. He was so fast that he brought a whirring sound of wind, and the air around him seemed to be oppressed by his momentum. However, Gu Li stood there steadily like a towering mountain, motionless. She folded her hands in front of her chest and looked at Sang He, who was rushing over quietly, with an elusive calmness in her eyes. Just when Sang He was about to rush to Gu Li and raised his palm to launch a fatal blow, Gu Li finally moved. But he just moved his mouth and uttered one word, "Kneel." Chapter 476. Although the sound was not loud, it seemed to contain endless power, reverberating in the air like a huge bell. A shocking scene occurred. Sang He and his party only felt an invisible strong pressure coming down from the sky, pressing directly on them. This pressure was as heavy as Mount Tai, making them unable to bear it at all. The next second, their legs softened, and with a plop, they knelt neatly on the ground. Not only that, they found that their bodies seemed to be imprisoned by a mysterious force, unable to move at all. Seeing this, Mu Yunqi raised the corners of her mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile. She walked slowly to Gu Li with an elegant step, looking down at the people kneeling on the ground. "Do you know why we moved into Jinyuan now?" Sang He's face was full of horror, and beads of sweat kept rolling down his forehead. He raised his head, looked at Gu Li and Mu Yunqi with fearful eyes, and asked in a trembling voice, "How could you arrange it so quickly?" In his cognition, even for a high-level formation master, it would take a lot of time and energy to arrange such a powerful formation, but they were able to complete it in such a short time. Gu Li smiled lightly, with a hint of mystery in his smile, and said lightly, "The strength is a bit stronger." In fact, the 3 days they stayed in the Rebirth Pavilion were equivalent to half a month in the outside world. In this half-month, they were not just forcing out the elixir, but spent more time studying and arranging various formations. Moreover, these formations are all half-step super god formations without exception. These formations are extremely powerful, and once activated, they are enough to make the enemy defenseless. Gu Li had a faint smile on her lips, and slowly stretched out her fair right hand, with 5 fingers slightly open, as if she was asking Sang He for something that should belong to her. "Hand it over." Sang He's face was full of anger and unwillingness, and she was stunned by this sudden request. A trace of confusion flashed across her face, and then she asked in a hoarse voice, "What?" Gu Li raised her eyebrows slightly. "You fell into our hands, and if you want to leave, hand over the space ring." Every word was clear and powerful, so that everyone present could hear it clearly, and also let Sang He understand that the other party was not joking. Sang He's face instantly became extremely ugly, blue and white, and he roared with a bit of threat, "You dare to kill us?" The rules of Wanxiang Pavilion are strict. In this sect, who can have such courage to kill a fellow disciple? Gu Li raised his mouth slightly, revealing a faint sneer, and asked slowly, "Do you think if I kill you, will Wanxiang Pavilion drive us out?" Sang He was silent immediately, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. If it were other ordinary disciples, he could be 100% sure that they would never dare to hurt anyone in this Wanxiang Pavilion. After all, every disciple in the inner sect is a talented leader, and Wanxiang Pavilion has always attached great importance to their training and strictly prohibits disciples from killing each other. But the 2 people in front of him are special beings living in Jinyuan, and their behavior style is unpredictable. I am afraid they will really ignore the consequences and do such a cruel thing. Thinking of this, Sang He couldn't help but sweat on his back. Seeing that he didn't respond for a long time, Gu Li frowned slightly, and his tone was a little more urgent and impatient. "Have you thought about it?" "My patience is limited." Sang He gritted his teeth, and the muscles on his face twitched slightly because of anger and unwillingness. Although he was unwilling in his heart, he had no choice but to surrender under the absolute suppression of strength. Finally, he squeezed out a few words from his teeth. "I give it to you." Then, Sang He and his companions reluctantly took off the rings on their hands, and threw them to Gu Li with full of resentment, saying unhappily, "You can let us go now." "What's the hurry? Let me see if what you give is worth your life." Gu Li raised a mocking arc at the corner of her mouth, and reached out to catch the ring steadily. Her slender fingers moved lightly, wiped off the spiritual imprint of Sang-hee and others on the ring, and began to check the contents. You don't know until you see it. At a glance, she was secretly amazed in her heart. As expected of a disciple of Wanxiang Pavilion, these rings are extremely rich in cultivation resources, various rare elixirs, spiritual materials piled up like mountains, and some precious magic weapons and secret books. After confirming the items in the ring, Gu Li nodded with satisfaction, waved his hand, took back the formation that imprisoned Sang-hee and others, and said lightly, "You can go now." Sang-hee stood up, patted the dust on his body, and felt unwilling. The things in those rings, except for the cultivation resources given by the sect regularly, were mostly collected by him with countless efforts and hardships. Now that they were taken away easily, he was full of anger and frustration, but he had no choice but to swallow his anger and leave with his companions in disgrace. Gu Li looked at the backs of Sang-hee and others leaving, with a confident smile on her lips, and then she turned around and glanced at the people watching the excitement around her. "I am very rich. You can come and challenge me. If you win, it's all yours, and if you lose, yours is mine." The Schling sect is now in need of these cultivation resources. Although she only gets a small part from these disciples, a mosquito is still meat, and she will not despise it. When these words came out, everyone looked at each other. Some people showed eagerness in their eyes, while others showed hesitation. For a moment, the atmosphere on the scene became a little subtle. Gu Li looked at the reactions of the crowd, smiled in his heart, thought about it, and added, "Not now, wait until we finish the task, and come one by one." Hearing this, everyone recalled the scene where Gu Li and Mu Yunqi set up the formation at a very fast speed and easily controlled Sang-hee and others in the Mahayana realm. Although the level of their formation cannot be seen, it must be a high level to be able to do this. For a moment, most people backed down in their hearts, and the light of eagerness in their eyes gradually extinguished, and they gave up the idea of challenging them. However, there were still some people who were confident of their strength, and their eyes still flickered with unwillingness, secretly thinking that they must compete with them when they come back. Gu Li keenly noticed that the people who were secretly observing them had left, so he looked at Mu Yunqi, and turned around and left this place of trouble, walking towards the mission hall. Along the way, the sun shone on them, stretching their figures long and looking particularly determined. Soon, the two came to the mission hall. There were people coming and going here, and it was very lively. Cultivators of all levels were busy choosing tasks that suited them. Gu Li and Mu Yunqi walked straight to the management office without any hesitation. Chapter 477. "Elder, we have to take the most difficult mission," Gu Li said to the mission elder with gray hair and sharp eyes. The mission elder frowned when he heard this, and his eyes swept over them, full of suspicion and worry. "Don't come to make trouble. Two disciples who have broken through the Void Realm actually want to take S-level missions, which is simply seeking death. S-level missions, even the peak masters of the Mahayana realm have to treat them with caution. These two girls are too self-defeating." Mu Yunqi explained seriously, "We really want to take it." The mission elder sighed, and patiently persuaded, "You go, and take a look at the B-level ones. These S-level missions are not suitable for you." However, Gu Li did not waver. She emphasized again, "We want to take all S-level missions. Please help me handle it." Gu Li's words were loud and clear, and in an instant, the entire mission hall seemed to be cast under a spell, and the originally noisy conversations and footsteps stopped abruptly, and everyone fell silent. One after another, all eyes were cast towards Gu Li and Mu Yunqi, with complex emotions interwoven in their eyes. Some were so surprised that their eyes widened, as if they had seen something incredible. Others curled their lips in disdain, thinking that these two ignorant girls were just talking nonsense. The mission elder was full of disbelief. He stared at Gu Li and asked again, "Are you serious?" He really couldn't believe that these two women, who had broken through the realm of cultivation, were really going to challenge all the S-level tasks. This was extremely rare in the history of Wanxiang Pavilion. Gu Li looked determined, nodded without hesitation, and responded again in a firm tone, "Seriously." She knew that she was in urgent need of a large amount of spiritual herbs and refining materials, and the rich resources of Wanxiang Pavilion were undoubtedly the best way to obtain them. She secretly made up her mind to exchange as many spiritual herbs as possible from Wanxiang Pavilion to Schling sect to help the sect develop. The mission elder saw Gu Li's firm attitude and said no more. He slowly reached out and tore off the S-level mission notices hanging on the wall one by one, with some hesitation in his movements, as if he was still worried about the decision of the two young people. Then, he picked up a pen, wrote the date on the register, looked up at them again, and asked, "What are your names?" "Gu Li." "Mu Yunqi." The two answered in turn, their voices clear and loud. The mission elder carefully recorded their names, and after completing the registration, he handed them the mission scroll and reminded them, "Be careful in everything." Gu Li and Mu Yunqi took the scroll and turned to leave the mission hall. As soon as their figures disappeared at the door, the hall exploded instantly, and the noise broke out like a surging tide. Who are these two women? They are so arrogant. A thin cultivator next to him shook his head and responded helplessly, "I don't know, I haven't seen them. There are only 5 S-level tasks in total, and they actually accepted them all." A female cultivator in a blue robe, her eyes were full of shock, and her voice unconsciously raised 8 degrees. At this time, a well-informed disciple in the crowd squeezed over and said mysteriously, "I know, they are the people who live in Jinyuan, and they just dealt with Sang's group." Jinyuan? Breaking the Void Realm? Don't be kidding. Someone was full of doubts, thinking that this was simply a fantasy. Jinyuan has always been the residence of the strong. Now only the top 10 disciples in the inner sect are qualified to live there. How could a cultivator who has broken through the realm of emptiness live there? If you don't believe me, just ask and you will know. The disciple responded confidently. Gu Li and Mu Yunqi, who left, knew nothing about the discussions behind them. Even if they knew, they would not care. This is just the first step of the plan. What they have to do is to quickly become famous in Wanxiang Pavilion, attract the attention of the top leaders, get more training resources, and lay a solid foundation for the road ahead. After leaving Wanxiang Pavilion, Gu Li and Mu Yunqi quickly changed into a light and strong suit, and each put on an exquisite mask. Then, they took the little bird to the Oblivion Forest to do the mission. During the flight, the sound of the wind blew past their ears. Mu Yunqi approached Gu Li and said seriously, "They have also successfully entered the inner gates of major forces." Gu Li's mouth corner slightly raised, revealing a satisfied smile. "Let them take the task, and then we will meet them." She was not surprised that her friends successfully entered the inner gate. After all, these friends of hers are all professional teachers with extraordinary talents. Just showing a little talent is enough to attract the attention of major forces. Mu Yunqi understood and nodded, then took out the communication jade talisman, and danced on it quickly with her fingers, sending a message to several people. At the same time, in the depths of the Oblivion Forest, the dense branches and leaves covered the sky, and occasionally a few rays of sunlight penetrated the gap with difficulty and sprinkled on the wet ground. Gu Shirsan was squatting on the ground, digging various spiritual herbs bitterly. As he dug, he muttered, "What does the young master want to do? Why does he suddenly need so many spiritual herbs?" Gu Er was not far away. Hearing this, he stood up, looked at Gu Shirsan, and said in a steady tone, "Ask less and do more." Gu Shirsan stood up, patted the dirt on his hands, and said curiously, "I'm just curious." At this time, Gucci also came over, glared at Gu Shirsan, and said unhappily, "Stop talking nonsense, you have to rob others after digging this piece. As long as it is what the young master needs, no matter what it is, she will try her best to get more." Gu Shirsan shrugged helplessly, and continued to dig spiritual herbs. Although he was full of doubts, he also understood that the young master always had his own considerations when doing things. Since he trusted them and gave them the task, they must go all out and live up to their trust. Gucci was digging the spiritual herbs skillfully while looking into the depths of the forest. He murmured worriedly, "I wonder how the young master is doing. Has she successfully entered the Wanxiang Pavilion?" Gu Er was concentrating on collecting spiritual herbs. His movements were skillful and fast. Hearing Gucci's words, he paused slightly. Just as he was about to speak, his expression suddenly became stern. He looked at the distance with vigilance and whispered, "Someone is coming. Retreat first." Gucci and Gu Shirsan became nervous when they heard this, and they didn't care to continue collecting spiritual herbs. Gu Shirsan hurriedly stuffed the tools into the storage bag, while Gucci quickly took out the concealment array that Gu Li gave them and activated it. In the blink of an eye, the three of them disappeared in the same place, hiding under a thick tree, not daring to breathe, quietly waiting for someone to come. Chapter 478. After a while, footsteps came from far away. 6 people in uniform came over, 4 men and 2 women, with upright postures and steady steps. The 3 words Wanxiang Pavilion were clearly engraved on their collars, and under the sunlight, they were a bit majestic. Gu Shirsan hid behind the tree, half of his head stuck out, looked around carefully, and said excitedly in a low voice, "They are people from a big force, should we take action?" There was a light of eagerness in his eyes, but he was a little nervous. After all, these were disciples of a big force, and their strength should not be underestimated. Gu Er frowned, stared at those people, thought for a moment, and said in a deep voice, Let's see first. The young master just asked them to rob people of medium strength. These disciples of Wanxiang Pavilion are stronger than them. If they really want to take action, they can only rely on sneak attacks. But if the sneak attack fails, they will fall into an extremely passive situation, so they must act cautiously. The leading man was a tall, stern-faced young man. He looked down at the messy traces of spiritual herbs picked on the ground, frowning, and said in a low but powerful voice, "Traces of fresh picking, there was someone here just now." Huang Xiner snorted and waved her hand nonchalantly, with a casual tone. "Isn't it normal for someone to come here? We are not the only ones here to train. Why make a fuss?" As she spoke, she kicked the stones at her feet casually, with a hint of carelessness in her eyes. Shui Wanqin, however, looked solemn, staring at the traces on the ground that were obviously left by fresh picking, and said firmly, "No, this trace is very new, it is clearly just picked. Moreover, why did the other party leave in a hurry when we came? This is too strange." And Jinyu nodded and agreed. Wanqin is right. Recently, things are not peaceful outside. Many people have been robbed by a group of black-clad men. We have to be careful. Huang Xiner curled her lips in disdain, with a hint of pride on her face. The strength of that group of people is only at the breaking void realm. What is there to be afraid of? If those people dare to grab her without any eyes, she can easily subdue them with just one move. Shui Wanqin said, "Let's not talk about this for now. The most urgent thing is to get the fairy fruit first." Song Jiangmo nodded slightly and said concisely, "Let's go." After that, he took the lead and walked towards the direction of the fairy fruit tree. The figures of the crowd gradually went away until they disappeared in the dense jungle. At this time, Gu Er carefully removed the formation that concealed their figures. Gu Shirsan's eyes flashed with greed, and he rubbed his hands excitedly, saying eagerly, "Let's rob them. Those few people just now must be much richer than those people of medium power. If we rob them, we will make a fortune." Gu Er frowned, his face serious, and his tone firm. "Young master didn't let us rob others, so we should not act on our own." Gu Shirsan didn't agree, curled his lips, and said confidently, "Anyway, they are also against the young master. Robbing them is no different from completing the task assigned by the young master." Gu Er sighed helplessly, still insisting, "It's too risky. If something goes wrong, we can't explain to the young master." Gu Qi also echoed on the side, with a flash of expectation in his eyes. "The fairy fruit sounds like a treasure. The young master will definitely like it." Gu Er's expression changed constantly, and he finally gritted his teeth and made up his mind, "Follow." Gu Shirsan was surprised and couldn't help asking, "Didn't you say you wouldn't snatch it? Why did you change your mind again?" Gu Er's expression was complicated, and he said in a muffled voice, "Snatch it back to the young master. Since it is something the young master likes, it is worth taking a risk." Gu Qi laughed at the side and teased, "You said it was too risky, but now you have decided to do it." Gu Er rolled his eyes at him, and said unhappily, "Anyway, we are all hostile. If we can't snatch it, we will run away. We just need to be careful." After that, he led everyone to follow carefully in the direction where Song Jiangmo and others left. Mu Yunqi's finger slid gently on the map, and finally stopped at a flickering mark. "The fairy fruit mission is the closest to us." Gu Li leaned forward slightly, looked in the direction Mu Yunqi pointed, raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and said decisively, "In this case, let's go pick the fairy fruit first." Mu Yunqi bit her lower lip lightly, with a tangled expression on her face, and muttered, "I don't want to hand it in after completing the mission. After all, this is an S-level mission, and the fairy fruit to be picked must be a rare and precious thing in the world. It is really unwilling to hand it in so easily." Gu Li seemed to have guessed Mu Yunqi's thoughts. She glanced at the location of the fairy fruit on the map again, raised a sly smile, and said in a low voice, "It's okay, we can cut down the fairy fruit tree and hand it over to deal with it when the time comes." As she spoke, she made a cutting tree gesture, with a proud and mischievous expression on her face. Fairy fruit is the main material for refining fairy pills. One fairy pill can help practitioners break through a small level. Even if it is not refined into a pill, eating it directly can store spiritual energy, which is very beneficial to cultivation. If the fairy fruit tree can be planted in the chaos ring and nourished by the spiritual energy inside, the fairy fruit grown will be even better. Mu Yunqi couldn't help laughing, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and teased, "Bandits, even trees are not spared." Gu Li touched his nose and said innocently, "This is called reasonable use of resources." Gu Er, Gu Shirsan and Gu Qi took out 3 hidden runes and pasted them on their bodies. After pasting, Gu Er whispered, "Don't use spiritual power. The other two nodded solemnly, not daring to breathe. They crouched down, their steps were as light as ghosts, and they followed the disciples of Wanxiang Pavilion silently. Along the way, they kept an eye on the surroundings. Every rustle of leaves and every breeze made them tense. Not long after, they arrived at the location of the fairy fruit tree. What came into view was a cliff, which was steep and dangerous. The bottom was bottomless and filled with layers of fog, exuding a mysterious and dangerous atmosphere. On the nearly vertical cliff, there grew a huge fairy fruit tree. The branches of this fairy fruit tree were thick and twisted, like winding dragons clinging to the cliff. The tree was full of densely packed fruits, each of which was the size of a palm and showed a warm emerald green color. These fruits exuded a faint light, which was soft and agile, like stars twinkling between the branches and leaves. The breeze blew, and the fruit fragrance was overflowing. The sweet breath instantly spread, making people intoxicated. Chapter 479. Gu Qi frowned slightly, with a bit of urgency and cunning in his expression, and asked in a low voice, "Should we steal or wait until they finish fighting before robbing?" Gu Er stared at the people in the distance with deep eyes, and said slowly, "Wait for them to start first, then we will steal." Gu Shirsen was worried, his brows twisted into a Chuan character, and said, "Will it work? We can't see through their cultivation. It should be much higher than ours." Gu Er still stared at the fruit tree in the distance that exuded rich spiritual energy, and said firmly, "It should be possible. Generally, more precious spiritual medicines will be guarded by powerful monsters. As long as they fight to the point of being defeated, he can reap the benefits." Huang Xier stood aside, her eyes suddenly lit up, and she clapped her hands excitedly, saying, "A lot. After completing the task, the remaining can be sold to those alchemists." Yin Xiao frowned, looking solemn, and reminded worriedly, "It's better to be careful. If it's so easy to get it, it won't be rated as an S-level task." He knew the risks involved. Every S-level task hides countless crises. Huang Xier shook her head nonchalantly, and said willfully, "Just try it, and you know." As soon as she finished speaking, she couldn't wait to take out a whip from the space. The whip was crystal clear, and flashed with a faint blue light. She exerted force on her wrist, and swung a spiritual power in the direction of the fairy fruit tree. The spiritual power was like a blue lightning that cut through the quiet air. Just as the spiritual power was about to fall on the fairy fruit tree, suddenly, a strong flame shot up from the tree into the sky. The flame was as red as blood, and the scorching temperature instantly burned and distorted the surrounding air. With a loud bang, the flames directly dispersed the spiritual power, turning it into countless light spots that dissipated in the air. Then, a red mini tiger jumped down from the tree. The moment it landed, its body quickly grew larger, and in the blink of an eye it returned to its original form. The fire demon tiger was huge, more than 2 people tall, and its red hair was like burning flames, each of which seemed to contain endless power. It roared to the sky, and the sound was deafening, as if it was going to shake the entire mountain forest down, and the surrounding trees were trembling in the roar. Seeing this, Lin Rongqian couldn't help but exclaimed, "Not good, it's a 6th-level beast, the fire demon tiger." Huang Xier still had no intention of retreating, and shouted loudly, "What are you afraid of? We have 6 people." Song Jianma also took out a long sword without hesitation. The long sword flashed with cold light, and the sword was engraved with mysterious runes. He shouted, "Go!" With this order, 6 figures rushed towards the 6th-level beast like arrows. The fire demon tiger was immediately enraged when he saw these people dared to rush up without knowing what was good for them. It roared again, pawed the ground with its 4 hooves, brought up a cloud of dust, and rushed towards the crowd like a burning fireball. A fierce battle began. Gu Er's eyes were fixed on the majestic fire demon tiger in the distance, and the people who were fighting fiercely with it. He turned slightly to the side, put his mouth close to Gu Qi and Gu San, and said in an almost inaudible voice, "Activate the concealment formation given by the young master." Gu Qi immediately understood what he meant, and quickly took out a small and exquisite formation ball from the space ring. Gu Qi held the formation ball tightly with both hands, his eyes revealing concentration and tension. In an instant, a faint light emanated from the formation ball, like water waves, quickly covering the 3 of them. As the light enveloped them, the figures of the 3 gradually became blurred, and finally completely disappeared in the air. After successfully hiding, the 3 did not act immediately. After a while, after making sure that no one had noticed them, they began to move cautiously towards the direction of the fairy fruit tree. Their footsteps were as light as cat steps, and each step they took made almost no sound. Gu Er landed first, his eyes locked on the fairy fruit tree, A trace of determination flashed in his eyes, and he whispered, "Loosen the soil." Gu Shirsan was slightly stunned, his eyes full of surprise, and couldn't help asking, "You want to move everything away?" Gu Qi said on the side, "If you move it away, the young master will definitely like it." Gu Shirsan frowned, looking embarrassed, and said helplessly, "But our space ring can't store living things." After hearing this, Gu Er frowned tightly into a Chuan character, and after thinking for a moment, he sighed helplessly, "Forget it, pick all the fruits first." "Okay." Gu Qi and Gu Shirsan responded in unison, and then the three of them quickly began to act separately. They each took out the hidden talisman from their arms again, and activated it on their bodies. The hidden talisman instantly emitted a faint light, covering their figures, and making them gradually disappear in the air. Then, like three agile monkeys, they climbed up the fairy fruit tree silently. On the tree, they carefully moved among the branches and leaves. Every movement was slow and cautious, for fear of making the slightest sound. Their hands were like nimble butterflies, picking up the plump fairy fruits quickly and accurately, and putting them into the space rings they carried with them. At the same time, they raised their heads from time to time, vigilantly observing the battle situation in the distance. On the other side, the fierce battle was entering a white-hot stage. Huang Xiner and the fire demon tiger were fighting fiercely. The huge body of the fire demon tiger was like a small mountain, and every attack was accompanied by a whistling sound of wind. Suddenly, the fire demon tiger let out a thunderous roar, jumped high, and slapped Huang Xiner with its right claw with a sharp wind. Huang Xiner was unable to dodge, and was hit hard on the chest by this claw. She flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, fell heavily to the ground, and raised a cloud of dust. With a puff, Huang Xiner spurted out a mouthful of blood from her mouth, dyeing the land in front of her red. Her face instantly turned as pale as paper, and her eyes were full of pain and unwillingness. She endured the severe pain in her chest, tremblingly took out a jade bottle from her bosom, poured out a pill, and swallowed it quickly. As the pill entered her stomach, a warm current slowly spread through her body, and her face was slightly relieved. Huang Xiner was just about to stand up again, join the battle, and lend a hand to others, when she inadvertently looked up at the fairy fruit tree. Her eyes widened instantly, and an expression of disbelief appeared on her face. Someone stole the fairy fruit. She shouted at the top of her lungs. This shout was like throwing a huge rock into a calm lake, instantly breaking the rhythm of the battle. Chapter 480. The people who were fighting the fire demon tiger and the fire demon tiger shifted their attention to the fairy fruit tree. Gu Er heard the shout, and thought to himself that it was not good. He immediately whispered, "We have been discovered. Run." He didn't care about the fairy fruit he had not picked yet, and turned around and ran away. Gu Qi also quickly stuffed the fairy fruit in his hand into the space, and ran towards Gu Er. Gu Shirsan was also not in a hurry. While running away, he also picked 2 more fairy fruits, and then turned around and fled in the direction of his companions. The fire demon tiger was furious when he saw that the fairy fruit he was guarding was stolen. It roared angrily to the sky, and the sound shook the surrounding trees. It didn't care about dealing with the people in front of it anymore, and turned around and chased the 3 people who stole the fruit. While running, it would occasionally spit out several flames from its mouth. The flames were like burning arrows, cutting through the air and shooting towards the 3 people with scorching temperatures. The 3 people were desperately fleeing in front, and the fire demon tiger was chasing them closely. Suddenly, a flame attack brushed past the corner of Gu Qi's clothes, and the powerful spiritual power fluctuations affected them. In an instant, the concealment talismans on their bodies flashed and then failed. The figures of the 3 people were exposed to everyone without any cover. When Yin Xiao saw the 3 black-clothed men who suddenly appeared, his eyes were stern, and he shouted, "Black-clothed men, wearing masks? They are the ones who often rob various forces during this period." Huang Xiner was so angry that her face turned red, and she gritted her teeth and said, "Damn it, dare to steal our fairy fruit." Song Jianma stared at the 3 people who were running away, and calmly analyzed, "Chase them first. Their cultivation is only in the middle and late stages of the void-breaking realm." As he said this, he took the lead in using his body skills, and chased in the direction of the 3 people's escape. Gu Er, Gu Shirsan and Gu Qi were running desperately. Behind them, the huge fire demon tiger chased them with its fangs and claws bared. Its eyes flashed with bloodthirsty light, and every roar shook the surrounding leaves to fall. And behind the fire demon tiger, there were several figures following closely, led by Huang Xiner and Song Jianmo. Gu Er looked anxious, with beads of sweat on his forehead. While running wildly, he shouted at the top of his voice, Shursan, teleport formation. Gu Shursan heard this and quickly took out a formation ball emitting mysterious light from the space ring, continuously input spiritual power into it, and said loudly, "You two stay close to me, prepare to teleport." Gu Er and Gu Qi did not dare to delay at all, and rushed to Gu Shursan in a few steps. Just when the fire demon tiger was about to pounce on them, a dazzling light burst out from the formation ball and instantly enveloped the three people. As the light flashed, the three figures disappeared without a trace. The fire demon tiger suddenly stopped, and its huge body drew a deep gully on the ground. It looked at the empty front and roared angrily, and the sound echoed in the forest. Then, it lowered its head and sniffed the ground. Relying on the unique scent of the fairy fruit, it began to track the traces of the three people. When Huang Xiner arrived, she only saw the back of the fire demon tiger leaving. She gritted her teeth in anger, stomped her feet fiercely, and said, "It's really those little thieves. They actually let them run away." Song Jiangmo frowned, thought for a moment, and said, "Don't chase them, there are still fairy fruits there. While the fire demon tiger is chasing those people, let's go back and get the fairy fruits first. This is the top priority." Although Huang Xiner was unwilling, she also knew that Song Jiangmo was right, and snorted coldly, "Humph, let them go for now, and I will settle accounts with them after I get the fairy fruits." On the other side, Gu Li and Mu Yunqi were in another direction of the forest, moving quickly towards the location of the fairy fruit tree. Mu Yunqi was sharp-eyed, and saw the messy footprints and broken branches on the ground in front of her at a glance, and hurriedly said, "There are traces of fighting here." Looking at these traces, it just happened. Gu Li didn't care. "Don't worry about it, take the tree away first." As he said, the whole fairy fruit tree was uprooted. Afterwards, she quickly put the fairy fruit tree into her own space, and asked the small pavilion in the space to help find a safe place to plant the tree. Just after doing all this, Gu Li keenly sensed that someone was rushing towards this side. Her expression was stern, and she whispered, "Someone is back, Yunqi, come here." Mu Yunqi understood, and walked to Gu Li's side in a few steps. The two disappeared instantly, and entered the chaotic space. Not long after, Yin Xiao, Huang Xiner and others rushed to the place where the fairy fruit tree was. Yin Xiao saw the scene in front of him and couldn't help but exclaimed, "The tree is gone! I saw that the place where the fairy fruit tree originally grew was directly sunken into a huge pit, and the surrounding soil was still very fresh." Huang Xiner widened her eyes, and cursed with anger, "Who is the wicked one who pulled out the tree? How dare you ruin my good thing?" Song Jiangmo's face was gloomy, and he said coldly, "They are still here, we have been fooled." Shui Wanqin also frowned. "Who are these people? They specialize in robbing people from major forces." Song Jiangmo suspected, could they be from the Shenling sect? After all, the Shenling sect can only rely on the spiritual herbs it grows to survive. Shui Wanqin thought for a while, and said, "It's unlikely. If it's from the Shenling sect, we will definitely know, and the pavilion master will also send people to intercept and kill them." Huang Xiner was furious when she heard it, and shouted loudly, "Who cares who he is, chase him. He dared to steal my things, he is tired of living." The other 5 people had no objection, and they all used their skills to follow her to chase the 2 and 3 Gu who ran away. After all, the fairy fruit is indeed their important mission target this time. How could they easily give it to others? Huang Xiner, Shui Wanqin, and Jinyu, Song Jiangmo, Yin Xiao, waited until Huang Xiner, Song Jiangmo and his party completely disappeared from sight, and the surroundings regained the unique tranquility of the forest. Then Gu Li and Mu Yunqi stepped out of the chaotic space. Mu Yunqi frowned slightly, her eyes full of doubts, and asked softly, "Is it the Shadow Guard?" This style of behavior is somewhat similar. Gu Li narrowed his eyes slightly, looked in the direction where everyone had just left, and said after a moment of silence, "It should be." Mu Yunqi was puzzled, shook his head gently, and continued, "Didn't they target people with medium-sized forces? Why did they come to rob people with big forces?" Gu Li looked calm. "They will always be naughty." After she finished speaking, she tapped the ground with her toes, and her figure ran quickly in the direction where those people left like a ghost. Seeing this, Mu Yunqi did not dare to delay at all, and used her spiritual power under her feet to follow closely. Dense branches and leaves passed by them quickly, and the sound of the wind whistled in their ears. While running, Gu Li quickly took out the sound transmission note, and the spiritual power flowed between his fingers, activating the power of the sound transmission note, and sent a message to all the shadow guards. "Who among you picked the fairy fruit in the Oblivion Forest? I'm here." Chapter 481. Not long after, The sound transmission talisman in Gu Li's hand began to flash one after another, and a familiar voice came out from the talisman. The shadow guards responded one after another, reporting their respective situations in detail. However, Gu Li's brows were getting more and more furrowed. After listening to all the replies one by one, she found that there was no reply from Gu'er, Gu Qi and Gu Shursan. At this moment, on the other side of the forest, Gu'er, Gu Qi and Gu Shursan were being chased by the fire demon tiger. Their clothes were torn by branches, and their faces were also a little tired, with sweat dripping down their cheeks. Gu Shursan ran breathlessly, and couldn't help complaining, "I can't get rid of it. This fire demon tiger is like a dog-skin plaster, clinging to us tightly." Gu'er looked solemn, and analyzed while running, "We smell like fairy fruit. This fire demon tiger has an extremely sensitive sense of smell, and I'm afraid it's chasing us for this smell. If they don't get rid of this pursuit as soon as possible, the three of them will be in a desperate situation." Gu Shursan's eyes lit up, and he shouted anxiously, "Where are the elimination pills? Give me some." Gu Qi looked embarrassed. "No, I tried, but it doesn't work." A deafening roar suddenly sounded. The fire demon tiger's mane stood up in anger, and its blood-red vertical pupils flashed with a fierce light. It exerted force on its hind legs, and its whole body was like a black lightning, leaping over the heads of Gu'er, Gu Qi and Gu Shursan, and landing steadily in front of them. The three of them were frightened by this sudden change, and their faces turned pale. Their hearts beat violently in their chests, as if they were about to break through their chests. They subconsciously stopped suddenly, turned around in panic, and ran desperately in another direction. However, how could the fire demon tiger let them go so easily? With its bloody mouth wide open, a powerful spiritual power gushed out like a surging tide, forming an invisible shock wave that swept towards the three people. The power of this spiritual power was too strong, and the three people had no time to make an effective defense, and were instantly washed away. Their bodies were like kites with broken strings, hitting a tall tree heavily. With a loud crack, the thick tree trunk was directly broken, and the three people fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Lying on the ground, the three people were seriously injured to varying degrees. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of Gu'er's mouth, and his left arm hung limply, obviously broken. Gu Qi's chest rose and fell violently, and every breath was accompanied by a burst of pain, and his face was full of pain. Gu Shursan's forehead was broken, and blood flowed down his cheeks, blurring his vision. The fire demon tiger approached them step by step with heavy steps, roaring in a low voice, "Damn human, you dared to steal my fairy fruit, today is your death." After that, it locked onto Gu Qi, who looked the weakest, and rushed over like an arrow. Gu Qi watched the fire demon tiger pounce on him with its fangs and claws, and his pupils shrank sharply in an instant. "Ah Qi!" Gu Shursan shouted in horror, his voice full of despair. At this critical moment, Gu'er quickly took out a teleportation talisman from the space and injected spiritual power into it instantly. With a flash of light, Gu'er instantly appeared beside Gu Qi, and he hugged Gu Qi, trying to escape from this dangerous situation. The huge claws of the fire demon tiger slammed heavily on the ground, and a deep hole was instantly smashed into the ground, and dust flew up. After missing the first attack, the fire demon tiger became even more angry. It mobilized all its spiritual power again and attacked Gu'er, who was holding Gu Qi, at an extremely fast speed. This time, its attack speed was so fast that it was difficult for people to react. Gu'er didn't even have time to activate the defense formation before he was hit on the back by the fire demon tiger's attack. The two were beaten out like rag dolls and fell heavily to the ground. Gu'er's back was full of blood, and the blood stained his clothes red. He fainted directly. Seeing the fire demon tiger jump high again, ready to kill, Gu Shursan's eyes were red, and he rushed towards the two without thinking. He wanted to use his body to block this fatal blow for them. At this critical moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded, "The power of wood." Instantly, countless thick vines suddenly emerged from the ground. These vines were like agile pythons, quickly wrapping up the three of them completely. Then, the vines pulled hard, and the three disappeared instantly, avoiding the attack of the fire demon tiger again. Gu Shursan was still in shock. He looked up and saw that it was two masked women who saved them. Although the other party was wearing a mask, he recognized one of them at a glance and blurted out, "Young master." Gu Li glanced at the fire demon tiger in front of him that attacked again. His expression was cold, and he said without hesitation, "Leave here first. It is not advisable to stay here for a long time." Seeing the critical situation, Mu Yunqi didn't care much. He stretched out his arms, used his spiritual power, and picked up the unconscious Gu'er and Gu Qi in one hand. Although the two men were not small, Mu Yunqi had deep spiritual power, and she was still agile while holding them, without any sense of effort. At the same time, Gu Li quickly took out a bunch of explosive symbols from the storage ring. Spiritual power was continuously injected into them, and all the explosive symbols were activated instantly. Then, she threw all the explosive symbols at the fire demon tiger without hesitation. Boom, boom, boom. A series of deafening explosions suddenly sounded, and the flames shot up into the sky. The powerful impact caused a gust of wind, blowing the surrounding trees to the ground. The billowing smoke produced by the explosion spread, completely covering the figure of the fire demon tiger. The fire demon tiger was caught off guard by this sudden attack. It roared angrily, and its voice seemed a little weak in the explosion. Taking advantage of this gap, Mu Yunqi and Gu Li took Gu Shisan to evacuate quickly. After the explosion, the smoke gradually dissipated. The fire demon tiger looked closely, and found that they were no longer there. Not only that, the smell of the fairy fruit that originally permeated the air also disappeared completely, as if they had never appeared here. The fire demon tiger wandered around angrily for a few circles, roared a few times, and finally turned around and left helplessly. Mu Yunqi and Gu Li ran all the way with Gu Shisan until they completely escaped the sight of the fire demon tiger. After confirming that it was safe, Gu Li stopped and everyone went directly into the chaotic space. The chaotic space was quiet and peaceful, which was in sharp contrast to the thrills outside. Mu Yunqi carefully put Gu Er on a small bed in a prone state, and put Gu Qi, who was also unconscious, on another bed. Gu Shisan's face was full of anxiety, his eyes were red, and his voice was trembling. Young master, save them quickly. Gu Li walked forward and carefully checked the wounds of the two. The injuries of the two were extremely serious, and both of them directly injured their internal organs. The blood penetrated their clothes, which was shocking. She pondered for a moment, raised her head, looked at Gu Shisan, and said firmly, "You heal yourself first, I won't let them die." Gu Shisan nodded. Although he was still very worried, he had absolute trust in Gu Li. As long as the young master said it was okay, then Gu Er and Gu Qi would definitely be fine. So, he found a corner, took the pill, sat cross-legged, and began to circulate his spiritual power to heal his injuries. Chapter 482. Gu Li looked solemn as he fed the pills into their mouths one by one. After the pills entered their stomachs, a warm force quickly spread in their bodies, and began to slowly repair their damaged internal organs. Just then, Little Anan came over with a brisk pace and said crisply, "Master, let me do it. I also want to help." Gu Li looked at Anan with tenderness in his eyes, and nodded gently, "Well, thank you for your hard work." Anan waved his hand quickly, and said seriously, "It's not hard." Anan walked to Gu Er and Gu Qi, fixed his eyes on them steadily, and slowly placed his two tender little hands on their bodies. In an instant, a soft green light slowly flowed out from Anan's hands, like a wisp of spring breeze, gently falling on them. Wherever the light went, the dirt on the wound was cleaned up bit by bit, and then the light penetrated into their bodies, and began to carefully repair the damaged tissues and organs. Gu Li stood aside, staring at the two people's situation closely, his eyes full of worry. With Anan's treatment, Gu Er and Gu Qi's faces gradually turned red, and their breath became stable. Seeing the two people's situation gradually stabilized, Gu Li finally breathed a sigh of relief, and his tense nerves slowly relaxed. After a long time, Gu Shisan sat cross-legged in the corner. After some healing, his injuries were almost recovered. He stood up, patted the dust on his body, and walked towards Gu Li. Gu Li saw him coming, his face straightened, and asked seriously, "Didn't I tell you to rob people of medium power? Why did you go to pick fairy fruit? Who gave you the courage to change the task without authorization?" Gu Shisan lowered his head slightly after hearing this, scratched his head a little embarrassedly, and said, "We saw that those guys didn't seem to be very strong, so we thought we could use the formation to escape after robbing them. We thought we could do it without anyone noticing, but we didn't know that the fire demon tiger had such a sharp nose, and caught up with us in no time." After hearing this, Gu Li frowned, his eyes full of anger. "Did I ever say that personal safety is the most important thing?" As he said this, Gu Li really wanted to kick him, but seeing that he was still injured, he slowly put his raised foot down. Seeing this, Gu Shisan knew that he had done something wrong this time, and quickly admitted his mistake. "I know I was wrong." Gu Li looked at him and softened his tone. "If we hadn't come, you would have died here today." Gu Shisan chuckled and tried to ease the atmosphere. "You are here, young master. With you here, we will be fine." Gu Li glared at him, and said seriously, "Don't be so frivolous. I will teach you a lesson this time." After the mission is over, go back and be locked up for a month to reflect on yourself. Although Gu Shur-san was a little reluctant, he knew that he was in the wrong, so he could only agree obediently. I know. He said it, but he thought in his heart that it would be over in a month if he gritted his teeth. Gu Shur-san suddenly remembered something and asked in confusion, "By the way, master, how did you know we were here?" Before Guli could answer, Mu Yunchi couldn't help but interrupt. "You guys made so much noise. With explosions and the roar of the fire demon tiger along the way, we almost ran off our shoes before we caught up. What do you think?" Gu Shur-san's face was full of guilt. He bowed slightly and said sincerely, "This time we were not thoughtful enough and made Master and Miss worry." After saying that, he lowered his head slightly, not daring to look directly into the eyes of Guli and Mu Yunchi, his heart full of self-blame and regret. After a while, Anne's treatment was also declared over. Her face was slightly red, and fine beads of sweat oozed from her forehead, obviously consuming a lot of energy. But she looked at Gu Er and Gu Qi, and a relieved smile appeared on her face. At the same time, Gu Qi and Gu Er's eyelids trembled slowly, and they woke up slowly. As soon as they opened their eyes, they saw Gu Li and Mu Yunchi standing by the bed. At that moment, both of them thought they were dreaming and almost suspected that they had seen it wrong. They rubbed their eyes hard, and after confirming that everything in front of them was not an illusion, Gu Qi and Gu Er instantly widened their eyes full of surprise and surprise. The two of them didn't have time to think about it, and hurriedly got off the bed. Their movements were a little violent, which involved the wound. They frowned slightly in pain, but they still endured the pain, knelt on one knee, and said in unison, "Meet the young master." Gu Li looked at their appearance, feeling distressed and angry, and said unhappily, "Okay, lie down. Don't be stubborn. I won't care if the wound is torn." Gu Er listened, straightened up slightly, and asked with a puzzled look, "Young master, why are you here? We thought we were going to be completely defeated this time." Gu Li sighed helplessly and explained, "I sent a message to you, but only the three of you didn't respond. Yunxi and I were worried that you had an accident, so we followed the breath to find you." Gu Qi breathed a sigh of relief, and said with lingering fear, Fortunately, I almost thought I was going to die. That fire demon tiger was too ferocious. If the young master hadn't arrived in time, our lives would have been explained there." Gu Li frowned and said seriously, "You three, go back and put them in solitary confinement." Gu Er heard this and said quickly, "Young master, we picked a lot of fairy fruits. Although we almost lost our lives this time, the harvest is still quite rich, and it is not a wasted adventure." Gu Li waved his hand and said, "You keep it first, and then send it to the people of the divine sect." Gu Er quickly responded, "Yes." Gu Li looked at their injuries and asked, "Can you move? If there are people in her space, she can't leave too far, otherwise she will let them rest in the space." Gu Er and Gu Qi endured the pain and said, "Okay. Don't worry, young master, we can still hold on." And then blinked her big watery eyes, and looked at Gu Li with expectation. Her little hand gently pulled the corner of her clothes, and said softly, "Master, let me go out. I will repair them once in a while. They will be fully recovered in one day." Gu Li reached out, and touched Anne's head. The soft hair slid through his fingertips. He nodded slightly, and said softly, "Okay." 5 people filed out of the chaotic space. Gu Er, Gu Qi and Gu Shur-san looked much better after a short rest and treatment. But the wounds on their bodies still hurt slightly, and their movements were slightly slow. Mu Yunchi raised her eyes, and looked at Gu Li. There was a questioning light in her eyes. She asked softly, "Are we going to do the mission first?" Gu Li's mouth corners slightly raised. A sharp light flashed in his eyes, and he said decisively, "Go and rob those people from Wanxiang Pavilion first." Chapter 483. Huang Xiner was furious. She kicked the tree next to her, causing the bark to fall off. She gnashed her teeth and cursed, "Damn it! Where did these people go?" Shui Wanqin frowned and analyzed calmly, "Maybe they have left the Oblivion Forest. Since they were able to snatch the fairy fruit from under our noses, and successfully escape the pursuit of the fire demon tiger, they must have a lot of tricks. Maybe they left when we were not paying attention." As she spoke, she gently adjusted her sleeves, trying to make herself look more calm. Yin Xiao had a worried look on his face. His eyes turned back and forth between the two of them, and asked anxiously, "What should we do next? Should we give up the mission of the fairy fruit?" He knew that there was only one fairy fruit tree growing in the Oblivion Forest. If he wanted to continue to complete this mission, he would have to spend a lot of time to find out where the fairy fruit was growing. This was not an easy task. Huang Xiner heard this and retorted without hesitation, "No, I can't swallow this breath if I don't find them." Shui Wanqin sighed helplessly and patiently persuaded, "Go back and take other tasks first. We only took this one task when we came out. Now the task item is gone. There is no point in continuing to waste time here. We can only give up and take the task again." Huang Xiner was silent for a long time, and the anger in her heart was still burning, but she also understood that Shui Wanqin was right. In the end, she glared around fiercely and said unwillingly, "Okay, go back first. But I will definitely remember this account. I will never let them go next time I meet them." After that, she turned around, with a trace of reluctance and anger, and walked out of the forest with Shui Wanqin, Yin Xiao and others, and her figure gradually disappeared in the dense jungle. Looking at the gradually receding figures of Huang Xiner and others, Gu Er was extremely conflicted. After hesitating for a long time, he still plucked up the courage to ask, "Young master, do you really not need our help? We are really worried about letting you and the young lady take risks like this." Gu Li turned around and said softly, "Your injuries are not healed yet. Yun Shi and I can do it." Gu Er frowned, but still couldn't help saying, "But the opponent's strength is much higher than ours. If you make a mistake, we—" Before he finished speaking, Mu Yunqi took over the conversation and said confidently, "We are not confronting them head-on, just learn a little." Even if he was worried, Gu Er couldn't say anything. He sighed helplessly, and he and Gu Qi and Gu Shisan could only follow behind from a distance, staring at Gu Li and Mu Yunqi, watching them quietly move towards those people. When they were about to approach Huang Xiner and others, Gu Li and Mu Yunqi quickly took out the hidden talisman from their arms, and the figures of the two gradually disappeared into the air, as if they had never appeared. Gu Li gently touched the small vine wrapped around his wrist. "Go, just sleep for 3 breaths." The small vine twisted its body happily, and gave a crisp response. "No problem." After that, the whole vine body drilled into the soil, like a smart little snake, approaching those people quickly, so fast that it was difficult to detect. Song Jiangmo was walking, and suddenly frowned and stopped. He looked around vigilantly, his eyes full of suspicion, and whispered, "Something is wrong. I always feel that something is staring at us." Shui Wanqin heard this and stopped, and asked with concern, "What's wrong?" As she spoke, she looked around, trying to find something unusual. However, before Song Jiangmo could answer, the ground beneath their feet suddenly shook violently, and countless vines with sharp barbs broke out of the ground. Like crazy pythons, they instantly bound their feet tightly. The faces of several people turned pale instantly, and the pain in their feet was like a sharp blade, almost making them unstable. They struggled desperately, but found that the vines were getting tighter and tighter, and the barbs pierced deeply into the skin, and blood slowly flowed down their calves. Seeing this, Mu Yunqi's eyes flashed with a gleam of light, and she quickly activated a formation ball with agility. Just as the vines were about to be broken, a medium-sized binding formation emitting a faint light fell accurately above them like a large net. The runes in the formation flickered, and the powerful spiritual power fluctuations made the trapped people feel suffocated. Huang Xiner was shocked and angry, and shouted at the top of her lungs, "Who dares to sneak attack us? Get out! If you have the guts, don't hide your head and show your tail." Seeing that they were successfully tied up, Gu Li immediately used her body skills, like a black lightning, and quickly approached them. Her fist was wrapped in rich spiritual power, and with a whistling sound, she rushed toward Shui Wanqin on the side. Although Shui Wanqin's actions and spiritual power were affected by the formation, she was higher than Gu Li after all. Before Gu Li hit her, she quickly responded with her keen perception and rich combat experience. She quickly mobilized the spiritual power in her body, and shot a dazzling spiritual power beam, shooting straight in the direction of Gu Li. The beam was like a sharp sword, cutting through the air and making a sharp whistle. Gu Li's eyes were stern, and he tapped his feet lightly. His body was as light as catkins, and he cleverly dodged this fatal blow by turning sideways. The spiritual beam brushed past the corner of her clothes, bringing up a gust of wind. Huang Xiner looked at the masked attacker in front of her, her eyes wide open, and gnashed her teeth, and said, "Well, I didn't come to find you, but you came to my door to seek death. No one can leave alive today." At this moment, an extremely thin vine silently pierced into their bodies. The 6 people only felt a slight numbness coming from deep in their bodies, but soon returned to normal. They didn't realize that the precious space ring in their hands had quietly disappeared. Gu Li's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a smug smile, and whispered, "Goodbye." Before she finished speaking, she withdrew from the range of the formation like a ghost and ran quickly into the forest. Her figure shuttled between the trees, like a black phantom, and disappeared from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. "Don't run." Seeing this, Huang Xiner chased in the direction where she disappeared regardless of everything. However, she had just taken a few steps when she was bounced back by the powerful force of the formation and fell heavily to the ground. She struggled to get up, but found herself trapped in this area and could not get out anyway. Yin Xiao suddenly shouted in horror, "My space ring is gone!" Shui Wanqin heard this and hurriedly looked at her hand. Her face turned pale in an instant. Me too. The other people heard it and checked the rings on their hands, and they all disappeared without a trace. Huang Xiner was so angry that she trembled all over and roared, "Damn it! How dare they snatch it from us! I must get this account back." Song Jiangmo's face was terribly gloomy. He had never suffered such a loss in his life, and the anger in his heart was about to erupt like a volcano. He took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and said coldly, "Break the formation first, and then settle the account with them. Today's matter must not be let go." The 6 people began to attack the formation frantically, trying to break free from the shackles of the formation. Chapter 484. Gu Er saw that Gu Li and Mu Yunqi had successfully escaped, and he went up to them and shouted, "Young master." Gu Li said, "Let's leave first." After that, she took the lead and walked towards the outskirts of the forest, with firm and fast steps. Gu Er responded without hesitation, "Okay." Then he, Gu Qi, and Gu Shursen followed closely behind Gu Li and Mu Yunqi, and they shuttled through the dense forest, and the fallen leaves under their feet were rustling. When Huang Xiner and others broke the formation with great effort and rushed out, the forest had already returned to peace, leaving only the remains of the formation they had destroyed and messy footprints. They looked around, but could no longer find any trace of Gu Li and others. Huang Xiner was so angry that her face turned red, and she stamped her feet fiercely and cursed loudly. "Damn it, they ran away again." On the other side, Gu Li and others successfully left the Oblivion Forest. Gu Li stopped, shook the space ring on his hand, and said to Gu Er and the others, "See, next time, run after grabbing, don't stop for a second." Gu Er looked at the ring in Gu Li's hand, his eyes full of admiration, and nodded quickly and said, "Got it." Gu Li looked at Gu Er, Gu Qi and Gu Shursan. Although they had undergone simple treatment, they had not yet fully recovered and were not very convenient to move. "We still have to do other tasks. You 3 should follow us first, and leave after your injuries are healed." Gu Er, Gu Qi and Gu Shursan responded in unison, "Yes." So, several people packed their luggage, and walked towards the next mission location under the leadership of Gu Li. In the next half-month, Gu Li led everyone to shuttle through the vast area and targeted many disciples of medium-sized forces. Their actions were swift and covert, like ghosts in the dark night, giving the enemy a fatal blow when no one noticed. As for whether these robbed people were so-called good people, in the minds of Gu Li and others, as long as they were forces hostile to the Divine Spirit sect, there was no such thing as good people. This was a battle that concerned the survival of the sect, and everything had to be based on the interests of the Divine Spirit sect. At this time, Gu Li and his companions came to a remote small county town in the sphere of influence of the Wanxiang Pavilion. This small county town was hidden in the embrace of mountains and surrounded by dense forests, which seemed particularly quiet. All the shadow guards gathered here quietly, and the whole yard was filled with a tense and mysterious atmosphere. Everyone waited quietly in the yard. After a while, they saw a black shadow rushing from the horizon and landing in the yard in the blink of an eye. The visitor was Xing Huixiu, dressed in black, with a cold face and sharp and calm eyes. Gu Li saw Xing Huixiu coming and put a pile of space rings on the table. These rings were stacked up, and there were estimated to be 200 or 300 rings, flashing strange light in the sun. She said calmly, "That's all for now." Xing Huixiu looked at the pile of rings, and even though he was well informed, he couldn't help but be shocked. When he used his spiritual sense to probe into each space ring, and found that it was filled with various precious alchemy and refining materials, the shock in his eyes was even greater. Those materials exuded an attractive light, and some were even rare treasures in the world. He couldn't help but exclaimed, "You got so many in 1 month." Gu Li nodded slightly and said calmly, "Use it first. We have already grabbed everything we should grab. Now give me the crystals. I will send people to buy them separately." Xing Huixiu frowned slightly, and showed a worried look on his face. He said slowly, "Large-scale purchases will attract their attention. Once they find out that we are hoarding resources in large quantities, those forces are likely to unite and launch a siege against us." He knew the interests involved. Once a large-scale war was triggered, even if the Shiling sect was a super sect, it would be difficult for it to withstand the siege from many forces. Gu Li was confident. She shook her head and said, "We will buy in various places in the northern continent, and will not be discovered. My people are very smart and can disguise themselves to cover up their tracks. Mu Yunqi also said, you don't have to worry about anything. They didn't directly launch a siege against the Shinling sect, and they also have their own fears. As long as we act cautiously, there will be no problems. Gu Li looked stern and his eyes were like torches. He slowly said, after 3 months, you can kill some people appropriately to deter other forces. Xing Huixia heard this, and a trace of surprise flashed across his face. He frowned slightly and asked in confusion, who to kill? Mu Yunqi stood aside and explained slowly, Ali means to destroy a few small forces targeting the Shinling sect. It will have a deterrent effect and give a warning to other forces. After hearing this, Xing Huixia smiled bitterly and said, little ancestor, you are joking, right? Countless bloody scenes appeared in his mind, and he couldn't help but worry. Even if it is a small force, other medium and large forces will take action against the Divine Spirit sect at that time. Gu Li looked at him and asked, will the Shinling sect be willing to be suppressed for a long time? Xing Huixia was silent after hearing this. He knew that Gu Li was right. As a super sect, the Shinling sect would not be willing to be suppressed. But once the war started, it would be a disaster. Countless lives would be destroyed, and the young disciples in the sect would face the test of life and death, with a great risk of falling. Seeing that he was silent, Gu Li continued, after being suppressed for a long time, do you think the Shinling sect can still maintain its current strength? Resources are constantly plundered, and the cultivation of disciples is also restricted. In the long run, our strength will only become weaker and weaker. If a few forces sanctioned, it might not affect the Shinling sect. But almost half of the big and small forces in the northern continent are involved, and this cannot be solved by blindly tolerating. Xing Huixia pondered for a moment and sighed helplessly, I need to go back and discuss it with the sect master. This is not something I can decide. Even the sect master needs the consent of the supreme elders. Such a major decision must be carefully considered and discussed. It is not something that a disciple of his can make on his own. Gu Li nodded gently, yes. She also knew that the Shinling sect would not agree to this approach so easily. After all, going to war means huge risks and sacrifices. But in her opinion, going to war is a matter of time. Instead of being passive, it is better to take the initiative and seize the opportunity. Gu Li seemed to suddenly remember something. His face straightened, and he said seriously, by the way, there is a space ring inside that contains master's things. Xing Huixia's eyes were full of confusion and shock, and he blurted out, what? What did you say is in it? Gu Li nodded slightly, her eyes calm and firm, and slowly explained, most of the inheritance of the Shinling sect. Those precious cultivation techniques, secret techniques, and records of the sect's history and heritage are all in that ring. Every word she said was clear and powerful, making Xing Huixia completely understand that this was no joke. Xing Huixia's eyes suddenly turned red with excitement, his hands trembled slightly, and his voice was filled with uncontrollable trembling and excitement. Are you serious? He never thought that he could find the long-lost inheritance of the Shinling sect, which is undoubtedly the key to the revival of the entire sect. Gu Li looked calm and said firmly, I have no need to lie to you. As soon as the voice fell, Xing Huixia knelt down with a thump, his expression solemn and pious, and kowtowed twice to Gu Li and Mu Yunqi, saying, I, your disciple, thank you, my little ancestors. His voice was full of deep gratitude and respect, and his forehead touched the ground for a long time without rising. If it weren't for the changes that happened back then, the strength of the Shinling sect would not have regressed to this point, and the return of these inheritances may allow the sect to return to its peak. Seeing this, Mu Yunqi said, get up quickly, don't kneel down at every turn. We are so much younger than you, we really can't bear your gift. With both hands, he tried to help Xing Huixia up, his face full of helplessness and embarrassment. But Xing Huixia stubbornly refused to get up, and his attitude was firm. No, you are the elders, whether in terms of seniority or this kindness, you deserve my bow. Mu Yunqi sighed helplessly, waved his hand and said, okay, you go back quickly. Xing Huixia then slowly got up, his eyes still flashing with excitement, and carefully took over the space ring that stored the inheritance, as if holding the hope of the entire Shinling sect. After I go back, I will ask the sect master for Yuan Jing and give it to you. Gu Li nodded, okay. He bowed to Gu Li and Mu Yunqi again, then turned and left. Chapter 485. Mu Yunqi looked at the direction where Xing Huixia left and sighed softly. It's really troublesome. Gu Li sat aside and said casually, there is no other way. We have to protect the sect for the old master, right? At this time, Gu Yi stepped forward with a respectful look and a hint of inquiry in his tone. Young master, do you want to continue the previous robbery mission? He lowered his head slightly, and waited for Gu Li's instructions. After thinking for a moment, Gu Li said, "No need. You go join various forces, perform well, and strive to enter the inner gate." After hearing this, Gu Yi frowned slightly, and another question popped up in his mind. What about the procurement task? Didn't we say before that we should disperse the purchase of resources? Gu Li said slowly, "Wait for the Shiling sect to send the Yuanjing over, and then you can go to purchase. During this period, you must focus on infiltrating various forces, and prepare for subsequent actions." Gu Yi responded, "Yes." After speaking, Gu Yi saluted Gu Li, turned around and walked away quickly, ready to convey Gu Li's order and organize other shadow guards to start a new action. Gu Li looked up in the direction of Wanxiang Pavilion, with a bit of thought in his eyes, and slowly said, "Go back to Wanxiang Pavilion." It seems that the assessment of the direct disciples of the Supreme Elder of Wanxiang Pavilion is about to begin. Mu Yunqi followed Gu Li's gaze, and glanced at the sky. As if she had guessed Gu Li's thoughts, she frowned slightly and said softly, "Master, we are only for the Divine Spirit sect, not to recognize other masters." Gu Li couldn't help but burst out laughing. She reached out and gently patted Mu Yunqi's shoulder, smiling and said, "Let's go, Master won't mind." As they talked, the two walked towards the direction of Wanxiang Pavilion. Along the way, the breeze blew gently, and the flowers and plants on the roadside swayed, as if they were cheering for their return. After returning to Wanxiang Pavilion, the two hurriedly went straight to the mission hall to hand in the mission. The elder in charge of issuing missions had already been impressed by them. When he saw them taking on so many difficult missions before, he thought it was just because of their youth and impulse. When he saw them coming in, he thought they were going to give up the mission. The mission elder raised his head slightly, looked at them, and said calmly, "Giving up a mission will deduct 100 points. Have you thought about it?" There was a common indifference in his tone. In his opinion, it was common for these young disciples to give up after taking on the mission. Gu Li said indifferently, "Let's hand in the mission." The mission elder seemed not to hear clearly, or perhaps he couldn't believe his ears, and asked in confusion, "What did you say?" He widened his eyes, and looked at the two women in front of him, his face full of disbelief. "Hand in the task? How is that possible? Those are extremely difficult tasks, and they actually completed them so quickly." Gu Li did not say anything else, but directly took out the task items from the space, and gently placed them on the table in front of him. Every time he took out an item, there was a slight exclamation around. The task elder's eyes widened, and he was stunned, staring at the things on the table, as if he was cast under a spell. Gu Li looked at the items that were gradually filling up the table, and then looked at the somewhat cramped space, and gently reminded, "Elder, there is no room here." The mission elder came back to his senses, and said quickly, "Oh, just put it on the ground." There was a hint of panic in his voice, and it was obvious that he had not fully recovered from the shock. Hearing his words, Gu Li took out everything from the space without hesitation and put it on the ground. For a while, the mission hall was filled with various precious items. The corpse of an 8th level beast alone occupied a large area. The huge body exuded a powerful aura, which made people shudder. Not to mention all kinds of glittering spirit crystals, rare herbs, mysterious magic weapons, etc., there were a dazzling array of precious items of all sizes, which made people dazzled. The mission elder looked at the mission items on the ground and asked stutteringly, "Have you completed them all?" Mu Yunqi's mouth corner slightly raised, revealing a confident smile, and answered neatly, "Completed." You. The mission elder was shocked and speechless for a while. His fingers trembled as he pointed at them. The expression on his face changed from shock to amazement, and then from amazement to admiration. Half a month. It was completed in just half a month. Is this really something that ordinary disciples can do? This scene also shocked the others present. Although they didn't know these two women, several of them were S-level tasks, which were tasks that even some senior disciples were afraid of. They actually completed them all. For a while, the entire mission hall was full of discussions, and everyone's eyes were focused on Gu Li and Mu Yunqi, full of curiosity and admiration. Gu Li looked at the mission elder, who was still immersed in shock, and asked softly, "Can you exchange points for us?" In such a short time, it is impossible for her and Mu Yunqi to complete it so easily. But with Jiuying here, the S-level mission is not difficult for it at all. After the mission elder came to his senses, he hurriedly said, "Wait a minute, I will calculate the points for you right away." After that, he quickly sat back in his seat, his fingers quickly flipping through a pile of jade slips and account books, his eyes full of concentration. Gu Li and Mu Yunqi were not in a hurry, and stood quietly by the side waiting. Mu Yunqi raised her head slightly, Her eyes swept among the disciples around who were also shocked, with a faint smile on the corner of her mouth, enjoying the attention brought by her strength. Gu Li folded his arms, his expression calm, occasionally looking down at the pile of mission items on the ground, thinking about the next plan in his heart. After a while, the points were finally calculated. The mission elder raised his head, still with surprise on his face, and stammered, "The total score is 13 million. Should it be transferred to one person's account, or half to each person?" Gu Li said decisively without any hesitation, "Half." "Okay." The mission elder responded and quickly began to operate, transferring the points to Gu Li and Mu Yunqi's identity jade cards respectively. Looking at the extra 6.5 million points, Gu Li and Mu Yunqi looked at each other and planned to leave. So many points can be exchanged for extremely precious resources in Wanxiang Pavilion, and they must go to the exchange office as soon as possible to spend all the points. However, before they stepped out of the door of the mission hall, they were stopped by a sharp voice. "Wait!" Huang Xiner walked out of the crowd quickly, with a bit of anger and unwillingness on her face, staring at Gu Li and Mu Yunqi. Gu Li turned around and saw a familiar face. She looked calm and asked without changing her expression, "What's the matter?" Huang Xiner walked forward, pointed her finger at Gu Li, and said loudly, "You are the masked man who stole our space ring in the Oblivion Forest." Her voice echoed in the hall, causing an uproar in an instant. The disciples around cast curious glances and began to whisper. Gu Li frowned. A trace of doubt appeared on his face, and asked back, "What are you talking about?" Huang Xiner said in a firm tone, "It's you, otherwise why can you take out the fairy fruit?" Chapter 486. Mu Yunqi raised her eyebrows when she heard this. A trace of disdain flashed in her eyes, and she said with a strong sarcasm in her tone, "The fairy fruit belongs to you? Others can't take it out? According to your statement, all the good things on the continent must belong to you." Holding her hands on her chest, her chin slightly raised, she looked directly into Huang Xiner's eyes without fear, as if her eyes were saying how ridiculous Huang Xiner's words were. Huang Xiner was angered by this. Her face flushed red. She rushed forward a step, pointed at Mu Yunqi, and cursed, "Bitch, change our space ring back. Don't play dumb here." Gu Li raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth, his eyes full of contempt, and said bluntly, "Who do you think you are? Dare to slander me? Step forward, stand beside Mu Yunqi, stand shoulder to shoulder with her. The two of them are full of aura, not afraid of Huang Xiner's provocation at all." Huang Xiner was so angry that she was shaking all over. Just as she was about to rush forward again, Shui Wanqin was quick to grab her. Shui Wanqin sighed softly, with a bit of helplessness in her eyes, then looked at Gu Li and Mu Yunqi, and said calmly, "We met several masked men in the Oblivion Forest, who stole our space rings and fairy fruit. This incident caused heavy losses to us, so when I saw you take out the fairy fruit, I couldn't help but feel suspicious." Her tone was much calmer than Huang Xiner's, but there was still a hint of questioning in her words. Mu Yunqi raised her eyebrows and responded coldly, "So what? What does this have to do with us? Whoever takes out the fairy fruit is the thief you were talking about." Shui Wanqin frowned slightly and continued to ask, "Where did you get the fairy fruit? Tell us clearly, so as to dispel our doubts." She tried to convince them with reason, hoping to get a reasonable explanation from Gu Li and Mu Yunqi. Gu Li glanced at her coldly, with a hint of impatience in his tone. "Why should I tell you?" Shui Wanqin's face froze instantly. She didn't expect that these two women would be so disrespectful, and directly refused to answer her questions. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something else, but finally swallowed her words back. Huang Xiner saw that Shui Wanqin couldn't get the reason, so she jumped out again and said loudly, "You two are guilty. I dare not say that I have something to hide. You must have robbed our things." Her voice became louder and louder, and her emotions became more and more excited. Mu Yunqi couldn't help laughing out loud. "It's ridiculous. You guys failed a mission, and you're looking for this excuse. It's shameful. If you can't produce evidence, don't spit blood at me." Yin Xiao had been standing aside and observing the situation. At this time, he couldn't help but speak. "Then why don't you tell me where you got the fairy fruit from?" Mu Yunqi rolled her eyes at him and asked back, "Is there only one fairy fruit tree on the continent? You are allowed to find it, but others are not allowed to find it." Her question made Yin Xiao speechless for a moment, not knowing how to respond. Huang Xiner still refused to give in. She clenched her fists and shouted loudly, "You must have robbed our things and returned them. Stop pretending." Her emotions were completely out of control, and she was determined that Gu Li and Mu Yunqi were the ones who robbed her things. Gu Li's expression turned cold, and she said without flinching, "Show me the evidence." You want me to return the things without any evidence. Do you think I am easy to bully? She took a step forward, and the aura she exuded made Huang Xiner unconsciously take a step back. Huang Xiner's face flushed, and she shouted loudly, "No evidence is needed, it's you." Her voice became hoarse because of anger, and the people around her began to feel annoyed with her unreasonable troubles. Song Jiangmo had been observing silently on the side, and at this time he finally spoke. "Okay." Huang Xiner heard Song Jiangmo's words, and quickly turned to look at him, saying aggrievedly, "Brother Jiangmo." Song Jiangmo shook his head and said softly, "We have no evidence. If we continue to make trouble here, it will only make us look worse." Huang Xiner did not take action directly, but her eyes were still full of anger and unwillingness. She glared at Gu Li and Mu Yunqi fiercely, as if she wanted to cut them into pieces with her eyes. Gu Li and Mu Yunqi didn't even look at them, straightened their backs, and walked away with a calm pace. Their backs were chic and confident, as if they didn't take this farce to heart at all. Huang Xiner glared at their backs as they left, gritting her teeth and saying, "Brother Jiangyamo, why are you stopping me?" Song Jiangyamo sighed helplessly and patiently explained, "We have no evidence. We can't make things complicated now. The trial in half a month is the most important. We must preserve our strength and prepare for the trial." Although Huang Xiner was unwilling, she also knew that Song Jiangyamo was right. She snorted coldly and said, "They'd better not participate, otherwise I will kill them." However, Gu Li and Mu Yunqi had already gone far away, unaware of her threat. They were walking towards the exchange office, ready to exchange points for resources that were vital to themselves and the Shilling sect. At the exchange office, light shone through the glazed windows onto rows of shelves filled with rare items, creating a charming halo. Gu Li and Mu Yunqi stood side by side in front of the counter, looking firmly at the elder in charge of points exchange. "What did you say? Exchange all?" Hearing Gu Li's request, the elder's jade slip that he was reading almost slipped off his hands. He couldn't help but raise his voice, his face full of surprise and confusion. He raised his eyes and looked back and forth between the two people's faces, as if he wanted to confirm whether he had heard it wrong. Gu Li looked calm, nodded gently, and said firmly, "Exchange all." The elder frowned slightly and tried to persuade, "Do you want to reconsider it? More than 10 million points, this is not a small amount. It can directly exchange for most of the things here. If they exchange all, it will take some time to replenish the stock, and by then other disciples will come to exchange. There will be nothing to choose from." Gu Li did not hesitate and responded firmly again, "I've thought it through." The elder sighed helplessly, but couldn't help asking, "Why do you exchange so many things? These resources are enough for an ordinary disciple to practice for several years." It was really hard for him to understand why two young disciples needed so many cultivation resources. Gu Li was well prepared and explained calmly, "The pavilion master asked us to participate in the trial. We are worried that we will be eliminated if our cultivation is too low. So we want to exchange more resources to improve our strength within half a month." Her reason sounded reasonable. After all, the competition in the trial was very fierce, and everyone wanted to stand out in the trial. Chapter 487. After hearing this, the elder shook his head slightly, still feeling that something was wrong. "You don't need so many cultivation resources. How can you use up so many things in half a month? The trial is about to begin. Even if you practice hard in seclusion, these resources far exceed the normal demand." Gu Li smiled slightly and said calmly, "It's okay, if you can't use them up, save them for later use. We usually practice in seclusion most of the time, and we really don't have much free time to exchange cultivation resources. This is a rare opportunity, so naturally we have to reserve more." After hearing this, the elder still felt that the matter was a bit tricky, and frowned slightly and said, "Wait a minute, I go ask the superiors for their opinions first." After all, it involves such a huge amount of points exchange, he dare not make a decision on his own. Gu Li nodded and replied, "Okay." Looking at the elder's back as he hurried away, he secretly thought about the next plan in his heart. Mu Yunqi couldn't help but mutter, "Is it that serious? Isn't it just exchanging some resources? Why do you have to go and ask in person? Wouldn't it be better to use the sound transmission talisman? It's really troublesome." At this time, in the high-level meeting room of Wanxiang Pavilion, the atmosphere was a little solemn. The elder hurried over and reported to the Ling Pavilion Master in detail about Gu Li and Mu Yunqi's point exchange request. The Ling Pavilion Master heard it, raised his eyebrows slightly, and asked in surprise, "You mean they have completed more than 10 million points in half a month?" There was a trace of doubt in his eyes. Such an amazing speed of completing tasks is indeed hard to believe. The elder replied respectfully, "As far as I know, this is the case. Many people saw them take out the task items. They are all extremely difficult tasks, and the completion rate is extremely high. He described the scene he saw in the mission hall to the Ling Pavilion Master in detail. The Ling Pavilion Master looked solemn and continued to ask, "Are you sure they are okay? They have only joined the Wanxiang Pavilion for half a month, and they have completed so many tasks. They don't look like ordinary people at all." He was full of doubts, worrying whether there was any ulterior motive behind this. Elder Chun on the side also echoed, "Yes, when they were specially recruited, their pictures were all scenes of the lower world. At that time, I felt that they were a little special, but I didn't expect their strength to be so amazing." The Ling Pavilion Master fell into deep thought, and after thinking for a long time, he slowly said, "Change them, and reward them with some extra skills." Since these two people are so talented and powerful, he will naturally focus on training them to add powerful help to the Wanxiang Pavilion. Moreover, he also has his own calculations in his mind. Anyway, the pills they took cannot be solved without his antidote, so he is not afraid that they will have other intentions. After hearing this, the elder nodded slightly and said, "Yes, Pavilion Master. I will arrange it right away." Then, he turned around and hurriedly left the meeting room, and went back to convey Pavilion Master Ling's decision to Gu Li and Mu Yunqi. When the elder handed the 2 extra bonuses to Gu Li and Mu Yunqi, they just glanced at them, and took them politely, without showing any surprise on their faces. Compared with the Shiling sect, the skills of the Wanxiang Pavilion are simply a world apart. What's more, what their master taught them was the most precious inherited skills of the Shiling sect. Those skills contain endless mysteries and powerful power. After years of precipitation, how can these 2 ordinary skills be compared? After completing the exchange, Gu Li and Mu Yunqi returned to their accommodation with a mountain of cultivation resources. As soon as they entered the yard, Gu Li set up an isolation array around the yard. The light flashed, and the array took shape instantly, isolating the entire yard from the outside world, not only blocking others from snooping, but also preventing the spiritual power fluctuations during cultivation from leaking out. After doing all this, the 2 entered the chaotic space without hesitation. In the chaotic space, the spiritual energy was as rich as materialized fog, entwining around them. Gu Li and Mu Yunqi knew that if they wanted to take the lead in the upcoming trial, their current cultivation was not enough. There was still half a month before the trial began. Although time seemed tight, fortunately, the time flow rate in the chaotic space was different from that in the outside world, which was 1 to 10, that is, they had 150 days of cultivation time here. They neatly arranged the precious spiritual crystals, rare herbs, magic weapons, and other cultivation resources they exchanged, and then each found a quiet corner, sat cross-legged, and began to practice in seclusion. Gu Li closed his eyes and concentrated, circulated the spiritual power in his body, and guided the energy in the spiritual crystal to slowly merge into his meridians. Every breath was accompanied by the surge of spiritual energy, and his body was constantly absorbing and refining these energies. Mu Yunqi focused on breaking through her own realm bottleneck. She held a pill-emitting soft light in her hand. This was a breakthrough pill made of rare herbs, which could help her break through the shackles at a critical moment. Because of their series of amazing actions, their reputation quickly spread in the inner gate. The disciples talked about these 2 newcomers who suddenly rose. After all, no one had ever completed so many high-intensity tasks in such a short time, and exchanged so many cultivation resources so arrogantly. Everyone was full of curiosity about them, speculating about their origins and strengths. For a time, Gu Li and Mu Yunqi became the focus of the inner disciples. In the next half-month, Gu Li and Mu Yunqi went out once to give some precious cultivation resources to Xing Huixiu for the development of the Divine Spirit sect. The rest of the time they practiced in seclusion in the chaos space. They were immersed in the world of cultivation, forgetting the passage of time, and only wanted to break through. Finally, half a month later, they slowly walked out of the chaos space. Gu Li exuded a powerful aura. She had successfully broken through to the early stage of the Mahayana realm. Her originally clear eyes were now a little more profound and mysterious. Mu Yunqi's aura also underwent earth-shaking changes. She broke through to the peak of the void-breaking realm. She was surrounded by spiritual power, and her every move was full of confidence and calmness. Although their cultivation may still be inferior to other elite disciples of Wanxiang Pavilion, it is a great achievement for them to achieve such a breakthrough in such a short time. Above Wanxiang Pavilion, the sun shines on the ancient building, and a golden light appears. Suddenly, the dull and melodious bell sound breaks the silence. Dong! 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 3 bell sounds rang slowly, and each sound seemed to carry a special power, reverberating in the air and reaching every corner of Wanxiang Pavilion. Gu Li and Mu Yunxi were making the final preparations in the room. When they heard the bell, their movements paused slightly. Then, the jade cards they wore on their waists emitted a soft light, and at the same time, a mysterious power conveyed the message to their minds. All disciples participating in the trial go to the back mountain. Chapter 488. Gu Li picked up the jade token and looked at it carefully. The corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a confident smile. She turned her head to look at Mu Yunxi, and their eyes met in the air. They both saw determination in each other's eyes. Gu Li put down the jade token, and then the two walked out of the room side by side. Along the way, they met many disciples who were also heading to the back mountain. Some of these disciples looked nervous and hurried. Others were confident and talked and laughed. After a while, the foot of the mountain was bustling. A group of young disciples in different costumes, with expectations and nervousness in their faces, gathered in groups of 2 or 3, whispering about the upcoming trial. Just as everyone was looking forward to it, a strange wave suddenly appeared in the sky. The master of the spirit pavilion and several elders seemed to be immortals, standing in the air and slowly landing in front of all the disciples. They exuded powerful spiritual power fluctuations, making the surrounding air tremble faintly, causing the disciples to bow their heads and salute. The Ling Pavilion master looked at everyone with a sharp gaze, and said in a loud and majestic voice, "I believe everyone knows what this trial means." "I know." The neat response echoed at the foot of the mountain, with the unique vigor and drive of young people. The Ling Pavilion master nodded slightly, his expression unchanged. "Then I won't say any more nonsense. Only the top 3 can worship under the Supreme Elder. Whether you can become one of the 3 depends on you." As he spoke, an invisible pressure came over him, causing many disciples to clench their fists and ignite fighting spirit in their eyes. At this time, another elder standing next to the Ling Pavilion master took a step forward, and a light flashed in his hand, and countless jade cards emitting soft light appeared. He looked at everyone calmly and said slowly, "I will give a jade token to all the disciples who participate in the trial. This jade token cannot be put into the space ring, and can only be worn on the body. Once the jade token is crushed, it will be teleported out, which means elimination. The last 3 remaining disciples will become disciples of the 3 Supreme Elders." As soon as the voice fell, the jade token seemed to have life, flying into the air, turning into streams of light, and accurately falling into the hands of each disciple who participated in the trial. Gu Li curiously touched the warm jade token in his hand, then tilted his head to look at Mu Yunxi, with a trace of worry in his eyes. "I wonder if we will be separated when we are teleported in." Mu Yunxi's eyebrows curved, took out a bright red ribbon from the space, gently tied the hands of the two, and said with a smile, "I refined the spiritual weapon. Just try it out to see how effective it is." Many disciples saw their actions and followed suit, holding their companions' hands, or whispering instructions, or cheering each other up. For a while, the foot of the mountain was full of warm and tense atmosphere. Finally, a reminder that you will not be held accountable if you die in the trial. The voice of the Spirit Pavilion Master sounded again, like a thunder, stirring up waves in the crowd. Hearing this, many people showed hesitation and retreat on their faces. After all, in this sect, disciples have more or less grievances with others, and it is inevitable to worry that the other party will take the opportunity to kill them during the trial. Wang Xinar and others who were standing in the front had a sinister look on their faces after hearing these words. They turned around and looked at Gu Li and Mu Yunxi with ill intentions. That hostile gaze was like a sharp blade, wishing to cut the two into pieces. Mu Yunxi certainly noticed her looked up at her, and a bright smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Wang Xinar was startled, thinking to herself, "These 2 people, are they fools? They can still laugh at this time." Gu Li was also excited, thinking to herself, then she could kill most of the genius disciples of Wanxiang Pavilion in this trial. However, this thought only flashed through her mind. She knew that killing a dozen people would be fine, but if she killed them all, she would probably be hunted down by the entire sect. But after a little thought, a sly smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Although she couldn't do it directly, she could also do something to make them kill each other. In an instant, a dazzling and pure white light, like a river bursting its banks, poured down from the top of the mountain surrounded by clouds and mist. The light, with its majestic momentum, instantly enveloped all the disciples at the foot of the mountain. Everyone felt a flash of white light before their eyes, and then the world spun around, and everything around them became illusory. The next moment, all the disciples seemed to be taken away by a mysterious force and disappeared without a trace, leaving only the empty foot of the mountain, with only the breeze blowing and the leaves rustling. Gu Li slowly opened her eyes in a dizzy feeling. Before she could see the surrounding scene clearly, she looked around for Mu Yunqi's figure. When her eyes touched Mu Yunqi, who was standing steadily beside her, her heart fell heavily. It is always much safer for two people to act than one person. At this time, they were beside a clear river, and the sound of gurgling water was particularly clear in the quiet environment. The river water was sparkling, reflecting the lush trees on the shore, and the blue sky like a gem. Looking around, there were only the two of them as far as the eye could see, and it seemed particularly quiet. Mu Yunqi frowned slightly, her eyes full of doubts, and whispered, "Is there a river on the mountain?" According to common sense, on such a high mountain, there are mostly majestic waterfalls, and such a peaceful river is rare. Guli looked around and said with certainty, "This should be an independent trial site." The trial site of the sect has always been mysterious and unpredictable, and all kinds of strange scenes may appear. Mu Yunqi's mouth corner slightly raised, revealing a cold smile. Looking at Guli, her voice was light but with a hint of chill. "Should we go directly to rob the jade card or directly massacre?" In case the situation here would be detected by people outside, she also used voice transmission specifically. Under the cruel rules of the trial, she and Guli had the same idea. Since there would be no accountability for death in the trial, they should eliminate more opponents. Those who stood on the opposite side were absolute enemies, and there was no need to be lenient. Guli stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, and sent a message back. "I'm thinking about how to make them kill each other on a large scale. Direct robbing and slaughtering is too obvious. It is easy to expose yourself, and may also cause other troubles. If you can let them cause chaos among themselves, that will be twice the result with half the effort." Mu Yunqi's eyes lit up, and a formation suddenly emerged in her mind. The blood demon formation can confuse people's minds. As long as we arrange it properly, we can make them go crazy and kill each other. Chapter 489. Guli shook his head decisively, his expression solemn. "No, we can't use the formation. Both of us are semi-super god formation masters. Once we use such a high-level formation, the traces will be too obvious." Mu Yunqi frowned slightly, and asked Guli through voice transmission, "What should we do?" Guli raised a cunning arc at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes flashed with crazy light. He subconsciously glanced at the small vine wrapped around his wrist, and said through voice transmission, "What do you think about blowing up the entire back mountain and leaving only the two of us?" Although the voice was light, it was like a thunder, exploding in Mu Yunqi's heart. Mu Yunqi replied through voice transmission, "Are you serious?" Guli seemed to be ignited by this crazy idea. Instead of restraining himself, he said more boldly, "No, blow up the entire Wanxiang Pavilion." "Are you serious?" Mu Yunqi felt dizzy. She knew that Guli was always bold, but she didn't expect him to be so bold. Wanxiang Pavilion is a well-known sect on this continent, with a deep foundation and many masters. Blowing up Wanxiang Pavilion is simply a fantasy. Guli sighed softly and explained in a voice transmission, "After the bombing, we may have to flee." She knew in her heart that even if the Wanxiang Pavilion could be blown up, it would not be possible to destroy the entire Wanxiang Pavilion. At most of the buildings and some important things would be destroyed. But as long as we can create enough chaos, it will be enough. Mu Yunqi said in a voice transmission, "Then we can progress faster, but we should not be able to do it. The defense formation of Wanxiang Pavilion is indestructible, and there are many elders guarding it. We can't get close to the core area at all." Guli didn't take it seriously. With a confident light in her eyes, she transmitted her voice, "It's okay. I let Xia Tingzi and Xia Tingting do this. After we go out, I refine a large number of god-level explosive talismans. If I can break through to the half-step super god rune master, the effect will be better. Xia Tingting can take root in the underground of Wanxiang Pavilion, and Xia Tingzi can use the power of space. As long as they don't encounter a place that is heavily protected, they can basically go anywhere." She has already figured out everything in her mind. For now, she will practice with this trial site. Her current storage of explosive talismans may not be enough to destroy the entire Wanxiang Pavilion, but a trial site can still do it. Of course, their conversation was conveyed through voice transmission. To outsiders, they were just standing quietly by the river, looking at the surrounding environment calmly, and occasionally whispering a few words, like two curious girls who had just entered a strange place. At the same time, in a quiet bamboo forest, 3 old men who looked like Taoists were quietly watching the situation in the trial ground through a crystal mirror that was emitting a faint light. The crystal mirror clearly reflected every move of Guli and Mu Yunqi. Elder Xiefeng shook his head slightly, his eyes full of disdain, and snorted coldly. "Are they the 2 genius formation masters? Their cultivation is really weak." Elder Mullen crossed his arms, and echoed with a cold expression, One is at the peak of the void-breaking realm, and the other is at the early stage of the Mahayana realm. 2 pieces of trash are worthy of your recommendation. The Ling Pavilion master on the side frowned slightly, looking serious, and explained, "Yes, I have seen the footage of them participating in the special recruitment. They are indeed half-step super god formation masters. The formation talent and compatibility they showed at that time were definitely not fake." Elder Mu Song had been looking at the crystal mirror quietly. After a long silence, he slowly said, "Let's take a look." If the 2 of them were really half-step super god formation masters, then he wanted them. What a coincidence, we were actually teleported to the same area. Just as Gu Li and Mu Yunqi were about to leave along the river, a sharp and familiar voice came out. The voice echoed in the silent air, with a hint of malicious teasing. Immediately afterwards, Huang Xin'er's tall figure flashed out from behind the bushes first, and behind her, 5 companions came out in a line. They were Song Jiangma, Shui Wanqin, and other disciples, who had a close relationship with her. They had a half-smile on their faces, and their eyes were fixed on Gu Li and Mu Yunqi, forming a kind of encirclement. Gu Li looked calm, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a faint smile, and responded in a relaxed tone, "It's quite a coincidence." Huang Xin'er took a step forward, with a resentful light in her eyes, and gritted her teeth and said, "You robbed our things, do you regret it?" Gu Li's expression did not change. Her eyes looked straight at Huang Xin'er, and her tone was firm. "We have never robbed your things. Some time ago, her family's shadow guard frequently robbed everywhere, and it has become famous within a certain range. Once they admit it, it will be easy for people to link them with those robberies, and then they will be in big trouble." Shui Wanqin walked forward, her hands on her waist, and asked sharply, "Then how do you explain your fairy fruit? We found it with great difficulty. How come it suddenly appeared in your hands?" Mu Yunqi sneered. A trace of disdain flashed in her eyes, and responded fearlessly, "It's ridiculous. Just because we completed the S-level task, you think we stole yours. What kind of absurd logic is this?" Song Jiangmo frowned slightly, took a few steps forward, stared at Gu Li and Mu Yunqi, and said in a deep voice, "Then why don't you tell us where the fairy fruit came from? If it was obtained openly, why is it necessary to hide it?" Gu Li looked calm, and said unhurriedly, "You should have investigated us secretly. We have completed so many S-level tasks. Is it difficult to get a fairy fruit? We have the ability to complete difficult tasks, and naturally we have the ability to obtain precious treasures." Huang Xin'er had a sinister sneer on her face, and that smile seemed to drip venom. She raised her head and said arrogantly, "It doesn't matter. I like your jade token." Gu Li and Mu Yunqi looked at each other quickly after hearing this, and a trace of understanding flashed in each other's eyes. Without much talk, they turned around at the same time. Their movements were as smooth as flowing water, the spiritual power under their feet surged, and they flew away like an arrow from a bow. The speed was so fast that it brought a gust of wind, and in the blink of an eye, they disappeared from the sight of Huang Xin'er and others, leaving only a piece of grass blown by the strong wind, still swaying slightly, proving that they had indeed stayed here just now. "Chase!" Huang Xin'er shouted in anger. Her voice became sharp and piercing because of anger. She took the lead and rushed towards the direction where Gu Li and Mu Yunqi disappeared with her companions behind her. Gu Li sent a message to Mu Yunqi while running, "Disperse, soul-devouring formation." Chapter 490. Mu Yunqi's lips curled up, a hint of excitement flashed in her eyes, and she replied in a voice transmission, "Okay." Before she finished speaking, the 2 of them ran in different directions, like 2 agile birds. But if you look closely, you can find the mystery in it. They seem to be scattered, but in fact they are running around an invisible circle. While running, Gu Li flexibly shuttled between the trees, and from time to time, he took out a few glowing formation stones from his sleeves and dropped them on the ground seemingly casually. After these formation stones fell to the ground, they quietly merged into the soil, leaving only a trace of imperceptible spiritual power fluctuations. Mu Yunqi also followed suit, cleverly arranging formation stones on the path she passed. The position of each formation stone has been carefully calculated, like a chess piece on a chessboard, waiting for the moment to be activated to exert great power. Seeing that they were scattered, Shui Wanqin suddenly felt a strong sense of uneasiness in her heart. This uneasiness completely overwhelmed her like a tide, causing her to subconsciously stop and shout loudly, "Wait!" Huang Xin'er paused when she heard the shout, and looked back at her impatiently, with an impatient tone. "What?" Shui Wanqin frowned, with an uneasy light flashing in her eyes. "I think something is wrong. There are 6 of them, and there are only 2 of them. Why do they have to run away separately? Wouldn't this give the other side a chance to defeat them one by one? Huang Xiner curled her lips nonchalantly, with a look of disdain. What are you afraid of? They are just two people in the void-breaking realm. The strength of the void-breaking realm is not worth mentioning in front of her, and they are fully capable of dealing with it easily. After that, her spiritual power surged under her feet, and she accelerated again, chasing in the direction of Gu Li's escape without hesitation. Seeing this, Shui Wanqin hurriedly added, there is one who is not in the void-breaking realm. However, before she finished her words, Huang Xiner's figure disappeared in the dense woods like a residual shadow, leaving only a string of gradually dissipating wind sounds. Song Jiangmo frowned slightly, and after thinking for a moment, he said, let's follow Xiner first. He knew Huang Xiner's temper very well. If he rashly let her face it alone, there might be trouble. Before he finished speaking, he also controlled his spiritual power, and chased in the direction of Gu Li. The speed was so fast that it brought a rustling sound of leaves rubbing against each other. The other three looked at each other, with tacit understanding in their eyes, and then chased in the direction of Mu Yunqi's escape. Shui Wanqin hesitated for a moment, and the uneasiness in her heart became stronger, but she still gritted her teeth and followed. Looking at the people chasing her, Gu Li's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a barely perceptible sneer. She deliberately slowed down her speed so that they would not lose sight of her, as if she was holding an invisible line, guiding them step by step towards her trap. After running for a quarter of an hour, Gu Li and Mu Yunqi met. Their eyes met, without any verbal communication, but they turned around at the same time and ran into the circle. The movements were coordinated very well, as if they had practiced countless times beforehand. After a while, the two stopped at the same time, stood firmly in place, turned around, and looked at the 6 people chasing them calmly. Huang Xiner saw them stop, and felt proud, thinking that they had given up resistance, and taunted, what? Don't run anymore? Gu Li raised the corners of his mouth, with a bit of teasing in his smile. So stupid. Huang Xiner was furious when he heard this, and shouted angrily, who are you calling stupid? Gu Li raised her chin slowly, her eyes full of provocation. You. As the voice fell, she quietly made a gesture with her hands behind her back. In an instant, the surroundings were shining, and the powerful spiritual power fluctuations spread around like surging waves, forming a huge formation in an instant. The runes in the formation flickered, mysterious and dangerous, like a giant beast that devoured everything. The sudden scene scared Huang Xiner and others. Song Jiangmo's face suddenly changed, and he secretly said in his heart, no, they are delaying time to set up the formation. Mu Yunqi looked at their panic and couldn't help laughing, with a bit of sarcasm in her voice. Are you so slow to react? Although Huang Xiner was a little scared, her stubbornness made her unwilling to retreat, and she shouted loudly, they are also in the formation, just kill them. After that, she took out a long sword without hesitation, stepped lightly, and stabbed Gu Li first. Gu Li saw this, and his spiritual power surged all over his body. He flew forward like a god of war, and put his fist against the sword. In an instant, a burst of fire flashed, and the impact force generated by the strong collision of spiritual power distorted the surrounding air. Immediately afterwards, there was a crisp sound of click, and Huang Xiner's long sword broke directly, and the fragments of the sword body flew everywhere. Huang Xiner looked at her hand in disbelief. Only half of the hilt of the sword remained in her hand. Her face was filled with shock and despair. My cultivation. She was horrified to find that her spiritual power was dissipating at a very fast speed. Others also discovered the abnormality in themselves. Their spiritual power was like being drawn away by an invisible hand, dissipating at a very fast speed, and their realm became unstable as the spiritual power dissipated. Gu Li walked in front of Huang Xiner, crossed his arms, looked down at her, and had a playful smile on his face. Don't provoke a formation master. Don't provoke too, you will die quickly. Huang Xiner's face flushed, and she glared at Gu Li fiercely. How dare you plot against me? Gu Li's mouth curled up a cold smile. I dare to kill you. Before she could speak, she suddenly felt a chill in her chest. With a muffled puff, a sharp dagger was inserted straight into her chest. Huang Xiner widened her eyes, looking at the dagger that was inserted into her chest, her face full of shock and disbelief. The intense pain spread rapidly from the chest to the whole body, like a surging tide. At this time, Huang Xiner was completely in a state of boundless anger. She shouted at the top of her lungs, Go to hell. Gu Li was not moved at all. She turned her wrist, and quickly took out a dagger with a cold light from the space. The next second, Gu Li flashed and came to Huang Xiner's back like a ghost. Before Huang Xiner could react, she felt a sharp pain in her neck. Then, Huang Xiner's head slowly fell down, and blood gushed out from her neck like a fountain. Her body also slowly fell down, fell heavily to the ground, and raised a cloud of dust. Chapter 491. At this point, Huang Xinar was completely dead, and there was still a trace of unwillingness and fear in her wide eyes. When Yin Xiao saw Huang Xinar's head and body separated, his eyes instantly turned red and bloodshot, and the whole person seemed to be an ignited gunpowder barrel, screaming desperately, "Xinar!" Song Jiangmo's face was as pale as paper. The situation at this moment was completely out of control, and his spiritual power was weakened. He suppressed his inner panic and shouted to Yin Xiao and other companions, "Retreat first." He turned around and wanted to use his spiritual power to escape from this place of death. However, Mu Yunqi seemed to have anticipated their actions long ago, and appeared behind them like a ghost. A cold smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, and her voice was crisp but chilling. "It seems a little late to leave." As her voice fell, the air around her seemed to solidify instantly, suffocating. A fierce battle broke out instantly, and Mu Yunqi and Gu Li cooperated tacitly. With the blessing of the formation, their strength was brought to the extreme, while Song Jiangmo and others were greatly weakened by the continuous dissipation of spiritual power, and could only barely resist. Soon, the battle ended with the tragic defeat of Song Jiangmo and others. 6 headless corpses were lying on the ground, and blood spread on the ground, gathering into a shocking pool of blood. Gu Li and Mu Yunqi stood among the corpses, with calm expressions, and 3 more jade cards in their hands. At this time, Elder Xianfeng looked at the performance of Gu Li and Mu Yunqi, and a look of appreciation appeared on his face. "It is indeed a half-step super god formation master. I like this cruel method." The leader of the Ling Pavilion frowned, his eyes full of doubts, and couldn't help asking, "I don't understand why they are allowed to kill each other. After all, these are the elite disciples of Wanxiang Pavilion, and it is really cruel for the same disciples to kill each other." Elder Emolan stroked his beard lightly, his expression was indifferent, and he said slowly, "Just eliminate the weak ones." In recent years, Wanxiang Pavilion has recruited a large number of disciples. Now the number of disciples has reached saturation, and it is time to start seeking excellence. Disciples with poor talents and strength will die, and it can also save Wanxiang Pavilion's cultivation resources. After hearing this, the head of Ling Pavilion pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. The elder is still far-sighted. In this world of cultivation, where the strong prey on the weak, only the strong can survive. If Wanxiang Pavilion wants to stand firm among many forces, it must cultivate real elites. Elder Mu Song had been watching all this quietly, and suddenly said, "After the trial, I will accept these 2 disciples, no matter whether they are eliminated or not, as long as they are not dead." Ling Pavilion Master heard this and asked, "Elder, what do you mean?" Elder Mu Song narrowed his eyes slightly, with a wise light in his eyes, and slowly said, "There is still a year before the opening of the Songju small world, and their age is very suitable to enter." After hearing this, Ling Pavilion Master showed a trace of worry on his face. "I'm afraid this is not appropriate. With their cultivation, it is not easy to get out alive after entering." Elder Mu Song waved his hand confidently. With their status as half-step super god formation masters, it is not so easy for the younger generation to kill them. Besides, there is still half a year, so just train them well. Ling Pavilion Master frowned, his eyes full of worry, and slowly said, "But they have only been in Wanxiang Pavilion for 3 months. It is really not appropriate to leave the matter of competing for elemental stones to them." In just 3 months, the 2 new disciples were not strong enough to undertake such a major mission, either in terms of strength accumulation or sense of belonging to the Wanxiang Pavilion. Elder Emolan looked calm and said slowly, "People from the Shiling sect will also go in." The Ling Pavilion Master was startled. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes, and asked, "What do you mean?" He was confused by Elder Emolan's words, and didn't understand what the Shiling sect's participation had to do with these 2 new disciples. Elder Xianfeng leaned forward slightly, his eyes flashing with shrewdness, and explained, "Now we are just jointly punishing the Divine Spirit sect. It will take some time to take it down at the lowest cost. But these 2 disciples cooperate well, and are ruthless. The strength they showed in this trial is obvious to all. They can completely strangle the young genius of the Divine Spirit sect." After hearing this, the Spirit Pavilion Master's expression eased a little, but he quickly raised a new question. "Should they know about the elemental stone?" Elder Xianfeng waved his hand, and said calmly, "If they know, they know. Elemental stones are rare treasures between heaven and earth. Refining one can become an elemental spiritual master. There are only a dozen in the entire small world. Even if they don't say it, they will get the news from the disciples of other forces after they go in. In this case, it is better to be open and honest, and let them know, which can also motivate them to work for the Wanxiang Pavilion. The Ling Pavilion master pondered for a moment, and finally nodded and said, yes. He understood that what Elder Xiafeng said made sense. Since he couldn't hide it, he might as well go with the flow. Elder Molan seemed to suddenly remember something and added, by the way, remember to let them swear the hard demon oath first. Only by letting the two disciples swear a hard demon oath can they ensure that they can still stand firmly on the side of Wanxiang Pavilion, when facing the huge temptation of the elemental stone. The Ling Pavilion master nodded again and responded respectfully, yes. Gu Li and Mu Yunqi had no idea that the Wanxiang Pavilion senior management had arranged for them. After putting away the tokens taken from the opponent, they turned around and left the bloody area. The two walked forward, over mountains, and through dense jungles, and soon came to a vast plain. Looking up, I saw more than a dozen people divided into two distinct sides, confronting each other with swords drawn. The two sides had cold expressions, and exuded strong hostility. Gu Li and Mu Yunqi looked at each other, and stopped tacitly. Decided to hide first and observe the situation. Gu Li set a sophisticated concealment array around the two people. Then he completely restrained his own aura, as if blending into the surrounding environment, and disappeared without a trace. They approached silently, hiding behind a bush not far away, and quietly watched the tense confrontation in front of them. Xiao Lanyu stood in the front of the crowd, wearing a black robe that fluttered in the wind, and opened his thin lips. Chu Xiao, do you hand over the token yourself, or do you want me to do it? Chu Xiao raised a disdainful sneer at the corner of his mouth, with a little sarcasm in his laughter. Hee, this is exactly what I want to ask you. At this time, Yi Hong walked out quickly from behind Xiao Lanyu. He glared at Chu Xiao fiercely, turned his head, and said to Xiao Lanyu, Brother Lan, don't talk nonsense with him. The last time he robbed our prey has not been settled yet. Chapter 492. Yin Rui's eyes were wide open, her face was full of anger, and her voice was trembling slightly with anger. It was obviously us who discovered it first, and you intercepted us halfway. We just took back our own things. Every word seemed to be squeezed out from the gap between her teeth. Xiao Lanyu raised an unruly arc at the corner of his mouth. Stop talking nonsense. I have a crush on your jade token. The voice was still echoing in the air, and he was like a black lightning, holding a sword and rushing towards Chu Xiao. The blade cut through the air, and made a sharp whistle. Chu Xiao was not afraid at all, his eyes were instantly as sharp as an eagle. The spiritual weapon in his hand flashed with a faint light, and he went up to meet Xiao Lanyu's attack. The figures of the two people intertwined in the air, and the light produced by the collision of spiritual power was as gorgeous as fireworks, and as deafening as thunder. At the same time, other people also joined the battle. For a time, shouts of killing and the sound of spiritual power were intertwined, and the scene was in chaos. The pressure from the Mahayana realm masters was like a surging wave, one after another, sweeping across the entire venue, making the surrounding air seem to freeze. Mu Yunqi looked calm, her eyes swept back and forth on the battlefield, and she asked softly, Do you want to start? Gu Li nodded slightly, with a sly look in his eyes. Yes. At this moment, everyone's attention was attracted by the fierce battle, and it was indeed a perfect opportunity. The two of them understood each other, and their movements were as fast and silent as flowing clouds in water. They stepped lightly, like two smart night cats, and quickly retreated. The wind whistled in their ears, and they didn't stop until they were 3 miles away and confirmed that it was safe. Mu Yunqi quickly took out hundreds of formation stones from the storage ring, and these formation stones emitted a faint but mysterious light in her hands. She shook her wrist lightly, and the formation stones flew towards the designated direction like meteors, and each of them landed in an accurate position. Gu Li closed her eyes tightly, and as her mental power continued to flow out, she quickly formed seals with her hands. Her fingers flew flexibly, as if weaving an invisible net. The surrounding spiritual power began to surge, gradually forming the formation base. Mu Yunqi was not willing to lag behind, dancing her hands quickly, muttering something, and cooperating with Gu Li perfectly. As the two moved, the formation formed faster and faster, and a mysterious and powerful atmosphere filled the air. Finally, with the joint efforts of the two, the formation was fully formed. However, the formation was not activated, and the people fighting inside were immersed in the fierce battle, and they did not realize that the danger had quietly arrived, and they were completely surrounded. Gu Li and Mu Yunqi smiled at each other, and then they walked towards the people who were still fighting slowly. Elder Xiafeng exclaimed, They actually set up the Sun Steel formation in such a short time. Elder Mu San also nodded repeatedly inside. It is indeed a rare genius in formation. Mu Yunqi looked at the people who were still fighting hard on the battlefield and said, "Stop fighting, we want all your jade cards." When the people who were still fighting desperately heard this, they all focused some of their attention on the two of them. But when they saw that they were just two women with mediocre cultivation, they all showed disdain on their faces, completely ignoring them, and continued to fight with their opponents. Mu Yunqi sighed helplessly. "They looked down on us." There was a hint of ridicule in her tone. Gu Li shrugged nonchalantly. "Then wait until they finish fighting." As she said that, she took out 2 recliners and a small table from the space. Then, she took out several plates of exquisite snacks and various small snacks, and lay down leisurely, crossing her legs. Mu Yunqi looked at Gu Li's leisurely appearance, and couldn't help but speechless. But after a little hesitation, she also lay down on another recliner, picked up a snack, and ate it while watching their fight with interest. When Chu Xiao was cut by Xiao Lanya's sword, Gu Li shook her head gently and commented, "The speed is too slow, and he could have cut off his arm faster." Mu Yunqi also followed up. Indeed, his sword should not have been raised, it should have been stabbed directly. The voices of their conversation were not loud, and they were not deliberately lowered, just echoing casually on the battlefield. The people present were all spiritual masters, and even in the fierce battle, they could hear their conversation clearly. When Xiao Lanyu heard this, he subconsciously turned his head, and saw the two people watching the show leisurely. He almost laughed out of anger. They were fighting desperately here, but these two people were watching the show so blatantly. Yen Rui swung the whip in her hand fiercely, and whipped the disciple closest to her away. With a snap, the whip sounded crisp and loud. Mu Yunqi looked at Yen Rui's movements and began to comment again. "Her whip is not very good, not as flexible as mine." Gu Li nodded in agreement. "Well, she can't beat you in a one-on-one fight." Looking for death. Yen Rui was completely enraged when she heard this. She roared, like a mad beast, and rushed towards the two of them frantically, raising the whip in her hand high, with a whistling sound, and whipped them fiercely. Gu Li and Mu Yunqi remained calm and composed, not even trying to get up and dodge. They just made hand gestures with a faint smile on their faces, as if the attack in front of them was just a child's play. Before the whip could reach them, a golden light flashed out of thin air, like a nimble golden python, tying up the whip that was about to fall with lightning speed. On the golden light, the electric current jumped and flashed like an active elf, following the light and quickly transmitting through the whip. Yen Rui felt her body suddenly numb, and an indescribable numbness instantly spread throughout her body. Her limbs seemed to be controlled by this electric current, and could not obey. Her eyes widened, full of fear and disbelief, and the whip in her hand fell uncontrollably. At the same time, her hair also exploded slightly, and each strand stood upright, and a faint smell of burning filled the air. The whole person fell straight down from the air like a kite with its string cut off, and landed heavily on the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The movement here instantly disturbed the people who were fighting fiercely over there. The scene of fighting back and forth, and neither side giving in came to an abrupt end. Everyone seemed to be cast under a spell of immobilization, and they all stopped fighting, and their eyes were all cast on Gu Li and Mu Yunqi, as well as Yen Rui, who was lying on the ground unable to move, and in a miserable state. The battlefield was filled with a tense atmosphere, and the air seemed to have solidified. Yi Hong frowned, his eyes full of vigilance and doubt, and asked loudly, "What did you two do?" Chapter 493. Gu Li slowly put down the snack in her hand, raised her hand, and patted the crumbs on her hand elegantly. Every movement was calm and composed. Then, she stood up from the recliner, revealing a faint smile. "Didn't you hear what my little beauty said? We want your jade tokens." Xiao Lanyu had a mocking smile on her face, glancing at the two of them, with disdain in her tone. "Hee hee, you have some tricks, but do you think you two can beat us?" The two women in front of them were just pretending to be mysterious, and there was no need to be afraid of them at all. Gu Li slowly moved her wrists, and the joints made a crisp sound. She raised her eyes. "Try it, and you will know." Chu Xiao stood aside, and did not speak from beginning to end. He frowned slightly, his eyes were as sharp as a hawk, and he observed everything around him vigilantly. Suddenly, he seemed to have noticed something unusual, his pupils shrank suddenly, his eyes were full of disbelief, and he stared at Gu Li and Mu Yunqi. As an experienced array master, he had an extraordinary keen perception of the surrounding spiritual power fluctuations and array aura, but he didn't notice this deeply hidden array just now. A strong sense of uneasiness surged in his heart, and he realized that these two seemingly weak women were much more dangerous than they thought. Chu Xiao secretly looked around, quietly retreated without making a sound, and took every step very carefully, for fear of attracting the attention of others. Yi Hong was not as cautious and sharp as Zhu Xiao. He was completely enraged by the provocation of Gu Li and Mu Yunqi, and his face was bulging with blue veins. He roared, "Okay, then I kill you two first and then kill them." Before he finished speaking, his spiritual power surged wildly, and a layer of dazzling light appeared around him. He rushed towards Gu Li and Mu Yunqi like a cannonball. However, before he could get close to the two, a golden lightning appeared out of thin air without any warning. The lightning was like a sharp blade, with a destructive momentum, and instantly struck Yi Hong. With a loud bang, Yi Hong's body flew backwards, like a kite with a broken string, and fell heavily to the ground. There were wisps of green smoke on his body, his hair was messy, and his face was full of pain and shock. Obviously, he had not recovered from this sudden attack. Xiao Lanyu looked at Yi Hong's embarrassed appearance, and thought of the strange golden lightning just now. A terrible thought flashed through her mind. You are a formation master. If you answer correctly, I will reward you with death. Gu Li raised a cold smile at the corner of her mouth, and there was no warmth in her voice, just like a messenger from the Nine Nether Hell. As soon as the words fell, her figure disappeared instantly, leaving only a residual image, as if she had never stayed there. Xiao Lanyu and others immediately felt like they were facing a great enemy, with nervous expressions, tense bodies, and vigilantly looking around. Their eyes were as big as copper bells, not letting go of any corner, and their ears were erected high, carefully capturing even the slightest movement around them, in case Gu Li suddenly appeared and launched a fatal attack. Time passed by minute, and the surroundings were terribly quiet, and only the nervous breathing of the crowd could be heard. For a long time, they did not notice any trace of Gu Li. Gu Li seemed to have disappeared out of thin air, or hidden in the air, making him unpredictable. Fear quietly spread in everyone's heart. After searching around in vain, Xiao Lanyu's eyes fell on Mu Yunqi standing in front of him. Since he couldn't find the woman, he might be able to turn the situation around by getting rid of this seemingly weaker one first. Thinking of this, his eyes became fierce, and he tapped the ground lightly. The whole person was like an arrow from a bow, and he grabbed Mu Yunqi directly, so fast that only a vague shadow was left. Mu Yunqi was not in a hurry, and the corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a confident smile. She flipped her jade hand and took out a whip from the space. The whip was all red, and there seemed to be flames jumping on the whip, emitting powerful spiritual power fluctuations. The gift that Ari gave me has not been used for a long time, she said softly. Her voice was soft but revealed a momentum that should not be underestimated. While Mu Yunqi was speaking, she took a step back lightly, and the whip in her hand drew a graceful arc in the air, and then swung it forward with force. In an instant, the powerful fire elemental spiritual power burst out like a surging tide, and the temperature in the air rose sharply, as if it was going to burn everything around. Xiao Lanyu felt the hot breath coming towards him, and secretly said in his heart that it was not good. He reacted very quickly, and his body was like a black lightning, and he quickly dodged sideways. Although he was agile, he still couldn't completely avoid this fierce attack. With a hiss, his sleeves were instantly burned by the raging fire, and the skin on the exposed arms was also burned a little black, and the air was filled with the smell of burnt flesh. Aren't you at the peak of the void-breaking realm? Xiao Lanyu was shocked. This intensity of attack actually came from the hands of a person who was only at the void-breaking realm. Don't be distracted during the fight. Just when Xiao Lanyu was full of doubts and frightened, Gu Li's crisp but chilling voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Xiao Lanyu felt his scalp tingling, and all the hairs on his body stood up. He subconsciously wanted to turn his head, but found that his neck had been tightly pinched by a white jade-like but powerful hand. Xiao Lanyu's pupils shrank suddenly, and he struggled desperately, trying to break free from Gu Li's grip. However, just when he was about to mobilize his spiritual power to fight back, a tingling feeling suddenly surged in his body. This strange power was like an invisible shackle, tightly binding his spiritual power, making his whole body weak, and he couldn't muster enough spiritual power to resist. I know who they are. A sharp voice suddenly rang out in the crowd, instantly breaking the tense stalemate. This voice was like a thunder, shifting everyone's attention to the owner of the voice. The man was horrified, pointing at Gu Li and Mu Yunqi, and shouted in a trembling voice, "They are the two women who have just moved into Jinyuan. They are also formation masters." Hearing this, everyone's faces flashed with shock and panic. Jinyuan, that is a place where powerful people gather, and it is mysterious. Those who can move in are all extraordinary. Gu Li raised his eyebrows. A playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he chuckled and said, "Ah, are we so famous? I'm quite embarrassed." When Xiao Lanyu heard the word Jinyuan, his heart sank and his face lost all color. Chapter 494. He never thought that he would provoke the people of Jinyuan. In his cognition, everyone in Jinyuan was a pervert with unfathomable strength, and they were ordinary practitioners who could not afford to provoke. Gu Li tilted his head slightly, leaned close to Xiao Lanyu's ear, and said softly, "Do you want to die or live?" Xiao Lanyu's face was pale, his eyes were full of fear and despair, and he squeezed out 2 words, "I want to live." He thought to himself, who is crazy and wants to die. Gu Li tilted his head slightly and looked at Mu Yunqi. Although he transmitted the voice, Yunqi blocked them. Although Mu Yunqi was confused and didn't know what she wanted to do, she still activated the formation without hesitation. She saw her hands dancing quickly, and rays of light overflowed from her fingertips, instantly covering the entire area, and the situation inside was completely covered, as if it was isolated from the outside world into 2 worlds. Gu Li raised the corner of his mouth slightly, slowly took out a brown pill from the space, and said coldly, "I won't kill you if you take it." Xiao Lanyu widened his eyes, looked at the pill, his face full of fear and confusion, and asked in a trembling voice, What is this?" Gu Li's eyes flashed with a hint of teasing, and he said slowly, "Nothing, just a good thing that will make your whole body fester and finally explode and die." Xiao Lanyu's face instantly lost color, and he shouted in horror, "You said you wouldn't kill me." Gu Li raised his eyebrows and said calmly, "Don't worry, I will give you the antidote regularly, and after a certain period of time, the toxicity will be completely eliminated." Xiao Lanyu gritted his teeth, his heart full of unwillingness and helplessness, and questioned, "Why should I believe you?" Gu Li's eyes turned cold instantly, and he glanced at Xiao Lanyu and said, "Do you have any choice?" Xiao Lanyu was speechless, his shoulders drooped slightly, and he knew in his heart that he really had no choice. A trace of determination flashed in his eyes. He gritted his teeth, took the pill, slowly put it into his mouth, and swallowed it. He couldn't die, at least not now. Seeing him eat it, Gu Li nodded with satisfaction, his eyes slowly swept to the others, and asked coldly, "What about you? What do you want us to do?" One of them mustered up the courage and asked loudly, with a hint of anger and unwillingness in his voice. Gu Li's mouth corner slightly raised, revealing a contemptuous smile, and said, "Nothing, just new here. I want to take in some younger brothers." "Little brothers? I don't agree." Another person shouted angrily. "After all, they are elite disciples in the inner gate. They are arrogant on weekdays. How could they be willing to become someone else's younger brothers?" Gu Li said without hesitation. "Then go and die. You dare to kill your fellow disciples at will." Someone angrily accused, his voice full of shock and anger. Gu Li chuckled, and the laughter echoed in this space, which seemed particularly strange. "Didn't you hear the elder say? You can kill your fellow disciples." Hearing this, everyone was silent. Their hearts were full of helplessness. They knew that what Gu Li said was the truth. Gu Li looked at the silence of everyone, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and continued, "Guess why they allow you to kill each other." "What do you mean?" Someone asked puzzledly, his voice full of confusion. Gu Li sneered and said, "Of course, the weak ones will be eliminated." "Impossible." Someone retorted loudly, his voice full of shock and disbelief. Gu Li looked at everyone, a trace of contempt flashed in his eyes, and said, "Impossible? Then look at which forces allow people to kill their fellow disciples in the trial." Everyone was silent for a long time, and the atmosphere was so depressing that it made people breathless. Finally someone asked, "What do you want to do?" Gu Li looked at everyone, his mouth corner slightly raised, and said, "I've said it, I take some brothers." "Can you guarantee that we won't die in the trial?" Someone asked cautiously. Gu Li chuckled and said, "I can just send you out." "Okay, I eat it." Finally, someone compromised first, and reached out to take the pill. "Then I eat it too." Seeing this, the others also agreed. Gu Li looked at everyone, nodded with satisfaction, and said, "By the way, don't talk nonsense when you go out. I am the only one who has the antidote for this pill. Others can't solve it. Those who are not afraid of death can give it a try." As he spoke, dozens of pills flew into the air, with a strange light, and fell into the hands of everyone present. Gu Li's eyes suddenly swept to the side, and saw Chu Xiao trying to break the formation, and said, "The one who wants to run out over there, don't struggle, unless you are in the early stage of the super spiritual realm or a half-step super god formation master, otherwise you can't get out." Chu Xiao was stunned, and the action in his hand stopped. He was secretly shocked in his heart. It turned out to be a half-step super god formation. Gu Li flashed above him and looked down at him, with a sense of oppression in his eyes. "Do you want to die or live?" Chu Xiao frowned, struggling in his heart, but finally said helplessly, "Give it to me." He knew that he had no other choice. Hearing this, Gu Li threw a pill to him. After everyone took the pill, Gu Li looked at everyone, stretched out her hand, and said coldly, "Jade token." Even though everyone was reluctant, they had to hand over the token to her under Gu Li's intimidation. Gu Li crushed all the jade tokens, and the crisp cracking sound echoed in this space. The remaining petals of the jade tokens were placed in the space by her. In the formation, except for Gu Li and Mu Yun, everyone was teleported out. Mu Yunchi came over, looked at Gu Li, with a hint of doubt in her eyes, and asked, "Do you want to recruit them?" Gu Li nodded slightly, and said firmly, "Yes, it is conducive to rebellion." Mu Yunchi frowned and said, "They may not rebel against Wanxiang Pavilion." Gu Li said indifferently, "Just kill those who don't obey." Gu Li and Mu Yunchi stood in the silent trial ground. When Mu Yunchi raised her hand and slowly withdrew the formation, an invisible force wave spread around. The originally shielded space instantly lost that layer of mysterious protection, and the light from the outside world shone in without hindrance. Seeing that only Gu Li and Mu Yunchi were left standing there quietly in the venue, the ground was clean, and there was no corpse, and everyone instantly understood that those who disappeared were eliminated. In the crowd, Elder Xuanfeng's face flashed a complicated look, and he couldn't help but muttered, "I didn't kill him." And the Ling Pavilion Master breathed a sigh of relief, and his originally tense face instantly relaxed. Chapter 495. He raised his head slightly, with a look of relief in his eyes, secretly glad that this trial did not end in a tragic death. After all, those who can participate in the trial of the disciples taught by the Supreme Elder are all elite disciples, with outstanding talents and unlimited potential in the Wanxiang Pavilion. If too many people die, it will also be a certain loss for the Wanxiang Pavilion. Gu Li and Mu Yunchi took a short rest in the trial site, recuperated, replenished their spiritual power and physical strength, and then set out on the journey again to explore the traces of other trial participants. On the way, Gu Li gently touched the small vine that was coiled around his wrist, and his mind moved slightly, and he transmitted the message, "You bring 1,000 god-level explosion talismans, and distribute them in various corners of this trial ground. Be careful to hide your breath." The small vine shook its leaves happily and responded energetically, "No problem." After that, while Gu Li was digging for rare spiritual herbs on the ground, it was like a green lightning, drilling into the ground at a very fast speed, and the space ring filled with runes flickered with its movements. The small vine moved flexibly in the dark underground, and wherever it went, it was silent, like a mysterious ghost, placing the explosion talismans in various key positions in an orderly manner. At this time, the small pavilion in the space couldn't help but make an anxious voice, "Master, why don't you let me go? I can do it too." Gu Li frowned slightly and explained softly, "There may be someone watching here. You can go after you get out." As soon as he finished speaking, the space became lively in an instant. Taudia's huge body shook slightly, and he said in a muffled voice, "Master, I can go too." There was full confidence in his voice. The little bird flapped its wings and chirped, "I can do it too. Let Xiao Tung Tung take me there." The little wolf cub was not to be outdone, and shouted fiercely, "Master, don't forget me." His little body was full of energy. Little Jinzi also shouted, "I can do it too. How can you not take me?" His voice was crisp and loud. Little Qianqian said quietly, "I won't go. I only have an alchemy furnace." And then jumped up excitedly, I go, they can't find me." Little Bai said lazily, "This hard work should be done by Jiuying for me." Jiuying was so angry that he wanted to kick it, but he was too lazy to pay attention to Xiaobai, and just snorted heavily. The little beasts were arguing in the space, talking to each other, and neither of them gave in. Gu Li smiled helplessly, and said to comfort her, "Let's talk about it before we go out." Gu Li and Mu Yunchi shuttled through the dense forest of the trial site for a long time. The surroundings were quiet, and a little weird. Except for the occasional chirping of insects and birds, they didn't meet anyone. Mu Yunchi couldn't help but feel puzzled, frowned slightly, and asked, "Where did all these people go?" When they first entered this place, they clearly saw the figures of many trial participants, but now they seemed to have evaporated from the world, without any trace. At this moment, the little vine on Gu Li's wrist sent her a voice through the contract, "Master, I have a situation here." Gu Li's heart trembled, and she quickly responded, "What's wrong?" The little vine's voice was a little nervous. "I saw 5 young people injured. I can't get into that place." From their conversation, they seemed to be people from the divine sect. Gu Li's eyes sharpened instantly when she heard this, and she said decisively, "Give me the direction, I go there." Then, she looked at Mu Yunchi and sent a telepathic message, "Someone from the spirit sect has come here." Mu Yunqi heard this, and a trace of surprise and vigilance flashed in her eyes, wondering, how did someone from the spirit sect get into the Wanxiang Pavilion's territory? Gu Li shook her head, her expression grim. I don't know, we know when we go and see. The two of them no longer hesitated, and used their skills to quickly rush to the direction provided by Xiao Tung Tung. The dense forest was lush with branches and leaves, and they were like agile cheetahs, running through it quickly, and soon they came to a valley. However, the breath emanating from the valley was a little cold and dangerous. But Gu Li and Mu Yunqi did not retreat at all. After looking at each other, they resolutely stepped into the valley. As soon as they entered, they noticed that the air was filled with various toxins, which were like invisible tentacles, wantonly eroding their bodies. The moment Gu Li entered the valley, the gaze that had been lingering on her suddenly disappeared, as if she was swallowed by this strange valley. She didn't have time to think about it, and quickly took out a large number of detoxification pills from the space ring, and took them without hesitation to fight against the deadly toxins in the air. At the same time, in the monitoring station of Wanxiang Pavilion, Elder Mu Song saw the scene and frowned, saying, "Why did they run to the forbidden area?" The Ling Pavilion Master also looked anxious and asked hurriedly, "Do you need me to go in and bring them out?" Elder Mo Lan looked solemn and shook his head slowly. "You can't get out if you go in." The Ling Pavilion Master was speechless for a moment, looking embarrassed. Then, Elder Xianfeng snorted coldly, "Don't worry about it. The moment they enter, they will definitely die." Gu Li and Mu Yunqi in the valley were completely unaware of the conversation outside, and were carefully moving forward in the valley full of danger. The valley was dark and depressing, with thick fog and a strange atmosphere surging around. Chu Jilan frowned, with beads of sweat on his forehead. "Brother Yi, something is wrong here." Yi Zhufeng looked solemn, his eyes were like torches, and he looked around carefully, and said in a deep voice, "This is full of poison." Shen Yi widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief, and his voice was raised with anger and panic. "Poison? What kind of hell is this place?" Fang Xingyan's face was full of anxiety, her eyes were red, and tears were rolling in her eyes. She stared at Lu Jingyu, who was unconscious on the ground, and her voice was crying, "Brother Yi, think of a way quickly, Jingyu is dying." Yi Zhufeng slowly squatted down, gently felt Lu Jingyu's pulse, his expression became heavier, he stood up, and heavily. He sighed, his voice full of fatigue and despair, "We can't get out." Chu Jilan's face instantly lost color, and his voice was choked with sobs. "Brother Yi." Yi Zhufeng patted Chu Jilan's shoulder, and said helplessly, "Our bodies have been corroded by different toxins, and we don't know which direction to leave from." Shen Yi punched the stone next to him, and the stone broke instantly, and roared angrily, "Damn it! It's so hard to escape from those people." Just when everyone was in despair, a thin vine quietly drilled out of the ground. It swayed gently, as if testing the surrounding environment, and then slowly poked Yi Zhufeng's feet. Yi Zhufeng was startled, quickly drew the sword at his waist, looked around vigilantly, and shouted loudly, "Who?" Chapter 496. "Are you from the Divine Spirit sect?" A childish voice sounded in the silence. Everyone was startled and looked in the direction of the voice. They saw a tender green bud slowly emerging from the soil. The slender vine tip swayed gently, as if waving to them. Shen Yi vigilantly gripped the weapon in his hand and shouted, "Who are you?" Xiao Tung Tung swayed from side to side, and said in a clear voice, "Don't worry about who I am. Just tell me if you are from the Shinling sect." Chu Jilan frowned and responded unhappily, "No." Xiao Tung Tung said firmly, "That's it." Chu Jilan's eyes widened and he roared, "I say no." Xiao Tung Tung didn't agree. Most people would deny it. Fang Xingyan was full of doubts and vigilance, and asked loudly, "What the hell are you?" Xiao Tung Tung twisted his body, and said slowly, "You are now in the back mountain trial ground of Wanxiang Pavilion." Wanxiang Pavilion. Hearing this, several people's faces turned pale instantly. "I thought I just escaped from the pursuit, but I didn't expect to accidentally break into this dragon's den." Yi Zhufeng stared at Xiao Tung Tung with suspicion on his face. "Are you telling the truth?" Xiao Tung Tung shook his body and said confidently, "Why would I lie to you? There is no benefit." Chu Jilan closed his eyes in despair and muttered to himself, "This time I really have to confess here." The wounds on everyone's bodies were still oozing blood, and every movement was accompanied by piercing pain. Even if they were at their peak, they had no chance of winning against the heavy defense of Wanxiang Pavilion, not to mention their current miserable appearance. Yi Zhufeng gritted his teeth, his eyes flashed with determination. "Kill as many as you can." At this moment, he was filled with resentment and anger, and would rather fight to the death than sit and wait for death. Little Tung Tung swung the cane. "Why kill? My master is coming to save you. Fang Xingyan sneered, with disdain on her face. You Wanxiang Pavilion people come to save us? It's ridiculous. Little Tang Tung retorted. I didn't say my master is from Wanxiang Pavilion. Shen Yi was slightly startled and asked in confusion, What do you mean? Little Tang Tung twisted proudly and said loudly, My master is the little ancestor of your Shiling sect. You dare to humiliate the Shiling sect. Shen Yi and others were immediately furious. Shen Yi was so angry that he trembled all over, and directly smashed the spiritual weapon in his hand to the ground, and the little Tung Tung was so scared that he swooped into the ground. After a while, it came out again not far away, and said aggrievedly, Why are you so irritable? Just as Xiao Tang Tung was about to continue explaining, it suddenly seemed to sense something. The vines that were originally stretched randomly on the ground suddenly shrank rapidly, as if they were electrocuted, and quickly retracted all the vines underground. It was seen that a soft light was radiating around it, and it turned back to mimicry in the blink of an eye, and then rushed out of the ground like an arrow from a string, and flew towards the sky behind. Master, here! Xiao Tungting's crisp shout rang in everyone's ears. Hearing it calling the master, Yi Zhufeng and others were instantly nervous. Immediately, they stood in a defensive formation as quickly as possible, tightly surrounded the injured and unconscious He Jingyu in the middle, and looked at the direction where Xiao Tang flew with a sharp gaze. Two light figures were seen quickly shuttling through the woods, and in the blink of an eye, they came to everyone's eyes. The little vine happily jumped directly to one of the girl's hands, wrapped around her wrist affectionately, and rubbed it from time to time. The girl reached out and gently touched the little vine, and said softly, Have you placed the runes? The little vine shook its body slightly, and said with a little regret, No, it's still halfway. The girl nodded slightly and said softly, It's okay to go later. Then, she raised her head and her eyes fell on the few people over there, who were tense and ready for battle. Yi Zhufeng saw that the two young girls came, and he didn't relax his vigilance at all, and shouted loudly, Who are you? The girl smiled slightly, and her voice was gentle. Well, I am also from the Shiling sect. Yi Zhufeng frowned, with a face full of suspicion. Where is your sect token? I don't have a sect token, but can this one be okay? Gu Li said, and waved her jade hand gently in front of her, and ripples appeared in the space. She took out a token that exuded an ancient atmosphere. Master Brother's identity token. Everyone couldn't help but exclaimed in unison when they saw the token. Fang Xingyan's face was full of doubt and vigilance. Her eyes were fixed on the token in Gu Li's hand, and she couldn't help but ask loudly, How come Master Brother's token is in your hand? Gu Li looked calm, and slowly input his spiritual power into the token without panic. In an instant, the token shone brightly, projecting the familiar figure of Xing Huixiu in the air. Xing Huixiu's voice rang out in this quiet space, with unquestionable majesty. The person holding the token is a disciple of the Divine Spirit sect. As soon as the voice fell, his projection disappeared like a dream bubble. Gu Li raised his eyebrows slightly, looked at everyone, and said with a hint of certainty, Do you believe it? Seeing this scene, Yi Zhufeng and others' originally tense nerves relaxed a little, and the vigilance around them also eased a little. Shen Yi took a step forward, looked back and forth between Gu Li and Mu Yunqi, and asked, Since this is the Wanxiang Pavilion, why are you here? Mu Yunqi stared at He Jingyu, who was protected by everyone in the middle. Shouldn't the most important thing now be for us to save people? She is dying. Gu Li heard Mu Yunqi's words, without any hesitation, walked straight towards He Jingyu, and spit out two words coldly, Get out of the way. Although her voice was not loud, it carried an irresistible force. Hearing her words, Yi Zhufeng and others subconsciously dispersed to both sides. But at the moment of dispersing, they realized that something seemed to be wrong. Just when they wanted to reach out to stop Gu Li, they saw that she had quickly bent down and began to carefully check He Jingyu's condition. Her movements were skillful and professional, and people didn't know what to do for a while. Shen Yi's eyes were full of hesitation and uneasiness. He leaned slightly to Yi Zhufeng, and spoke in a very low voice, as if he was afraid of disturbing something. Brother Yi, this. The look of wanting to say something but not being able to reveal his distrust of Gu Li and Mu Yunqi, as well as his concern about the current situation. Yi Zhufeng looked solemn, staring at Gu Li and Mu Yunqi closely. After thinking for a moment, he sighed heavily. Let her try. In this desperate situation, they had no better choice, and could only pin their hopes on these two women who suddenly appeared and had mysterious identities. Gu Li leaned down, with gentle but neat movements, and carefully checked the injuries of He Jingyu. Chapter 497. Her fingers gently touched He Jingyu's pulse, and after a moment, it was not a life-threatening problem. Then, She turned her wrist and took out several bottles of pills from the space she carried with her. As soon as the pill bottle appeared, a strange fragrance spread. Gu Li did not hesitate at all, directly pulled out the cork and poured the pills into He Jingyu's mouth. Seeing her such a straightforward and even somewhat arrogant behavior, even Yi Zhufeng and Shen Yi, who were usually well-informed and experienced countless dangerous places, couldn't help but widen their eyes at this moment, and their faces were full of shock. Shen Yi couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, muttering to himself, "This smell. God-level pills." The woman in front of him was so arrogant that she drank bottle after bottle. How could this not make people extremely shocked? After seeing He Jingyu take the pill, Gu Li did not delay any longer, and quickly took out a few bottles of pills from the space, and threw them to Yi Zhufeng and others. Yi Zhufeng and others subconsciously reached out to catch them, and looked at the pill bottles in their hands with simple shapes and rich spiritual energy, and were a little at a loss for a moment. Yi Zhufeng frowned slightly, with a puzzled look on his face, and asked softly, "This?" Gu Li looked indifferent, and simply uttered two words, "Take it, heal your wounds." Yi Zhufeng felt warm in his heart, and hurriedly clasped his fists and saluted, gratefully saying, "Thank you, two girls." Mu Yunqi said lightly, "Heal your wounds. We still have to find a way to send you out." After Fang Xingyan took the pill, she felt a warm current flowing through her body, and her injuries seemed to have improved. Hearing Mu Yunqi's words, she couldn't help but ask with a little doubt, "Is this really Wanxiang Pavilion?" Mu Yunqi raised her eyebrows and said unhappily, "What else?" Gu Li also looked at Yi Zhufeng and others, and was also full of doubts. "How did you get in?" She looked them up and down, and saw that their cultivation was around the early and middle stages of the Mahayana realm. The Wanxiang Pavilion was heavily guarded and heavily defended, and it was almost impossible to force it here. Yi Zhufeng sighed helplessly, recalling his previous experience, and slowly said, "When we were on a mission, we provoked the Wanxiang Pavilion to hunt us down, and we fled to a cave in a panic. There was a winding passage in the cave, and we followed the passage all the way here." Mu Yunqi frowned slightly, thinking in her heart, "Is there a formation here? Or is the space distorted? The other side of this area behind the Wanxiang Pavilion is full of other buildings of the Wanxiang Pavilion, which is completely inconsistent with what Yi Zhufeng and others said." Gu Li glanced at them. "Give you half an hour to heal your wounds, and then find a way to send you out." Yi Zhufeng clasped his fists again in gratitude. "Thank you for saving my life, young lady." Gu Li turned around and called out, "Jiuying, can you tell what's going on here?" Jiuying's voice sounded in her mind. "I don't know, the situation here is very wrong, but this breath makes me feel a little familiar. And a little annoying." Gu Li's eyes were stern, and then he asked, "Can you beat him? If there is really danger, Jiuying will be her biggest reliance." Jiuying was silent for a moment, and then slowly said, 50-50. Xiaobai's anxious voice sounded in her mind, "Master, ask me, I know." Gu Li was slightly stunned, with a flash of surprise in his eyes, and couldn't help asking, "You know?" Xiaobai nodded hurriedly, shaking his head in the air. "Yeah, this is the seal of Qilin." Jiuying was shocked when he heard this, and blurted out with shock in his voice, "One of the ancient auspicious beasts, the Qilin." No wonder this breath made her feel uncomfortable. Just as disgusting as when she met Bai Zhe at the beginning, it turned out to be the breath of Qilin. Xiaobai became more and more proud, and said repeatedly, "It is it." Gu Li still couldn't believe it, and asked again, "Are you sure?" After all, Qilin is an ancient auspicious beast, and the place where it is sealed must be extraordinary. It is a serious matter, so she has to be cautious. Jiuying spoke at this time, with a tone that showed some understanding of Xiaobai. Since it said so, it must be true. In Jiuying's impression, Bai Zhe was like a socialite, who could chat with all kinds of mythical beasts and monsters, and it was not impossible for him to know these secrets. Gu Li frowned, and the doubts in his heart became more and more serious. Why is the Qilin sealed here? At this time, Tao Tai spoke slowly. "It's not here, it's in another space. The space here should be distorted, so the Qilin is also here." Xiaobai hurriedly urged, "Master, I think we should leave here quickly." Gu Li's heart tightened, and he hurriedly asked, "What's wrong?" Xiaobai sighed. "I feel that the Qilin is very resentful, and it may be dangerous to stay here." Jiuying sneered disdainfully. "Hee, what are you afraid of with me here? It's just a sealed Qilin. There's nothing to be afraid of." Xiaobai was unhappy when he heard it, and retorted, "You only say such things when it is sealed. Why don't you wait for it to come out and try it?" Jiuying was speechless for a moment after being rebuked by Xiaobai's words, and could only snort heavily, turn his head and ignore it. Gu Li was silent for a long time. His brows were furrowed, and his face was full of solemnity. Mu Yunqi saw it, and couldn't help but worry in her heart, and couldn't help asking, Ali, what's wrong? Gu Li came back to his senses, and shook his head gently. It's okay, but we have to leave here as soon as possible. Mu Yunqi nodded slightly, looked in the direction they came from, and said helplessly, it shouldn't be possible to go back. The place where they came in was the back mountain of Wanxiang Pavilion, and now they were bringing Yi Zhufeng and a few others with them. It was simply a fantasy to want to leave quietly from the original way. Gu Li's eyes slowly moved to the little vine on her wrist. Can we leave from underground? The little vine had a hint of guilt in her voice. Master, no, I can't find the way out since we entered this area. I also strayed here and found these people, so I didn't finish placing the runes. After a brief pause, she cast her eyes on Yi Zhufeng and asked, which direction did you come in from? Yi Zhufeng raised his hand without hesitation and pointed to the right decisively, saying concisely, that way. At this moment, he also knew in his heart that the most urgent task was to leave this strange place as soon as possible, and he could not take care of anything else for the time being. Lead the way. Gu Li uttered 2 words concisely and forcefully. Yi Zhufeng and the others nodded in tacit understanding, without any extra nonsense, and quickly led the way in front. Gu Li and Mu Yunqi followed closely behind them in case of any emergencies. Gu Li slightly turned sideways, approached Mu Yunqi calmly, and told her through voice transmission, Yunqi, this is the place where Qilin is sealed. Chapter 498. The voice echoed in the hearts of the 2 people. When Mu Yunqi heard it, a flash of surprise flashed in her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure, nodded slightly, and used her eyes to indicate that she understood. Gu Li followed Yi Zhufeng, Fang Xingyan and others, and explored all the way out along the winding mountain road, but she never found the mysterious cave they mentioned. The surrounding scenery became more and more desolate, with weeds and rocks. Gu Li suddenly stopped and said solemnly, wait a minute. Fang Xingyan turned her head in confusion, her eyes fell on Gu Li's face, and asked, what's wrong? Gu Li narrowed his eyes slightly, looked around carefully, and said slowly, we are still here. Hearing her words, the others seemed to be hit by an invisible force, and became alert instantly. Yi Zhufeng clenched the weapon in his hand, and looked around vigilantly, with tension and uneasiness in his eyes. Mu Yunqi said, I tried the teleportation array? Gu Li nodded, okay. Mu Yunqi quickly took out the teleportation array she had set up before from the space. It was a circular array composed of complex runes, emitting a faint light. She took a deep breath and continuously input spiritual power into it, trying to activate it. However, the teleportation array seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep and did not respond. Mu Yunqi's face became a little ugly. This space is locked. Gu Li frowned, turned his head to look at Jiuying in his body, and asked softly, Jiuying, do you have a way to get out? Jiuying's voice sounded in her mind, yes, but it is easy for Qilin to detect my breath. After hearing this, Gu Li frowned even more. She did not speak again, but fell into deep thought. Jiuying seemed to sense her worry and continued, I will send you out. It's okay even if it senses my breath. It can't get out beyond a certain range. Gu Li thought for a moment, looked at Jiuying and asked, are you sure you can leave here completely? Jiuying pondered for a moment and said, you can try. Gu Li glanced at Yi Zhufeng and the others, thinking secretly in her heart. Yi Zhufeng felt a little uncomfortable when she looked at him. Just when he was about to ask what was wrong, he saw her suddenly raise her hand, and a burst of powder drifted in the air with the wind. Everyone was caught off guard and inhaled the powder one after another. Then their heads sank, and they lost consciousness. Mu Yunqi looked at Gu Li in surprise and asked, Ali, why did you knock them out? Gu Li explained softly, Jiuying took us away. Hearing this, Mu Yunqi suddenly realized. She understood that Jiuying was Gu Li's biggest trump card, and the fewer people who knew about it, the better. Gu Li called softly, Jiuying. A faint light emanated from her body, and the light became brighter and brighter. Then a tall figure slowly emerged from the light, exuding a powerful aura that made people shudder. At the moment when Jiuying just came out, Gu Li clearly felt that the air pressure around him was even lower, as if there was an invisible pressure oppressing them. Jiuying said solemnly, Qilin has noticed something wrong. We have to leave as soon as possible. Gu Li turned to look at Xiao Tingting beside her and said, Xiao Tingting, take them. Xiao Tingting responded happily, no problem. As it spoke, it quickly grew 5 tough vines, which firmly circled the 5 unconscious people on the ground. Seeing that everything was ready, Jiuying reached out and pulled Gu Li and Mu Yunqi. Xiao Tongtung was tightly wrapped around Gu Li's waist, and the other end of the vine was holding several other people. Jiuying used powerful spiritual power, and the light flashed around his body, and he flew forward quickly. Its speed was extremely fast, the sound of the wind whistled past his ears, and the scenery on both sides retreated like lightning. Not long after, Ghoulie felt that they seemed to have passed through an invisible barrier, and the surrounding scenery changed instantly. In the blink of an eye, they left the mysterious valley, and came to a vast plain. Seeing that they had successfully come out, Xiao Tung Tung shook the vine happily, and then gently put Yi Zhu Feng and the other 5 people on the ground, and then like a pet that was attached to its owner, it quickly rolled back to Ghulie's wrist and stayed quietly. Ghoulie looked at the unfamiliar plain in front of her and just muttered to herself, "Here." Before she could finish her words, the space behind her suddenly seemed to be torn apart by a pair of invisible hands, and a dazzling crack suddenly appeared. A dark blue force wrapped in a cold breath, like a giant beast with bared fangs and claws, instantly stretched out, directly and tightly wrapped around Jiuying's waist, and then suddenly exerted force to drag him into the mysterious crack. "Jiuying?" Ghoulie and Mu Yunqi exclaimed at the same time, their faces full of fear and worry. This incident happened too suddenly, completely beyond their expectations. Ghoulie reacted very quickly, tapped the ground lightly, and the whole person was like a black lightning, and instantly came behind Jiuying. She quickly formed seals with both hands, and the rich spiritual power gathered and compressed in her palms, turning into an extremely sharp spiritual long sword in the blink of an eye. She gritted her teeth, her almond eyes full of determination, and used all her strength to chop at the blue power. At the moment when the spiritual long sword and the blue power came into contact, it was as if a small bomb was detonated, and a very powerful impact erupted wildly around the contact point. The surrounding air was instantly distorted, and made a buzzing sound. Mu Yunqi was unable to dodge, and was directly blown away by the impact. After drawing an arc in the air, she fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Ghoulie's situation was not much better. She was blown away by this force, until she fell into the soil with a bang and stopped. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, and her clothes became tattered, looking very embarrassed. Jiuying turned his head, and looked at Ghoulie, who was bleeding from all 7 orifices and weak. His originally stern face suddenly became terribly gloomy, and the aura around him became violent. "How dare you hurt my people?" he roared, his voice like rolling thunder, shaking the surrounding ground slightly. As soon as the voice fell, he burst out with a powerful force that could destroy the world, and the force was surging, like a tsunami. Under the impact of this force, the blue shackles wrapped around his waist were directly shattered, turning into countless blue light spots, and dissipating in the air. With him as the center, the surrounding land seemed to be lifted up by a giant hand, and pieces of soil were thrown into the air. The scene was very shocking. After Jiuying successfully broke free from the shackles of that force, he didn't even have time to shake off the dust raised by the burst of power on his body, and he turned into a residual image in the first time and quickly came to Ghoulie and Mu Yunqi. Chapter 499. He stretched out his big hand and steadily picked up Ghoulie and Mu Yunqi. Jiuying looked at Ghoulie, who was covered in dirt and looked embarrassed, and said unhappily, "With your little strength, you dare to participate in a competition at the peak of the super spiritual realm." Ghoulie couldn't help coughing a few times after hearing this, and the blood that came out of her cough flowed down the corner of her mouth, leaving a shocking mark on her fair face. She wiped the corner of her mouth with her hand, raised her head, and looked at Jiuying. "You didn't say you could break free." Jiuying was immediately furious when he heard this, and raised his voice and said, "Will I have time?" He was about to break free when he saw the woman coming up and slashing him with a knife. Ghoulie widened his eyes, pointed at a light curtain that suddenly appeared beside the 3 of them, and asked with a puzzled look on his face, "What is this?" The light curtain emitted a soft but mysterious light, like a huge transparent cocoon, completely wrapping them up. Jiuying looked at the light curtain, frowned slightly, sighed helplessly, turned to Ghoulie and Mu Yunqi and said, "Stay away from me later." The moment Jiuying finished speaking, the light curtain that was emitting light suddenly disappeared without a trace, as if it had completed its mission, and the place where the 3 of them were originally standing also disappeared instantly, as if they had never appeared. The next second, they appeared in another space. I saw a man who looked like a banished immortal standing quietly in front of me. The man had a delicate face and an extraordinary temperament, as if he was not in the world. However, his limbs were tightly bound by several chains as thick as his arms. The chains were faintly covered with strange runes, emitting a mysterious power. Before Jiuying could speak, the man in front of him broke the silence first, with a slight smile on his lips, and said slowly, "Jiuying, long time no see." His voice was as gentle as jade, but it seemed to carry a hint of imperceptible deep meaning. Jiuying looked at the man in front of him, A trace of vigilance flashed in his eyes, and he snorted coldly and said, "What? Want to compete?" There was a faint power surging around him, as if he was ready to deal with possible conflicts at any time. Qilin's eyes passed Jiuying and fell on Gu Li and Mu Yunxi, frowning slightly, with a hint of surprise in his tone. "Human? Are you mixed with humans?" Jiuying retorted impatiently, "What's it to you?" Qilin didn't care that Jiuying ignored his questions about humans, and said with a hint of pleading, "Jiuying, save me quickly." That look was completely different from the previous cold image. This sudden change in style shocked Gu Li and Mu Yunxi. The two looked at each other in disbelief. Gu Li secretly exclaimed in his heart, "Why did this Qilin change his face so much?" At this moment, Xiaobai said anxiously in Gu Li's mind, "Master, let me out." Although Gu Li was a little confused about what it was going to do, he still let it out of trust in Xiaobai. A flash of light passed by, and Xiaobai appeared in front of everyone, and it seemed to be excited. Qilin's eyes fell on Xiaobai, who suddenly appeared, and he was slightly startled and said in surprise, "Hey, are you Bai Zai?" He looked Xiaobai up and down, and seemed to be a little bit unbelievable that the little guy in front of him was the Bai Zai he knew, but its aura was very similar. Bai Zai jumped excitedly and responded crisply, "It's me." Qilin's eyes flashed with doubt, and he continued to ask, "Why are you with this human? Where is your previous master?" Bai Zai rubbed Gu Li's legs affectionately and said proudly, "She is." After saying that, he raised his head, as if showing off his master to Qilin. Qilin raised his eyebrows slightly and murmured thoughtfully, "No wonder, so Tao Tai and the others are here too." He guessed that since Bai Zai followed this human, maybe other mythical beasts were there too. Bai Zai nodded happily, "Yes." Qilin's expression became anxious after hearing this, and he hurriedly said, "No matter whether she is here or not, find a way to get me out first." He struggled hard, and the chains on his body made a clattering sound. Bai Zai suddenly became serious, shaking his little head like a rattle. "No, I just felt that you have a lot of resentment, obviously resentment towards humans." There was a trace of vigilance in his eyes. Although it was Qilin in front of him, it could not ignore the safety of its master. Qilin sighed helplessly and said, "Of course I have resentment. You have been imprisoned for so many years, don't you have resentment?" He thought of the long years he was imprisoned, and his heart was full of resentment. Damn the gods! Jiuying had been listening quietly and suddenly spoke at this time, staring at Qilin with a sharp gaze. "Did you do it on purpose?" Qilin nodded calmly. "Yes, the place where I was imprisoned collapsed 1,000 years ago, and I came here. I was afraid that the strong human beings would come to take me, so I covered this area with years of resentment, so they dared not approach. After all, as a lucky beast, it is impossible for him to have such a strong killing intention towards other creatures for no reason." Jiuying frowned and questioned, "Then why did you attack us?" Qilin cried out in grievance when he heard it. "I wanted to bring you in, but this human stabbed me directly. What does it have to do with me if she was attacked by the backlash?" He became more and more excited, and the chain shook more and more violently. He finally detected the breath of the beast he knew, and wanted to bring Jiuying here. He was bitten by an ant, and blamed him for hurting people. "It's too unreasonable." Gu Li touched his nose awkwardly and muttered softly, "You want to take Jiuying away without saying hello. How can I know what you think? You can't blame me." Qilin looked at them eagerly and pleaded again, "Help me to unlock the seal." That look was completely gone from the previous cold style, but like a child eager for help. Jiuying looked helpless, spread his hands and said, "You can't get out by yourself, how can we solve it?" Qilin was so angry that he kept humming and complaining. "It's because I fell into this broken plane, otherwise I would have gotten out long ago." Bai Zai tilted his head and asked with a puzzled look on his face, "What do you mean?" Qilin sighed helplessly and explained, "I spent 9/10 of my cultivation and destroyed most of the seal, but I didn't expect to fall into this plane, and my cultivation was suppressed to the peak of the super spiritual realm. With this little strength, I can't break the remaining seal at all." After hearing this, Jiuying couldn't help rolling his eyes, and said speechlessly, "Then why do you think we can break it?" Chapter 500. He was only at the peak of the super spirit realm, and was completely powerless. Qilin suddenly turned his eyes to Gu Li and said, "You can't, but she can." Gu Li shook his head, "No, I can't. How could a person at the Mahayana realm, who couldn't break the seal that even the peak of the super spirit realm couldn't break?" Qilin looked at Gu Li and said, "Aren't you a formation master?" In its memory, it seemed that Bai Zai's previous master was an extremely powerful formation master, and should be able to easily deal with difficult problems such as barriers and seals. Gu Li was slightly stunned, with a helpless look. "Well, I am, but I can't unlock the seal." Qilin shouted loudly, You lied to the beast. Gu Li explained seriously. I really didn't lie to you. At this time, Xiao Bai also joined in. She really didn't lie to you. This is the reincarnation of my master. Qilin's mood plummeted instantly after hearing this, and he said dejectedly, Okay. It seems that under this situation, he can only survive for a few hundred years, and when the seal becomes weak, he will try to break through it. Jiuying turned to look at Gu Li and urged, Let's go. However, Gu Li did not move his feet. His eyes swept over everyone one by one, and slowly said, I want to try it. Qilin's originally dim eyes suddenly lit up, as if the fire of hope was ignited. Jiuying was incredulous and shouted, What are you talking about? Even I can't open it, how can you do it? Gu Li ignored Jiuying's questioning and turned his eyes to the imprisoned Qilin and asked, If I can rescue you, what benefits can I get? Qilin asked hurriedly, What do you want? Gu Li thought for a moment, and said, How about you stay with me for 10 years? Jiuying couldn't help but said, Do you want to collect other monsters? With me here, can I protect you? Gu Li raised his eyebrows and looked at Jiuying, and asked back, Can you fight against the peak super spirit realm masters of several major forces? Jiuying was slightly startled and answered truthfully, At most 3. Although monsters are naturally stronger than humans of the same level, it is really difficult to deal with if there are too many of them. Gu Li sighed lightly and said, So I am short of helpers, and it is almost time for you to leave. After all, she signed a temporary contract with Jiuying at the beginning. It is still unknown when the major forces will join forces to besiege the Shilling sect. If Jiuying has left by then, she will lose an important trump card. Jiuying snorted coldly. I will leave immediately after the contract is terminated. Gu Li nodded. I understand. Jiuying looked dissatisfied and muttered, Dead woman, you don't even try to keep me? Gu Li rolled his eyes at him and said, If I keep you, will you stay? Jiuying answered without hesitation, Of course I will leave. Gu Li said unhappily, Then why keep me? You? Jiuying was so angry that he was speechless and couldn't speak. Gu Li locked his eyes on Qilin and asked seriously, Do you agree? If you agree, I will try to rescue you, but I must make it clear that I can't guarantee that I will succeed. After all, the iron chain that imprisoned Qilin in front of him was extraordinary at first glance, and contained a powerful and strange power. Qilin nodded without hesitation and said, I agree. In his opinion, a mere 10 years is nothing compared to the hundreds of years he may have to endure to break through the barrier. Jiuying, who was standing by, looked disdainful and curious, and snorted, I want to see how you do it. Gu Li did not respond to Jiuying, but slowly walked to Qilin, carefully stretched out her hand, and gently touched the iron chain that bound Qilin. However, with just this light touch, she heard a hiss sound, and her finger was corroded, and the skin was instantly corroded. A piercing pain came over her, and Gu Li just frowned slightly, and endured it without making a sound. Qilin saw this and hurriedly reminded him, Don't touch it randomly. If you touch some fatal mechanism and die, don't blame me for not warning you in advance. Gu Li slowly raised her head. Her eyes first fell on Qilin's face, and he had no expression. Then, her eyes moved downwards to the tightly bound hands and feet of Qilin. The iron chain was deeply embedded in Qilin's flesh, and a large area of it had been corroded where it touched, with the flesh turned outward and blood dripping. It can be seen how strange and overbearing the power contained in the iron chain was, and the damage caused to Qilin was extremely tragic. Gu Li said to Xiao Tingzi, take the other things to the Chaos Ring. Although Xiao Tingzi complained, You are going to ruin my space again. But it moved very quickly, and instantly controlled various objects in the Rebirth Pavilion and transferred them all to the Chaos Ring. After arranging everything, Gu Li turned his head to look at Jiuying again, with a smile on his face. Lend me some power. Jiuying raised his head proudly and snorted, Humph, now you know to beg me. Gu Li rolled his eyes helplessly and reminded, Our contract has not expired yet. Jiuying waved his hands impatiently. I know, you are so nagging. After getting Jiuying's response, Gu Li shouted to Mu Yunqi, Yunqi, I need a spirit-absorbing array above the god level. This array is rarely used on weekdays, and it is only set up during cultivation to absorb more spiritual energy. Mu Yunqi responded confidently, Leave it to me. After that, he quickly began to prepare the materials needed to set up the spirit-absorbing array. When Mu Yunqi was concentrating on setting up the spirit-absorbing array, the air around him seemed to be stirred by a mysterious force. Gu Li turned his eyes away from the busy Mu Yunqi and looked at Qilin, with a look of inquiry in his eyes, and asked, Are we in Lingxi continent now? Qilin raised his head slightly. A hint of complexity flashed in his eyes, and slowly said, Yes and no. Gu Li frowned slightly, obviously puzzled by this ambiguous answer, and asked, "What do you mean?" Qilin sighed softly and explained, "This is considered a subspace within the scope of Lingxi continent. It is precisely because of this that the special rules of this space will suppress my power, making me trapped here and difficult to break free." Gu Li nodded thoughtfully, and after a moment, he looked at Qilin firmly and said, "I will take you to another space later. At that time, you just need to cooperate with me and try your best to break free from this bondage." Qilin's eyes flashed with a glimmer of hope, and he responded without hesitation, "Okay." Chapter 501. Mu Yunqi skillfully arranged the spirit-absorbing array above the god level. Fine beads of sweat oozed from her forehead. She took a breath and shouted to Gu Li, "Ollie, it's done." Gu Li heard the voice, and cast a positive look at Mu Yunqi, and nodded slightly. Then, she turned around and walked straight to Qilin with steady steps. Without any hesitation, she stretched out her hand, and resolutely grasped the iron chain that bound Qilin. In an instant, the strange corrosive power on the iron chain rushed into Gu Li's palm like a surging tide. In just a moment, her palm was corroded to the point of skin and flesh. A piercing pain spread rapidly from her palm to her whole body, like an electric current. Gu Li's body couldn't help but tremble slightly, her teeth clenched, and her face twisted slightly in pain, but her eyes were always firm, and she didn't intend to retreat at all. Qilin watched Gu Li's hand turn into a bloody mess in an instant, and was shocked. He couldn't help but blurt out, "Are you crazy? The corrosive power of this iron chain is not something you, a human, can withstand." Gu Li gritted his teeth, endured the excruciating pain in his hand, and uttered two words to Jiuying with difficulty, "Jiuying." His voice trembled slightly because of the pain. Jiuying frowned tightly, and a trace of hesitation flashed across his face, but he finally sighed, and helplessly transferred most of his power to Gu Li's body. In an instant, the majestic spiritual power poured into Gu Li's body like a surging torrent. She felt as if her whole body was inflated, and became extremely swollen. The feeling of almost exploding became stronger and stronger, as if her body would be crushed by this powerful force in the next second. However, as the endless spiritual power flowed into the iron chain along her arm, the crazy corrosive power seemed to be slightly suppressed, temporarily preventing her from exploding and dying. At the same time, the spirit absorption array on the side also began to operate rapidly, making a buzzing sound. The surrounding spiritual power seemed to be pulled by an invisible huge force, rushing towards Gu Li, forming a huge spiritual power vortex. These spiritual powers continued to flow into Gu Li's body, making the pressure she endured even greater. At this moment, a strong light suddenly lit up, and the light was dazzling, like the scorching sun. Mu Yunqi was unprepared, and the sudden strong light hurt her eyes, and she could hardly open her eyes. She subconsciously raised her arm to cover her eyes, and through the gaps between her fingers, she could vaguely see Gu Li's figure shrouded in light. Gu Li did not retreat at all under this extreme pain and pressure. She gritted her teeth and released all her mental power without reservation, like an invisible net, quickly covering the entire area. Then, her consciousness moved suddenly, and she roared in her heart, "Collect!" With this command, she tried to rely on her powerful mental power, the power transmitted by the 9 infants, and the spiritual power gathered by the soul absorption array, to collect the iron chain on the Qilin into her own rebirth pavilion. At this moment, the entire space seemed to be shaken by this powerful force. With Gu Li's collect, the powerful suction force not only acted on the iron chain on the Qilin, but also on the 9 infants, Mu Yunqi and Xiaobai, all of whom were sucked into the rebirth pavilion. In an instant, the space seemed to be distorted, and the surrounding lights flickered, and all kinds of strange scenes kept changing. Gu Li felt as if her head was hit by a heavy hammer, and a burst of severe pain came over her, as if countless sharp needles were stabbing wildly in her brain, and the feeling of about to explode made her eyes black. Her legs could no longer support the weight of her body, and she fell heavily to her knees on the ground with a thump. Seeing this, Mu Yunqi was extremely anxious. She immediately rushed forward anxiously, and supported the shaky Gu Li. She asked with a worried voice, "Ollie, what's wrong?" "Don't scare me." Gu Li endured the severe pain in his head, slowly raised his hand, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were a little blurry, but he still tried to focus, looked up at Qilin, who was still chained, and said with difficulty, "I have pulled you in. The power of the seal here will be weakened. You break free quickly. You won't be able to hold on for long before you will be pulled out of the space by the seal." Qilin nodded slightly, with a trace of gratitude in his eyes. "Thank you." In fact, the moment he entered here, he had already keenly noticed that the power of the seal here was obviously much weaker than the space he was in before. He no longer hesitated and immediately mobilized the power of his whole body, gathered all his spiritual power at one point, and hit the seal that trapped him with all his strength. As Qilin exerted his strength, a strong wind suddenly blew in the rebirth pavilion. The howling wind swept past, as if it was going to tear everything apart. The powerful force was raging everywhere, and Gu Li and Mu Yunqi were completely unable to resist. They were directly pinned to the ground by this force, unable to move. Every inch of their skin was under tremendous pressure, as if countless invisible hands were squeezing them. Jiuying's face was pale because of the power transfer before. Seeing the scene, a trace of anger flashed across his face. He flashed and quickly stepped forward, taking Gu Li and Mu Yunqi away from the dangerous area and into the pavilion in the lake. He couldn't help but whispered, "Idiot, pay attention, there are 2 humans here." However, Qilin was immersed in the critical moment of breaking the seal, so he naturally couldn't hear Jiuying's words. He closed his eyes tightly, veins on his forehead bulged, beads of sweat kept rolling down, and he was concentrating on mobilizing his spiritual power, attacking the stubborn seal from both inside and outside, trying to seize this rare opportunity to break free from the long-standing confinement. Gu Li gritted his teeth tightly, his cheeks bulged slightly due to the force, and the fierceness seemed to be about to bite his teeth to pieces. Her consciousness had begun to blur, and it seemed as if there were thousands of troops galloping in her head, and the severe pain came one after another like a surging tide. But she knew in her heart that once she fell into a coma, if Qilin had not yet broken free of the seal on her body, and was pulled back to the original space, all the pain she had endured before and all the efforts she had made would have been wasted. Time passed slowly in this torment, and every second seemed as long as a year. Gu Li's sea of consciousness seemed to be burned by a raging fire, and the pain became more and more intense, exceeding the limit that her body could bear. Finally, she could no longer hold on, her eyes turned black, and her consciousness completely fell into darkness. At the moment when Gu Li fell into a coma, light flashed in the pavilion of rebirth, and strange power fluctuations emerged. Chapter 502. Qilin, Jiuying, Mu Yunqi and Xiaobai were all transported out by a mysterious force. With a crisp click, it was as if the gears of fate had finally turned to the right position. The restraints that had imprisoned Qilin for a long time were released, and the broken pieces of the iron chain were scattered all over the ground. And they were also transported back to their original places at the same time. Qilin laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, I'm finally out." The laughter echoed in the empty space, with endless joy and arrogance. Jiuying on the side hurriedly caught the fainted Gu Li steadily, and couldn't help frowning and scolding. "Idiot, don't show off, her breath is very chaotic." Qilin waved his hand nonchalantly. "Small problem." After that, a soft light appeared around him, and the light slowly gathered like a silk thread, and part of the spiritual power flowed into Gu Li's body along his fingertips. He was concentrating on carefully guiding the chaotic spiritual power in Gu Li's body, which was like a wild horse running out of reins, so that it would gradually return to the right track. Not long after, Gu Li's eyelids trembled slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes. She clearly felt that the spiritual power in her body was surging wildly, as if a powerful force was impacting the barrier of cultivation, and there was a tendency to break through. Her heart tightened, and without thinking, she immediately operated the skills to forcibly suppress the breakthrough power, so as not to break through. Seeing this, Qilin asked with a puzzled face, "Why are you suppressing it?" Gu Li panted slightly and explained seriously, "Breakthrough too fast, the foundation is unstable, and it is not good for the body." Qilin curled his lips and muttered, "What a strange human being." At this time, Jiuying said with a tired face, "I will sleep for a while next, you can find him if you have anything." In order to help Qilin break the seal, he almost exhausted all his spiritual power, and now he urgently needs to find time to recover. Gu Li thought for a moment and said, "You go to the Chaos Ring, there are a lot of pills in it, take whatever you want." Jiuying's mouth corners slightly raised. "Of course I won't be polite to you." Gu Li nodded, raised his hand and waved. A soft light flashed, and then Jiuying was put into the Chaos Ring. Qilin looked at Gu Li, his expression became serious. "Since you helped me break the seal, I will do what I say, you make a contract with me." Gu Li signed a temporary contract with him neatly without any hesitation. The light flashed, and the contract took effect. Gu Li suddenly remembered something and asked, "What happened to those young men when you brought us in?" Qilin answered casually, "They have left." Gu Li nodded slightly. "Okay, then you can take me back to the back mountain, and then you can recover your cultivation in the Chaos Ring." "Okay." Qilin flashed and took Gu Li and Mu Yunqi back to the area behind the Wanxiang Pavilion. Gu Li stretched out her hand and waved lightly, and Qilin turned into a stream of light, and was received by her in the space. Mu Yunqi looked at Gu Li and asked, "What should we say next?" Gu Li's eyes were firm, and he said in an orderly manner, "We will just walk around normally, and when Xiao Tangtang puts all the runes in place, we will detonate." Mu Yunqi sighed softly and smiled. "I feel sad for the disciples of Wanxiang Pavilion." Gu Li just smiled lightly when he heard Mu Yunqi's sigh, and didn't say anything. He saw Gu Li, and Mu Yunqi calmly walked out of the forbidden area that has always been regarded as a dangerous place. Elder Xiafeng couldn't help but blurt out, "How is it possible?" The clothes of the two disciples were torn and tattered, and there were a lot of blood stains on them. It seemed that they were just injured, but they came out safely. The leader of the Ling Pavilion stared at Gu Li and Mu Yunqi and asked, "What's inside?" This forbidden area has always been a mysterious place in the sect, and even he knows very little about the situation inside. Elder Xiafeng frowned slightly and answered solemnly, "It's not very clear, we haven't gone in to check." For many years, the forbidden area has been filled with an unknown dangerous atmosphere. Even strong people like them dare not step in easily, for fear of encountering accidents, so the sect is at a loss about the specific situation in the forbidden area. When the Ling Pavilion master heard this, he was shocked. How did these two juniors get out alive in the forbidden area that even the Supreme Elder was afraid of? At the same time, Elder Emolan also noticed that the dangerous atmosphere in the forbidden area that had always made people nervous had quietly disappeared. He was full of doubts. Did they get something? They could change the atmosphere of the forbidden area and escape unscathed. Maybe they had some amazing gains in it. Elder Mu Song twisted his beard and said calmly, "When they come out, we will know after questioning them." At this time, Gu Li and Mu Yunqi did not take the initiative to find the disciples who participated in the trial, but pretended to be nonchalant and wandered around aimlessly in the back mountain. Their steps seemed leisurely, but their eyes occasionally glanced at the ground. To outsiders, they were following the rules of the trial, looking for those weak disciples to eliminate them. However, only the two of them knew that they were just quietly waiting for the little vines underground to place the runes. Mu Yunqi followed Gu Li for a stroll, lowered her voice, approached Gu Li and asked, "Do you need to tell those little brothers you recruited before?" Gu Li looked cold and responded without hesitation, "No, it's up to them whether they live or die." Not long after, Gu Li heard the news from Xiao Tangtang, "Master, the placement is complete, all the runes are underground, and they are distributed at key nodes according to your instructions." Gu Li nodded slightly, and a trace of cruelty flashed in his eyes. "Well, detonate them all." Xiao Tangtang seemed a little worried, and hurriedly reminded, "Then I activated it, Master, you should pay attention to protection." Gu Li responded calmly, "Okay." With the permission of the Master, Xiao Tangtang quickly input his own pure spiritual power into the bursting runes through the vines buried deep underground. The spiritual power flowed along the vine veins and injected into the runes as accurately as water. Under the stimulation of the spiritual power, the runes began to flash strange and dangerous light. In the back mountain, the disciples who participated in the trial were still concentrating on their respective challenges, unaware that a huge change was about to happen. After a while, some disciples with sharp ears heard a faint sound and couldn't help but ask in confusion, "What sound?" Their tone was full of uneasiness. After another disciple carefully identified it, his face changed slightly. It seems to come from underground. Chapter 503. The sound was subtle at first, but it seemed to carry a dull force that was gradually increasing. Bang! A muffled sound, like thunder from the ground, broke the tranquility of the back mountain. Before they could find the specific source of the sound, the ground under their feet suddenly trembled violently, followed by a powerful energy fluctuation that was so powerful that it made people's hearts palpitate. The fluctuation was like a surging sea wave, one after another, impacting everyone's perception. Then, a deafening explosion came with a bang, and the sound seemed to shatter the whole world. The disciples of Wanxiang Pavilion turned their heads in horror and watched the entire back mountain being swallowed by a powerful force in an instant. The smoke and fire that rose into the sky gathered together to form a huge mushroom cloud. The hot air waves spread wildly around the explosion point, and wherever it went, trees were uprooted and boulders were crushed into powder. Many disciples had no time to react before they were hit by the terrifying residual force. They flew backwards, like a kite with a broken string, and fainted. Some disciples with higher cultivation bases, even if they barely held up their spiritual shields, were shaky under this devastating force, with fear and despair written all over their faces. The power of this explosion far exceeded everyone's imagination, and the entire Wanxiang Pavilion area was in turmoil. The buildings in the distance cracked in the vibration, and tiles fell with a crackling sound. The water in the lake was shaken to raise huge waves several feet high, and water splashed everywhere. Even the sky seemed to be torn open by this force, and the wind and clouds changed color. On the towering observation deck of the Wanxiang Pavilion, the three supreme elders, who were originally watching indifferently to see if there were any good seedlings, were leisurely sipping spiritual tea, and their eyes casually swept among the disciples who were undergoing the trial. However, when the huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky, accompanied by a deafening explosion, their faces changed drastically. The teacup in Elder Schwamping's hand fell with a click and shattered. He stood up like an arrow and shouted loudly, "What's going on?" The Ling Pavilion Master was also frightened by the sudden explosion, and his face turned pale. His lips trembled slightly, and he couldn't say a complete sentence for a while. What on earth is? Elder Muzong frowned and said decisively, "Go and see." Although some disciples had to be eliminated, such a large-scale casualties were obviously unexpected and unacceptable to them. Near the center of the explosion, Guli and Mu Yunqi quickly put on a half-step super god defense array before the explosion. The defense array flashed with a faint blue light, like a solid shield that tightly protected them. Even so, when the overwhelming impact came, they still felt as if they were hit by a mountain. The defense array trembled violently under the powerful impact, and the light flickered. It only lasted for a moment before it was directly shattered with a bang, turning into countless lights and dissipating in the air. And the two of them, like two fragile leaves, were ruthlessly thrown away by this force, and then instantly buried by the collapsed earth and rocks. After an unknown amount of time, Mu Yunqi struggled to push away the thick mud on her face, and couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "Does this count as killing 1,000 enemies and injuring 800 of our own?" At this moment, she only felt that her internal organs seemed to have shifted, and every breath was accompanied by a burst of severe pain. They were blown up like this even though they made timely defenses, not to mention those disciples who were not prepared at all. Thinking of this, Mu Yunqi sighed in her heart. Guli also looked embarrassed. She panted and said helplessly, "It's really a bit of a loss. I thought this defense formation could hold out for a while." Mu Yunqi looked around and said, "Let's wait here for them to find us. I don't want to move." Guli nodded, took out a healing pill from the space, took it without hesitation, and said weakly, "Well, I don't want to move either. Let's recover some strength first." At this time, the Qilin in the Chaos Ring saw the tragic scene of the outside world being razed to the ground through the Chaos Ring's slight connection with the outside world. He couldn't help but complain, "Do you really want to make yourself like this? I can flatten this place with one move, and I don't have to suffer this." Guli rolled his eyes at Qilin and said unhappily, "Won't you be exposed if you go out? Once exposed, I don't know how much trouble it will cause." Qilin snorted nonchalantly, raised his head, and said proudly, "Humph, who can beat me in this continent?" Guli shook his head helplessly, and continued, "No matter how strong you are, your cultivation here is suppressed to the first level of super beast. If you really encounter any situation, you may not be able to escape unscathed." Qilin was speechless, opened his mouth, but had nothing to say, and could only curse the way of heaven in the Chaos Ring for creating such a broken restriction, which made him have a strong strength, but could not display it. Not long after, Elder Mo Lan, Master Ling and Elder Mu Song hurried here to check the situation. When they saw a huge deep pit blown out of the entire back mountain, they all gasped. The deep pit was like a hideous wound on the earth, the surrounding land was charred, and there were wisps of black smoke, a mess. Several elders quickly spread their mental power, and carefully searched for survivors. After a search, they found that only 20 or so people were still alive. After learning this result, the faces of several people became more and more ugly, as if shrouded by a layer of haze. Elder Mo Lan was anxious and shouted at the disciples who were standing aside, "What are you doing? Go and rescue the people." The Ling Pavilion Master was also completely stunned by the scene. After hearing Elder Mo Lan's words, he came to his senses, as if he had just woken up from a dream, and hurriedly went to find other disciples to rescue people. Guli was keenly aware of someone approaching, and whispered to Mu Yunqi, "Someone is coming, faint." Hearing this, Mu Yunqi understood, and without even blinking, she closed her eyes directly, and at the same time skillfully mobilized her spiritual power, making the spiritual power in her body chaotic, pretending to be seriously injured and unconscious. Elder Mu Song hurried over, his eyes quickly swept through the mess, and soon saw two figures lying on the ground. When he got closer, he saw that the two people were charred all over, as if they had been burned by a raging fire. Their clothes were torn, and their skin was also a terrifying black color, almost unrecognizable. Their breath was weak, like a candle in the wind, as if it would go out in the next second. Chapter 504. Elder Imolan also walked over quickly, and looked at the two people with a solemn expression. He frowned slightly, and said firmly, "They can't die now. They should know something." After all, judging from the timeline, they had just come out of the forbidden area not long ago, and such a large-scale explosion occurred in the back mountain. This kind of coincidence is really hard not to be suspicious. Elder Imolan had a faint intuition in his heart that all this must be related to the things in the forbidden area. After being fed the elixir, Guli and Muyunchi's eyelids trembled slowly, and they opened their eyes with difficulty. Their eyes were full of fatigue and weakness, and they looked like they were seriously injured and had not recovered. Guli's body seemed to be pressed by heavy stones. Every time she moved, she was in unbearable pain. She took a lot of effort to sit up with difficulty, and then she coughed violently. Cough, cough, cough. What happened? The voice was hoarse and weak, as if it would dissipate at any time. Elder Imolan stared at Guli with a sharp gaze, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. "You don't know?" Guli tried to stay strong, shook his head slightly, and said with an unstable breath, "Disciple doesn't know." Elder Mood Song also stepped forward and asked with some inquiry, "What happened to you in the forbidden area?" Guli paused, and her thoughts returned to the thrilling scene in the forbidden area, and slowly said, "The sealed Qilin." At this moment, Qilin's powerful voice suddenly sounded in her mind. "Didn't you say that you would not let me be exposed?" Guli responded silently in her heart, but remained calm on the surface. "I didn't expose your position." Hearing this, everyone present was shocked and widened their eyes, with disbelief written on their faces. Elder Xianfeng was so shocked that he took a step forward, and his voice unconsciously rose. "Are you talking about the ancient auspicious beast Qilin?" Guli nodded gently and said affirmatively, "Yes." Elder Imolan glanced at the disciples, who were busy rescuing around him, his face solemn, and said in a deep voice, "Take them back first." So Guli and Muyunchi were like two lambs to be slaughtered, carried by the other two elders, and staggered all the way to a yard. As soon as they arrived, the two were thrown to the ground mercilessly, and the dust flew. Guli felt that all the bones in her body were about to fall apart, and the pain in her body came like a surging tide. She gritted her teeth, endured the pain, and sat up, cursing these elders in her heart. Elder Xianfeng frowned and said unhappily, "Stand and talk." Muyunchi looked aggrieved. "Several great elders, we can't stand up." Elder Mullen waved his hand, looking a little impatient. "No need to talk about so many rules, sit on the chair. The most urgent thing now is to figure out what happened in the back mountain. These two people are injured, so just sit down." When Guli and the others heard this, they seemed to have received a special pardon, and they didn't care about much, and just limped and sat on the stone bench beside them. Elder Musang couldn't wait to ask, "What's the matter with the Qilin you mentioned?" Guli took a deep breath and began to tell the story. "We accidentally entered the forbidden area. The forbidden area was like a huge maze. We walked for a long time, but couldn't get out. As a result, we accidentally saw the sealed Qilin breaking the seal. When it broke through the seal, the powerful force surged like a tidal wave. The two of us were stunned. When we woke up, there was no trace of the Qilin." Elder Xianfeng was still a little skeptical and asked, "Are you telling the truth?" Muyunchi nodded quickly, with a sincere face. "What the disciple said is true. If you don't believe it, you can go there and take a look. Not long after a while, there must be the breath of Qilin there." The three elders looked at each other, and saw the surprise in each other's eyes that was difficult to hide. The Qilin beast is an ancient auspicious beast. If it can be contracted, then when fighting against the divine spirit sect, the sect will have another powerful person at the peak of the super spirit realm. Elder Mood Song remembered something and asked, "What about the explosion in the back mountain?" Gu Li's heart tightened, but he pretended to be calm. "Do you elders suspect we did it?" Elder Xian Feng snorted coldly. "What a coincidence." Gu Li said neither humbly nor arrogantly, "You elders should be able to see our cultivation. With our cultivation, we can't do it." Elder Imolan waved his hand, as if he had made a decision. "Okay, you go back and have a good rest. From now on, you two are our three disciples." Gu Li and Muyunchi's eyes flashed with surprise. They stood up, but did not kneel down. Instead, they stood and saluted. "Disciple greets the three masters." Elder Imolan was so focused on checking the situation in the forbidden area in the back mountain that he did not notice these details. He waved his hand. "Retreat." Gu Li and Muyunchi said in unison, "Disciple, I'm leaving." Then the two supported each other and limped away. After returning to the dormitory, as soon as the door was closed, Gu Li and Muyunchi seemed to be released from some kind of confinement and instantly became lively again. Mu Yunqi quickly took out a delicate little jade bottle from the storage bag, poured out the faintly fluorescent pills inside, and put them into her mouth one by one, while she spoke vaguely. We directly worship three masters. This is a bit wrong. Gu Li sat on the bed, picked up a fruit and took a bite. The juice splashed out. She shrugged nonchalantly. Indeed, but it doesn't matter. Take it one step at a time. At most I can just run away. Although Jiuying fell into a deep sleep, now, with the strong backing of Qilin, it is not difficult to escape. The two did not intend to dwell too much on this issue. After all, there is something more important at the moment, healing. After a little tidying up, they entered the chaos ring together for retreat. The two sat cross-legged, surrounded by spiritual energy, and devoted themselves to repairing their injuries. On the other side, after they left, the three supreme elders, Mo Lan, Mu Song and Xian Feng, rushed to the forbidden area in the back mountain without stopping. As soon as Elder Xian Feng stepped into the forbidden area, he raised his hand and grabbed in the air, his expression solemn, and said in a deep voice, "There is indeed a strong aura here, but I am not sure if it is a Qilin. After all, Qilin is an ancient auspicious beast, and none of them have ever seen it with their own eyes. It is really difficult to determine it based on the aura alone." Elder Mu Song nodded slightly and added, "Those two disciples should not have the courage to lie. I just explored their meridians in their bodies, and there is indeed a residual aura here." Elder Mo Lan frowned and thought for a moment, then condensed a spiritual power transmission note on his fingertips, and quickly sent a message to the master of the spirit pavilion. "The three of us have some things to do. If we haven't returned by then, arrange for Gu Li and Mu Yunqi to enter the small world." Chapter 505. After arranging everything, the three of them went to look for the traces of Qilin. The next morning, the morning light had just sprinkled into the house, and Gu Li was still immersed in the state of cultivation when she received the news from Su Yun. She looked at the gleaming sound transmission note in her hand and murmured, "The small world of Songju." There was a bit of doubt and curiosity in her voice. Mu Yunqi was sorting out the spiritual materials for cultivation. Hearing this, she stopped what she was doing and asked, "Will they be in danger if they go in?" The small world sounded mysterious, and she was a little worried when she thought of the possibility of danger. Gu Li stood up, frowned slightly, and revealed a firm look in his eyes. "The divine spirit sect must have a quota. Let's go back." That unknown small world was full of too many uncertainties, and she was worried about Su Yun and the others. "Okay." Mu Yunqi responded without hesitation. She always trusted Gu Li's decision. Just as the two were about to leave, a sound transmission note came again. It turned out that it was the Ling Pavilion Master who wanted to see them. Mu Yunqi frowned, with a look of disgust on her face. Why does he want to see us? She didn't have a good impression of this Ling Pavilion Master. All the previous encounters made her feel that this person was particularly disgusting, and he exuded an uncomfortable aura. Gu Li shrugged and said helplessly, "Go and see, and you will know." When they arrived at the Ling Pavilion Master's bedroom, they found that this time was not like the last time. The Ling Pavilion Master sat on the main seat with a faint smile on his face. When he saw them come in, he raised his hand and took out 2 space rings and handed them to them. "This is the cultivation resources for you too." Gu Li took a step forward, took it with both hands, and said respectfully, "Thank you, Pavilion Master." But he was secretly speculating in his heart that it must not be that simple for Pavilion Master Ling to suddenly give him cultivation resources. Pavilion Master Ling nodded slightly, and his expression became serious. "1 year later, I will let you enter the Songju small world to find your opportunities, but at the same time, I will also give you tasks." Hearing this, Gu Li and Mu Yunqi were both happy in their hearts. It seemed that they didn't need to occupy the quota of the Shenling sect. Mu Yunqi asked first, "Pavilion Master, what is a small world?" Pavilion Master Ling waved his hand and kept it a secret. "I will tell you these when the time comes." Gu Li also asked, "Then what should we do?" A trace of ruthlessness flashed in Pavilion Master Ling's eyes. "When the time comes, the disciples of the Shenling sect will also enter, and you go to kill the talented disciples of the younger generation of the Shenling sect here." Gu Li's heart clicked and thought to himself, "Dog thing, I know it's not a good thing." But she asked, "Why?" The Ling Pavilion Master's face darkened, and his tone was cold. "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask." Gu Li hurriedly lowered her head and pretended to be submissive. "Yes." The Ling Pavilion Master seemed to be still uneasy, and added, "In addition, you also need to swear a hard demon oath to always stand on the side of Wanxiang Pavilion." Gu Li didn't think about it, and blurted out, "I, Gu Li, swear that I will always stand with Wanxiang Pavilion. If I violate it, I will be struck by thunder for 1 hour." Mu Yunqi followed closely, and said loudly, "I, Mu Yunqi, swear that I will always stand with Wanxiang Pavilion. If I violate it, I will be struck by thunder for 1 hour. Seeing that they swore so straightforwardly, the Ling Pavilion master nodded with satisfaction. You can go back. Disciple, take your leave. After the two of them bowed, they turned around and walked out of the palace. After leaving the palace and making sure that the master of the Spirit Pavilion could not hear their voices, the two looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. They had been struck by thunder for so long and didn't die. What could a mere 1 hour thunder do to them? After successfully obtaining the precious quota to enter the small world, Gu Li and Mu Yunqi discussed and decided not to return to the spirit sect, but to practice in seclusion. Time flew, and 3 months passed in a flash before they ended their seclusion and stepped out of the Wanxiang Pavilion. After carefully disguising themselves, taking the yin pill to change their appearance, and changing into a low-key but capable outfit, they went to a quiet courtyard agreed in advance. As soon as they stepped into the courtyard, before they had time to take a good look at the surrounding environment, a fierce spiritual power attacked Gu Li like lightning. Gu Li was not panicked, but the corner of her mouth curled up, which was the confidence and calmness in her own strength. She threw a punch with a whistling fist, directly smashing the spiritual attack into pieces, and then her figure flashed, like a ghost, attacking the attacker. For a while, the yard was full of spiritual power, and the two of them fought back and forth, and the atmosphere of fighting spread. A quarter of an hour later, the battle finally came to an end. Stop fighting, I'm kidding you. Lin Yuchen shouted at the top of his voice full of begging for mercy. Gu Li and Mu Yunqi stopped their actions, and released Lin Yuchen, who was restrained. Gu Li had a teasing smile on his face. Not bad, it took you so long to beg for mercy. Lin Yuchen got up from the ground with a dusty face, patting the footprints on his body, and muttered, You guys are too cruel. Sui Yun on the side couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha ha. You didn't get beaten for attacking Han. Why did you mess with Ali and Yunqi? Shi Zihan leaned on the side with his arms crossed and said coldly, No, I will beat him too. Lin Yuchen looked aggrieved and complained loudly, You all bullied me. Feng Wuhan shook his head helplessly. You asked for a fight. Lin Yuchen snorted lightly and pretended to be generous. Humph. The adults don't care about the villain's mistakes. Gu Li looked at the familiar companions in front of him and asked, Why are you here? Shi Zihan frowned slightly and asked, Are you going to the small world as well? Gu Li raised the corner of his mouth and nodded. Hearing Gu Li's answer, Lin Yuchen instantly became excited and shouted, Great, we can finally fight side by side again. Mu Yunqi's eyes were full of curiosity. She looked at everyone and asked, I'm curious, what status have you all achieved? Sui Yun's mouth corner slightly raised, waved his hand and said, It's nothing, I just accidentally revealed my talent for refining weapons, and became the last disciple of the Supreme Elder. In the words, it seemed to be understated, but the flashing light in his eyes betrayed his inner pride. When Lin Yuchen heard it, he immediately straightened his back, his face was full of pride, and he rushed to say, Me too. Shi Zihan just said lightly, his expression was calm and unperturbed. Feng Wuhan frowned slightly. I'm almost there, but I'm worried that we will be exposed. As he said, after all, several major forces suddenly had 2 disciples with excellent talents, and they were all recruited through special recruitment. Such a coincidence is too eye-catching, and it is difficult not to be suspected. Chapter 506. After hearing this, Gu Li looked calm. It's okay. They know that we are from the lower world, and will not suspect the Divine Spirit sect. Besides, we have chosen the forces with the strongest professional talents in each of our professions. Even if we are found to know each other, it is reasonable. Lin Yuchen frowned slightly. A trace of confusion appeared on his face, and asked with a little helplessness in his tone, There is still half a year, where are we going? Ali notified them to come out. It should not be as simple as a simple meeting. Gu Li raised his head slightly, his eyes were firm and calm, and he said in an orderly manner, Go back to the Divine Spirit sect and recognize the face. Sui Yun was puzzled, tilted his head slightly, and asked in confusion, What face do you recognize? Mu Yunqi sighed softly and explained, The task we received is to assassinate the Tianju of the Divine Spirit sect in the small world. Lin Yuchen frowned, a disgusted expression appeared on his face, and he couldn't help cursing, It's disgusting. Thinking of assassinating the Tianju of the Divine Spirit sect, his heart was full of resistance. Feng Wuhan narrowed his eyes slightly. A sharp light flashed in his eyes, and asked calmly, So you want to go in and unite with the geniuses of the Divine Spirit sect to kill the genius disciples of several major forces? He seemed to have guessed Gu Li's plan, and his eyes revealed a hint of expectation. Gu Li nodded gently, with a confident smile on his face, and said, "I have already told Xing Huixiao that he will come to take us back later." Shi Zihan crossed his arms in front of his chest, with a disdainful expression on his face, and snorted coldly, "I have disliked those people for a long time." Obviously, he had no good feelings towards the talented disciples of the major forces. Mu Yunqi frowned slightly, revealing a trace of worry in her eyes, and asked, "Where are Gu Yi and Gu Er?" She remembered that Gu Yi went to the Nine Demons Palace with Ah Han, and Gu Er went to the Tianxian sect with Ah Hin, but now she didn't see them, and she couldn't help but worry. Shi Zihan explained, Gu Yi was favored by the palace master, and he was teaching him the cultivation method. Feng Wuhan nodded slightly, revealing a trace of worry in his eyes, and said, Gu Er accepted the task of assassinating the disciples of the Divine Spirit sect, and has not returned yet. Sui Yun was full of surprise, his mouth slightly opened, and asked in disbelief, "Assassinate the disciples of the Divine Spirit sect? Why did he accept this?" He was very puzzled by Gu Er's behavior, and didn't understand why Gu Er accepted this task. Feng Wuhan shook his head slightly and explained, he said he had nothing to do, so he pretended to assassinate the disciples of the Spirit sect, but in fact, he joined forces with other shadow guards to kill the geniuses of other forces. Gu Li frowned slightly, with a trace of worry in his eyes, and asked, "Are the two of them going to the small world?" Shi Zihan shook his head slightly, and said, "He wants to retreat." Feng Wuhan also shook his head slightly and said, "The quota was not given to him." Not long after, a slight gust of wind came, and Xing Huixiao's figure rushed like lightning and landed steadily in front of him. He was dressed in a black suit, and his clothes fluttered gently in the wind. There was no extra expression on his cold face, only his deep eyes flashed with sharp light. "Sorry to have kept you waiting for a long time," Xing Huixiao said respectfully. Everyone stood up, and after a brief greeting with Xing Huixiao, they began a new round of disguise. After everything was ready, they followed Xing Huixiao and headed towards the Shenling sect in the central area at the fastest speed. As they got closer and closer to the Shenling sect, the air seemed to be filled with a tense atmosphere. Finally, after a long and tense journey, they arrived at the foot of the mountain of the Shenling sect. The towering sect building looked particularly solemn and majestic under the sunlight. Xing Huixiao walked in front with steady steps, followed by 5 figures wearing black cloaks and masks. As soon as the group stepped into the sect of the Shenling sect, they instantly attracted the attention of many sect disciples. At this time, most of the disciples in the sect wore uniform sect costumes with elegant colors and regular styles. Against such a background, their 5 mysterious figures looked particularly abrupt and conspicuous. What's more, the eldest brother Xing Huixiao, who usually has a high prestige and is highly respected in the sect, is actually very respectful at this moment, leading the way for them personally, which makes everyone's curiosity reach its peak. Countless eyes are cast on them, full of doubts and speculations. Xing Huixiao didn't seem to care about the eyes around him, but just focused on leading them forward. Not long after, he cast a spell and took everyone to the top floor of the tallest building in the sect. The building is magnificent and stands in the center of the sect, highlighting its special status. At the entrance of the top floor, there are exquisite runes carved, emitting a faint light, as if telling the extraordinary here. Everyone walked into the room, only to see that the interior was decorated in a simple and solemn manner. 5 Taoist immortal-like old men were sitting on the main seat. Although their faces were old, their eyes revealed a kind of majesty and wisdom that had been precipitated over the years. Next to them, there were dozens of elders sitting, all with solemn expressions, quietly watching the people coming in. Sui Yun was shocked when he saw the scene, and couldn't help but whispered, "Oh my god, is this going to be a 3-court trial?" Although the voice was small, it was still clearly audible in this quiet room. Xing Huixiao took a few steps forward, saluted respectfully to the 5 elders in the main seat, and said loudly and clearly, "Grand Elder, the person has been brought back." His posture was upright and his attitude was humble, showing his respect for the several Grand Elders. One of the old men in a green robe nodded slightly, his eyes swept across the people in front of him like lightning, and slowly asked, "Are you the disciples accepted by the old master?" His voice was not loud, but it was full of unquestionable majesty. Gu Li took a step forward, his posture was upright, and he said neither servile nor arrogant, "Disciple greets all the elders." His voice was steady and firm, and there was no fear in his eyes. Mu Yunqi and the others followed suit, saluted in unison, and said in unison, "Disciples greet the elders." The voices were crisp and powerful, echoing in the room. An old man in a white robe smiled with satisfaction, and said repeatedly, "Well, well, you have worked hard to bring back the inheritance." There was a hint of satisfaction in his words, as if he recognized their performance. This statement was like an order, and the leader of the Shinling sect and the elders stood up, saluted them, and said in unison, "Meet the 6 young ancestors." The voices were uniform, and resounded throughout the room. Chapter 507. Gu Li's mouth twitched slightly when he saw this scene. He felt helpless and said quickly, "It doesn't have to be like this." There was a hint of embarrassment in his voice, and he was obviously not used to such a title and courtesy. Elder Lichuan leaned forward slightly, glanced at Gu Li and others gently, and slowly said, "Hu Xiao has already told us about your affairs." Gu Li nodded slightly. "When will you take us to meet the disciples who entered the small world?" Elder Ling Yan stroked his beard lightly, with a faint smile on his face, and said slowly, "Don't worry, I will give them your portraits when the time comes." Mu Yunqi frowned slightly. A trace of doubt flashed in her eyes, and she couldn't help asking, "What is this?" She originally thought it would be a direct meeting with the geniuses who entered the small world, making such a big scene, but she didn't expect it to be such an arrangement, and she couldn't help but feel puzzled. Elder Yunxian raised his head slightly, his eyes revealed a hint of majesty, and said in a calm but unquestionable tone, "The main thing is to let everyone know your identity, and secondly, your cultivation is too weak." Su Yan heard this, and suddenly felt dissatisfied, and couldn't help muttering, "Who said we are weak?" Elder Lingji seemed to see Su Yan's thoughts, sighed slightly, and his tone was much softer. He patiently explained, "You have ascended from the lower realm and are already very strong here, but there will be geniuses from various forces entering the small world, and your current cultivation is still a little bit short." Shi Zihan narrowed his eyes slightly, quickly grasped the key point, and asked, "So you want us to practice in the sect?" Elder Canyue nodded slightly, without much expression on his face. "Yes." Elder Lingji waved his hand slightly, with a calm look on his face, and said slowly, "Okay, we have met, you can go back first." "Yes." Gu Li and others responded in unison, then turned around respectfully and filed out. When everyone left the room, Elder Lichuan raised his hand slightly, a glimmer flashed in his eyes, and waved gently. In an instant, a mysterious light flashed, and their figures disappeared instantly. When everyone appeared again, they couldn't help but marvel at the scene in front of them. They came to a waterfall that seemed to have no end. The huge water flow poured down from a high place, making a deafening roar. The mist stirred up by the waterfall filled the air, forming a thin veil, like a dream. The spiritual energy here is extremely rich, much more abundant than the outside world, as if every breath can inhale a full of spiritual energy, making people feel refreshed. Above the waterfall, there is a huge stone suspended every few hundred meters. These stones are of different shapes, and the surface emits a faint light, as if it contains mysterious power. Feng Wuhan frowned slightly, with a hint of doubt in his eyes, and couldn't help asking, "What is this for?" Elder Ling Yan raised his head slightly, revealing a hint of pride in his eyes, and slowly explained, "This is Haotian Waterfall. The water contains rich spiritual energy. You can practice here. The pressure of the waterfall will oppress your body, prompting you to absorb spiritual energy more attentively, so that the speed of absorbing spiritual energy will be faster." After hearing what Elder Ling Yan said, everyone showed an expression of sudden enlightenment, with excitement flashing in their eyes. Gu Li narrowed her eyes slightly, with a light of determination and challenge in her eyes, and looked up at the majestic waterfall, and the huge stone suspended on the waterfall. She took a deep breath, mobilized the spiritual power in her body, bent her legs slightly, and then suddenly exerted force, with a neat jump, rushing into the waterfall like a black lightning. In an instant, the roaring sound of the water suddenly increased, and the impact of the waterfall was like an invisible giant wall, hitting Gu Li fiercely. Her body shook violently in the water, and the surrounding water seemed to turn into countless powerful arms, pulling her desperately. The next second, a figure flew out of the waterfall like a meteor, at an extremely fast speed. Mu Yunqi had always been paying attention to Gu Li's situation. Seeing this, her eyes tightened, and she flew forward without hesitation. Her body drew a graceful arc in the air, and steadily caught Gu Li's falling body. Gu Li lay in Mu Yunqi's arms, her face slightly pale, her chest heaving violently. She slowed down her breath, and said with a hint of surprise in her voice, "What a strong impact." She bit her lips slightly, her eyes revealed a trace of thought, and continued, "Although I didn't go all out, I also used 50% of my spiritual power, but I was knocked away before I even got close to the first stone." Su Yun saw that although Gu Li's attempt was unsuccessful, he also saw a glimmer of hope. His eyes suddenly flashed, and he shouted excitedly, "Let me try." As soon as he finished speaking, he flashed and flew towards the waterfall like a gust of wind. When he approached the waterfall, he did not dare to be careless at all. He immediately activated the spiritual power of his whole body, and a faint halo lingered around him, as if he was wearing a layer of solid armor, trying to resist the powerful impact of the waterfall. His eyes were fixed on the first stone on the waterfall, with a firm and persistent look. With the support of spiritual power, Sui-Yun moved forward in the waterfall with difficulty, and every step seemed to be a fierce fight with the power of nature. Finally, after some efforts, he successfully stood on the first stone. Just as a smile of joy appeared on his face, before he had time to celebrate this short victory, a stronger stream of water attacked like a beast, and instantly rushed him out. Sui-Yun's body drew an arc in the air, and slammed heavily into the pool below, splashing huge water. After a while, he poked his head out of the water in a panic, his hair stuck to his face, and he kept spitting water from his mouth. He shouted to Mu Yunqi with a wronged look, "Yunqi, why don't you catch me?" Mu Yunqi raised the corner of her mouth slightly and teased, "You are thick-skinned, you don't need to catch it." Gu Li looked at Sui-Yun's attempt and thought about the technique in her heart. "I try again." This time, Gu Li released all her spiritual power without reservation, and the spiritual power in her body surged like a surging river. She mustered up her courage and rushed into the waterfall again. This time, she successfully resisted the impact of the waterfall, and stood firmly on the stone. However, her body kept shaking under the impact of the water flow, as if it would be swept away by the water flow at any time. Chapter 508. Gu Li took a deep breath, and tried to calm herself down. She concentrated and circulated her spiritual power to resist most of the impact. Slowly, her body stopped shaking. Then she sat down slowly, adjusted her posture, and entered the state of cultivation. Sui-Yun couldn't help but ask, "She sat down so easily?" Lin Yuchen narrowed his eyes slightly. His eyes fell on the figure who had just sat down, and said with a little confidence and eagerness in his tone, "It doesn't look like a difficult thing." As he spoke, he circulated his spiritual power. The spiritual power lingered around him, emitting a faint light, and the whole person's momentum increased instantly. Then, he rushed up suddenly, but, as expected by everyone, as soon as he touched the power of the waterfall, he was swept down by a strong impact and fell into the water in a mess. Seeing this, Mu Yunqi raised her lips slightly, revealing a teasing smile, and said with a sigh, "TSK, it really doesn't seem difficult at all." Having said that, she did not underestimate the power of this waterfall in her heart. She carefully recalled Gu Li's previous actions, and mobilized all her spiritual power. The spiritual power formed a barrier in front of her like a substance to block the impact of the waterfall. She took a deep breath, took a step forward, stood steadily on the stone slab above the waterfall, and then slowly sat down next to Gu Li, her expression calm and focused. Shi Zihan and Feng Wuhan looked at each other, and a trace of determination flashed in their eyes. They also mobilized most of their spiritual power, and the spiritual power flowed rapidly around their bodies, forming a solid layer of protection. The two of them stepped out at the same time. With their own strength and exquisite control of spiritual power, they successfully stood on it at once, found a place to sit on the stone slab, and began to adapt to the environment here. Sui-Yun looked at the few people who had successfully stood on it, and shouted loudly, "I'm here too!" As soon as the voice fell, he rushed up like an arrow from a bow, and the spiritual power around him surged wildly, trying to break through the obstruction of the waterfall. In the distance, several elders quietly observed all this. Elder Lai Chuan looked at the 6 people who were sitting there and practicing, with an admiring look on his face. He nodded slightly and said slowly, "Not bad, I didn't expect them to start practicing on the first stone slab so soon. They are indeed the disciples of the old master, and they are gifted." Elder Yunxian frowned slightly, revealing a trace of worry in his eyes, and said, "Go back first. This small world is full of dangers. Remember to give them more life-saving magic weapons when the time comes." After a pause, he added, "They are the disciples of the old master. No matter what, they can't be allowed to perish in this small world. In the past 6 months, they have taken root here, and have never taken a step out of this place. They are immersed in the arduous practice, and continue to climb up along the road to power. As the days go by, everyone has made remarkable breakthroughs in this practice. On the 3rd day of Gu Li's journey of practice, he broke through the shackles of the first level like a sword breaking through the clouds. Mu Yunqi, Sui-Yun, and Lin Yuchen were not willing to lag behind, and through day after day of practice, they successively reached the peak of the Mahayana realm, and their aura became more and more powerful. Gu Li, Shi Zihan and Feng Wuhan broke through to the early stage of the super spirit realm, and reached a higher level of cultivation. One day, Elder Yunxian came to check on the cultivation results of everyone. Seeing their current cultivation, He was surprised and couldn't help asking, "Your cultivation has improved so quickly." Suyun's mouth corners slightly raised, and he smiled with some confidence and responded, "There is no way, they are born with extraordinary talents, hard work, and a little luck." Elder Ling Yan nodded slightly, his eyes full of recognition. Indeed, their talents are rare among the younger generation. Gu Li looked at the sky, thinking about the small world that was about to open, and stepped forward and said, "Elders, we will say goodbye first." Yesterday, she had received a message from the owner of the Ling Pavilion, and learned that the small world would be opened in a few days, and they must rush there as soon as possible. Elder Lin Ji heard this, and nodded slightly. A flash of light flashed in his hand, and 6 exquisite bracelets appeared in his palm. "These are for you." Lin Yuchen looked puzzled, and asked, "What is this?" Elder San Yue stepped forward and explained patiently, "This is a defensive magic weapon in the Super God stage. These bracelets can withstand attacks within the late stage of the Super Spirit realm, and can even barely withstand a blow from the peak of the Super Spirit realm." Gu Li heard this and frowned slightly, asking, "What are you giving us? Is there a strong man at the peak of the Super Spirit realm entering the small world?" Elder Lin Ji waved his hand and smiled gently. "No, this is just a gift from us to you. We hope to escort you in this small world." Gu Li no longer refused, took the bracelet with both hands, and said respectfully, "Thank you, Grand Elder." After that, he said goodbye to the elder and strode towards the outside of the Shiling sect. After leaving the sect, everyone hurriedly said goodbye at the sect gate and left in different directions. Gu Li and Mu Yunqi walked side by side on the way back to Wanxiang Pavilion, and neither of them spoke much along the way. After returning to Wanxiang Pavilion, as soon as they stepped into the gate of Wanxiang Pavilion, a disciple ran to inform them that the pavilion master had summoned them. The two looked at each other, and walked quickly towards the pavilion master's residence. After pushing open the door, I saw Pavilion Master Ling sitting behind the desk. Pavilion Master Ling raised his head, and swept his eyes over Gu Li and Mu Yunqi, with a surprised expression on his face. "I didn't expect that you two would break through so quickly this time." Gu Li said with a faint smile on his face, "I have been out for half a year, and I am lucky, so I broke through a little faster." Pavilion Master Ling nodded slightly, and his expression became serious. "Well, you will set out to perform the mission tomorrow. Remember the content of your mission, and there must be no mistakes." Gu Li's mouth corners slightly raised, a trace of fierceness flashed in his eyes, and he said confidently, "Pavilion Master, don't worry, I promise, no one will be left. Wanxiang Pavilion, no one will be left." Hearing this, Pavilion Master Ling nodded with satisfaction, and a relieved smile appeared on his face. "Okay, you go back and have a good rest." Gu Li and Mu Yunqi bowed and saluted, then turned around and walked out. The moment the door closed, the two smiled at each other. Seeing that there was no one around, Mu Yunqi opened her red lips and uttered 2 words. "Idiot." Gu Li chuckled. "Oh, we just separated and we are about to meet." Chapter 509. The next morning, when the sky was just turning pale, and there were still a few sparse stars in the sky, Gu Li and Mu Yunqi had packed up and came to the front hall early. When they stepped into the front hall, they found that many people had gathered inside. These people stood together in 2s and 3s, talking in low voices, and the atmosphere seemed a little tense and excited. Seeing these 2 unfamiliar faces, many people's eyes fell on them involuntarily, with curiosity and exploration in their eyes. Gu Li and Mu Yunqi looked at each other, and each saw a trace of calmness in each other's eyes. They did not feel the slightest bit of embarrassment because of these looks, but walked into the hall with their heads held high and their chests held high. Not long after, everyone came together. The front hall became very lively, and the whispers of the disciples came one after another. At this time, the master of the Ling Pavilion walked slowly to the front with a steady pace. The master of the Spiritual Pavilion glanced at everyone and said in a loud voice, "You all know your mission, right?" "Yes." The disciples answered in unison. Their voices were neat and powerful. Gu Li looked at these extremely excited disciples, and thought to himself that it seemed that everyone had been tasked with assassinating the genius of the spiritual sect. The master of the Spiritual Pavilion nodded with satisfaction and said, "Well, let's go." Everyone walked out of the temple door, and saw that a group of agile flying monsters were neatly arranged outside the temple door. These monsters have different shapes, some are majestic, some are agile, and their eyes are shining, as if waiting for the master's instructions. All the disciples flew up. Gu Li and Mu Yunqi walked slowly to the end of the team. They chose a relatively quiet flying monster, and sat on it elegantly. As everyone boarded the flying monster, a loud command sounded, and these flying monsters spread their wings and flew in the same direction. They were extremely fast and disappeared into the sky in a blink of an eye, leaving only long after images. During the flight, a voice came from far away and clearly reached the ears of Gu Li and Mu Yunqi. Are you two the disciples who were specially recruited and moved into Jinyuan? The voice was crisp and pleasant, with a hint of curiosity and inquiry. Gu Li looked up and saw a woman in a white robe flying towards them. She had a beautiful face and a noble temperament, and her eyes revealed a kind of confidence and calmness. Gu Li was slightly stunned and asked, "Who are you?" The woman smiled and said, "You can call me senior sister like them." Gu Li's eyes flashed with surprise, and she said in surprise, "You are senior sister." When she was in Wanxiang Pavilion, she heard the most about the deeds of the senior sister. She didn't expect that she would take the initiative to find them today. Gu Li looked at the senior sister carefully, but found that she couldn't see through her strength at all. She secretly guessed in her heart that she must be above the initial stage of the super spirit realm. The senior sister nodded gently and said, "Yes." Mu Yunqi seemed a little direct and asked, "What do you want to see us for?" The senior sister looked at them firmly and said, "I heard that you two are half-step super god formation masters. I want to cooperate with you." Gu Li frowned slightly, a little confused, and asked, "What can we cooperate on?" The eldest sister said seriously, "Assassinate Fang Xingyuan, the disciple of the master of the Shiling sect." Mu Yunqi raised her eyebrows and said disapprovingly, "Why don't you go?" The eldest sister shook her head, a trace of solemnity appeared on her face, and said, "He is in the late stage of the super spiritual realm, and his strength is very strong. All of us combined cannot beat him, but with the blessing of the formation master, it's hard to say." Gu Li pondered for a moment, weighing the pros and cons in his heart, and then said, "Okay, then you can come to us after entering this small world." After that, she took out a sound transmission note from the space, handed it to the eldest sister, and said, "You can contact us with this." The eldest sister took the sound transmission note, looked at them, and said, "I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation." Gu Li smiled. It must be pleasant. The crowd rode the flying monsters in the air for a while, and finally stopped in a place called Pyowu City. From a distance, this place called a city is completely different from what Gu Li and Mu Yunqi imagined. They thought it would be a prosperous scene with tall buildings and towering city walls, but there were no buildings in front of them, only a vast and empty land. On the ground, the dust was slightly raised, and under the sunlight, it looked a bit desolate. At this time, many forces had gathered in Pyowu City, and the scene was very lively. Almost every force had hundreds of people coming in a mighty manner. They were dressed in clothes of different colors and styles, gathered in groups of 3 or 5, talking in low voices, and their eyes revealed expectations. Each force kept a certain distance between them, as if they were testing each other's strength. Mu Yunqi frowned slightly, revealing a trace of uneasiness in her eyes, and whispered, "Why do I feel something is wrong?" Gu Li narrowed his eyes slightly, his eyes were calm and sharp, and he comforted softly, "It's okay." She actually noticed something strange, and from time to time, there would be eyes falling on them like thorns in the back. But when she looked carefully, she couldn't tell who it was from. At this moment, a majestic breath came, and everyone's eyes were all cast towards the direction of the city gate. It turned out that the people from the Shiling sect had come, and the one walking in front was Fan Yi, the leader of the Shiling sect they had met before. He was wearing a black robe embroidered with golden runes, which flashed a mysterious light under the sunlight. His steps were steady and powerful, and every step seemed to step on the hearts of everyone, making people involuntarily feel awe. As usual, more than 100 people followed behind Fan Yi. They lined up neatly, like well-trained soldiers, with firm eyes and a momentum that should not be underestimated. "So many people are waiting for you, what a grand show." Someone in the crowd couldn't help but speak, with a hint of dissatisfaction and ridicule in his tone. It was an elder of the 9 Nether Demon Palace. Fan Ye's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a contemptuous smile, and said coldly, "It's more grand than you, isn't it right? You?" The man was so angry at Fan Ye's words that his face turned red. Just when he was about to refute, he was pulled by the person next to him. "Okay, the time is almost up." Another voice came from the crowd, interrupting the quarrel that was about to break out. "Damn it, when the day when the Shiling sect falls, I see if you can still be so arrogant." Chapter 510. Fan Ye's eyes seemed to sweep over Gu Li and the others, and there was an elusive meaning in his eyes. Time passed by minute, and everyone waited quietly, and the atmosphere became more and more depressing. After a long time, the originally clear sky was gradually covered by dark clouds. The heavy dark clouds were like a huge black curtain, weighing heavily on everyone's hearts. Then, lightning and thunder flashed, and dazzling lightning streaked through the night sky, accompanied by deafening thunder, as if to tear the world apart. The strong air pressure rushed in, making everyone present almost breathless. Everyone felt stuffy in the chest, and breathing became rapid and difficult. Gu Li frowned slightly. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes, and he murmured, "Thunder tribulation?" When the Ling Pavilion master heard her words, he nodded slightly and explained, "This is not a thunder tribulation, but the Cangju's small world is about to open. The thunder and dark clouds are the signs of the opening of the small world." Mu Yunqi tilted her head slightly, with a trace of curiosity in her eyes, and said softly, "It seems to be different from other small worlds." The Ling Pavilion master said seriously, "The Cangju's small world is indeed different from other small worlds. It is a small world opened up by heaven and earth. It contains endless mysteries and powerful power. It is not easy for the human race to open it. Even some powerful cultivators can't open the small world." Hearing this, Gu Li's eyes suddenly flashed with a glimmer of expectation. The small world opened up by heaven and earth must have many more adventures than the normal small world. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel excited. As time went by, the dark clouds became thicker and thicker, as if they were going to swallow up the entire sky. Suddenly, a crack gradually appeared in the clouds, and a mysterious and powerful aura emanated from the crack, as if attracting everyone. "Go in now," someone shouted. As soon as the voice fell, everyone flew towards the crack. Everyone wanted to seize this rare opportunity to enter the small world of Cangju to find out. The leader of the Ling Pavilion looked at the figures of the crowd and said hurriedly, "You should follow quickly." Gu Li and Mu Yunqi looked at each other, and no longer hesitated, and flew towards the crack. As they got closer and closer to the crack, the pressure they endured became greater and greater. The pressure was like a substance, pressing on them, making it extremely difficult for them to move forward. However, Gu Li and Mu Yunqi gritted their teeth and flew forward with all their strength. Just as they were about to approach the crack, the pressure suddenly turned into a strong suction force, like a huge vortex, sucking everyone in. Gu Li was startled and subconsciously tried to stabilize his body, but found that he could not resist the suction at all. At this moment, the small vine in Gu Li's hand suddenly flashed and turned into a thick and extremely long vine, quickly encircling Gu Li and Mu Yunqi's waists. At the same time, the vine also flexibly bypassed other people, encircling Shi Zihan, Lin Yuchen, Feng Wuhan, and Su Yun. The next moment, everyone was pulled into the Cangju's small world. Everyone only felt a flash of light in front of their eyes, and their bodies spun around. When they came to their senses, they had come to a strange world. The Ling Pavilion master looked at the crack that was gradually closing. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes, and asked, "What is that?" Then he glanced at him. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and said, "If you are curious, you can go in and take a look." The Ling Pavilion master ignored him. If he could go in at his age, he would have gone in long ago. Why would he say such sarcastic things here? A gust of cold wind blew, and Gu Li slowly opened her eyes, and saw a vast expanse of snow in front of her. There was silence all around, only the sound of the wind whistling in her ears. She turned her head and looked around. Several friends were there. In addition, there were several disciples from the Wanxiang Pavilion, and several disciples from the Shilling sect. The little vine quickly retracted the vines on their waists, returned to Gu Li's hands, and turned back into the small vine, lying obediently in Gu Li's palm. Seeing this scene, the people from the Wanxiang Pavilion asked curiously, "Do you know each other? Looking at the clothes of these people, aren't they all from other forces? How could they know each other and protect each other?" Gu Li raised his chin slightly, and said with a smile, "I know him." A disciple from Wanxiang Pavilion stood up, with a hint of contempt in his eyes, and said, "It's just right to deal with these disciples from Shilling sect first." Hearing this, several disciples from Shilling sect almost laughed out loud. Their sect leader had shown them the portraits and names of these people. They were all their ancestors, and it was still unclear who would deal with whom. Gu Li's mouth corner slightly raised, revealing a confident smile, and said, "Okay, let's do it." As soon as the voice fell, Gu Li's spiritual power surged instantly, like an arrow from a bow, and he rushed towards the Wanxiang Pavilion disciple closest to him. Seeing this, the man's pupil shrank suddenly, his face was full of fear, and he subconsciously dodged sideways and stepped back several steps in panic. At the same time, he shouted loudly, "What are you doing? Are you crazy?" Gu Li raised a cold smile at the corner of her mouth. Her eyes showed undisguised murderous intent, and she said coldly, "Of course I will deal with you." As soon as she finished speaking, her figure flashed again, her hands were like lightning, and she attacked the man with a sharp palm wind. The once young pavilion disciple was so angry that his face turned red, but facing Gu Li's attack, he could only grit his teeth and fight back. He quickly condensed his spiritual power and formed a spiritual power shield in front of him, trying to resist Gu Li's attack. The spiritual power of the two people collided fiercely in the air, making bursts of roars, and they fought together in an instant, and the air around them was twisted by the excitement. Seeing that Gu Li had already taken action, Mu Yunqi and others also ignited fighting spirit in their eyes, unwilling to be outdone. They all shouted loudly, mobilized the spiritual power in their bodies, and attacked the once young pavilion disciples around them. For a while, shouts of killing and the collision of spiritual power came one after another. Seeing that the situation was not good, a once young pavilion disciple showed an angry and unbelievable expression on his face, and shouted loudly, "You betrayed once young pavilion." Su Yan heard this, snorted coldly, his eyes were full of disdain, and responded loudly, "I have never been one of you, how can I say betrayal?" At this time, the disciples of the Shiling sect gathered around and said in unison, "Little ancestors, we are here to help you." Hearing the words little ancestors, the faces of the once young pavilion disciples suddenly changed, and one of them shouted in surprise, "Little ancestors? You guys are actually from the Shiling sect." Chapter 511. Lin Yuchen's eyes were cold, and without any hesitation, he shouted, "Die!" The spiritual power in his hand condensed into a sharp blade flashing with cold light, and stabbed fiercely at the once young pavilion disciple. In this fierce battle, Gu Li's side had twice as many people as the other side. Even if the other side was as strong as them, the situation gradually became one-sided due to the absolute advantage in numbers. After a fierce fight, the disciples of once young pavilion gradually couldn't hold on, and their bodies were covered with scars. In the end, with a few screams, they fell to the ground one after another, and died forever in this small world of Songjue, becoming the dead souls in this mysterious world. Little ancestor. The disciples of Shiling sect looked at the six of them in unison with eager light in their eyes. Gu Li nodded slightly, with a faint smile on his face, took out some things from the storage space, and handed them to the disciples one by one. Go find your chance. Here are the teleportation talismans, the sound transmission talismans, and the defense array. If you encounter danger, find a way to save your life. If you meet disciples from other forces, kill them if you can beat them, and retreat if you can't. Remember, life is more important than anything else. The disciples took the items with both hands and shouted in unison, "Thank you, little ancestors." Then, they carefully put the things away, and hurriedly left, embarking on the journey of looking for opportunities. When the figures of the disciples disappeared, Su Yan raised his eyebrows slightly, looked at Gu Li, and asked, "What about us?" Gu Li smiled at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes revealed a hint of ruthlessness. "Let's go, and kill the disciples of other forces first." Lin Yuchen frowned slightly. "Is it too cruel?" Mu Yunqi snorted coldly, her eyes full of disdain. "Cruel? We have also received the task of assassinating the disciples of the spirit sect. Just give them a taste of their own medicine." As they talked, they walked forward. Not far away, they met Fang Xingyuan, the #1 assassination target of the spirit sect. Fang Xingyuan was slightly startled when he saw them, and then a respectful look appeared on his face. He walked forward and saluted in a proper manner. "Meet the little ancestors." Gu Li looked him up and down, and a trace of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. "You came at the right time." Fang Xingyuan was slightly stunned, and a puzzled look appeared on his face. "What's wrong?" Gu Li narrowed his eyes slightly, and a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. "Kill the eldest sister of the once young pavilion. We can't beat her, but you can." She didn't want Jilin and Jiuying to appear for the time being. Hearing the words once young pavilion, Fang Xingyuan's eyes flashed with a fierce look, and he said without hesitation, "Okay." Mu Yunqi immediately took out the sound transmission note and activated it. "Big sister, we found Fang Xingyuan's location. Come to support quickly." The other side replied quickly, with a hint of urgency in the voice. "Where are you?" Mu Yunqi looked at the surrounding environment and said, "We have never been to the small world, but there is a big lake near us." Big sister's voice came again. "I know where it is. You wait for us to go over and fight together." Lin Yuchen frowned slightly, looked at Fang Xingyuan, and asked, "If the opponent has several people, can you beat them?" Fang Xingyuan raised his chin slightly. "As long as the opponent is not in the late stage of the super spirit realm." Mu Yunqi took out a lot of formation stones from the space, with a hint of pride on her face. "What are you afraid of?" With the blessing of the formation, plus Fang Xingyuan, who is in the late stage of the super spiritual realm, even if two come, they can beat them. Lin Yuchen nodded slightly and smiled. Half-step super god formation master is full of confidence. Shi Zihan smiled slightly, and took out a stack of half-step super god explosion runes from the storage space. Blast as much as you want. Fang Xingyuan looked at the runes in his hand, and a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. How old are they? The professional master level is so high? Gu Li raised his eyebrows slightly, looked at Shi Zihan, and smiled. Oh, you have also broken through to the half-step super god rune master. Shi Zihan smiled slightly, and said modestly, low-key. Ahem. Feng Wuhan silently took out a lot of pills from the space, and distributed them to them. With a faint smile on his face, eat as much as you want. Fang Xingyuan looked at the half-step super god in his hand. Pills. Stunned again. Su Yun shook his head slightly, and said helplessly, oh, I also have a lot of spiritual tools. Just half-step super divine spiritual tools, which are enough. Fang Xingyuan. Lin Yuchen sighed slightly, with a trace of regret on his face. Ah. Although I am also a half-step super divine beast master, there is no suitable monster. Fang Xingyuan couldn't help but speak, with a trace of curiosity on his face. Little ancestors, I'd like to ask, how old are you? Lin Yuchen was slightly stunned, and then smiled. 23 or 24, what's wrong? Fang Xingyuan took a breath. He was 3 times their age. Such a young man has such a strong talent. The old ancestor's vision is really vicious. Su Yun frowned slightly, looked at Fang Xingyuan, and said, what's the fuss? Gu Li and Mu Yunqi did not participate in their conversation, but arranged the formation in this area, waiting for the people from Wanxiang Pavilion to come. After everything was ready, they left temporarily with Fang Xingyuan. Su Yun and the other 4 also found a place to hide, leaving Gu Li and Mu Yunqi waiting here. Not long after, they noticed someone approaching. After waiting for a while, they saw the eldest sister of Wanxiang Pavilion, and more than 20 disciples looking for something everywhere. Gu Li waved his hand with a smile on his face. Eldest sister, we are here. Wang Shuhen heard the voice, and looked over, and saw the 2 of them. A hint of doubt flashed in her eyes, and she walked over quickly with her people. Where are the people? Mu Yunqi narrowed her eyes slightly, revealing a hint of cunning in her eyes. Fighting 10 miles ahead. Wang Shuhen frowned slightly, with a hint of surprise on his face. Fighting? People from other forces have taken the lead? Gu Li shook his head slightly. No, it's with the monsters. Wang Shuhen looked at the people behind him, revealing a hint of decisiveness in his eyes. Let's go! Gu Li and Mu Yunqi led the way in front, and the others followed behind them. On the other side, Xiao Jinzi's voice sounded. The master has brought people here, we can start fighting. Fang Xingyuan looked at the cute monsters that were originally surrounding him, and they turned into huge monsters one by one. Before they saw anyone, they had heard the sound of fighting coming from the lake. The sound was deafening, as if it could shatter the world. Wang Shuhen and the others looked at each other. A hint of nervousness flashed in their eyes, and they quickly stepped forward. Fang Xingyuan, who was seriously injured, was fighting with 4 monsters. At this time, each of the 4 monsters was seriously injured, and it seemed that the battle had reached a white-hot stage. Chapter 512. Fang Xingyuan's face was full of fatigue, and there were many wounds on his body, and blood was constantly flowing out. Wang Shuhen's pupil shrank, and a trace of shock appeared on his face. Is that a Tao Tai? The other man next to him frowned slightly, and a trace of disbelief appeared on his face. You must have seen it wrong. Isn't the Tao Tai an ancient beast? How can it be so weak? Wang Shuhen shook his head slightly, and a trace of doubt appeared on his face. I must have seen it wrong. If it is really a Tao Tai, then Fang Xingyuan can't fight it to a draw. Big sister, shall we fight? A disciple looked at Wang Shuhen and asked. Wang Shuhen narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a trace of caution in his eyes. Wait a little longer. Wait until they finish fighting before we go out. Gu Li took a look at the movement over there, and sent a message to the little ones. You retreat. The little ones looked at each other, looking like they were seriously injured and couldn't fight, and ran back quickly. Their movements were very agile, and they soon disappeared from everyone's sight. Fang Xingyuan did not chase them, but sat on the ground to rest. Wang Shuhen saw this, and quickly stepped forward with his men, surrounding him. Fang Xingyuan looked at them, with a trace of calmness on his face. Are you trying to kill me? Seeing him so calm, Wang Shuhen felt something was wrong. A trace of doubt flashed in her eyes, and when she was about to speak, the person next to her interrupted her thoughts. The first genius of the Divine Spirit sect is now in our hands. The disciple's voice was full of pride, as if they had already won. Fang Xingyuan's eyes were full of disdain, and he said coldly, Kill me? You are worthy. As soon as he finished speaking, an invisible and powerful pressure suddenly erupted with him as the center, like a surging wave, sweeping towards everyone in Wanxiang Pavilion. The disciples with lower cultivation could not bear this pressure in an instant, as if they were pressed down by an invisible giant hand. With a thump, they fell to the ground one by one, their faces flushed, veins on their foreheads bulged, and they tried their best to get up, but they couldn't move at all. As the eldest sister of Wanxiang Pavilion, Wang Shahan's strength should not be underestimated. She clenched her teeth, her hands trembled slightly, and fine beads of sweat oozed from her forehead. She tried her best to resist this pressure. Although she was not directly pressed to the ground, her face became very ugly, and her lips trembled slightly. Obviously, this pressure was not easy for her. She gritted her teeth and asked, "You're not hurt?" Fang Xingyuan looked down at the wound on her body, and a mocking smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. "I cut it myself. Do you have any objections?" Wang Shahan's face turned livid in an instant, and a trace of anger and regret flashed in his eyes. He said word by word, "Are you plotting against us?" Fang Xingyuan narrowed his eyes slightly, and a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. He said coldly, "Isn't it obvious?" Just then, Sui Yun and the others also came over from different directions. Wang Shahan saw that they were wearing the uniforms of the major forces, and his eyes lit up instantly, shouting, "Kill him together!" Lin Yuchen walked to Fang Xingyuan, with an appreciative smile on his face, gently patted his shoulder, and said with a hint of ridicule in his tone, "You kid, you are quite good at acting." Fang Xingyuan bowed his head slightly. "Little ancestor is too kind." When Wang Shahan and others heard Lin Yuchen's words, their faces turned pale instantly, and a sense of despair and fear surged in their hearts. They realized that they had completely fallen into the other party's trap and became lambs to be slaughtered. Wang Shahan's face flushed instantly. "You traitors, you actually stabbed Wanxiang Pavilion in the back." Gu Li and Mu Yunqi, who had been silent all the time, walked forward slowly, and Gu Li said in a calm tone, "We are not your people, so we can't say we betrayed you." Wang Shahan was slightly startled. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes, his lips trembled slightly, and he uttered two words after a long while. "You guys?" Mu Yunqi raised the corner of her mouth. "We are on the same side as him. Can't you see it now?" As she said, she glanced at Fang Xingyuan beside her. Wang Shahan's face turned pale instantly, as if she had been severely whipped. She gritted her teeth and said word by word, "So you deliberately lured us here." Shi Zihan crossed her arms and chuckled. "Not too stupid." A hint of viciousness flashed in Wang Shahan's eyes. She snorted coldly and said, "Hee hee, when I get out, I will report to the Supreme Elder that you are from the Shilling sect." After that, she quickly took out a space shaft from her arms, and activated it with a slight tremor. Gu Li and others just stood quietly by, with their arms crossed, watching her movements with a half-smile on their faces. "Big sister, take us with you." A disciple of the Wanxiang Pavilion saw Wang Shahan's movements. A desire to survive flashed in his eyes, and he rushed forward and shouted with a crying voice. Wang Shahan's eyes were fierce, and he kicked the man away without hesitation. The man screamed and fell to the ground, his eyes full of despair. Wang Shahan just wanted to teleport away alone. She knew that one more person would bring more danger. But soon, she found something wrong. She originally thought that she could leave this dangerous place instantly after activating the space axis, but the reality made her feel like she was falling into an ice cellar. She looked at the space axis in her hand. Her eyes were full of fear, and her body trembled slightly. Gu Li smiled and spoke. Her voice was as clear as a silver bell. "Guess what we two rely on to get the attention of the Supreme Elder?" Wang Shahan's pupils dilated instantly, and a terrible thought flashed through her mind. Her face turned ashen, and she said, "Half-step Super God Formation Master." "You?" Wang Shahan was about to say something, but was interrupted by Mu Yunqi. Mu Yunqi raised her chin slightly, with a hint of pride in her eyes, and said coldly, "This area is blocked. Unless you can hurt me, you can't get out." Wang Shahan said word by word, "Okay, you asked for it." Then, the voice suddenly rose, like a bell resounding around, "Bai Yuan, Ling Yun, Xiao Meng, Huiqi Tong Mo." As she shouted, powerful forces surged in the air. As soon as the voice fell, 5 huge beasts appeared beside her in an instant. 8th-level beasts. Each of these 5 beasts exuded a heart-pounding pressure. The body was as majestic as a mountain, and the huge body even blocked the sun above a little, casting a huge shadow. Seeing this, Gu Li raised a disdainful smile at the corner of his mouth. "Contracted beast? I have one too, look behind you." Wang Shahan's heart tightened, and he subconsciously looked back. The 4 monsters that had just fought with Fang Xingyuan appeared behind them silently, without anyone noticing. Chapter 513. Wang Shihen's eyes widened with anger, his voice trembling slightly with anger. You actually designed to frame us, it's so shameless. Mu Yunqi's expression was cold. A trace of disdain flashed in her eyes, and she sneered. Aren't you also trying to assassinate the disciples of the Divine Spirit sect? It's just a courtesy. Wang Shihen looked around and saw the desperate situation now. He knew that he couldn't escape even if he had wings. He gritted his teeth and said viciously, "Don't even think about it." Sui Yun's face was full of impatience, and he curled his lips. You talk too much nonsense. As soon as he finished speaking, he took the lead like an arrow from a bow, and his figure turned into a residual shadow. Wang Shihen was startled and hurriedly tried to dodge, but was horrified to find that his movements became extremely slow. In this instant, Sui Yun appeared in front of her like a ghost, with powerful spiritual power surging around him, and slammed towards her. The powerful impact made Wang Shihen fly backwards, like a kite with a broken string. Gu Li swept the disciples of Wanxiang Pavilion with cold eyes, and uttered 3 words with red lips. Kill them all. Little ancestors, just rest in peace, leave this matter to me. Fang Xingyuan said, and took over Sui Yun's attack very consciously. Raising his hand, a majestic spiritual power swept towards Wang Shihen like a surging wave. Wang Shihen, who was already seriously injured, had no power to resist this fatal blow. The moment she was hit by the spiritual power, her eyes were wide open, full of fear and unwillingness. The next moment, her body fell straight down, and her vitality completely dissipated. Feng Wuhan looked at Fang Xingyuan with a solemn expression, and slowly said, "He is very strong. He couldn't kill Wang Shihen, who was in the super spirit realm, with one move." Lin Yuchen looked at Fang Xingyuan, who was killing people in the battlefield, with envy and yearning in his eyes. When can I have such a strong strength? Shi Zihan patted his shoulder and encouraged, "It's only a matter of time." Not long after, dozens of Wanxiang Pavilion disciples fell in a pool of blood, lying on the ground in all directions. And Fang Xingyuan was calm and composed, and even the corners of his clothes were not stained with blood, as if the fierce fight just now was just a trivial matter. Fang Xingyuan brushed his sleeves and said easily, "Solved." Gu Li nodded and said straightforwardly, "Okay, then we will separate first." Fang Xingyuan hurriedly said, "Little ancestors, let me stay with you to protect you." Gu Li waved his hand and said firmly, "No, we have to find our own opportunities." Fang Xingyuan still didn't give up and wanted to persuade, but Gu Li interrupted him and said seriously, "We came here to become stronger." She knew in her heart that if there was always a master protecting her, how could she really get experience? Although she was accompanied by Qilin and Juing, she would never let them take action unless it was a matter of life and death. Fang Xingyuan's face was full of reluctance, but she couldn't beat Gu Li, and finally parted ways with them. Lin Yuchen scratched his head and asked in confusion, "If we go to look for opportunities, will we kill disciples from other forces if we meet them on the way?" Gu Li looked stern and said without hesitation, "Kill them if we meet them." At this moment, Qilin's voice sounded in Gu Li's mind. Why bother with such a small matter? Let me go for a while, and I will make sure everyone is dealt with cleanly. Gu Li nodded slightly and reminded, "That's fine, but don't kill the wrong people. If you encounter disciples of the Shiling sect, remember to help them." Qilin was full of confidence and said with ease, "Don't worry, I take care of it." He was worried that he would not have the opportunity to repay this human. This kind of small matter is a piece of cake for him. In the blink of an eye, a handsome man appeared out of thin air. Lin Yuchen's eyes widened in shock, and he couldn't help but exclaimed, "Oh my God, Ali, when did you hide another man?" Mu Yunqi looked disgusted, raised her hand, and slapped him on the head, and said unhappily, "This is Ali's temporary contracted beast, don't make a fuss." Lin Yuchen looked at Gu Li with shock, and stammered, "Ali, don't tell me that you have become a half-super beast master?" The aura of the man in front of him was terribly powerful, even more powerful than Fang Xingyuan, and he was comparable to his master. Gu Li raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile, and asked back, "What's so strange about this?" Lin Yuchen opened his mouth exaggeratedly and explained, "You are really a monster." At this time, Xiaobai jumped up excitedly and shouted loudly, "I want to go too." Xiao Jinzi was not to be outdone, and jumped anxiously, "I want to go too, I want to go too." The little wolf cub whimpered fiercely, "And me?" And then calmly advised, "Are you stupid? If you all go, what will happen if the master is in danger?" Gu Li thought for a moment and said, "Let Xiaobai and Qilin go." When Xiaobai heard this, he was overjoyed and responded happily, "Okay, okay." It has been a while since it broke through the realm, and has long been eager for a hearty actual battle. If it keeps staying in the space, it feels like it will go crazy. After parting with Qilin and Xiaobai, Gu Li and his party immediately set out on the road of training. Perhaps because Xiaobai and Qilin's killing spree in front was too deterrent, they did not encounter disciples from other forces along the way. They did encounter quite a few disciples of the Shiling sect, but they were all sent away one by one. Sui Yun was helpless and couldn't help complaining. Is there really an opportunity here? It's been a few days, and I haven't seen anything. Shi Zihan looked calm and advised, don't rush this kind of thing. Opportunities are something that can only be encountered by chance, so just wait patiently. Gu Li's eyes were firm and her tone was steady. I feel that I am about to break through. Before leaving here, I must break through to the late stage of the super spirit realm. She knew in her heart that once a war broke out, the cultivation below the super spirit realm would be useless in the duel between the strong. What's more, multiple forces joined forces to attack the divine spirit sect, and the situation was precarious for the divine spirit sect. At this moment, Mu Yunqi suddenly said, Elemental Stone. Gu Li's eyes lit up instantly, and she slapped her head. Look at my memory, I almost forgot this treasure. This is an elemental stone that can help people become elementalists. Although she doesn't need it herself, her friends and shadow guards can use it. Feng Wuhan was puzzled. What is an elemental stone? Mu Yunqi explained, if an ordinary spiritual master refines one, he can increase one elemental power. Chapter 514. Sui Yun was full of doubts, and couldn't help asking, does that magical elemental stone really exist? After all, it's too incredible for a spiritual master to become an elemental master. Gu Li frowned slightly, and analyzed seriously. The things that other major forces have spent a lot of manpower and material resources to find should not be false. Lin Yuchen's eyes flashed with desire, clenched his fist tightly, and said excitedly, I must find it. I want to master another elemental power. So, they plunged into this mysterious forest and started a long journey of searching. For several days, they shuttled through the dense forest, not leaving any corner, but except for the dense branches and leaves and the occasional monsters, they didn't even see the shadow of the elemental stone, let alone the legendary secret realm. During the search, monsters kept attacking, and battles followed one after another. Every time they faced a fierce monster, they went all out. Sui Yun nimbly dodged the monster's attack, the long sword in his hand shuttled like a silver snake, and accurately stabbed the monster's vitals. Lin Yuchen used his powerful strength to repel the approaching monsters again and again. Each of his punches was accompanied by a whirring sound, making the monsters dare not approach easily. Gu Li skillfully used his spiritual power to cast various spells, either trapping the monsters or directly giving them a fatal blow. Mu Yunqi assisted on the side, and her formation always provided control for teammates at critical moments to ensure everyone's safety. After this series of battles, their actual combat capabilities continued to increase in the baptism of blood and sweat. Just when they thought that there was no one else in this forest except them, by chance, they saw a group of people gathered in an open space in front of them. Gu Li and others immediately held their breath and approached slowly and cautiously. Looking at the dozen people in front of them, Lin Yuchen's eyes lit up, and he lowered his voice and asked excitedly, Robbery? The man not far away was holding 3 stones emitting faint light. Seeing their ecstatic look, it was probably the elemental stone they were looking for. Gu Li looked solemn, carefully observing the other party's strength, and analyzed, act according to the situation. The other party has 6 masters in the middle stage of the super spiritual realm, and the rest are in the early stage of the super spiritual realm. Mu Yunqi couldn't help but sigh. The strength of the genius disciples of several major forces is stronger than we expected. Gu Li raised the corner of her mouth, showing a confident smile, and said confidently, It doesn't matter, none of them can go out today. She has the help of Qilin. In this small world, as long as she doesn't encounter that kind of monster that defies the heavens, she is fully capable of controlling the situation. After thinking for a moment, she decisively ordered, Release all the contracted beasts. Yunqi and I will cooperate in setting up the formation. Even if Qilin and Xiaobai are not around now, with their strength and tacit understanding, they can still fight against these people. Okay. Everyone responded without hesitation. Immediately afterwards, a powerful energy wave came, and more than 38th and 9th level divine beasts and demon beasts turned into huge bodies, surrounding those people in the middle. Half of them were Lin Yuchen's contracted beasts, and these contracted beasts were all majestic and exuded a powerful aura. Seeing this scene, the disciples of the major forces were stunned, their pupils shrank sharply, and their faces were full of disbelief. How can there be so many high-level beasts? How is this possible? There were bursts of exclamations from the crowd. Go! Guli gave an order and took the lead. Her figure was as fast as lightning, and the spiritual power in her hand gathered into a sharp blade, stabbing at the leading man. The man also reacted very quickly, and immediately used his spiritual power to form a defensive barrier to block Gu Li's attack. The spiritual power of the two collided with each other, making a sizzling sound, and the powerful impact twisted the surrounding air. The other people followed closely and joined the battle. Everyone burst out with powerful power in an instant. Various elemental forces flew towards the crowd in front of the left. Dust flew, and the surrounding trees were also lifted by this powerful impact. Damn, there is a trap! Someone in the enemy group shouted in panic. These people reacted quickly. The moment they sensed the danger, they immediately used all their skills to avoid the attack. Gu Li and others were not as strong as the opponent, so they could not hurt them for a while. After dodging the attack, they knew that they should not stay here for long. They were afraid that there were more unknown traps, so they fled in different directions without hesitation. Seeing this, Gu Li quickly formed seals with his hands and chanted, "The power of wood element, 10,000 vines rise." In an instant, the earth trembled, and countless thick vines broke out from the ground. They were like green giant pythons, spreading and growing at a very fast speed, and in the blink of an eye, they covered the entire area. The vines intertwined with each other, forming an airtight cage, trapping the enemies who tried to escape. The man in the lead saw this scene, his face suddenly changed, and he couldn't help but curse in a low voice. He turned to look at Gu Li and the others, his eyes full of anger and threats, and said viciously, "Open this thing, otherwise don't blame me for being rude." Gu Li raised a mocking smile at the corner of her mouth, and responded fearlessly, "Then you'd better not be polite. I want to see how capable you are." As soon as the voice fell, her spiritual power surged around her, and the wood spiritual power burned around her like a green flame, and then she rushed towards the man. The man saw this and snorted in his heart, "You dare to be so arrogant in the middle stage of the super spiritual realm." Although he admitted that the woman in front of him was as powerful as him, he had the advantage in numbers, and he didn't believe that the other party could come up with any tricks. Thinking of this, he also activated his whole body's spiritual power, and the black spiritual power gathered in his hand into a ferocious battle axe, and he chopped towards Gu Li. The spiritual power of the two collided with each other, making a deafening roar, and the powerful impact caused a gust of wind, blowing the surrounding dust and fallen leaves all over the sky. In the fierce battle, Gu Li skillfully used the wood spirit power, sometimes turning it into vines to wrap around the man's battle axe, sometimes condensing it into a shield to resist the man's attack, and constantly looking for opportunities to launch a counterattack. Mu Yunqi, Lin Yuchen, Su Yun, Shi Zihan, Feng Wuhan and others followed closely, each choosing a few opponents to fight with the enemy. Gradually, the battle situation developed in an unexpected direction. The man who originally thought he had a sure victory took the time to scan the battlefield, and almost vomited blood when he saw this scene. I saw that Gu Li and the other 6 people each chose an opponent of equal strength to fight fiercely, while the other enemies were held back by those ferocious beasts. Chapter 515. 3 hours passed in a flash, and the battlefield was in a mess. The ground was full of traces of fierce fighting, and incomplete corpses were scattered all over the place. Su Yun, Mu Yunqi and others shuttled through the battlefield, carefully collecting everyone's space rings. After completing the collection, they carefully counted them, and found 8 elemental stones. Su Yun couldn't help but exclaimed, "They actually found so many." Mu Yunqi held a formation disc emitting a mysterious light and analyzed, "It should be found by this." Everyone's eyes instantly focused on the formation disc. Gu Li looked solemn, his eyes swept over everyone, and said in a deep voice, "You find a place to refine first. At the moment, improving strength is the most important thing." After thinking for a moment, she added, "Take the extra 3 out for the shadow guards to use." She herself no longer needs this elemental stone. The 6 people did not dare to delay, and immediately found an abandoned monster cave. After entering the cave, the other 5 people each held an elemental stone, quickly sat down, closed their eyes, and began to refine. Gu Li stood tall at the entrance of the cave, concentrating on protecting them. Time passed quickly, and 5 days passed in a flash. Several people slowly woke up from their cultivation state. Su Yun was the first to spread his palm, and a bright golden spiritual power slowly emerged in his palm, shining brightly. "Gold element," he said softly, with a hint of joy and pride in his voice. Gu Li looked at everyone one by one and asked, "What about you? What elements have you refined?" Feng Wuhan's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a faint smile, and slowly spread his palm. A crystal clear ice blue spiritual power condensed in his palm, emitting a hint of chill. Ice element. Mu Yunqi spread out his hands, and a burst of light blue spiritual power gently blew like a breeze. Wind element. Shi Zihan stretched out his hand slowly, and a ball of emerald green spiritual power full of vitality slowly surged in his palm. Wood element. Lin Yuchen also raised his hand, and a thick dark brown spiritual power emerged steadily in his palm. Earth element. Looking at these colorful and various spiritual power lights, Gu Li's face also bloomed with a heartfelt smile. She was very happy for her friends. Damn it, how could such a powerful monster suddenly appear here? A disciple covered in blood roared in resentment, his voice full of fear and unwillingness. At this moment, he and his companions from several major forces were being chased by Qilin and Xiaobai and were fleeing everywhere, and every corner was filled with the breath of death. Don't hide, I see you. Xiaobai's clear, but cold voice suddenly sounded behind a disciple, who was trying to hide behind a boulder. As soon as the voice fell, a white light flashed, and the disciple didn't even have time to scream before he was instantly torn to pieces by a powerful force. Blood and flesh splattered, and the scene was horrible. Xiaobai glanced at the corpses on the ground, frowned impatiently, and muttered, "It's so troublesome, I have to find them one by one. I really hope these guys can come out and die." The huge body of the Qilin cast a shadow on the ground, and it roared in a low voice, "Hurry up, you can go back earlier after killing those in the secret realm. I don't want to waste too much time here." Mu Yunqi stared at the array disc in her hand, her expression suddenly changed, and she urgently reminded, "There is something wrong." Everyone stopped immediately after hearing this, and gathered around in an instant, their eyes focused on the mysterious array disc in Mu Yunqi's hand. The pointer that was originally rotating steadily, and pointing accurately was now like a gyroscope that had lost control, spinning wildly, and without any rules. Gu Li suddenly had a strong ominous premonition in her heart. She shouted without thinking, "Leave here first." However, fate did not seem to give them a chance to escape. Before they took a step, a powerful pressure like a tidal wave suddenly descended. This pressure was like a towering mountain, pressing heavily on them, suffocating them. Several people were caught off guard, and suddenly spit out blood at the same time, and their bodies staggered back a few steps like a kite with a broken string. Fortunately, they reacted quickly. Between life and death, they hurriedly circulated their spiritual power to fight with all their strength, and barely stabilized their bodies, so as not to explode and die directly. Gu Li's heart sank. Just by relying on this terrifying pressure, she could judge the opponent's strength. The cultivation of the peak of the super-spiritual realm. Such a powerful existence, they are definitely not opponents. She was anxious and quickly contacted Qilin and Xiaobai through the power of the contract. "Come back, something has changed. The situation is critical, return immediately." But everything happened too suddenly. Before Qilin and Xiaobai came back, a light suddenly flashed in front of everyone's eyes, and the surrounding scene changed without any signs. In the blink of an eye, the dense jungle disappeared, replaced by a huge and deep cave. The cave was filled with a cold and damp atmosphere, and strange lights flickered on the stone walls, as if hiding endless dangers. "Damn woman, I finally found you." A sharp and resentful voice suddenly sounded. In an instant, the air around seemed to tremble. Gu Li only felt an invisible and majestic force suddenly attacking her, and before she could react, she was sucked into the air uncontrollably. "Ollie!" Seeing this, her companions were anxious and shouted her name at the top of their lungs. Without thinking, they rushed forward to save people. But no matter how hard they struggled, they couldn't move at all, and could only watch Gu Li in danger. Gu Li twisted her body hard in the air, trying to keep her balance, resisting the dizziness, and said loudly, "You recognize the wrong person, I have no grudges against you." She had never been here before, and the mysterious and hostile guy in front of her must have recognized the wrong person. "Did I recognize the wrong person? Look carefully at who I am." The voice sounded again, with a bit of anger and disbelief. As soon as the voice fell, a black shadow flashed by, and a huge tiger suddenly appeared in front of everyone. "I really have never seen this tiger, and I have no memory of it in my mind." Gu Li was helpless. "Brother Tiger, you really recognize the wrong person. I have never seen you. How could I have a grudge against you? Impossible, I will never forget you." Gu Li was anxious, her brain was running fast, constantly thinking about how to get out. Just when she was racking her brains, a familiar and urgent voice suddenly sounded. "Damn white tiger, let go of my master." The little bird had been quietly staying in Gu Li's space. When he realized that his master was in danger, he suddenly jumped up and drilled out of the space like a flash of lightning. Chapter 516. It flipped in the air and instantly turned into its original form. Its body was huge, and its wings spread out like two dark clouds covering the sky. It flapped its wings violently, bringing up a whistling gust of wind, and slapped the white tiger hard. The white tiger had never expected the little bird to suddenly attack, and it was unable to react in time, and was hit by this fierce slap. Its huge body flew several meters away, and it rolled on the ground for several times before it could barely stabilize its body. The restraining force on Gu Li and the others also disappeared as the white tiger was knocked away, and they were finally able to move normally. The white tiger got up in a panic, his head still buzzing, staring blankly at the majestic red bird in front of him. As the king of beasts, when has it ever suffered such humiliation? After being shocked, anger rushed to its head instantly. It vented all its anger on Gu Li, roaring with its teeth and claws bared. "You still say you don't know me, Suzaku is by your side, and you still dare to quibble." After hearing this, Gu Li thought to herself and probably guessed the reason. It must be that she and the white tiger had a grudge in her previous life. She sighed helplessly, and tried to keep her tone calm. "Why don't you tell me what I did to you? Explain the matter clearly. If it is really my fault, I will apologize to you." "Humph." The white tiger snorted coldly, with a fierce light in his eyes. "I have nothing to say to you. Today is your death day." After that, it was ready to attack again. At this time, when the situation was tense, Xiaokazi spoke up. "Bai Zai, Tao Tai, Qilin, Jiuying, Washeng Pavilion, and Chaos Ring are all here. Are you sure you dare to do it?" When the white tiger heard this, its arrogance suddenly waned a little, but it was still unwilling to give in, and shouted, "You are bullying the weak with your numbers. What's your ability?" Gu Li didn't want to argue with it. At this moment, she was curious about the grudges in the previous life, and was alert to the danger in front of her, so she shouted, "Stop talking nonsense. What grudge do I have with you that you want to kill me? If you don't explain it clearly, I will kill you today." The white tiger's originally majestic body trembled slightly at this moment, and howled to the sky, with a voice full of unwillingness and grief. "You don't remember it. Why don't you remember it?" Its eyes were red, and tears rolled down uncontrollably, wetting the dust on the ground. Sui Yun walked over with a joking look on his face, his mouth slightly raised. "Ali, how can you bully even the sacred beast? Look how wronged it is." Gu Li was helpless and replied unhappily, "How should I know? I really have no impression at all, and it was inexplicably targeted by it." Lin Yuchen stood aside, his mouth twitching uncontrollably, looking at the crying white tiger in front of him, muttering in disbelief. "Is this still the fierce white tiger just now? Is it so annoying? Can you shut up?" The Tao Tai, who had been hiding in the space, had long been annoyed by the crying of the white tiger. It suddenly drilled out of the space, and its huge body appeared like a small mountain. Without saying a word, it opened its bloody mouth and bit the white tiger's claws fiercely. "Ah!" The white tiger let out a shrill scream. It was originally venting its emotions, but was caught off guard by this sudden attack, and its body instinctively shrank back. The white tiger was bitten tightly, and could not move. It roared angrily, "Tao Tai, let me go." Tao Tai loosened his mouth, made two poo sounds, looked at the white tiger with disgust, and said, "You still want to bully my master? Don't you think about yourself?" When the white tiger heard this, he felt wronged and cried, "It was obviously she who bullied me." Gu Li was full of doubts and couldn't help asking, "Why do I have a grudge against you?" When the white tiger heard this, he was furious and shouted, "The people of the God clan thought I was your contracted beast, beat me to death, and let most of my blood. If I hadn't pretended to explode, I would have died in their hands long ago. That painful experience still scares it to this day. It was because of this that it was severely injured, and could only escape to the lower world to barely escape the fate of being caught." After hearing this, Gu Li said helplessly, "Is this my fault? I didn't ask them to find you." The white tiger was relentless. "It's all because of you. I'm not your contracted beast." Gu Li rolled his eyes and began to coax, "Do you want revenge?" The white tiger was stunned. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then asked, "You want to fight against the God clan?" Gu Li did not answer directly, but asked back, "What do you think?" The white tiger sneered, with a look of disdain on his face, "You really overestimate your own abilities. If the God clan could resist so easily, would I still be forced to come to this place?" Gu Li said firmly, "How can I know if I don't try? What are the God clan? If she wins, she is a god." The little bird fluttered its wings, flew in front of the white tiger, and said sharply, "You give you two choices, either contract with my master or die, you choose." When the white tiger heard this, it was immediately furious and roared, "Dream on! You want me to surrender? It's impossible. How could it, an ancient mythical beast, bow its head easily. Tao Tai licked his lips and said slowly, "Then let me eat you, just in time to replenish myself." As he said this, he opened his bloody mouth and showed his sharp fangs, which frightened the white tiger so much that it trembled all over. The white tiger changed his face in an instant, and his attitude changed 180 degrees. He hurriedly said, "Contract? I make a deal. When will I make a deal?" The toughness just now disappeared without a trace, and now it just wanted to get rid of this terrible situation as soon as possible. It regretted it very much, blaming itself for being blinded by resentment. Why did it bring this human in for no reason? Now it has gotten itself into trouble. Seeing this, Gu Li pulled Lin Yuchen over and said, "You make a contract with him." When Lin Yuchen heard this, he waved his hand and refused. "No, Ali, you should make the contract." He knew in his heart that this was the ancient mythical beast white tiger, which was extremely powerful. Such a good opportunity should of course be left to Ali. When the white tiger heard this, he felt greatly insulted and said angrily, "What do you mean? You don't want me and push me to a human?" Gu Li ignored the white tiger shouting, but looked at Lin Yuchen and said seriously, "You are also a beast master. We will definitely not stay in this continent forever." She knew that the blood of the monsters that Lin Yuchen had contracted at present was not very good, and it would be very difficult to make a big breakthrough in other advanced continents. When Lin Yuchen heard this, he immediately understood what Gu Li meant. He looked at the companions around him. He was not the strongest among the few people, and the professions of other companions could bring great help to the team. However, as a beast tamer, the monsters I have contracted are unable to play a powerful role. In comparison, my role is indeed much smaller. Chapter 517. The white tiger roared, "I don't want to. It's impossible for me to surrender." The whole body exuded a fierce momentum, and its sharp claws dug the ground, raising dust. The blood-red vertical pupils burned with angry flames, staring at Lin Yuchen in front of him. It was because of her good talent that it contracted this woman. Now it is a shame to let it submit to an ordinary human. Lin Yuchen's eyes were full of fiery fighting spirit, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. "I haven't tried to force a super beast to contract. Today is a rare opportunity." Gu Li understood and gave an order without hesitation. "You control it." As soon as the voice fell, the small vine fell to the ground like a green lightning. The vine grew wildly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and instantly tied the white tiger tightly. The white tiger struggled hard, the hair on its body stood up, and the muscles were tense, trying to break the vines that bound it. But before it could break free, Tao Tai, Xiaqizi, Xiajinzi, and the little wolf cub released powerful pressure at the same time. The four kinds of pressure intertwined together to form an invisible net, which tightly suppressed the white tiger. Xiaoqianqian turned into a huge bronze tripod, with ancient patterns flashing mysterious luster. Anan hugged Xiaoqianqian with both hands, her little face flushed, and she used all her strength to smash the big tripod towards the white tiger's head. With a loud bang, the white tiger's eyes instantly flashed with golden light, his head was dizzy, his body shook, and he almost fell to the ground. Seeing this, Lin Yuchen seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and his powerful mental power directly invaded the white tiger's spiritual sea of consciousness like a surging tide. The white tiger roared in pain, struggling in its spiritual sea of consciousness, trying to drive out the invading force. Its spirit was like a manic beast, rushing around. The little ones saw that Lin Yuchen had already started the battle of spiritual power, so they slowly loosened their suppression of the white tiger, stepped aside, and nervously watched the situation in the field, ready to attack again at any time. Watching the big and the small fighting fiercely on the spiritual level, Sui Yun was a little worried, frowning, and his eyes were full of anxiety. Can he succeed? The spiritual power of this super beast is not ordinary strong. Gu Li's eyes were firm, and his tone was unquestionable. Even if it can't succeed, it has to be contracted. If the spiritual power can't compete, then use force to force it to submit. Anyway, it came to our door, it can't be blamed on us, Gu Li said in a low voice. This thrilling contest of forcibly contracting the super beast was full of unknowns and challenges from the beginning. Time passed by in the tense atmosphere, and every second seemed to be infinitely stretched. Lin Yuchen clenched his teeth, and beads of sweat kept coming out of his forehead, sliding down his cheeks, and wetting the ground under his feet. His body trembled slightly, which was the fatigue caused by the high-intensity consumption of mental power. But his eyes were still firm, staring at the white tiger, and his mental power was like a tough blade, stubbornly opening up a path in the white tiger's spiritual sea of consciousness. Just when everyone was full of worries, and thought that this contract was about to end in failure, Lin Yuchen's body suddenly radiated a strong light, which was as dazzling as a rising sun. Breakthrough. It's the middle stage of the super spiritual realm. Taotai shouted excitedly, his voice full of surprise and excitement. At the same time, the wave of contract completion spread. The white tiger's eyes were full of shock. It could never have imagined that this seemingly ordinary boy had such a strong mental power. You know, his cultivation is many times stronger than this boy, but he lost completely in the mental power competition. Gu Li raised the corner of his mouth slightly, with a bit of pride, looked at the white tiger and said, "You won't be wronged if you follow him." Although the white tiger did not speak, he had to admit in his heart that the people around this woman were all talented and amazing. I broke through. Lin Yuchen shouted excitedly, his voice was filled with irrepressible joy, and all the fatigue disappeared at this moment. Sui Yun looked at Lin Yuchen with envy, and couldn't help sighing, "I'm so envious. When can I break through to the middle stage of the super spirit realm?" Lin Yuchen patted Sui Yun's shoulder, and smiled to comfort him. "Ha ha, don't envy me too much." Seeing that everyone's emotions had eased a little, Gu Li's expression regained some calmness, and he immediately said, "Okay, let's continue to look for elemental stones." He was thinking in his heart that he only had 2 or 3 elemental stones in his hand, and there were many shadow guards. These elemental stones were indeed too few and far from meeting the needs. What elemental stone? Baihu suddenly spoke, his voice low and hoarse. Gu Li's heart moved, and then she remembered that Baihu had lived here for a long time, and maybe he knew the whereabouts of the elemental stone. She quickly took out an elemental stone from the space, handed it to Baihu, and asked anxiously, "Have you seen this kind of stone?" Baihu glanced at it, and said casually, "There are so many of these things, do you want it?" Hearing this, everyone was delighted. Feng Wuhan asked after hearing Baihu's words, "Where?" Baihu raised his paw slowly, pointed at Gu Li, and said slowly, "There are a lot of them in her tomb." Gu Li was full of doubts, frowned slightly, and repeated subconsciously, "My tomb?" Baihu glanced at Gu Li as if he was looking at a fool, and asked back, "Don't you know where your tomb in your previous life is?" Gu Li frowned, tried to recall the past, and said, "I have been to my tomb before." At this time, and timidly said, "Master, there is more than one." Gu Li immediately looked at Anan and asked, "What do you mean?" Anan explained, "The master is a god and a demon, one god and one demon, it will naturally transform." 2 tombs. A trace of surprise flashed in Baihu's eyes, and he said, "No way, didn't you come here to find your power? You don't even know that you have another tomb?" Gu Li shook his head helplessly and said, "I said I didn't know there was my tomb here at all, do you believe it?" Baihu turned his eyes to Xia Tingzi and other companions and asked, "Don't you tell her?" Xia Tingzi explained, "It's useless to tell, we don't know where the master's other tomb is." Baihu snorted and waved his paw, "Forget it, I take you there. It also saves you from wandering around here." After saying that, it raised its hand slightly, and a strange light appeared around its body. Everyone felt that the scene in front of them was blurred, and they left this place the next moment. However, as soon as they returned to the outside, a black shadow flashed by, and a huge palm wrapped in a sharp wind sound slapped Baihu. Baihu reacted very quickly and instinctively wanted to dodge, but because he had just performed the teleportation technique, his body was still a little sluggish. Gu Li was quick-witted and quickly stopped him. "Stop!" Chapter 518. Xiaobai approached Gu Li with a worried look on his face and asked anxiously, "Master, are you okay?" Gu Li shook his head gently, touched Xiaobai's head soothingly, and said, "I'm fine, it's one of us now." Qilin teased, "I thought you were going to die." Gu Li retracted his gaze, looked at Qilin, and asked seriously, "How is your mission going?" Qilin scratched his head and said a little embarrassedly, "Most of it has been cleaned up, and there is still a small part that has not been found." Gu Li frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and said, "Then, there is no need to look for them. She has more important things to do now, and can't waste time and energy on these insignificant things." Baihu led everyone to a majestic waterfall. The waterfall is like the Milky Way hanging upside down, with flying beads and jade splashing, and the roar is deafening. Baihu stopped, turned to look at Gu Li, and said seriously, "You go in first, otherwise we can't get in." This is Gu Li's tomb, so it naturally depends on her power to open it. Gu Li took a deep breath, walked forward quickly, and kept observing the surroundings with vigilance. When her figure touched an almost transparent barrier, a cold mechanical voice suddenly came, "Bloodline verification." Gu Li frowned slightly. Although she had some doubts in her heart, she did not hesitate, squeezed her fingers, and dripped a drop of blood. In an instant, a strong suction force that was so strong that it was suffocating instantly sucked her whole body into it. Seeing this, Baihu hurriedly shouted, "Hold her hand." Mu Yunqi and the other 5 people heard this, and quickly held hands, and held Gu Li tightly. In the blink of an eye, everyone disappeared. When everyone regained their sight, they found themselves in an ancient and mysterious tomb. The air was filled with an old atmosphere, and the walls were inlaid with gemstones that emitted faint light, barely illuminating this dim space. There was a pool not far away, filled with thick black liquid, which was constantly rolling and surging, emitting a strong and pungent demonic energy. Anan stood beside Gu Li and explained respectfully, "Master, this is 9/10 of your power in your previous life." Gu Li looked at the demonic energy in the pool and couldn't help blurting out, "Am I a demon? Otherwise, how could 9/10 of the power be demonic energy?" Anan hurriedly shook his head and patiently explained, "No, it's just that the master has lived in the demon world for the longest time, and he has cultivated demonic energy, so this is the case." Gu Li nodded slightly and asked again, "What should I do?" Xiao Tingzi stepped forward and said seriously, "Just go in and absorb it, but your mortal body can't bear it. If you absorb it rashly, your body may be blown up by the powerful force." Anan immediately said, "But don't worry, master, I can seal all these powers in your body, and when your body and cultivation reach a certain level in the future, you can mobilize them." Gu Li thought for a moment and nodded, "Okay." Anan looked at the others again and said, "You can also practice on the side. The master can't bear so much power. I will convert these powers into spiritual power for you to absorb. This is also a rare opportunity for you to practice." Shi Zihan responded without hesitation, "Okay." The other 4 people also walked over, sat cross-legged, and began to practice. They had a vague premonition that this time Ari's cultivation might have a qualitative leap, and they themselves might have to work harder to keep up with Ari. Gu Li took a deep breath and slowly stepped into the pool. In an instant, an unparalleled force rushed into her body like a surging tide, causing her body to tremble violently. She did not dare to slack off at all, and quickly switched to the magic pill and operated the technique to absorb it. At first, although the speed of the demonic energy entering was fast, she could still deal with it with ease with her own strength. But as time went on, the power became more and more turbulent, and the power she absorbed soon reached its peak. Just when she felt that she was about to collapse, a familiar and shocking voice sounded in her body late stage of the super spiritual realm. This sudden breakthrough made her heart surge with surprise and excitement. Feng Wuhan witnessed this scene, his eyes were full of shock, and he couldn't help but blurt out, "She won't surpass the peak of the super spiritual realm directly." Xiao Qianqian shook his body and said crisply, "No, the master's current body is not yet able to surpass the peak of the super spiritual realm. She still needs to go through the baptism of thunder tribulation. Thunder tribulation is a test for the strong. Only by withstanding the thunder tribulation can you truly break through the limit." Mu Yunqi clenched his fists and looked at Gu Li firmly. "We won't fall behind." After that, he looked at each other with the other people, and the eyes conveyed tacit understanding and determination. Then he quickly entered the state of cultivation. Everyone was fully focused, running the spiritual power in their bodies, trying to break through themselves in this rare opportunity. Baihu looked at these people who were practicing hard, and looked at the small pavilion next to him with interest, and asked, "How far do you think they can break through?" Xia Tingzi answered without hesitation, "The peak of the super spiritual realm." Baihu smiled disdainfully after hearing this. "You said that the little girl can surpass me, I believe it, but these 5 people can't reach the peak of the super spiritual realm. Their talents and background don't seem to be able to break through to that level so quickly." Xia Tingzi curled his lips. "TSK, that's because you don't understand them. Each of them has unyielding perseverance and extraordinary talents. As long as there are enough opportunities and efforts, they can reach the peak of the super spiritual realm. Peak is not impossible." At this time, Tao Tai stood up and said seriously, "You guys stay here to protect the master, I go to help the master find the elemental stone." White Tiger frowned and reminded, "If she is not here, you dare to run around here, and you don't know how you died. This tomb is full of dangers. If you are not careful, you will fall into an irretrievable place." Tao Tai rolled his eyes at it and said, "I am the master's contracted beast, and there will be no danger for me here. The master's breath protects me, and those dangerous things will not approach easily." After saying that, he no longer paid attention to the white tiger, turned around and walked towards other rooms in the tomb, and his figure quickly disappeared in the dim passage. Time flies like a white horse, and as time passes bit by bit, the rich demonic energy in the tomb seems to be witnessing the transformation of the 6 people. Their breath is getting stronger and stronger, as if it contains endless power, constantly circling and stirring in this closed space. A dull and familiar sound of advancement suddenly rang out, breaking the silence in the tomb. Following the sound, I saw a faint light lingering around Mu Yinshi. Middle stage of the Super Spirit Realm. Chapter 519. Then, hum. The sound of breakthroughs sounded one after another, as if it was an exciting movement, playing the growth and progress of everyone. Everyone's spiritual power is growing at an astonishing speed, their strength is constantly rising, and their aura is getting stronger and stronger. And Gu Li's changes are even more amazing. The demonic energy in her body is like a wild horse that is broken free from its reins, directly breaking through the peak of the super spiritual realm and reaching a more unfathomable realm. However, powerful power often comes with a huge price, and her situation is not good at this time. It can be seen with the naked eye that her exposed skin is cracking a little bit, and blood is oozing out, which is shocking. Come! Anan shouted anxiously, and he and Xiao Tingzi jumped up and jumped above Gu Li like two black lightning bolts. Xiao Tingzi quickly formed seals with his hands, and muttered, "The power of space, block." In an instant, an invisible transparent force burst out from his fingertips, like an airtight net. The power that was still running rampant in Gu Li's body was tightly trapped and compressed bit by bit. Anan was not to be outdone, and followed closely, shouting loudly, "Heal, strengthen." As soon as the voice fell, soft rays of light shot out from her palm and enveloped Gu Li's body. The shocking wound on Gu Li's body began to heal slowly. Although the process was very difficult, there were signs of improvement. As time went by, the surrounding demonic energy became less and less, and it seemed that it was all absorbed by Gu Li or controlled by Xiao Tingzi and Anan. Buzz! The 6 voices of promotion sounded at the same time, resounding throughout the tomb like a huge bell. Then, a strong light burst out from the 6 people. The light was so dazzling that it was almost impossible to look directly at it. Super Spiritual Realm Peak. Lin Yuchen looked at the light emanating from his body, his eyes full of disbelief, and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Oh my god, so awesome." Xiao Tingzi didn't want to celebrate, and said anxiously, "Stop talking nonsense, come to help, the master's body can't bear it." After all, even if Gu Li's magic cultivation has surpassed the peak of the super spiritual realm, her spiritual power cultivation is still at the peak of the super spiritual realm. Now there is still a large part of the power that cannot be absorbed, and it will be too late if it is not sealed. Hearing Xiao Tingzi's anxious voice, several people did not dare to delay at all, and quickly adjusted their state, and continuously transferred their spiritual power to Xiao Tingzi and Anan. For a full half-month, in this seemingly long but fleeting cultivation time, Gu Li finally woke up slowly from the cultivation state. Her eyes opened slightly, and a sharp light flashed in her eyes, as if it contained endless power. Sui Yun was the first to find that Gu Li had woken up. He immediately showed a surprised smile on his face, and shouted excitedly, "Ollie!" Gu Li raised the corners of his mouth, showing a bright smile, and looked at them. "Good progress." Lin Yuchen scratched his head and said with a smile, "Thanks to you. If it weren't for this rare opportunity, we wouldn't have made such a big breakthrough." At this time, Tao Tai ran over with a cheerful pace and said excitedly, "Master, look." It pointed to the pile of elemental stones beside it. Gu Li looked closely and estimated that there were more than 60 or 70 pieces. Such a number of elemental stones made her slightly stunned. "Thank you for your hard work." Gu Li patted Tao Tai's head gently and said gratefully. Tao Tai shook his tail and said happily, "It's not hard, as long as the master is happy." Gu Li stood up, moved his hands and feet, felt the surging power in his body, and said confidently, "The cultivation has improved, and the rest is actual combat." Since then, the entire Tsangjua small world has erupted from time to time with the sound of fierce fighting. The sound was deafening, as if it would shake the small world. For several consecutive days, the sound of fighting never stopped. In addition to looking for various monsters to fight, Gu Li and the other 6 people also took each other as opponents and launched a fierce contest. Their moves were unpredictable, and their spiritual power was overflowing, leaving a wonderful trace of battle in this small world. The disciples of the Shilin sect and the remaining disciples of other forces were afraid to approach when they noticed the movement. They watched from afar, their hearts were full of fear and curiosity, and they didn't know what was going on inside. Until the day of leaving, the leaders of all the major forces were waiting outside for their disciples to come out. They all had anxious and expectant expressions on their faces, and their eyes were fixed on the direction of the teleportation array. Not long after, waves of waves came, and then several figures were teleported out. Unlike when they went in, the number of people coming out was several times less. Most of them were disciples of the Shilin sect, and only 4 or 5 disciples from other forces came out. The Ling Pavilion Master quickly stepped forward and asked nervously, What's going on? Gu Li said calmly without blushing or beating his heart. We encountered a super beast inside. There are actually super beasts in there. The Ling Pavilion master did not doubt that what she said was false. Because at this time, their state was like they had fought a big battle, their bodies were covered in blood, their clothes were tattered, and they were in a mess. Little did they know that the reason they were in such a mess was because they were fighting each other. They went all out in the battle, and did not hold back at all, so they ended up like this. At this time, the leader of the Lingxiao Holy Sect frowned and asked dissatisfiedly, "Why did none of your disciples from the Shiling Sect die? But there are only so few of our disciples left." There was a hint of questioning and jealousy in his tone. The leader of the Shiling Sect, Fan Yi, raised the corner of his mouth, showing a contemptuous smile, and said bluntly, "What else could it be? Your disciples are too rubbish." The arrogant words made the leaders of other forces frown and surge with anger. The master of the Nine Nether Demon Palace had a gloomy face, a flash of anger in his eyes, staring at Fan Yi and questioning, "Fan Yi, are you humiliating us?" Fan Yi was not afraid. A wanton smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he said frankly, "Yes." Although he didn't know what the little ancestors were going to do, he received a message when he just came out, asking him to anger the people of several major forces. For this kind of thing, he is very familiar with it, and is the best at it. Gu Li and others stood quietly behind the forces they currently belonged to, watching this scene silently. As early as when they came out, they used magic tools to suppress their cultivation, so no one could notice their powerful cultivation now. Chapter 520. The face of the leader of Tianxian sect turned livid in an instant, and he glared at them and said, "Good job, I hope you can be so arrogant in the future." He clenched his fists, and the anger in his heart was like a burning fire. Fan Yi raised his chin and said with disdain, "Well, I will always step on your heads." At this moment, he was full of confidence. It was just a siege by several major forces. If it was before, he might still be afraid, but with so many geniuses lost, he was not afraid at all if a real fight broke out. Humph. The leader of Tianxian sect snorted coldly, knowing in his heart that now was not a good time for a conflict. There were too many people from Shiling sect, and he had to go back to discuss countermeasures with others, so he left with his disciples. At this time, the leader of the Ling Pavilion turned his eyes to Gu Li and Mu Yunqi, with a hint of expectation in his eyes, and asked, "Have you found the elemental stone?" Mu Yunqi shook her head and said calmly, "No, I'm trying to escape inside." The leader of the Ling Pavilion frowned, sighed slightly, and said helplessly, "Well, let's go back first." Although he was a little disappointed, he also understood that in such a dangerous situation, it was a blessing to be able to return safely. So, everyone led their own teams and walked towards the direction of the sect. A potential storm seemed to be brewing quietly. Sure enough, it was just as Gu Li expected. After only half a month of recuperation, the Wanxiang Pavilion began to gather people intensively, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Gu Li and Mu Yunqi were naturally among the summoned. They looked at each other, and a trace of determination flashed in their eyes. They followed the team without hesitation. Along the way, the crowd was full of vigor, like an unstoppable torrent, breaking through numerous obstacles, and finally arriving at the foot of the mountain of the Shiling sect. From a distance, tens of thousands of people had gathered outside the sect, all of them with stern faces, holding weapons tightly in their hands, as if ready to fight at any time. And Fan Yi stood high in the air of the Shiling sect, looking down at all this with an indifferent look. There was no fear in his eyes, but a proud aura, as if the enemies in front of him were just a group of ants in his eyes. The Lord of the Nine Nether Demon Palace took a step forward, with a provocative smile on his face, and shouted loudly, "Old man, why don't you smile? Were you very arrogant before?" Fan Yi glanced at him coldly, and said disdainfully, "It seems that you are here to die. Since you are so impatient, I will fulfill your wish." The Lord of the Tianxian sect was not to be outdone. He took a step forward and said with gritted teeth, "From today on, the Shiling sect will not exist on the continent. Your glory ends here." Fan Yi's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a hint of sneer, and said, "I haven't tried what it feels like to unify the continent. Today is a good opportunity." The Lord of the Ling Pavilion saw that the two sides were already on the verge of a fight, and shouted without hesitation, "Go!" In an instant, countless disciples rushed to the Shiling sect's protective formation like a tide and launched a fierce attack. The light of various spells and weapons intertwined together, forming a tragic picture. "Do you really think that there is no one in my Shiling sect?" With a roar, dozens of figures rushed out from inside the Divine Spirit sect like lightning. All of them had a powerful aura, and without exception, they had reached the peak of the super spiritual realm. Their appearance made the several major forces that originally had the advantage startled. Although from the perspective of overall strength, the combined strength of the several major forces is not weaker than that of the Divine Spirit sect, and even the number of strong men at the peak of the Super Spirit realm is not less than that of the Divine Spirit sect. Soon, strong men from other forces came forward, and the two sides launched a fierce battle. The war between the peaks of the Super Spirit realm is extremely powerful, and not something that ordinary disciples can participate in. Those disciples who were not within a safe distance just felt the powerful aura fluctuations, and they exploded and died instantly, blood splattered, and the scene was horrible. The Lord of the Spirit Pavilion and the Lord of the Nine Nether Demon Hall looked at each other fiercely, and after tacitly rushing towards Fan Yi. All three of them were strong men at the peak of the Super Spirit realm, and they exuded a powerful and sharp aura all over their bodies. The pressure alone could tear the surrounding air apart. Fan Yi's eyes were like an eagle. He went up to him calmly. He quickly formed seals with his hands. A brilliant golden light instantly shot out from his palms, and shot towards the Ling Pavilion Master and the Nine Nether Demon Palace Master. Ling Pavilion Master snorted coldly, and swung the black whip in his hand violently. The long whip was like a black silk thread, drawing a graceful arc in the air, accurately entangled the golden light, and pulled it hard to dissolve it. At the same time, the Nine Nether Demon Palace Master was muttering something, and the black mist was lingering around him. A pair of huge black claws stretched out from the black mist, grabbing Fan Yi with a biting coldness. Fan Yi's figure flashed, like a black phantom, cleverly avoiding the attack of the claws. At the same time, he threw a backhand punch, and the fist wind whistled, with powerful force, and blasted towards the chest of the Nine Nether Demon Palace Master. The Lord of the Nine Nether Demon Palace dodged sideways, and Fan Yi's fist brushed his shoulder, bringing up a gust of wind. At this time, the long whip of the Lord of the Spirit Pavilion was swung again, whipping towards Fan Yi's waist. Fan Yi reacted very quickly, tapped the ground with his toes, and his body instantly flew into the air, avoiding the attack of the long whip. Then, he flipped in the air, gathered spiritual power in both hands, and slapped two palms at the Lord of the Spirit Pavilion and the Lord of the Nine Nether Demon Palace at the same time. Two huge spiritual power balls flew towards the two people with a whistling wind. The Lord of the Spirit Pavilion and the Lord of the Nine Nether Demon Palace did not dare to be careless, and each cast a powerful defensive spell. A layer of black shield surged around the Lord of the Spirit Pavilion, and the Lord of the Nine Nether Demon Palace condensed a black shield in front of him. Two loud noises came, and the spiritual power balls hit the shield and shield, bursting with dazzling light, and the powerful impact force lifted the surrounding dust. At the beginning, the three of them fought back and forth, and they were evenly matched, and no one could do anything to the other. However, as time went on, Fan Yi gradually fell into a disadvantage. The Ling Pavilion Master and the Nine Nether Demon Hall Master cooperated tacitly, constantly launching attacks from different directions, making Fan Yi a little overwhelmed. Fan Yi's body gradually had more and more wounds, and his clothes were stained red with blood. Seeing this, the Nine Nether Demon Hall Master showed a smug smile on his face, and said disdainfully, "Huh? Aren't you very capable? How come you don't even have the strength to fight back now?" Fan Yi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sneered, "Not bad, I'm a little more capable than you. Don't be too happy too early, it's still uncertain who will win."